Okay, Nerd Squad, we have an 8-second delay. It is 6:56 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, January 19th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised, I am not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June. Now, that being said, there's an entire script that I need to go over, and yesterday, Unit 207, due to criminally and illegally shutting off a live stream, provided me with a recording of the exact same speech that I have to read. The only difference is the date and time is incorrect. So I'm going to play that recording so I don't have to read it. And then I'll pause it when I say the date and time and just clarify that now it's actually a day later, different morning. Again, it is January 19th, 2025, 6:57 a.m. PST. Clicking on that recording now. Second delay. 17th, 2025, Unit 5. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen. Here we go. The instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant since the last week of June, and they've had me state that directly and explicitly and in writing so that some of you could be charged regarding your ongoing witness tampering. Now, an update as of 8:07 p.m. Pacific Standard Time yesterday, January 17th, 2025, Unit 207 has been threatening to break and enter and illegally detain me and or kidnap me on or around Monday, January 20th, 2025, i.e. the North Everett Precinct, DCYF, Snohomish County prosecutors, and associates who are all responsible for illegally detaining me for 164 days as of today, and who owe me $100,000 for each of those days since day 8 or 9 due to the invoice I provided them and the services they've rendered without abatement. Now, again, update as of 8:07 p.m. Pacific Standard Time yesterday, Friday, January 17th, 2025, Unit 207, the condo directly above my home of 13 years, threatening breaking and entering and illegal detainment and or kidnapping on or around Monday, January 20th, 2025, i.e. the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters that 2 weeks ago the FBI stated they've renamed to the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers.
Damn, Rudy.
This is Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. My legal name is Mystic Gwen, and no one watching this has permission to call me anything other than that, as has been the case for well over 8 years. This broadcast is airing on January 18th, 2025 at 10:03 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Remember, that's a lie. It is actually 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, January 19th, 2025.
Serves as a public record of an ongoing federal investigation into a criminal conspiracy orchestrated by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, not to be confused with the South Everett Precinct, which I used to volunteer at. The North Everett Precinct of the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and other parties, including those connected to Unit 207 located directly above my residence. This is not merely a civil dispute, it is a matter of grave federal interest involving allegations of public corruption, civil rights violations, and a concerted effort to obstruct justice. The evidence meticulously documented by me points to a sustained campaign of harassment, intimidation, and illegal activities targeting a federally recognized informant. For those unfamiliar with the details of this case, I direct you to the video on this channel titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. This video, along with a series of cease and desist letters and legal declarations available on my Facebook page at facebook.com/mysticgwenlovesonlyyou, provides a comprehensive overview of the events leading to this federal investigation. These documents, including a tort claim filed in Snohomish County Superior Court case, are hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein. Let the record be clear, any abrupt termination of this live stream without a clear oral statement from me indicating the end time and confirming a subsequent live stream within 90 seconds will be considered an intentional act of obstruction and evidence tampering. As recently as you saw when I was attempting to initiate this live stream. The individuals associated with Unit 207, already under federal scrutiny, have repeatedly and unlawfully terminated the live stream, including 2 days ago at approximately 1 p.m. These actions are not merely technical glitches. They are deliberate attempts to suppress evidence and interfere with an ongoing federal investigation. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has, since October 2024, anticipated a final attempt by these individuals to illegally enter my residence. This is not speculation. It is based on credible intelligence and the observed pattern of conduct of those involved. As of last night, Unit 207 was discussing openly their plans to break and enter and kidnap and or illegally detain me, something they've premeditated for 13 months that I've reported and published online about for just as long. The FBI is now aware that these individuals associated with Unit 207 are planning such an illegal entry coupled with an attempt to unlawfully detain me on or around Monday, January 20th, 2025. They are also reportedly planning to remit payment to me, a fact that, in light of their other actions, raises serious concerns about their intent. The FBI has provided me with specific instructions for this eventuality. 1, remain seated. I am to remain seated and not to engage with the individuals. 2, verbal response. If any of these individuals or their associates attempt to illegally enter and/or detain me and/or enforce a fraudulent court order, I am to demand payment of $1 million as previously outlined before the Fugitive Task Force is dispatched. I am then to only play the provided recording titled January 2nd, Greetings to the 36 plus ... It's a long title. I am to have no further conversation with them whatsoever. 3, record everything. I am to ensure that my live stream and other recording devices are actively documenting the events, focusing on the door and windows. These instructions are designed to protect my safety, preserve the integrity of the evidence, and ensure the orderly administration of justice. Any deviations from these instructions could jeopardize the investigation and place me at further risk. The purported court orders being used against me are based on the FBI's investigations and my sworn declarations, demonstrably fraudulent. There are no lawful court orders bearing the names Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen from 2024 to the present date. Furthermore, I have not been personally served with any legal documents in nearly 2 years as of next month, nor have I filed a notice of pro se appearance in any court case during this period. This is a critical point. Without proper service of process, there is no jurisdiction, and any purported order is null and void. Any attempt to enforce these fraudulent orders is a criminal act, exposing those involved to prosecution under federal statutes, including, but not limited to, U.S. Code 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights under color of law, U.S. Code 18, Section 1512, tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant, U.S. Code 18, Section 1001, false statements, U.S. Code 42, Section 1983, civil action for deprivation of rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, conspiracy to interfere with civil rights. My declaration outlines a claim for damages exceeding $14 million, a figure that continues to accrue due to the ongoing illegal actions of the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, DCYF, and individuals associated with Unit 207. This claim is based on a tort claim filed on August 14, 2024, and the subsequent continuous illegal detainment and harassment. This is not a frivolous demand. It is a legally sound calculation of damages arising from the defendant's egregious and unlawful conduct. The actions of the individuals under investigation are not isolated incidents. They are part of a broader pattern of criminal activity, including stalking and harassment. I have been subjected to relentless stalking, both physical and cyber, for 15 months, a year and 3 months. Kidnapping. My sons have been unlawfully taken, a grave violation of their rights and my custodial rights. Evidence tampering. The repeated interference with my live streams, internet, mail, and phone service constitutes evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Witness intimidation. The threats and harassment directed at me are clear attempts to intimidate a federal informant and deter my cooperation with the FBI. Abuse of official capacity. The involvement of law enforcement officers and public officials in this conspiracy represents a gross abuse of power and a betrayal of public trust. The weaponization of the IRS against me, confirmed by the FBI to have occurred at the behest of the North Everett Precinct on 3 separate occasions since 2022, is a particularly egregious example of this abuse of power. It demonstrates a willingness to use the machinery of government to target and harass a perceived enemy. The FBI's investigation into this matter is active and ongoing. The individuals involved are facing serious federal charges with potential prison sentences exceeding 80 years. The evidence is substantial, and the net is closing. The planned illegal entry and detention attempt around January 20th, 2025 is a critical juncture in this case. It is an act of desperation by individuals who know that their time is running out. The FBI is aware of these plans and is taking appropriate measures. This case is a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and safeguarding our civil rights and holding those in power accountable. The actions of the individuals involved in this conspiracy are an affront to justice and a betrayal of the public trust. The United States Attorney's Office, in conjunction with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, are committed to pursuing this case to the fullest extent. They are not going to tolerate the abuse of power, the violation of civil rights, or the ongoing dozens and dozens and dozens of counts of obstruction of justice. To those involved in this, your time is up. Your plans to come and break it in around Monday should instead be you planning to drive to Seattle and surrender yourself to the local FBI field office. That's what your plan should be. This investigation is ongoing and further updates will be provided as appropriate. In the meantime, any unlawful interference with this live stream or any further illegal actions against me will be met with swift and decisive action per the FBI. Now, I am under instructions to play the recording from January 2nd. It's titled January 2nd, 11:57 p.m. Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune people currently illegally on my private property. And I'm to play it each time someone is loudly and illegally on my property or otherwise violates my cease and desist letters. So let's do that right now.
And I am navigating to that video at the moment. Again, it is 7:13 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, January 19th, 2025. There is roughly a 10-second delay on this video before audio is initiated. Also, Nerd Squad, adding a selfie of myself to the video
It is
that was last obstructed.
11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking the outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI...
Just to clarify, as of end of business day, Friday, January 17th, there were still 0 lawful, non-fraudulent court orders bearing my name. Back to the recording.
FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne-Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your and their looming incarceration and soon to be unsealed indictments. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes, as the signs on my exterior have stipulated for over a year. It is now 12:02 a.m.
It is now 7:18 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, January 19th, 2025. Nerd Squad, if you missed it right before I played that recording, I did upload a selfie that I took of myself to the video that is 17 minutes and 56 seconds long that Unit 207 last obstructed. 1:18, 9:58 a.m. I also added a selfie to this video, and I've taken a screenshot of the YouTube interface, which once again inaccurately reflects there are only 145 videos set for public consumption.
Oh, yeah, Jesus. Yeah.
That was you.
Oh, those of you watching, you're going to hear something you've already heard because I do need to make sure there's audio on this.
17th, 2025, Unit 5. This is a central recording of Mystic Red. Here we go. The instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I've been informing since the last week of June, and they've had me.
We have audio. By the way, guys, some of the FBI agents working on this case think it's extremely funny how so many of the men that have been stalking me for over a year upstairs look like even bigger lying sacks of shit given my photos of this year compared to their derogatory statements. Remember, these are guys that the FBI has said I wouldn't even give my number to. They've told people that I was fat and ugly and all sorts of things while stealing from me, destroying property, intercepting mail, kidnapping children, holding me hostage, trying to break and enter already over 37 times.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all, big tech.
Martin Lawrence was a beast.
He was a beast.
On stage.
People forgot for some reason.
Shit, I'm from DC, so I can't forget. Like when I was starting out, he was the local legend already.
Well, when I first came to LA, it was in '94. He was in his peak. Damn.
Oh, I'm listening to an old Joe Rogan episode that I've already heard. This is episode 1647 with Dave Chappelle, and it's close to over.
Oh yeah, Jesus. Yeah,
That was you so crazy days.
yeah, that was some Elvis shit. He was hosting Def Jam.
Yeah.
He had the sitcom.
Yep.
He was putting out specials and just started getting big in that movie.
And when you watch his sitcom, people forget like he did a bunch of different characters on that show. Like it was all him. The show was all him.
Yes, he was nice with him. He's probably still nice with him. I mean, I haven't seen Martin in a long time.
I haven't seen him forever. I ran into him at the store like a few years back, which is briefly. You know, he was doing a few sets every now and then.
He called me after one of the Mark Twain prize, and if you know, because I'm from DC, I can tell you this call. It means a lot.
Yeah.
He was one of my early local heroes. I came up on a good circuit too. Like, it wasn't Boston, but DC, Wanda Sykes started out with me, Pat Knowles, and all was around. You know, Tony Woods, Mark Lawrence, Tom Davidson. There was some great comics.
That's one thing that comedy always needs. You need to be around other great comics.
That's true. The circuit.
Yeah.
And back in those days, no internet, nothing. Every city has some different energy.
Yeah.
And the comedians, they're like, it's always exciting to go to a city and check out the other acts.
Yeah.
Boston, like you say, well, that was one of those cities.
It was a weird city.
It was.
But it was a trap. That's what we were talking about before. Those guys can make six figures staying in town, but that's what they did. Because if they went on the road, they'd actually make less money.
What made you go to Hollywood? Why didn't you fall for that?
I saw what they were doing, and even though they were great comedians, I saw that they couldn't do the road. And I was like, if you want to get on HBO or if you want to, you have a special, you got to get out of town. And the young guys coming up kind of saw the old guard with some of the best headliners I've ever seen in my life. I've seen Don Gavin have sets, Steve Sweeney have sets. That I would put those sets up against any comic I've ever seen ever.
You know, it's funny. The first night I saw Dane Cook, they go yawn after so and so. You know, it was a comedy. I don't want to worry about none of that shit. But I heard the crowd scream so loud. I thought they'd introduce him.
Wow.
It was Dane. He was just starting out. These were crowd reactions. There was a thing in Boston. Everyone was a room ripper. Like they were all about volume,
intensity.
Yeah, Don Gavin, that rapid fire style, I'll never forget. And then in the midst of all that, you have a counterweight like Stephen Wright, this wonderfully understated deadpan comedian. That shit was fire. Boston was a good circuit.
Have you ever seen the documentary When Stand Up Stood Out?
No.
There's a comic named Fran Solomita. He put together this documentary on Boston. It's really good. It just shows you what it was like back in those days. Like, they kind of invented a movement. There's really a lot of it was Barry Crimmins. Rest in peace.
Who's Barry Crimmins?
Barry Crimmins was like the godfather of Boston comedy in a lot of ways because he was this really brilliant guy, very politically savvy, and he kept everybody from being a hack because everybody was scared of him.
Wow.
He was like this fucking voice, like loud, bold guy who would go on stage and he had a jacket on. He would pull a Budweiser out of the inside pocket of his jacket and set it on the table. He had like these things he would do, but he was a great comic, but maybe more important, he was like a cornerstone of the scene. Like if Barry didn't like you, you were fucked.
Right.
If Barry thought you were a hack, you were fucked. And they didn't tolerate hacks. He didn't tolerate thieves.
He was quality control.
Quality control.
That's
Yeah.
Every circuit, I guess.
Yeah. And this is the thing, like Dane Cook's talked about this too, that they were all men. These guys were all these big guys. They were all like 6 foot plus, big, burly guys who did a lot of coke and got in street fights. All those comics, they weren't like nebbishy, comics who would, talk about their insecurities. They were wild dudes.
They were like rock stars.
Yeah.
I remember doing a show in Boston. I don't like saying names, but I just remember seeing a guy who was heckling me, and the security threw him down the steps.
Yeah.
And I'd never seen it. I'd never seen anything like, but so casually, like this is what we do with trash. Like Jesus, man.
Yeah, there was a lot of violence in Boston.
It was a weird, and I never really got a feel for that city. I would meet these intellectuals and idiots in the same block. What the fuck is this place?
Well, there's more colleges per capita in Boston than anywhere else in the country.
Yeah. I used to go up there and play college gigs all the time. And you know, remember the Boston police felt particularly menacing?
Yeah.
Those fucking high boots they wear with no horse to match. Fuck all these Gestapo ass dudes. It's a weird city. But then they produce so many great, you know, sources of comedy. Even people who aren't from Boston, a guy like Howard Stern who went to BU, a guy like Patrice O'Neill came out of the hood, moved down to New York and cleaned shit up out there.
Yep.
Interesting scene.
Patrice is a similar type of thing, right? He was like a cornerstone of comedy in New York. When people talk about like people getting silly or being stupid, they go, God, I wish Patrice was here to see this.
Yeah, Patrice, he had that world-weary kind of swagger around him. Early on, me and him didn't like get along, but we became friends. This guy was a real deal.
He was a real deal. God, I wish he stayed alive.
I do too, man.
The comedy he would have put out during all this shit.
And well, that's interesting because I don't know what would happen to a guy like him in this context.
He's not buckling. I'll tell you that.
I know. So I was saying,
right.
I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know why you're laughing at me.
Yeah,
I
it would
love
be
the sound
interesting to
of your
see.
little pitter patter.
It really would be. You know, one can only imagine. But he was something else. He was a funny dude.
What?
I remember him and Kevin got to New York around the same time. I just think Kevin was from Boston because I'd see them together so much. And their arrival on the scene was like both of these guys when they got on the scene, it was noticeable. It wasn't like they came in quiet. They were doing some shit.
That's another thing that every scene needs. Every scene needs a rocket.
Yeah, someone that shakes shit up.
Yeah, like whoa, like someone who's not stagnant, they're not complacent, they're going for it.
I gotta tell you, New York City in the '90s, some of the greatest comedy I've ever seen. Like it was weird too because I was one of those guys that would be in New York and then go out to LA a little earlier than everyone else. Like, you know, I did Montreal and then I'd go out for this and I'd go out for that. And I started, you know, auditing both scenes. You know, New York was like the dream. But LA, those comics were like, the work ethics were different. New Yorkers write more, you know, in general. If you do 10 spots in a night, you come up with a new joke on the third show, you got 7 cracks at it. By the end of the night, even though you just started the thing, it's refined.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, LA didn't have the opportunity to do that.
That's a different world.
Right. LA people were so competitive about stage time. That shit's like the Karate Kid time. These motherfuckers got killed every night. Sweep the leg. But Sensei, you got a problem with that? That's LA. No mercy.
LA in the 90s was everybody trying to get a sitcom too. That was part of the problem.
Oh yeah, it was a gold rush.
Yeah, they saw what happened with Roseanne and Jerry Seinfeld, and
I don't even know if that was coming completely from the comedians. The studio system was so hungry for comedians to build these shows around.
Yeah, they would give you these crazy development deals.
Yeah, I did a million of those. It took me like 13, 14 of them shits to be like, man, fuck that shit. Before you get a Chappelle show. But the good thing is I learned how television worked, basically, how it was supposed to work and what I like to do.
What was interesting is that they basically gave you free money. People don't understand this. Like, they would give you like $500,000 or $250,000, and you would get this development deal, and they'd attach you to a bunch of writers. They put together a script, and it may or may not go. And if it didn't go, you just got a free $250,000, and you worked on a script, and maybe it went to pilot, maybe it didn't.
Yeah, but if it didn't go, you were a bad investment.
You had a couple of those in you.
And it could hurt. It could hurt you.
It could.
You know, if they ever look at you like you're a bum investment. Thing was with me, I was funny, but it ain't quite what we do.
Yeah.
And I didn't know
Yeah.
it. I don't know.
Those days of Montreal days were weird, right? People go out there, just go out there to showcase their talent, try to get a deal. And then, do you remember Chicken? Remember that guy?
I do remember. He got some huge deal
Huge
in the
deal.
mid-90s.
And it didn't. It
Late
flopped,
90s.
flopped terribly. Like for whatever reason, they thought he was funny and nobody else did.
Yeah, the name Chicken should have tipped him off. Maybe this is a bad idea. So who should we make the check out to? Chicken?
Well, he had a big, crazy act. It was like a lot of energy.
I never saw him work,
I saw him work. I worked with him in Montreal.
but that name is stupid. No disrespect, Chicken, but that's stupid as name.
So it all fell apart, and then he wound up hanging himself in front of a school.
Oh, well, now you got to bring that up. I feel bad because I said I just shouted out Chicken, and this nigga's dead for 5 years. Oh my God!
But that's
He hung himself in front of a school.
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because of comedy.
Didn't work out. It fell apart. So like he thought he was on this rocket ship to fame. Like, oh my God, I got the biggest deal ever. He got like the biggest development deal anybody had ever heard of.
I remember.
And then they were like, you're gonna make a show around him. I forget what kind of show it was gonna be. And then it didn't work out. And then he slowly faded away. And then he vanished. And then one day he killed himself.
How long after the deal fell apart?
Quite a long time, more than a decade.
He never got over the experience of almost making it.
I don't know. Who knows? I mean, maybe he was mentally ill. Maybe he was suffering from depression from the beginning, and maybe that big, crazy, wild act was his like.
So it may have not
escape.
had anything to do
Yeah.
with show business.
Totally possible, but it's not a good narrative. And a good narrative is show business gone, right?
Yeah.
Please see if you can find that guy.
I never saw it set. I remember everyone in town was talking about it. I've never seen it.
Comedians couldn't understand what was going on. He would make a lot of noise and bounce around on stage and screaming and yelling, and everybody's like, "What is he doing?"
I've seen a few comics like that. It'll be killing though, and I'll be like, I don't understand.
Well, the agents thought they had it. They're like, "This is it. He's going to be huge. We got him." And they played against each other and got this giant deal.
This is tragic.
It's weird.
Now I'm mourning the loss of Chicken. I never even met this one.
There were quite a few people that thought they were going to be giant. I remember quite a few people who got development deals, and all of a sudden they had assistants. Like,
Right.
you got an assistant? People would show up with an assistant, and someone would take notes while they're on stage, and they'd have the coffee ready for them, and they were, they drove a Mercedes.
Great.
It's like, what are you doing? They got a development deal. Our show's going to go. It's got a guarantee.
And then they do the pilot. Right, that's why I call my company Pilot Boy. You know how many of them fucking pilots I did? I was like, fuck this. It's like gonna be forever. It was hell.
That's why you call it Pilot Boy? That's
Yeah.
it. Oh, that's
It was
hilarious.
a development hell. I
That's
spent
hilarious.
like over a decade of my life tinkering around with that shit.
That's hilarious. Do you think you're going to do more of these podcasts, the ones that you have produced? You going to keep doing that?
I'd like to, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, it's not like this gig. You know what I mean? It's as joyful as this. Like I talk to people I enjoy talking to. I don't want to like tip my hand too much because I want people to like listen and see for themselves what it is. I don't like describing. It's like telling a girl how you're gonna fuck her before you do it. Just see what it feels like. But I enjoyed it, man. Like again, who I'm talking to. I hope you do it one day. You gotta
I'd love
hear
to
it
do
though.
it.
You love
I've heard it. I've heard episodes.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah. I would love to do it. I'll definitely do it. I love what you did in Yellow Springs too, because you were the first guy to figure it out. You were the first guy to say, I'm gonna do comedy.
We got to it early, man.
When did you start? Like, what was the first shows?
June 6th. The first night was the night I did that video that was on YouTube, 846, that George Floyd. It was the very first night. 70 people made the 5 acre deal. Wow. I was like, as soon as what was happening, so many people in live entertainment were furloughed that I started finding out from the production world who got furloughed and stuff. It was like, and it's a lot of these people I'd pay them in cash because if I did it, straight down the middle,
Right.
they lose their benefits. And if for any reason I had to cancel the shows and they're just stranded with no benefits, I couldn't do that.
Right.
So it was like in the 80s. I was paying everybody on the table, even though we didn't do anything illegal. But, and the night before the first show, I was like a condemned man. I had to put a call into the governor's office. Fucking nightclub company. I'm calling the governor. It was a long shot. But shout out to Governor DeWine. He hit me back. And You let me do it because after that massacre in Dayton, a big thing that really, I think, really helped heal the community. And because of that, he was like, okay, I'll let you do it. But the COVID protocols are so strict. And we had to learn from scratch how to do it. Nothing's going to be perfect. It's a pandemic. Everything you do is going to be risky, but we had to figure out how to do it as safe as possible within the parameters of guidelines that the government saw. But we were able to work.
Did you sell booze?
No, we had to give it away.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot of stuff that we were building to get the mask and all these things. We try to make it accessible. The shows are expensive to produce, so I didn't make any money. I lose money every night. But, here we are a year later. I might be 105 shows ahead of everybody.
Right.
Because I'm working.
You stayed active.
Yeah, we might have done, we might have done a good 30, 40 shows here.
Yeah.
So it's that. We found a way, and the best part, like I said, is we all got to be together. So, people would fly in from LA and New York, and we worked 3 nights a week, and some people stay, and, we could chill, because eventually we got access to testing. That was the game changer. So we test every day.
So when you first started out, there was no testing?
No, it was just what it was for the comedians. But the crowd, it's like going to the grocery store.
Right.
You come with your own risk. They want mask up.
Everyone was outside.
Everyone was out. Everything was outside. Everything was properly social distance. One of the things I learned early on is selling tickets in pairs. That was a game changer because it allowed us to get more people in. And it just made everything easier. Because imagine if there's 2 single seats, you can't put 2 strangers together.
Right.
In a time like this.
Of course.
Well, it worked. As far as the audience was concerned, not a single reported incident ever of someone people sitting unaffected by these shows. We were very careful,
And then eventually you started testing the crowd?
Right. As testing became more available, in the beginning, having tests was like, oh my God, I can't believe it.
Right.
Kind of hands on me. It was very difficult to get testing. And the test weren't as rapid. It would take longer. So you wouldn't have time to test all those people. I mean, the staffing that you have to do to give, a few hundred people a test that takes 30 minutes for results. Where's that kind of time?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't wait 30 minutes.
Right. But now, like when we play in Vegas, we have the capacity. We could test all 13,000 people and get them in a reasonable time.
Yeah.
Sounds crazy, but
it's possible.
Yeah, now it is.
Yeah.
Early on in the pandemic, there was a thing remember when Trump said something like, just stop testing everybody?
Yeah.
I'm telling you from experience, that's a terrible, terrible idea.
It's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah, I can't believe that motherfucker was in charge at a time like that.
What are you saying?
That was a wild.
He was saying the reason the numbers are so high is because we're testing more people.
Yeah. Yo, my man. Come on, let's think this through.
Well, that's just something.
Take a swig of lights on, motherfucker, and think about what you just said. What the fuck is this guy talking about? That's your leader.
It's so interesting that guy's not on social media now. They try to get back on Facebook, and they're like,
I need snacks, man. I can't stop thinking about sex because there's no good snacks in this fucking house, dude. I'm tired of cookies and candy. Don't make me eat oatmeal. Don't make me eat oatmeal.
I'm like, no, come back in 6 months. It's like he's up for parole.
Yeah, it's a weird thing being a comedian because there's a thing about Trump that
But honestly, it could be worse. I could have malt oatmeal. Ew, dude. Cream of wheat. Paper mache for the food palette.
the circumstances weren't so dire and the consequences so high, that would have been hilarious to watch.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But man, people died and the country's all fucked up now. Capitol looks like jail.
I know, it's crazy.
It's
It just looks like a green zone now.
Yeah, I'm from DC. I got to tell you, that shit was particularly offensive.
Yeah.
In DC, that's the town business is government. And those people that were in that building, so many of them are people from the neighborhoods. Like it feels like you fucking my city up.
Yeah. It's just a scary precedent when you decide you're going to break down boundaries and you're going to rush the Capitol building and you're going to do it with no real plan. And you're going to take pictures on Pelosi's desk with your feet up and take pictures holding the flag, wearing a buffalo helmet.
Right. There's no one to negotiate with. Who should I talk to? This motherfucker with the zip ties or this bullwinkle nigga? Like, who the fuck are these people? Man, fuck these people. You guys are fucking the country up.
Changed everything. One
Amen.
day changed everything because then people knew that was possible. That never happened.
Yeah, it didn't happen at the Million Man March, and they was ready for us. But look at this shit. And the president was the catalyst for it. You know, whether you want to say legally responsible or not, that's fine. But he did say go take the building back. You got to be strong.
He said go take the building back? Is that what he said?
He said you got to take our country back. He said you got to be strong. Let me not put words in this fellow's mouth. And I'm not an anti-Trump guy. I'm not pro, anti. Like this shit is like theater to me.
I remember when he won. You had a great speech. So let's give him a chance.
Right. And you know why I said that? Because he was duly elected. He stormed the Capitol and left my shit on the wall since then. Fucking stupid.
Did someone rub their shit on the wall?
I believe a person did. It is his first time in the Capitol. He got excited.
It's kind of amazing when one person got shot.
You know, as sad as that was, it is amazing because, I mean, that could have been a terrible, terrible, terrible situation.
Yeah.
And miraculously, you know, it could have been so much worse. If it was like carnage there, Jesus, man, if one shot went off in the wrong context,
right?
That whole building went
yeah.
There were four or five different law enforcement parties in there by the end of it. It's crazy. You know, seeing your officials flee their constituents. Well, that's crazy.
You know what's crazy is that was 5 months ago, and they're still catching people.
Oh, that's not going to stop right now.
No.
I doubt that will stop.
They're getting people off of photographs, facial recognition software, videos, people turning their friends in.
Right. This is all like all this shit, bro. But hopefully it's a growing thing. And on the other side of this, people be more willing to do, right by each other.
Yeah, we just need a legitimate leader.
I'll put an ad in the paper.
Someone who can inspire.
Everybody that you actually want to do that job don't want to do that job. You know, if it's this hard being a comedian, I can't even imagine. Even a guy like Obama, I think about it. That shit was really hard to do being black. It sounds trite, but it's not. That was a cultural. It was like the moon landing, seeing somebody who's not white be president of the United States,
especially with a name like
Barack Hussein Obama. My God, man, we did that. You know. I'm fond of what that meant culture. We could argue about policy, this, that, and the other, but you know, Ohio, we voted for Trump twice. We voted for Obama twice too. It's an interesting swing state, Ohio. And normally we pick right, like whoever we pick is the president. This last go around being the exception, maybe the only exception. You know, yeah, fuck politics, man.
Yeah.
Like literally, that's feckless. I'm telling you, I'm on my kindness conspiracy. As long as I'm kind to people, like if we live by an ethic of kindness, if we foster trust amongst each other, it would matter less what corporations and politicians say because we build trust. Our society's cohesive.
Yeah.
But if you politicize these things, it's going to become increasingly difficult to come to an understanding.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's so difficult when people get attached to whatever political party they're in. It's very difficult for them to disagree with that party, and so easy for them to go along with it, and then so easy for them to hate the people that are opposed to it, people that are on the other party. It's such a binary thing. It's so dumb.
It's also a cold thing to do in front of all of us.
Yeah.
I don't think people feel that way.
No, most people don't.
No.
But when we're talking in groups, that's when it gets weird.
Right.
Talking in tribes.
Yeah, it's getting tribal. I don't know.
More
Well, you
than
know
ever
what's
before.
funny? I don't even really know what you politically believe or don't believe. But who gives a fuck? I get along with you every time I see you. You're funny. You're a nice dude. We laugh about shit. We learn shit from each other. You're from Boston. I'm from DC. Two very different types of places and types of cultures. This culture of comedy, this common denominator, makes me feel like we're of the same tribe.
For sure.
And there's trans people in my tribe, and there's white, and black, and Asian, and all kinds of people, and all of them are committed to this concept of levity, and we all get there different and interesting and unique ways. And what's wrong with that? It works. And we say terrible shit to each other all the fucking time. Everyone's fine.
But it's fun. We look forward to it. But it is a tribe. It's a different kind of tribe.
Normally, I get up in the morning and I dread getting on a plane if I have to go do work. I was excited to come here today. Not to be on a big podcast. I'm fucking around hang with Joe. I'm sure I probably said 4 things that I wiped already. I don't even know it yet.
No.
Let me take a look at the comment section.
Yeah, it's good shit. Everything you said is dead on.
Likewise. Hey, man, you got any cups? What is this thing you got with this buffalo?
Whiskey?
Yeah. I can't see you and not celebrate. Now, obviously, is this some cheap shit, Joe?
That's the shit, bro.
Kentucky straight bourbon.
Buffalo
whiskey.
Tracy has been around longer than America. That's 1773, that company.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Tastes like slavery. That's good. hey, Fingers, you don't got a cup, do you?
Right here.
Oh.
Pour out your water.
Oh, my man.
Clean it out.
That's good. Water and drinks that shit.
Celebration.
All right, so to Joe Rogan.
Nice.
Nah, no ice. Marlon Wayans was at my house in Ohio.
Salute,
the
my
other
brother.
day. Cheers, man. Salute. Marlon Wayans, I gotta tell you, is one of my favorite people. He's a wildly consistent dude in my life. I used to hang out in Hollywood sometimes I drink too much, but I knew where he lived. He was like one of the only people I knew where he lived, and I just knock on his door. He'd open it. He got some room in his basement, just throw blankets in there and have to sleep.
Really?
Because I trust him. Yeah, he's just a fucking cool dude, man. He's a funny guy. He's a cool dude.
That's awesome.
Anyway, I brought him up because he came to my shack. That's where I do my shows. Like my little hangout, that little clubhouse around the corner from the crib. I'll just hang out there. Nothing nefarious. But Marlon was so incensed that I didn't have ice. He bought me an ice machine. It was the weirdest gift. He didn't even tell me. He just sent it in the mail. He does that.
Tell me about this club that you're opening.
Comedy Club?
Yeah.
Had a conversation once with Chris Rock. Yeah, I love Chris Rock. I love all comedians. But Chris and I were talking about, hey, this is an interesting question. I'm going to see how you feel about it. I said, how many seats are you optimal? Like, when you look at a crowd, how many people do you want to see out there when you feel like I'm home? Chris said, like 6,000. And I forget sometimes, got big star. Me, 200. That's like a sweet spot. That's why I love playing the punchline, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't even need that many. The belly room, one of my favorite rooms on earth, is the belly room at the Comedy Store.
Yep.
That's like 70 seats, soaking
Mhm.
wet, right?
Yep.
I would make this club 120. This club is not for people who are trying to count the gate. This club is for people who want to like rock, like really get into some shit, like trying some shit out.
Yeah.
It's like when that alternative scene in the 90s, for people at home, Joe, I'm not saying this, I know you know, but in the 90s, it was an alternative, what they call an alternative comedy scene. This was Patton Oswalt and Janine Garofalo and Dave Cross, Bob Odenkirk, these type of people. And it became real popular. It became like a scene. And I would check it out. Now, traditional club comics hated that scene. They resented it because the things that was going on there, these jokes weren't structured. It was like a lab almost. People would go there and try shit out. What was interesting about it to me wasn't what the comedians were trying, as much as it was the way the crowds would listen to it. Like, it was one of these setups. If you went there and just did your act, no matter how funny your act is, that's not what they wanted to see. What they wanted to see was someone take a chance. And that shit was like heaven on earth. When a crowd pushes someone to just try some stuff. You don't have to land the trick, but the beauty is in the attempt. Just try it. Just whatever this thing is that you're worried, it makes you nervous or uncomfortable. And that scene made a profound impression on me. That was possible, that you could make a crowd into that. Because comedians are addicted to the process of refinement. A guy like Seinfeld, he would never do a podcast because it's such a spontaneous, off-the-cuff endeavor. And his skill as a comedian, one of his super duper powers, Jerry Seinfeld, is like a well-refined comedian. He can take an abstraction and make it a refined piece. This scene didn't have any of that refinement.
Seinfeld does that, but then he also does that comedians getting getting coffee show.
Yeah.
Where he's like a podcast. He's loose.
I did that show. I enjoyed it, actually. We did it in D.C.
What kind of car did you drive?
A French piece of shit. It like broke down. I think they cut
Did
that.
it?
Yeah. It was a good looking car, but it was a piece of shit.
Well, he's mostly into Porsches. Most of his things Porsches. If he's driving those other cars, it's really more for show, I think.
But that show reminds me of you a little bit, in the sense that it's about his passions.
Yeah.
He loves cars, he loves comedians, he loves comedy.
Yeah.
And apparently he likes golf.
Did Jay Leno, you ever done Jay Leno's Garage?
No.
I've done that. He is so much better at that show than, at least the way not that he was bad at hosting the Tonight Show, but he's himself. He really is himself. Like, he doesn't have to dress up. He wears like the same shit every day, like a jean shirt and jean pants, and everyone doesn't give a fuck what he looks like. He's got no hair and makeup on the set. He just wants to talk about cars. The guy's got like hundreds of cars. He's got warehouses filled with cars, full-time employees all over the place, like working on them. All these people. He's got fabricators, people that make sheet metal, like fix fenders and shit, and all kinds of stuff. And the fucking man loves cars. And I brought my 1965 Corvette in, and he and I just geeking out over lines. And Steve Stroke, the guy who built my car, he came with me, and we talked about all the various aspects of the car, all the improvements, all the different things that he'd done to it. And you see Jay Leno going over it, and knows the details of the 1965, the original motor. So he's talking about all the different things, and then he drove it. He's the only one other than me that's ever driven that car.
Really?
Yeah, he takes that ball and go out to the hills and went up into Los Angeles, Crest Forest,
Man, he took me out one night. You had a hot one. That Porsche you used to drive.
Oh, yeah, I still got that.
That was a hot one.
That was fun. That night was wild.
and you started doing the motherfucker. We was up in the Hollywood Hills. You started doing them James Dean turns. I got scared. What are you doing?
That car's glued to the ground, though.
Oh, I know. That's what you were demonstrating.
Yeah.
You were whipping that shit. Oh, that was the night we went to that Naomi Campbell book release party.
Yeah.
That shit was fun, though.
It was wild.
It wasn't that weird.
It was weird to me.
Well, because you weren't expecting it.
Yeah.
You were just at the comedy club. I ran into you.
Yeah.
And it was like, yo, I need DP. Let's go to this party, Joe. Fuck.
We were so high, too. I was like, okay, let's go.
It was fun, man.
It was really fun, but it was like, I thought it was just going to be a regular night at the store. Next thing you know, we're in an elevator that's going up the side of the hill.
Oh, that mountain. Yeah, that was crazy.
Weird.
It's a nice house.
Giant naked picture of Naomi Campbell on the side of the building. Remember that?
No, of course I do. Of course I do. It was like 40-foot tall nude.
It was crazy. And then you get in there, and there's all these famous people. This is one of my favorite parts of the night. We're sitting around, and you and I are talking. Man, I would not want to be famous like these people. And I looked at you and go, dude, you're the most famous person here.
That's hilarious. Turns out it was you, Joe.
And you're like, no, am I? I go, you were the most famous person in this fucking room.
I don't have, I could forget about it.
Yeah, you can forget about it. You know how to let it go, but it was Lenny Kravitz was there, Demi Moore, and there was all these famous people. It's wild. It's like, oh, there's that guy.
Again, I'm always shocked at how, like, Lenny Kravitz is a cool motherfucker.
Very cool.
I really dig. The first time I met him, Sherman Hemsley used to play George Jefferson.
Yeah.
Introduced me to him. I did
Really?
a movie with him years ago. It was me, Norm Macdonald, Sherman Hemsley was in it.
Wow.
And I remember I didn't know him well, but I was awestruck with Jefferson's fame. I didn't even know him in Lear's show. That's what I was watching. And he invited me to come to this concert with him. And I didn't realize at the time that Lenny Kravitz's mother was on Jefferson. I smoked a joint with George Jefferson. We went out to see this Lenny Kravitz show. It really couldn't have been nice.
Yeah, he was very normal. Doesn't he? He lives on a giant ranch in Brazil.
He has a giant ranch in
Oh, he doesn't
Brazil.
live there. He just goes there occasionally.
He's one of them dudes. He got a beautiful house in Paris. I've never been, but I heard stories. Got spread in the Bahamas where his family is from.
Oh wow!
And then he got the Brazilian jump off. So he does it big. And Lenny is a style guy. Like everything he does is just fly. Prince was like that too. It's just kind of fly.
They did a tour of Lenny's house. It's a video. He's going over all the art pieces and who designed this chair and who made all these things and showing this video of this place in Brazil. It's beautiful, man.
He started making furniture, designing furniture, stuff like that. Now, it's funny. I don't have really. Kanye is like this.
Yeah.
Kanye West is a design genius. Like, it's not a trick. People call Kanye genius all the time. This is not just a label that's slapping on it. If you ever see him in a studio session, this motherfucker look like Captain Kirk. He's running the bridge like he knows he's nice with it. I've been very lucky to get to see people who are great at things up close. He can be on his podcast. Like, you make podcast stuff, but you kind of make podcast stuff. And I know he's fucking a strange neighborhood in life. It's one of the joys of my life. To know these people, knowing and seeing them be human. We struggle through these things. We bellyache about decisions. But everyone, none of these people that I know are contest winners. They all work very hard.
Yeah.
Be great at what they do. Everyone is gifted, but these people spend time refining their gift and getting rejection and taking all those shots that you take in life, and they made something of it. I can't begrudge them that. And I always hope that none of us white. I hope we all survive it. And I think that's why that cancel culture shit bothers. I'm not even opposed to the ideas behind, some of these cancellations. I get it.
I get
do good things.
Stopping harassment. Stopping all
racism, harassment,
everything.
this ism, that ism, this phobia, that phobia. I get it. Let's fight it.
And the inclination, all of it, is to make the world a better place. That's the inclination. It
Right.
gets abused and misused sometimes by the wrong people and bad actors. But at the end of the day, what they're trying to do, at least what they think they're trying to do, is eliminate bad aspects of our culture and our society.
Right.
That's what they're trying to do.
Right, because the society doesn't correct itself. And in that sense, I appreciate it. Like, when my kids make me very hopeful for the future. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people say, I wouldn't want good people I know. I don't want to bring kids into this world. Like, my age, no kids. Don't do that shit. If you think you're a good person, please have a kid. Put all your good ideas in that kid so that the world will be better.
I quote you all the time because it's something you said to me in the parking lot of the comedy store. You said, my children didn't just increase the amount of love in my life, they increased my capacity for love.
That's very true. They say they saved my life. I wasn't a dying straits, but man, I wouldn't be fractional. I think what I am, I have some of the courage that I was able to muster. It's not like I'm not scared. I'll be scared, but I just do the shit.
Everybody who knows me says there's like me pre-children and post-children. I'm like a different person. I'm so much nicer.
I always liked you, John. I never saw you as a mean guy. You were always kind. You were always edgy. And everyone was scared of you because you don't kung fu. But, it's not like he was in the comedy club sweep kicking niggas and shit. He was kicking it. And I don't know, bro. Like, I just feel real grateful for the years I got to do this. Like I don't feel,
I feel grateful too.
you know,
I think we're so fortunate. You know, you look at people that are living their life, and that famous quote that I love: "Most men live lives of silent desperation."
wow, who said that? And why did they say such a thing?
Walter Pond, what is his name?
Emerson
Thoreau.
Thoreau.
Yeah,
Oh, was it? Oh, yeah.
yeah. That was Thoreau's quote. It's a great quote, and it's so true. Most people are just fucking God. Every day is a struggle. They don't, whether it's they're not doing what they want to do. They don't feel loved. They're not surrounded by interesting people. They're not stimulated. Like every day. My problem is I just have a lot of shit to get done. That's my only problem every day. But
It's
all
funny
the
though,
people,
because a lot of the shit you do, there's less social capital. This is an easy existence now. Men don't have to lift heavy things anymore.
Mhm.
You know, you're out here hunting your own meat, sharpening your kung fu, lifting weights.
Yeah,
I'm not doing none of that shit.
but I realized a long time ago I have to do all those things to keep my head right.
I get that. I don't know that I have a similar passion, but you know what? I find my solace in people. There's so much shit that I see. You know, I would say like I'm talking about circumstantial, what they say is normal circumstantial people who have these incredible capacities. It's harder now that I got notoriety to be around the people that move me most. But it's people like that. The guy that goes to the job he doesn't like. I respect this guy.
Oh yeah,
You know, there's so many people out there.
it's will. That's a real willpower.
People who do actual public service. Not these fake wokers, but the woman that works at the shelter for the abused women and helps women get out of relationships and abuse with their lives.
Or help veterans cope with PTSD
Right.
or to get counseling.
This guy I met that lost both his legs and was cracking up laughing with me. He was talking about these people blow my fucking mind.
Yeah, as they should.
It's exciting.
Yeah, there's a lot of exciting people out there. And just because someone's famous doesn't mean they're exciting.
Oh boy, ain't that the truth. I ain't gonna start naming lemons, but some of these niggas are lemons. Lames.
It's so true. There's so many of them. They're so bland.
Yeah, but then I'll meet somebody who doesn't have any notoriety and they humble because they're such spectacular people.
Yeah, I've been very fortunate to meet a lot of interesting people, and I think doing this show has really changed the way I look at life.
But your kung fu has suffered, Joe.
I don't know, a little bit. It has a little.
That's age, right?
That too, but it's also just the lack of practice all the time. I couldn't keep getting injured. That's the problem.
You would never fight again.
No, not now. I'm 53 years old.
Would you fight another 53-year-old like on some Mike Tyson shit? Yeah.
No, Mike Tyson's still fighting demons, man. Wow, those demons are still there. Mike Tyson is the reason why this desk is this width. Did I tell you that?
No. This is real?
Yeah. I had a smaller desk that I was planning on using for the new studio. This is the exact same width as the studio desk in my old place. The exact same one. And I had a small one. I'm like, maybe it'd be better if I'm a little closer to the people. But then I did a podcast with Tyson. I did two of them with Tyson. One, when he was high, when he was running Tyson's Ranch. He had a little bit of a belly. He was jolly. He was just high all the time. We had a wonderful conversation. And then next time he came in is when he was preparing for the Roy Jones fight.
Oh,
and
wow.
he was jacked. And he had these big-ass muscles in his forearms, and he just looked ready to go. And he made me so nervous. Like, he was so keyed up. You could tell. Like, he was ready to go.
Oh,
he was ready to go. And I'm like, no, fuck this small table. I need to not feel so nervous. I need to have some distance. So I was thinking if I was any closer to Mike, so instead of like here, if I was like this, and he was that amped up, it'd probably like affect the way I was communicating with him. I'd be nervous.
He's an intimidating guy.
Oh yeah.
I am fascinated with him as a public figure.
Well, he is so multifaceted. There's so much going on that you just looked at him as this brute who used to be one of the greatest knockout artists of all time. You'd miss so much. He's a scholar of boxing. And there's probably not a man alive who knows more about the all-time greats. He could talk to you about like Harry Greb and Jack Johnson and the Stanley Ketchel. He talked to you about guys that like you never even heard before.
Even the tattoos he's got.
Oh yeah,
Arthur Ashe
yeah,
and Mao. I think it's Che Guevara on him too.
I don't think so. Does he have Che Guevara?
He definitely got
Maybe.
Mao and Arthur Ashe.
Yeah, I think it's Che Guevara. I hope he wears it at all. That's like the bad boy eyes or keep on trucking or something. You know?
He said keep on trucking.
Such a silly. Does he have Che Guevara? Yeah, I think he does on his stomach, right? Yep, right there. Yeah.
All right, okay, I thought I was making that up.
The Arthur Ashe one though. And then, got one on his face. One of the only celebrities that pulled off the face tattoo.
I mean, Che Guevara and Fidel Castro did take over Cuba in the early 30s. And when I was doing the second season Chappelle show, this motherfuckers was taking
Running
over Cuba,
That's the crazy thing.
negotiating with the United States and Russia.
Fidel ran Cuba till he fucking died.
He did.
Crazy.
But he's one of these guys, and I know, as an American especially, people always kind of frown at Fidel Castro. But I remember, like, the deployment of Cuban doctors, and the reason they were able to do that is because the education system was so good. Cuban doctors, some of the most renowned doctors in the world, aid packages that Castro sent to Africa. It wasn't like Cuba was rolling in dough. I don't know. He's an interesting guy. And now I say these things, people don't think of the days of communism.
He's
not even close.
No one's all bad.
No one's all bad.
Very few people are all bad.
And I'll be the first to tell you, communism does not look fun to me.
No, it's not. It removes incentive.
Yeah.
Everybody that looks at people like Bill Gates or, Jeff Bezos, look at these billionaires and say they have too much. We got to eliminate billionaires. They have too much. They're the outliers. They're the weirdos that have figured out how to accumulate so much wealth that it's preposterous. But you can't take away all incentive for people to perform, because if you do that, you're not going to get any innovation. You're not going to get all the things you enjoy. You wouldn't have iPhones and Shure microphones and fucking Samsung TVs if people couldn't make money.
It's funny because in our business, we make, millions of dollars and all this shit, we're like famous, and they still have award shows. Like this is funny. And I get a trophy too. This is crazy. It's really funny.
And a red carpet to take pictures on.
Yeah, it's just so.
It's very strange.
Yeah, it is very
So
strange.
you think you're ever going to do any more acting, or are you just sticking to stand-up now?
Man, I got this weird idea. I want to go to Africa and do some of these Nollywood movies and watch them. And it's like this. I was telling Naomi about it on her podcast. It's the same thing I'm talking about with these Cuban docs. How people can solve problems with so little resources.
Mm-hmm.
This is what these African directors are like. The
Yeah.
movies look crazy, but it's funny how crazy they look. But it's also awe-inspiring because I can't believe this guy with no resources solved a complicated filmmaking problem with this type of ingenuity because they had to. What if somebody had a reputable American star to apply these tricks? I come with the funny. You give me that look, baby. Don't you worry. It's all gonna work out. Like, I want to do that. I want to just see what's popping over there. Africa's popping right now.
Would you have an idea of like a script, like or an outline of a story?
I don't know that I need one. You gotta see one of these movies to know what I'm talking about. But it's just like it's something about it makes me feel like joyful when I watch it. Like someone is just, I don't know. I just want to try some shit.
Tell you what, Africa's taking over in the UFC right now.
Are they really?
3 African champions, and they're 3 arguably the best of all time.
What countries? Do you know?
Cameroon. That's
This is the guy you were telling me about.
Ghana, yes.
They kept trying to get him in gangs. He fled the country.
Yep.
Found a way to train.
Yeah,
That's a great story.
It's a crazy story. They kept catching him when he was trying to get into Morocco, or from Morocco to Spain.
To Spain, yeah.
And they kept sending him back to the Sahara Desert
Oh,
to
wow.
die. That's what they just drop you off the desert. Like, good luck. And he made it back 7 fucking times and finally made it across to Spain. They put him in jail in Spain for 2 months. Which
7 times?
There. And finally they released him. He was homeless in France. Slept in a parking lot, made his way to a gym. And he wanted to be a boxer, and they're like, man, you should try MMA. And
Unit 207 is really excited. A female up there thinks she has all the validity that she needs to get somebody else to come and break in her. About 40 minutes of that ish. It's 8:11 a.m. UST.
and he was like, I want to be a boxer. But they paid him $500 to fight. So he's like, okay, I'll do it. So he beat the fuck out of some people, and now he's a heavyweight champion of the world.
Oh wow!
And not just a heavyweight champion of the world, the most terrifying heavyweight champion of all time.
Nice guy.
Nice guy, super nice guy, super friendly, just a sweetheart of a guy. It's terrifying in the cage, terrifying. Just nukes people.
It's Joe. Oh dear.
Exactly.
Come get Idris Elba on the phone. Idris, I want you to fight somebody.
He's such a specimen. And he just won the title, beating the greatest heavyweight of all time, Steve Miocic. He just nuked him in 2 rounds.
What do you think like a flick like that? What did he weigh?
He's 265 when he gets on the scale, but he's about 270 something when he gets in the cage. He has to lose weight to make the heavyweight limit of 265 because the UFC has a heavyweight limit, and he's without a doubt the scariest heavyweight that the sport's ever seen because he flatlines people.
How tall is he?
6'5",
Oh,
6'4",
this is a
6'5".
big dude.
Yeah, he's huge. See, show the video of him knocking out. Oh yeah, go to the top KO finishes. Yeah, watch this. Go full screen. I mean, he just fucking flatlines people. It's different because you can't make any mistakes with him. Because as soon as he touches you, boom. See, dudes just go down. As soon as he touches you, you're just like, what in the fuck just hit me? And he can do that to everybody. Fine. Give me another one.
What is the UFC ref looking for?
That was when you back up a little. That was the where you just were. That was the Stipe fight. What is the UFC referee looking for?
Yeah, like
Watch this one.
like he's clearly out. Okay, that guy. Yeah, he did the right thing.
Yeah.
That fight is a beat up a dead body, wouldn't it?
Well, the thing is, guys recover. Yeah.
Devastating uppercut.
He's devastating with everything he does.
And then he goes in for this. And that guy's clearly sleeping.
Yeah.
No one's faking sleep in the octagon, are they?
No, but you know what? By the time he's throwing that shot, he doesn't know if that guy's going to get up on the way down. He's something special, man. Like really unique because he's just a top of the food chain specimen of an athlete.
How old is this fellow?
34?
That's old for fighting.
No, not for a heavyweight.
Okay.
For a heavyweight, it's a good age. Heavyweights mature later in life.
Joe, the shit you know. If you ever wrote a book, what would it be about?
Nonsense.
Yes, I think I'm the same. I think I'm the same. Every time I talk to you, I can't stump the band. It's anything I can talk about. Jimmy knows something about
I know a little bit about a lot of stupid shit.
It's all useful if you got a job like this.
Yeah, if you got a job like this. But it's all because of talking to so many people. But unfortunately, I forgot so much of it too. Because it's like my hard drive's just overspilling. It's like a garbage pail that's just garbage is just falling out of it. There's too much in there.
Does Spotify give you time off? Can you take a break?
Yeah.
Would you take a break?
No, I enjoy it.
I know you enjoy it, but
All these podcasts that I book, it's all based on my interest. Like I get a list of people that are trying to get on, and I go, "What did that guy write a book about?" Oh, no, I want to talk to that dude, and it's just entirely based on me wanting to talk to this person.
do they solicit you or
No,
or you
Spotify has
call-
nothing to do with it.
No, I'm saying the people on the show. Like,
Some of them, yes.
yeah, like I called you.
Yeah, but some of them I'll call them. Some of them I'll watch a documentary. I'll go, "Hey, can you get this guy?"
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, and then reach out, try to get them. Or some of them I'll read their book, or someone else will recommend something to me. It's all different.
If you could cast a dinner party, 4 guests, who you invite? And you don't say me.
I'll definitely bring Elon. He's one of my favorite people to talk to. I don't know. I'd have to
People
think
I know
about it.
that know him really do like him a lot.
I like him a lot. He's a sweet dude.
I gotta say that night when we were all just sitting around talking, he's one of these guys who seems to actually shine.
Well, he's
I don't know if shy is the word, but
he's not. He doesn't need attention.
no, which is
Yeah,
an anomaly, walking by.
but he's cool to talk to. You know, like he's genuinely there. He's not like, even though I'm a moron in comparison to him, when I talk to him, he'll talk to me in a normal way. You know, he'll just communicate. Like I go, well, how do they do that? And he'll explain it. And I go, what is interesting about that to you? And then we'll have these weird conversations where he'll like explain his thought process about what's intriguing about something, or what made him interested in pursuing something.
And he doesn't mind explaining stuff.
Not at all.
That's
No,
nice.
not at all.
Sometimes you think a person like that would lose patience with
Exactly.
your layman intellect, and
Exactly.
he does not.
Does not.
He was explaining to me that night we were hanging out how to decide when and where to do a launch from. I got to tell you, I have a public school education. That was tedious. I was gonna write a Saturday Night Live to you. Oh, we don't explain that shit on show.
That becomes a problem with people that are really smart. Is that some of the subjects do get tedious.
Like I read in some article that Albert Einstein used to fuck a lot of bitches.
Yeah. So did Richard Feynman.
Yeah, that just made me laugh. Like Einstein picking up girls at the bar.
I think there were professors and girls threw themselves at them. I think it was like a celebrity thing.
Yeah, he was a renowned academic. Marilyn Monroe would say shit.
And he had the crazy hair. I mean, he just looked like a character.
And he had that mind.
Yeah.
You know, most of us walk around in a state of complete befuddlement. We feel a certain way. We don't really know.
Right.
Okay.
He was also of an age where public intellectuals were celebrated like stars. You know, he was celebrated.
I mean, if you think about his contribution to modern life,
Yeah.
that's
Insane.
That's a hell of an equation.
Not just that, but all of his contributions.
Right.
I mean, he was just constantly evaluating the very nature of the universe itself, the very nature of matter and life and energy and gravity and all these different forces. That
Wasn't Oppenheimer one of his students?
I don't know. Is that true?
I don't know. I'm making sure that.
Oppenheimer.
Look, internet people, look that shit up for yourself.
Oppenheimer's quote when they detonated the nuclear bombs was one of my favorite quotes ever.
What is
He
it?
said he quoted the Bhagavad Gita. They detonated the first nuclear weapon, and he quoted the Bhagavad Gita. He said, "I am become death, destroyer of worlds." That's what he said after the first atomic bomb got detonated.
There was a black guy named Earl Charles who was there when it happened. And he has a famous quote from that very moment. He said, "Shut the fuck up." What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is he talking about?
I am become death, destroyer of worlds.
Yeah.
That's a wild thing to say when you see a bomb detonate. But you imagine being there when the very first nuclear bomb gets detonated, and imagine it's from your mind. It's a bunch of other people working on it. The Manhattan Project had a lot of people working on it, but it was a lot of it was Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer was brilliant. There, look at that. Oppenheimer and Einstein.
So right here, let's fuck the world up. Let's sit down and draw us a plan. Fuck the world up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah. Einstein looks exactly like my grandfather.
Really?
Oh yeah. Like so close, it's terrifying. Take away the hair. My grandfather didn't have crazy hair like that, but with that mustache and his face, he looks so much like him. Especially in that picture right there. Like he could have been my grandfather.
Startling how kind his face is.
Yeah.
That makes me do.
Imagine being a guy who's just that much smarter than everybody else.
Yep.
And you're trying to explain to people.
Will you shut up, bitch? I'm thinking about math. No, it seems like an island.
Yeah.
I don't know what that. I can't imagine. Honestly, I can't imagine what that would be like. I do think that. I don't know. The shit that his mind conceived in his lifetime.
Yeah.
If he were a comedian, he'd have the angles that none of us saw.
Yeah.
It's that.
I mean, the thing is, like, Elon Musk is not Einstein in the sense that he's not creating equations that are going to shape the way our universe is thought of and perceived. But what he is doing is creating these businesses and these articles of technology, whether it's Tesla or whether it's SpaceX, these rockets that they're designing. He's changing the potential of our future.
Right.
I mean, he changed what it means to have an electric car. He made an electric car instead of a thing that's practical. He made this dope spaceship that goes 0 to 60 in a little over 2 seconds. If you've been in a Tesla, like a Model S,
Yeah.
when it accelerates,
A lot of people know they drive.
they're preposterous.
It's amazing. The self-driving shit. It's weird because I feel like we live in the future.
Yeah.
When we used to watch the Jetsons and all this, and Dick Tracy,
Yeah.
it's better than what they thought it would be.
They didn't think of the internet.
No, the Jetsons didn't even have an iPhone.
Right. I know.
Yeah.
He did it in Captain Kirk. He had to go Kirk out.
Yeah, man, I got
a
a
walkie-talkie?
phone in my pocket. I can watch the news.
Yeah.
All this information at my disposal.
You could FaceTime people.
It's that.
Yeah. Kirk didn't even have FaceTime.
Yeah, and it's just an amazing piece of technology, and then people set it up in the house in a room by themselves and twerk in front of it. What the fuck are we doing, man? What are we doing?
TikToking. Yeah. Strange.
I hope everyone's going to be okay. So.
David, I think they are. I think they are going to be okay. I think it's going to take time, and it's going to be like most moments in history. It's not going to be smooth. It's not going to be one clear ascension to enlightenment and peace and love. But we're going to get better. We're going to get through this rocky era that we're in right now. It'll take time, but I think we're going to get through it with the lessons of the pain and suffering that's been caused by bad decisions and the way we live right now.
Well, let's minimize the pain and try to expand the upside.
Yeah. Let's make these motherfuckers laugh, David Chappelle.
Let's get them.
Let's go out and get them.
I
Salute, my
love
brother.
you, Joe Rogan.
I love you too, brother.
Cheers.
Cheers. Let's wrap this
That's a
bitch
wrap,
up.
fingers.
That's a wrap. Bring it home. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
I'll show you the ropes, kid. Show you the ropes. Boom, baby. I'll show you the ropes.
All the tires you need at prices you love. eBay, things people love. The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What's up?
All right.
I can't believe we never met each other till today. That's kind of crazy.
Really weird.
It's kind of crazy. It was always like at the store, like, Cat was here last night. I'm like, fuck. It was always 2 ships in the night.
Right. I would see you and not be able to get to you. Like, comedy is small, but only if you're mediocre. It's big. It's a vast, vast place.
It's vast and it's also small because there's so few of us. And worldwide, we were talking about this the other day. There's maybe 500 of us on the planet. You got to be real generous and say 500 because it's really probably about 250.
Right.
Like legit comics, guys you want to hang out with, guys who are fun, guys who you
Your number's
recommend.
going down.
Your number's going down.
Your number's going down.
Guys who you recommend, leave your house, get a babysitter. The number's going down. It's not a lot of people.
Right.
You think about the billions and billions of people on the planet, there's a smidgen of us.
Well, as children, we all take to talking with ease. And so the fact that later on in your life, you be one of the people that can say, I talk for a living, is an amazing honor.
It's amazing.
Even if you look 1,000 years back.
Yeah, especially today. To just be able to talk for a living, oh my God. That's the problem also with what we do, is that everybody can talk. So they see you talking, they're like, I can do what he's doing.
Right.
He's just up there talking.
And the better you do it, the easier it looks,
Right.
which is part of the trap.
Yeah, it's part of the trap.
It looks like he doesn't think about what he says. He just says stuff. But you couldn't be as accurate.
No. And then there's hanging around with comics and getting to know about shit like their electric Rolls Royces.
Right. Right. If Satan hits me, just know I'm hitting back immediately. You're going to know about it. I've never heard of it. Yeah. The electric specter.
That thing is insane. Just the way the doors open up, the way the doors close and you touch the brakes. Totally silent.
For the price point, it would have to be perfect. And the whole thing is, it is. And that's what you're trying to do in any genre.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're trying to find that thing that is flawless in that genre.
Right.
And that's it.
That's the Rolls Royce. I never had one of those.
Right. Well, because it's important to you that you be grounded in the important ways. So I can see you not having not had a Rolls Royce. I've had 4.
I'm not opposed to it. It's just the idea of it to me is like, don't do that. For me, I'm always like, get away from that.
Right.
Muscle car.
See, you see what I mean? Yeah, because we live vicariously through these things, and it's been that way for all of humankind. I'm
Sure.
saying it was still like that for the Roman and his chariot.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
that's how he felt. Like that's how horsemen feel about that ride. You know, like
Yeah.
transportation and people have a love story.
Yeah, that's really the only object that I'm really into. Like I'm into vehicles. I'm into mechanical vehicles.
Right.
There's like something about mechanical vehicles that just speak to me. I love them. I love looking at them. I love sitting in them. I love driving them. It's just like, it's one of the things that people say like money can't buy happiness. That's definitely true. You fucked up. You're not going to get happier if you get rich. But if you're already reasonably happy and you can afford a nice muscle car, god damn, you'll feel happier. You will feel happier.
But every time.
Every time.
So what I'm saying is, when I got the 67 Chevy Camaro, I needed no other cars. I was complete.
Yeah.
When I got the Grand National, you couldn't tell me anything. There was nothing on the highway that was of my ilk.
Yeah.
But I've felt that way 12, 13 times. That's what makes it real love.
Yeah, they give you real joy every time you drive them.
And you feel like that character in that movie. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, you drive a 1970 Chevelle, you feel like John Wick.
yeah, it's a sacred place. There's music there. There's recklessness, but there's safety.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it gets to the essence of a being.
And I think it's a thing that won't exist 100 years from now. I think automated driving will be mandatory. I really do. I think we're about 100 years away. 100 years away from no personal automobiles. No control of your vehicle. We're going to stop all crashes. We can stop all crashes and all highway deaths. Come on, Kat. Won't you contribute and give up all your rights to drive? We're going to stop all death.
Yeah, it's not, but understand that all of these things have financial benefits, and then they use those perks you just mentioned to get you in. But I believe that it'll be mandatory. But for practical reasons, like this thing where the police want you and they have to chase you and you may get away, those days are done.
Yeah, they're just going to shut your car off. Yeah.
Your car is going to do what they tell it to do.
Yeah.
Just get behind this patrol car and follow us to the station.
There's
Lock the
speculation
doors.
that they've had that for a long time. There was that famous journalist, Michael Hastings, that was his name. There's this journalist. I don't know if you know the story, but it's pretty crazy. This guy went to Afghanistan. To Afghanistan with the troops. And he was only supposed to be there writing a Rolling Stone article about this general for a very short amount of time. But then there was a volcano in Iceland. and the volcano in Iceland stopped air travel. So this journalist from the Rolling Stone was embedded in this troop, and they started talking shit. And he started reporting the shit they were talking, including disparaging comments that the general had said about Obama. So the general gets back. He has to retire. He has to, it's the Rolling Stone exposed. It's a big deal because everybody loves his general. So he retires, and this Michael Hastings guy is on the run, and he's terrified. He's telling people, if I commit suicide, I did not kill myself. People are threatening my life. And then he's going down La Brea, and his car is going like 120 miles an hour and just slams into a tree and explodes. And there's a video footage of it. This dude is just flying down the street, hits a tree, and the car explodes. And they asked security experts at that time, I think it was like 2005, 2005, is it possible to control a vehicle remotely? They said, does your vehicle have a computer? If your vehicle has a computer, they can control it. Period. There's a way.
And they know that.
And they've been doing that this is 2010. 2010. So this is 14 fucking years ago.
Easy peasy.
If they can do that then, what can they do now? They just shut your fucking car right off.
The article came out, I'm sorry. So I think the accident was 2013.
Oh. Well, how was the article in 2010 if the accident's in 2013?
Well, the article came out first and exposed McChrystal.
Oh, the Rolling Stone
Yeah.
article. I thought you meant the article on the accident.
If you actually do reading about Tesla, see, that's the thing, Joe. That's why I love history so much, because once you find out that this world is a circle, you can never get lost. Like,
Right.
you can look at certain things and it'll tell you what's going to happen later, like with amazing accuracy. Like, yeah, like that's how I knew that things like what you showed me with Hastings, that those were real things.
Yeah.
It's not.
They've always been real.
Everybody who has ever been killed in one of those ways, there was a financial benefit to it. It was obvious. It was easy. You know where it came from. It's just that they do a good job. But how is that difficult if that's your job? Like, they do this really well. They do it worldwide.
Also, this guy fucked with the worst person you could fuck with. A high-ranking, beloved general who's in charge of trained killers who love him. And you don't think he could put one of those dudes on you with a coffee meeting? Just have a sit down at Starbucks with no phones on you? And let me explain what's going on?
A shadow government is no more difficult than a government.
Yeah. And so, not only that, they don't have to get elected. It's even better. Even nicer. They stay for a long time. Think about J. Edgar Hoover. How long did that motherfucker stay in power for? He was running the FBI wearing a dress for like 30 years.
Because of what you just discussed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that's why I can speak with impunity about the Illuminati, because I know who you would have to be in order for what I'm saying to bother you, number one.
Right.
Number two, I know your big secret. I know that you're not the Illuminati, I am. So you can't be illuminated. You're too dark. But the difficulty is getting people to believe something that they don't want to believe. And in each of these cases, this is where the money is. If you're just a capitalist, it is find something, establish a value for it, and make sure that includes your profit, and make sure people really want it.
Right.
It's very fundamental.
Also, if you're running corporations and you're making billions of dollars, you're going to get bored. What's the ultimate game? The ultimate game is to run the whole world. You know what the ultimate game is, Kat?
I do.
We have an overpopulation problem, Kat.
Yeah.
It's an overpopulation problem. Right. And we're gonna be able to mitigate that with vaccines. We're gonna be able to mitigate that with healthcare. Right. We're gonna figure that out. We're gonna get rid of a bunch of people.
We used to be able to do it with neglect, and it was called nature's way.
Right.
You know, like whatever was ailing you, it wasn't ailing everybody in the world. The Chinese didn't have it because they had 6,000 herbs 6,000 years ago and knew what each one did. And, like,
people are very resistant to that, and they don't realize that almost all pharmaceutical drugs come from plants.
you can't be against the original.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Right.
That's government propaganda working on you. That's like remember when they had Marinol, when they were making weed illegal, and the people were going for cancer, and their doctors are prescribed weed for chemotherapy, so they gave them Marinol. Do you remember that shit? It's like a synthetic version of weed that's terrible.
When you shop in the Safeway app, you can count on delivery in as soon as 30 minutes. Even if you can't count on your guest list staying small.
But terrible is subjective,
Right.
to nothing. So they have this oil-like cannabis that is for people having seizures.
Right.
And it's the only thing that will stop a seizure.
Yeah, it's incredible.
But here's the thing. The fact that there is a God is the biggest conversation worldwide. But the truth of the matter is, there is more reason for you to believe there is a God than there is for you to not. Like the way that things interact, like if we're just talking about marijuana or alcohol or whatever that is, you have to understand that this thing serves no other purpose than to bring pleasure to this small group of beings.
Right.
And the fact that it already was set up to do that, the fact that it was already set up on this planet for there to be medicines for us to find and to utilize. And you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's not like, oh, yeah, so he made a cow. No, to make a cow, it means you had to also have made grass. And it means you would have had to have invented a whole new eating system for this animal, which was cud. And that means you would then have to give him 3 stomachs to be able to, and you would have to have known that he was going to then emit a gas that was going to be necessary on the planet. Like, like none of these things
Fertilizer
are right. The fact that everything goes together is how you know.
It's pretty wild. And every time we step in and fuck with it, it goes haywire.
Right.
Every time human beings do it.
Predictably haywire.
Haywire.
Right.
Haywire.
Right. But that's part of the benefits of free will. Is you really can jump into a volcano, dude.
Yeah.
Haywire. You really can.
I mean, think about what we've done to wildlife. The craziest thing in this country, especially right here, is pigs. Bro, wild pigs are everywhere, and there's so many of them. I went to a friend of mine's farm, or well, it was like a ranch, to hunt wild pigs, and you just hear them like Lord of the Rings characters in the bushes. And there's 150 of them near you, 250 of them, thousands on the ranch. They're all over the place, and they have 3 litters a year. And they start having litters when they're 6 months old. They just pump out piglets. Let's go.
You can tell they're not delicious.
They are delicious.
Oh, well, then here we go. Then we don't really have a problem.
Right. No, we have a we need to eat pigs problem.
No, we need to be sending this off somewhere to someone who does.
Well, definitely we should. That would be an easy way to solve a lot of hunger problems.
I'm saying we live in a country where we're complaining about food sources.
That's a good point.
These chickens are pecking us to death. They're everywhere. I can't even sleep. Yeah, but they're delicious, right?
Yeah. Have more chickens. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we do have an overabundance problem for sure. We really do. But the pig thing is a wild one. It's hard to get them. Like they're very smart and they spread out and there's so fucking many of them. They shoot them with helicopters. They fly over.
Right.
I've been invited 3 times since I moved here to go shoot pigs out of a helicopter.
But that's part of the reason that you came to Texas.
The freedom, for sure.
Texas is a place of great adventure.
Yeah.
And people who believe in that.
Yeah.
Right. It's really God's country in the right places.
It is in the right places. I think you're going to have annoying people everywhere you go in this world. But in general, I think the people here overall are nicer, they're friendlier, and they're not captured. They're not captured by the ether of Hollywood. That they haven't been sucked into the vortex of ideological thinking and just that weirdness of that town. So when you escape that and just be around regular people, you're like, oh, people are all right. I've just been in an insane asylum. You're looking for a girlfriend. Like you have to be in a place where you're around good people, like normal people. That's better for you.
You're not trying to say that people that happen to live there are not nice people.
There's a lot of nice people there, for sure.
Here's the thing. Hopefully we can agree that the problem is with extremes.
Yes.
Extreme anything.
Yeah.
Extreme left is as vicious and as far right.
Yep.
It's, the middleness of it all that makes America great. And
For
Texas has been front and center of that forever.
I think a big part of it, though, is how much does your government control you? Even when things don't even make sense. Like in California, they made flavored vapes illegal. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Strawberry mist is our number one
That was
problem.
fine, but they let it also hurt black people in that it counted menthol as a flavor and hurt Newport.
So you can't sell menthol cigarettes in California.
Right. They
That
have their own cigarettes.
is
They
wild.
have non-menthol Newports. It's terrible.
Why do black people like menthol so much? What's that about? It's a totally different type of cigarette.
You're going to get me canceled.
No.
This is very racist, this
Is it?
conversation, even though neither of us are. Go figure.
Just talking about
just us saying, why do black people like Newport so much? And a black
Menthol
person actually getting ready to answer this. Oh, it's terrible on all ends.
I don't think it is.
Well, I don't think it is either, because we have a new.
It's like if you start asking me about spaghetti, I'm not going to get offended. You start asking me about Italian food and why are Italian people so loud. I'm not gonna get
How
offended.
many people have ever died of pasta-related illnesses?
A lot, Joe. A lot of fatzos out there kicking the bucket, bro.
That's not because of
That's an
pasta.
overabundance of carbohydrates.
They were going to be fat wherever they lived, sir.
Maybe. That's an
We're going to be great
overabundance
bread eaters and
of delicious
Uzbekistan.
high carbohydrate food. They couldn't stop it. People are addicted to food like they're addicted to anything. If there's a thing that I could ever be addicted to, it's that.
right. That's all of us, though.
All of us.
And what a blessing.
Yeah. We have so much.
Starving people are addicted
Exactly.
to anything, and they don't have food-related illnesses.
Exactly.
But back to where we were.
Yeah.
You were asking
left
me about
versus the right. I
about
just-
the menthol cigarettes.
Oh, that's right.
And the answer is, we value strength in product. So there's this whole thing with liquor and malt liquor and the difference between the two, and one is richer and stronger. And,
more potent version.
Right. And as,
Okay. that
as
makes
a
sense.
people, we tend to go with those products.
Things that are stronger. That makes sense.
Right. Like before things were called concentrate.
Yeah.
That's what we appreciate.
That makes sense.
Concentrate. And the fact that menthol is a natural thing. So,
Right.
anybody who is from the South knows about mint plants and,
And menthol
Always.
used as a skincare product with
Yeah.
injuries and shit.
right, like you appreciate that as a flavor profile. As
Right. That makes sense.
The mint julep.
It's just telling people they can't have that anymore. Who the fuck are you? That's my position.
Well, and that's a noble position, and we appreciate the fact that you represent that. But the truth of the matter is not pretty. And the truth of the matter is that most people would like to be controlled more by their government. If they
Make
had.
it easier. Maybe.
Most people are all for government control, as long as they don't have to discuss it.
Yeah, as long as it works in their favor, they'll give up a lot of rights. And then hopefully the next administration that's
Rights are generally
will
worthless
right?
at the time.
Yeah.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 25% off with code NEW25, because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Well, there's a lot of people that if the government can make life easy, a lot of people have it hard, right? So the government comes in and says, I'm going to make it easier for you, but I'm going to need certain requirements of you. I'm going to need you to have a digital ID. That digital ID will be attached to a social credit score. And we're going to give you universal basic income. You no longer have to worry about food or shelter. You'll be taken care of. And now you can pursue your dreams.
Is this the mark of the beast you're
Yeah,
speaking of, sir?
I think it is.
Right.
I think-
That's the whole thing. Is it's never been difficult at any point in history. Like we got a dude right now that's telling you front and center that I put a computer in somebody's head.
Right.
Like,
Yeah. And everybody's going, yay.
it's the greatest thing in the world, sir.
Yeah.
But we understood this 15, 20, 25 years ago. We understood while watching Tron or while watching Cyborg, we understood that there was just this small line medically that needed to be crossed in order for us to be able to do these things.
Yeah.
Like if you can hook a battery up to an octopus and make it go like this, you're halfway there.
Yeah.
Why? Because this is a machine that we have.
It's a biological machine.
Right. Once you understand it, you understand it.
Yeah. And you can fuck with that machine. You can juice it up. You can fucking get it stronger. You get it smarter. You can do a lot of things with that machine.
This is what the Anunnaki said. This is how you know that these are not made up things from people's imagination, because everything is too factual. Like this necklace, right?
Right.
People online were like, yeah, is that Buddhist or that's this or that? It's none of that. Like I just try to find the answers to things. So
Is that a ship wheel?
I designed this because this is that thing that you see that all the Anunnaki guys that look like a wristwatch, and they always have it, and you're always trying to see what that is.
Yeah, what is that?
It is a time, and it's a compass. It's a timekeeping compass.
That's what that is?
Yeah. So that's what made the carrier of great importance, because he was able to do things that were magical in nature, like go somewhere and get right back. Like, you know what I mean?
So,
like
that thing on the wrist was a compass?
a timekeeping
Compass.
Yeah. Right. So you had to believe in things that didn't exist at some point, like magnetics and the distance and probabilities and
Right.
that's how, like, if you were to read like thousands of books about people that knew a bunch of shit, like you start finding out that it's not really about knowing anything, it's about where to go to get the information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like when we look at all the ruins all around the world, like we're not seeing ruins of colleges and universities and all of that. We're seeing temples and synagogues and churches, but people don't understand that that's where that information was coming from for that period of time. When we went to these temples, they weren't in there singing and reading from a book. They were in there being taught things that they were able to go put into practice. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they were being taught art, agriculture. You know what I mean? Like they were being taught.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had some very bizarre knowledge too. They had a detailed knowledge of cosmology. They had a really detailed knowledge of our solar system.
100% of the writings across the world, whoever said anything about space or the universe or what was out there, why were all of them correct, Joe? It's not even possible. Like, how did they know that Mars was the red planet, and why was it a worldwide fact?
Right.
Planetarily, that Saturn had rings, like, based upon what information? Because nobody worldwide is disagreeing. Nobody's like, oh, I thought of this, or it came to me in a dream. Nobody's saying that anywhere in anybody's civilization. Everybody's civilization says this information came from the people that came from it.
Yeah.
Like, there are no coincidences.
Well, they know that Mars used to have an atmosphere. Mars used to have an atmosphere, it used to have water. Something happened to its environment.
If that's correct, then there's a guy right now saying he's getting ready to put people up there.
Yep. Exactly. It's restarted all over again.
50 years ago, there was no water in our whole universe. Let them tell it. Now there's been water almost everywhere. There's water on the moon.
Are you familiar with the Younger Dryas impact theory? Do you know what that is?
Say what it is.
Younger Dryas impact theory is a theory that Earth goes through a cycle of like comet storms every June and every November. And most of the time, nothing happens. But every now and again, we get hit. We get hit big. And they think we got hit big 11,800 plus years ago. And that had to restart civilization. And that what you're seeing from like Mesopotamia, all these people 6,000 years later, they think that is a rebuilding of civilization that was already like just whispers and stories and tales. And then they rebuilt it again thousands of years later. But if you go back to like 11,800 years ago, you're dealing with what we thought were hunter-gatherers. And now we know they weren't. Now we know they built complex stone structures. And the real speculation is they think that the people who built the pyramids built them way earlier than the conventional dating is. They think there's real evidence that shows they're 9,000, 11,000 years old. Easy.
No people built the pyramid.
No people?
No.
Who built them?
No people built the pyramids. And if you look around the world, you see certain telltale things that let you know that advanced machinery was in usage. Look, there. This whole thing where slaves are stronger people is a fallacy. We like to believe that slaves are stronger. Slaves are weaker because they don't eat the right food and they live a terrible life. Your slave population is not smarter and better conditioned unless you're enslaving the Jews.
They stopped thinking that quite a while ago. They think it was actually skilled labor because of the way they were eating. They found what their camps were, where their food was. They ate like very good food. So they think they were actually skilled labor, but also probably forced skilled labor. But that's probably not the people who built it. That's probably the people that were working on it. That's probably the people that worked in the village or in the city.
Let the record reflect at 8:54 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, January 19th, 2025. Unit 207 is so quiet that I'm going to speculate there are either enforcement officers that they know are on the premises who are here to enforce them, and or perhaps they've decided to move their threatened illegal entry attempt / kidnapping / whatever from Friday evening to today.
How many companies have done renovations on the White House? None of them have done enough renovation that they can claim it's their White House. So, yes, thousands of years worth of people were there. But that doesn't have anything to do with the building of it.
Who do you think built it?
Well, understand, we know enough now to understand that this was a complex. This was not...
Right.
We've been led to believe that this is how much they worshipped their dead bodies.
Right.
But the evidence doesn't show any of that. that.
No,
Like when you see inside when they have those intricate carvings and paintings and stuff in gold and stuff, you have to remember this is in a windowless room, folks. There's no candle soot. There's no this. It's clearly a power plant and built specifically for that location on this planet. For
what do you think it was powered by?
The hot water springs underneath.
So it was powered by the hot water springs? And to what end? How do you know all this, first of all? Is this marijuana talk?
I don't think so. This is
Where did you read this?
if you follow information about humankind, you find out that in all parts of history, people were coming to this region for their information and their knowledge and their things that were forbidden. And these were not these were the highest of human civilization.
Not even comparable to anyone else.
No.
Nor since. Nor
now
since.
or yeah.
Nor since.
Right.
The Great Pyramid of Giza is insane.
Right. Like
it's insane.
Like even Tesla says that this is where he came to get the information. But if you follow that information pathway, it leads you to this character called Thoth, right? And the emerald tablets of Thoth are literally mind changing and mind blowing, just because you understand when this was written and the terminology being used is
when was it written?
Far too accurate for now. So I'm sure that
here it is. Emerald tablet.
He's the most dangerous criminal mind I've ever known. For years, I've been studying his every move, and now I could.
Also known as the Smaragdine tablet, or the Tabula Smaragdina. Oh, I fucked that up. It's a compact and
Trismegistus.
Cryptic Hermetic text. It was highly regarded by Islamic and European alchemists as the foundation of their art. Though attributed to the legendary Hellenistic figure Hermes Trismegistus. How do you say it, bro?
Trismegistus.
Trismegistus. The text of the Emerald Tablet first appears in a number of early medieval Arabic sources, the oldest of which dates to the late 8th or early 9th century. It was translated into Latin several times in the 12th and 13th centuries. Numerous interpretations and commentaries followed. So what does it say, though? The Egyptian god Thoth. Okay, it says beginning in the 2nd century BC onwards, Greek texts attributed to Hermes, a syncretic combination of Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, appeared in Greco-Roman Egypt. Those texts known as the Hermetica are heterogeneous collection of works that in the modern day era are commonly subdivided into two groups: the technical Hermetica, comprising of astrological, medical, botanical, alchemical, and magical writings, and the religio-philosophical Hermetica, comprising of mystical, philosophical writings. Holy shit.
Is this weed talk, Joseph?
No, this is so legit.
So legit, my man.
So this dude was probably an alien.
Dude, first of all, there are no probablys.
Yeah.
That's the benefit once you hear it or read it, is the fact that it's given in first person, and that's not possible. The things that are being said are impossible. Enough time has passed, though, that it's not like that. But
I'm going to read that.
It literally says, hey, there's a spaceship on Earth, and this is where it is. Because if all you care about is information, right? Like, that's what you start to see is when you get to everybody's civilization, Asian, Indian, African, when you get to the crux of their information, Nobody's disagreeing with anybody.
Right. If you figured out how the fuck they did it, if there was any logical explanation that people could have done it, I would be on board. I'd be like, well, okay.
But there aren't any people saying that.
Human beings it's possible if you had enough power and you had enough engineering and mathematics that you could figure out how to design and construct the pyramid.
Yes.
But then the logistical problem of getting the stones from hundreds of miles away, massive, several ton, up to 80-ton stones.
Joe,
that's crazy.
If you
500 miles away somewhere.
Even if you could do it, let me ask you this: would you build it on sand?
I don't think it was originally sand. So that's the thing.
Right. This was a fertile valley.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Right.
The Nile Valley.
That
was the reason
they had
why they
electric and Wi-Fi, and they had all of that.
They probably did. And that's probably where the Younger Dryas impact theory comes in.
The greatest trick is to make us believe that people back then were dumber and we're smarter.
Right.
And that whole thing is a fallacy.
Yeah, that's definitely not real.
But it's worth it for us to believe that.
I think we are the children of the survivors of some great catastrophe. And I think that's why every single...
Not everybody.
Biblical scholar... What?
Not everybody. Some people.
What do you mean?
Are that.
Some people are the survivors?
Right.
Well, I mean, most human beings probably got wiped out in comet storms. And I think we probably got... There's reports in history that they know of where human beings got down to like 7,000 people.
Who's counting?
I think they use genetics and they backtrace and they try to find individuals that were capable of having X amount of children. I wonder how they do the calculations. It's a good question.
The things in Hollywood and in writing that have attracted our attention worldwide were all based on some truth. So all the stories of hobbits and have been successful in all of their genres. Why? Because they existed. Like we now know that there were whole pygmy groups, and that, we understand that that's what the Seven Dwarves was.
Yeah. Like that island of Flores, man, that they found. They literally call it a hobbit. It was like a 3-foot tall person that was covered in hair, smaller head than us, used tools.
As a preteen, I knew that Atlantis really existed, just because of how it was spoken of offhandedly.
Mm-hmm. Just that it was known
in early writings.
Yeah.
Well, not just mentioned, but mentioned offhandedly, like you would a place that's just a landmark.
Right. We landed in New York before we went to Montreal. Yeah.
We were in Austin.
Yeah.
By Dallas.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever seen the guy that thinks that they found the spot in Africa? What is that the ring called? That Jimmy Corsetti is he's on this. This dude is an expert in this shit. And he's an expert in ancient catastrophes and the remnants and the evidence that shows that these civilizations existed and something happened. And he's focused on this one area in Africa that he believes is Atlantis. And he says it has all the hallmark characteristics, and there's all the evidence of massive water erosion surrounding the area, that at one point in time, it's very likely that this area got hit with a massive flood, and it matches all the characteristics of Atlantis. When you see it, when you see the way the concentric circles of rings, try explaining this. You're going to see it. And try explaining this through a natural phenomenon that doesn't exist anywhere around it.
Right.
Concentric circles that is near what used to be water, and there's heavy water erosion marks all around it that indicate massive amounts of quick flowing water in a very short period of time.
Right. Yeah.
I forget what it's called, but I know exactly where it is. It's right there.
That's it. Look at that thing. Bro, are you fucking kidding me?
reshot structure.
That's it. The reshot structure. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Now imagine if that was this massive city of concentric circles and walls and a thriving population, and then it gets hit with this water. You can see the water erosion all over the place. The whole thing looks like it's washed out. See?
Yeah.
It looks like it was washed out because it was.
Right.
That's salt, I believe.
But that's
Yes,
what
there's
makes,
salt there. That's the other thing.
between this and the Garden of Eden locations, like these are two of the great landmarks in human history.
Where's the Garden of Eden?
Well, when you read the stories, right, the thing that strikes you is that it's so specific. Like, it says things in talking about the Garden of Eden that, wait a minute, if I can't find what you're talking about, this isn't even real. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like where the Garden of Eden was, there's, I think, 4 rivers that come from it. And then it names 2 of them. Like, I don't want to be specific, because at least he's going to bring it up. But it's like the Nile and the Euphrates, right?
Right.
So you know 2 of them. And it's saying, where the 4 meet, this is where it is. And yeah, my whole life I was like, this is really weird, because at one period of time we're thinking no flood happens. There's so many things that have lined up from these great religious books,
Yeah,
where we can see that no, something happened here. Like,
something happened, and these are stories of people telling stories that have been told to them for about 1,000 years.
but this is why, right?
Yeah.
This is
It's
why
something
they were told, and that's what
Yeah.
that's the difference between those of us that want to know the world's mysteries and conspiracy theorists. Like, there's nothing to a conspiracy theorist, because you're not producing what you're using. But these world mysteries, like, that's harder to do. A lie is not something that people are going to repeat for generations on generations. It's being repeated like that because people have reason to believe it to be true. And as you go through history, you see that those are the stories that we still talk about, but they're still valid. Like, there were writings that the African Dogon tribe is like they're
From like the Sirius star system.
like they're saying very specific things, and for hundreds of years we're going, you guys are idiots. You don't know what you're talking about, right? Like, somebody would have a fake star story.
Right.
You see?
Right.
And now we get to the point where we can actually see what they were talking about.
What if we find out that we're aliens? That we were just dropped off here a long ass time. The Adam and Eve story is the story of the place where they created us.
I'm sure we're the only people in the universe that think like that.
You think so? Why do you think that?
With Asana, you can manage any kind of work, from project intake to campaign management to strategic planning or anything else your team works on. Asana works for you. Try for free today at asana.com.
No portion of humankind's story differs from that.
It's all creation story.
Like, if you go, that's why NASA and Space Force are not more forthcoming, because the further you get in space, the more obvious shit is. Like, once you're up there and you're looking down, this shit doesn't look like there is no God. It looks like you're in the middle of somebody's workshop and they just showed you every single way that every star can be made, every single way a planet can be made, every way that a black hole can be a galaxy, a universe, and then showed you the best of the best.
It's the spot. I mean, in our solar system, we're the best neighborhood that's ever existed. They all suck. Every other planet sucks.
We're rudimentary enough that we still require environmental health.
Right. Until you get that chip. Once you get
At
that
each
chip,
point, it would be like saying people that didn't learn how to ride horses, they were slow. Like they couldn't run fast enough, so they got horses.
right.
No, it didn't have anything to do with that. Better's better.
That's really what it's going to be. Better's
Right,
better.
right.
We're all going to integrate.
Like we would have told you 30 years ago that we wouldn't need a space force unless we went up there and found something.
I think the Space Force, the idea is that they're worried about
It's not an idea.
someone else being in space first with weapons flying around.
You mean us?
Yeah. Well, if we can do it, they can do it. That's the thing.
Who is they?
Whoever it is.
No,
China.
there's only humankind and
Yes.
alien.
Oh, I agree.
Right.
The problem is, this is what we really need. We really need this neural link to lock us all together so everybody can read everybody's mind. That's what's going to happen, and then there's going to be no more leaders. There's going to be no more governments.
Okay. You're being
There's gonna be
very
no more-
controversial right now. Okay, so look, that
Better is better.
that exists already. So just understand that the worldwide government is way smarter than we give them credit for because they have us believing they don't do nothing. But the truth is, like there's no such thing as the government is in bed with the internet. No, the internet is a government installation that they allowed the world to use for free so that they could have the information willingly because you're on it.
That's what it became.
Exactly.
But I think
That's
it's
what it
just
was
the
to
progression.
become.
You think so?
Yes.
I think the progression of technology oftentimes leads itself to, like, even cell phones. At first, it was Michael Douglas walking on the beach in Wall Street, looking amazing with that brick, carrying that big brick. Like, look at that guy. He's got a phone, no cord. He's out on the beach. This is insane. To everybody having a phone.
But not to everybody, because those in the ham radio community and people with the CBs, they didn't feel like that was cutting edge because it really wasn't. Like
It's still cutting edge to be
This
able to
is-
walk around with a device. It's a leap in technology.
here's the thing: when you look at all of our inventions, that's when you know that these space encounters were real, because we only have advancement in a couple of industries in the world, and everything else is nothing. So, like the microwave that they had 30 years ago, it looks the same as the same microwave now. Why? Because it was done as a military thing. It was supposed to be a weapon. And then they found out, it heats up food. They put a door on it.
Dear Godzilla, so glad I'm not one of the imbeciles that's going to be ordered to pay me money, especially those that were LLCs with insurance that will be canceled by their insurance shortly after their arraignment. So thanks for that. Amen.
On it. And so it hasn't changed at all because invention is very difficult. And
Do you subscribe to the idea that we get back engineered?
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why those leaps, we don't see those leaps in anything else, is my point. Like
Yeah. There's
The
so
real
much speculation about the creation of a bunch of different things that came out of Roswell. Fiber optics.
right. But remember,
Yeah.
20 years ago, 15 years ago, this is crazy talk.
Crazy talk.
But
now
but
New
it's
York
not.
Times.
Like, it's at the point at this point, like Area 51 would have to be doing something.
But they were definitely doing something.
Right. And nobody's telling a differing story as to what it is.
Right.
Like, people have great imaginations all through history. They could make up something. The only damning information is if you read 3,000 accounts of these entities and realize, wait a minute, why is everybody describing the same couple of beings?
Right.
Like, there's no outliers. Like,
there's like 3 different things they describe. Yeah, they said that they're documented 8 to 12.
We're not talking about English speaking people. We're talking about worldwide. Right.
Worldwide.
Like, that's what is striking.
Indigenous people in Australia drew them. Yeah.
Right. Nobody's saying anything outlandish. And that's what you get to when you go religiously or...
Well, the alien thing is a bit of a religion to a lot of folks. They don't want to believe it.
It's a necessary component.
Yeah.
Whatever religion you're a part of, at some point it says
you were contacted,
that there was a fight in heaven, and this happened and that happened.
Yep, every single one of them.
Everyone, without nobody's telling a different story. Everybody's telling the same stories.
Yeah.
Like, that's how you know that vagina and gold are universal things, because in everybody's story, none of these otherworldly entities had any interest in anything other than women
and gold.
Right. Pussy or gold. Like, because and you understand that now when you start learning about what's in space, because you can see that any element or any commodity that we sell here is abundant in space, like trash. They found one meteor that was worth all the money
on Earth.
Yeah, 770 billion. No, a trillion. It was another number. It's some crazy number. Right. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, they know that there's spots in space that have abundant minerals that are very valuable. And the thing about the Sumerian story, the Sumerian text story, real last story, like everyone a billionaire on this earth. Everyone would be a billionaire. But every person would earn several $billion.
So it sounds jokey, right? But understand, somebody got this contract. Like, they broke this up into several worldwide contracts, like
10,000 quadrillion.
It's just there.
But here's the thing: if you got that much gold, is gold valuable anymore? Because one of the things about gold is that there's not that much of it. If you look at, you ever seen the number of gold on Earth?
That's not necessary in capitalism. They showed us that with diamonds.
That's true. They can hide
it. It is about the perception of things. And if I buy up all of something, it is rare now. Immediately.
Right.
Just because I have control of all of it.
Right.
And that is worth killing Tesla over. And that's why the people are still in business in Hollywood, because everything's a commodity.
Did you ever read, you ever heard of Zecharia Sitchin? Zecharia Sitchin was a biblical scholar who he deciphered the Sumerian texts, and he's like an expert in language. And when he deciphered it, he might not have been a biblical scholar, might have just been a language expert. But either way, he deciphered these texts and wrote these books about the real meaning behind everything they were saying. And he said that the reason why we are so fascinated with gold is that the Anunnaki literally would have us mine gold for them because they needed it to protect their atmosphere. So what they would do is take gold, which is very rare in what it does. What gold can do is you can take a little piece of gold like this big and coat this entire table. It's real weird.
Right.
So and you could turn into a fine dust, and they suspended this fine dust in their atmosphere to protect them from a degrading atmosphere. because they were getting global warming or whatever.
Everybody that was,
He wrote about this in the 70s.
it doesn't matter because everybody in Egypt knew it. Like, this is where the alchemy,
Yeah, that's where it all originated.
right?
Well, we
Like,
don't even know what they knew.
none of those people are saying, hey, I came up with this shit. They're saying,
Right, somebody gave it to us.
somebody who came from this place here came and told us that this is how this goes and this is what this is worth.
Yeah.
Because I'm saying the people that were being abused in the mines going to get the diamonds, it wasn't like that for them. It was just them getting these rocks. And this crazy guy's gonna pay a day's wages for us to gather rocks. Let's gather them. You know, this is. But when you follow back, it's all about the information, and at the top of it, nobody's trying to claim it. Like, nobody's saying,
right, I invented this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is wild. If imagine this, that's how we're getting most of our shit. Back engineered stuff they leave for us. We have to figure it out, sort through it. The people that have alien technology, the people that do have an alien craft that they work on, what a weird reality you must live in. The whole rest of the world's got guessing. And you got this thing in front of you, like, oh, this is real, we have one. I can show it to you.
That's how everybody in Space Force will have to feel, right?
Right, they must. How many of them do you think see shit?
I'm saying, how do you think Elon Musk really feels? Like,
I don't think he's going to tell you.
No, I'm saying
I think today Elon is very happy and having a
or
romantic
is he one of
Sunday.
You know, he's one of them. Like,
Inch Monday.
If you're the richest dude in the world and you're also a super genius, how the fuck do you stop yourself from thinking you're a superhero? That's the big question.
No, it's not No, it doesn't have superhero side effects to it.
I mean, you would probably think.
Like, the more you know, the more you know how little you know.
That's true too.
There's not a, you know what I mean? And nobody has ownership of information. That's why reading books moves civilization. Because, like when I say, like, you know, I read 3,000 books, people were like, yeah, right. But
if anybody's wondering about the latest FBI brief today, was they are attempting to assert the non-existent validity of their claims. So good luck with that, guys.
But, you know, everything in life is about the environment it was grown in, the petri dish, right? So if I told you that from the time I was 8 to the time I was 12, I never celebrated any birthdays. I never went to a birthday party. I never had a Thanksgiving, a Christmas. I never trick-or-treated. I wasn't allowed to watch movies, and I wasn't allowed to watch TV.
Hey, federal felons, have I told you lately you're going to prison? Whistleblowers excluded.
All I could do was read. If I told you that, then you would understand that for 8 hours a day, I got 8 hours and I can read, and I love to read. And so
literally, that was the last FBI brief today, guys. They're attempting to assert the non-existent validity in their claims. So that suggests more fraud. I feel like that's what they've been getting paid to do, other than stalk me and kidnap and destroy and steal property and, you know, be domestic terrorists.
I'm reading books that are 250 to 100 pages, and it takes me about an hour to read one. So yeah, I'm reading.
And I feel, this is speculation, that latest FBI brief also suggests failing at trying to make a fraudulent statement True.
Reading
150
8
pages?
a day. Yeah, like all I'm doing
Attempting.
is reading.
That's why.
'Cause
That's the keyword,
what,
right?
So
Attempting.
I'm checking out 20 books. The limit at the library is 20 books at one time. So I'm going Monday, Wednesday, and Friday just because this is my thing. Like,
So you're getting 60 books a week?
at minimum. Because
Really?
yeah, because I'm reading more than that because I still have religious books that I have to read. So understand this is pre-internet first.
Right.
So understand that in reading one thing that I'm reading, right?
Right.
This one thing that I'm reading is also requiring me to have this appendix book that is the source book that it's telling me it's getting these things from. And so I've got 4 books open at a time just for this one book. Like, but yeah, so first, I guess between 8 and 12, I can read classics and nonfiction. So I'm saying no novels or anything like that. I'm just reading like Time Life has like 1,800 of these individual books on all subjects of the world. And
So you just spent most of your time reading?
Not most, all of it.
All of your time reading. And then when did
that was my thing? Because like I was able to be in each of these stories. You follow what I'm saying? And I would.
And now I hear the girl that's most likely the one attempting to assert, because that's what she's been doing for 2 fucking weeks, mini-me, to some guy who's probably not going to prison, who's hanging out in the living room in Unit 207. Glad to know you're still alive, federal felons. It's 9:25 a.m.
I was getting so much information. Like half of those, I probably had to write a 1-page.
Oh yeah, I know her voice. It's been going for 2 weeks like this. Just break and enter, guys. Just do it.
Yeah,
no team Nazis.
The numbers aren't even really.
I won't do it. You do it.
Because like sometimes I would read something and I wouldn't get it. Like there was this classic book called Little Women.
I'm not great at impersonations.
4 times because I just didn't. I didn't understand
but when
it, and I knew it was
make them,
classic, but
they're pretty easy to identify who I'm talking about.
Did you always want to be in this line of work? Always wanted to be famous? This could be the defining role of your career.
It's time to pay for your sins.
To be clear, I couldn't hear anything she was saying this morning other than
garble,
garble. This is the voice I use when I'm pissing off to someone who's probably not going to prison who happens to be in the living room.
What is the story?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, right. Like 4 sisters think that, okay, but they have money.
All the other felons, they're like, oh, phew, she's finally not telling us about how we need to go and break it out.
I didn't have anything to pull from, and I didn't have women in my life like that. So
the Jew in the basement is right.
Yeah,
we've been listening to her for 10 days straight.
Times for me to get
right to try to think how they thought.
Right. Well, yeah, like even like the 3 Musketeers.
The guy in the living room, he probably really doesn't know what's going on, and it's just like, these sacks of shits are going to prison, and I'm implicating myself.
I read it like the first time to read it, but then the next time I had to read it again.
That's why they're quiet.
These characters
God damn it.
were really
we got to pay this Jew millions of dollars.
And I couldn't figure out, wait a minute, did this happen really in history, or was somebody just this good at telling this story of the
someone in Unit 207 is not going to prison,
but it's things
and
like
those that are on their best behavior,
story, which leads you to,
very rare for a Sunday morning,
seeing how things through history have remained. You know what I mean? Like,
is it a detective not a dumbass? Maybe from the South.
History to me has always been the most fascinating thing because you can't quite imagine it. You trying to imagine, you're piecing it together,
Yeah.
listen to these stories, and you just sit back and go, what the fuck was that like?
Maybe it's a sheriff
Which
was
is
decided
what
to
we
volunteer
create
for
every
babysitting
day.
them. I don't fucking know, but
Yeah.
somebody's up there
Right?
Yeah, we're creating the future's version of what the fuck
in
is
the
that
living
like.
room.
This place right here freaks me out the most. Because this
Somebody I
area,
approve of.
specifically this area of Texas, the
Hey,
Hill Country,
Somebody
is
I
just
approve of.
all Native Americans forever. There's thousands of arrowheads, man. Look,
Here's the
my friend
thing.
found this on his ranch.
None of those people, when we say those people, none of them picked a bad place ever.
No.
That's when you understand that there's a grid.
Yeah.
Because nobody's holy people picked bad spots.
No.
Everybody understood certain things about the area, and long before they had X-ray machines. And
Yeah.
if you just went by that in the whole world, you would start to understand, like, the true power of the Vatican and the fact that certain things are based on real shit, like the Ark of the Covenant ain't some spooky little story. It's
What do you think
like,
it is? Think it's like a nuclear generator or something like that? What do you think it is?
whatever the nucleus is, that would nuclearly power something that would have initially been in the pyramids, would also have been in the Ark of the Covenant, which would be the same thing. It's something that you can't fuck with, and it's radioactive, and it's very powerful.
That's why they're gonna
it
put all
still
the
has
rocks
to
around
be.
it. Oh shit!
That's what I'm saying.
Imagine.
Nobody's telling any crazy stories, my man. Not globally.
No.
Everything.
Well, it gets
was
less
about
crazy every year. It gets less crazy every year. 20 years ago, talking about any of this stuff was straight up nonsense.
Yes.
But now we were like, hold on. That's probably what disclosure actually looks like. It looks like a slow trickle integration into the zeitgeist to the point where it's just normal.
Because a lot of times they're right. A lot of times it turns out that they were right, that no, we couldn't have told people that, because they would have went, and this would have happened, and that would have happened. And you can start to see that.
Yeah. That's why when you think about what people have always believed, that's why angels and devils freak me out. Because no one wants to believe that there's a Satan, that there's a devil.
You believe in astronauts, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But people have always said there is.
You mean a bad and a good?
Yeah, not just a bad and a good, but an actual evil, malevolent force.
No, just start with bad.
Okay,
and
yes.
good. Okay, so if we started bad and good, then we understand what must be at the extremes of that.
Right.
Nobody's telling a different story.
And then there's the concept of actual entities.
Yes.
Actual demonic entities that do exist.
Well, I'm saying your DNA is either fused or it's not. If it is, it requires a fuser.
I don't know what the hell Cat Williams is talking about. Usually I like everything it says. That being said, demonic entities, dude. All the crazy Latin lovers. Y'all know what I'm talking about. If you've had a crazy Latin lover, raise your hand.
That's a fuser.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
Me gusta.
I'm saying, if they tell you that certain parts of your DNA are fused, that requires a fuser. Did I say that right?
I'm not sure. I see what you're saying.
I don't. I have
The
no idea
structure
what the fuck
to
Cat Williams is
us
talking about
and
now.
everything, all of it, does seem remarkable.
In a no mistakes type of way.
Yeah, in a synchronistic sort of a way.
Which flies in the face of the accidental Big Bang, nothing from nothing way of thinking.
There we go. Now he's looped it back around. What the hell did
that's
fused
what I
DNA
think,
have
like,
to
in the
do
beginning
with
there was
demons?
light. When they talk about that, if you were going to describe the beginning of the universe, even if you're
Or
describing the Big Bang, which
the fact
there's
that
a lot
every
of speculation
creation
that
story
wasn't necessarily the beginning, that there might be a
is indicative
continuous
of a
cycle of
monotheistic
these events
deity.
happening over and over again. But if you're talking about a creation story, you would say in the beginning there was light. There was. It's a fucking enormous amount of light. Created the entire universe.
Literally.
Look how
Literally.
stoned
Right.
these guys are in this
Which is all
podcast
it says.
episode.
And,
Look at Joe
and
Rogan's
here's the-
eyeballs. I am an hour into
whatever
this
they
3-hour
say
long
that hell
episode.
or
His eyes are
Hades
barely
is,
open.
you know, these
He is
religions worldwide. It is the perfect description for what a black hole is in real life.
This game, you're not ready for it.
It is. You fall through forever.
A bottomless pit
Yeah. But time doesn't exist.
where time does not exist, where you don't die, but you don't exit, where the information, like,
And it eats stars.
right.
Yeah, baby.
But how? But
Star
it
eating.
eats stars and galaxies,
Yeah.
all that, right? But we can have multiple of them, and everything will
Almost.
still
I don't
be-
remember. Are they going to talk about wormholes?
The center of
That's
Does
the
this
flex.
podcast episode go that way?
yeah, we're
That's the
fine.
flex. Right.
It's like if you live in Africa, you gotta deal with lions.
This
What's
is a
this
good
thing? Oh, it kills
episode. I've
everything.
heard this episode
Right. Everything
twice.
what? Everything is
Everything.
This is the
It's
third
gonna
one.
get us eventually, but not now.
what? You mean you have two of them?
They find them floating around.
They find them.
They find them floating around.
Right.
I mean, they noticed them.
Yeah.
They noticed that they're out there floating around.
Yeah.
They found one that's so fucking big. So we did this thing when we played a video of how small the Earth is in comparison to the sun, how small the sun is in comparison to giant stars, and how small giant stars are into the most massive, supermassive black hole that they know currently. It's bananas.
Our perfect habitat is so perfect that anyone universally with sense would say, whew, location. You know?
Like the greatest real estate agent
Yeah.
ever.
If the moon or the sun were further back, we'd be fucked. Yeah, or
Jupiter
or
wasn't there.
closer, or like
Yeah.
the whole thing is, someone later saying, "Do you think Beverly Hills was? You think this was an area they built on purpose?" Mhm. Yeah, was. Oh, don't let me.
Oh. Just imagine if the moon was slightly smaller. Just imagine.
Look,
Imagine if the Earth was slightly further away from the sun.
they know that it's to the point where some of it might have been artificially done, and they're aware of that. They're aware of the truth.
So the artificial
Specifics of the
created solar
moon.
system. Oh, the moon.
Right.
I've heard that theory.
Specifically.
That's a wild theory.
Well, some of it's not theory. Like I was on that subject as a teenager, but as a grown person is when the thing happened where they hit it with the missile and it rang like a bell.
Yeah.
Like certain things are.
What was the explanation for that? Because it did have some sort of a crazy, like,
The question is, who will offer an explanation?
right.
Because it wasn't like that. They didn't just do it once. Like all accounts say, it rang like a bell for hours and hours and hours.
Imagine if that's a feature for a stable planet that they put there.
Well, that's how Xbox works,
Really?
or PlayStation. I'm an Xbox guy, but I'm saying, you have your gaming system, and it just requires that and your Wi-Fi nearby, and bam, make things happen. And so many of our things globally, we come by understanding that, and magnetics and dynamics and things that really work.
There's a lot of people that think that whatever we're seeing isn't just from another planet, but from another dimension. That they're dimensional travelers. that they have access to places that we don't have access to. Because we're too primitive. We can't wrap our head around it. As a civilization, we haven't reached the ability to transcend, but that they can, and that they're here all the time.
Well, the way we look at it, we're the greatest spot in the universe, but the travelers don't lead us to believe that.
Well, there's always competition. There's always going to be a greater civilization than the one previous. There's always going to be more. There's always going to be more. If people are going to innovate to the point where they're going to make spacecrafts, that means these people are competing with each other. These things, whatever they are, they must be in some sort of competition. There must be something that motivates them. And so,
right, but at that level, competition is healthy, and there are no unhealthy components.
Hopefully.
So, well, no,
Yeah.
not hopefully, definitely. Once we're all building space, personal space contraptions for ourselves, we're going to push one another. It's not just we're going to all want the best one.
Yeah.
And we're going to insist that be the case, just like we do with cars.
When I said hopefully, what I mean is that, like, hopefully they will be like healthy, friendly competition. That's what motivates them. What's not hopeful is that they could be robotic, emotionless things that have transcended biological needs, and that they just have a function. That function is seeding intelligent life in the universe and establishing, just like you would be a farmer and you would go out and leave hay for the animals.
Needs are primitive.
Yeah, they are primitive, but we're always moving into some more and more complex direction. Technologically, it seems like that's never going to stop.
Right.
And the only thing that makes sense to me is that we're doing something because that's like what we're literally designed to do. We have all these things that sort of motivate people, and greed and lust and curiosity.
Yeah.
But what we're doing is we're always making better things.
Yeah.
Constantly making better things, which would lead ultimately to the creation of a higher life form, some more intelligent, emotionless being. And that's the scary thought, is that all this life out there is life that was created by biological creatures who had these desires and needs that ultimately led to them making a better version of them. And then that is like the butterfly that comes out of the cocoon.
As soon as we put people in space, we became aliens that day, right?
Right. Yeah.
A lot of things are perspective.
That's true. I mean, you could say you're a camper, but you really only go in a tent in your yard. You're still kind of camping.
Well,
but that's what we're
I'm
doing.
saying our guy has put a date on the Mars colonization, though, right?
Yeah, but he's also put a date on the Roadster. When that Tesla Roadster's coming out, that motherfucker's never going to see the light of day. When is that car coming out?
No, because
that car is supposed to be out for years.
That's part of being a billionaire.
Sure.
It's not worth putting out something that's not right. It doesn't matter how bad it's wanted.
Well, he actually explained that. He said it was manufacturing is insanely difficult. The way he explained it, you don't consider it because people just manufacture things. Think it's normal. But he was like, the process of manufacturing, especially like an electric car, insanely difficult.
He had a harder time doing that Cybertruck than he did.
Yeah.
Space stuff.
The Cybertruck's hard. It's all folded steel. It's this fucking massive 7,000 plus pound folded steel truck that goes 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. And it looks like it's from the future. It looks like if you were
It's the hottest thing on Mars.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like the most futuristic car ever.
Right.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle, trapped in a cycle of opioid use, withdrawal, and cravings.
Yeah. But
as kids, that's what we do.
I don't know when we're going to Mars. And I don't know who the fuck's going to do that. That's a 6-month journey. And you're just hoping.
So what? Several billionaires were talked into getting into a capsule with limited air. To go a long way down.
That's dark way to die. Just knowing
Well,
that you chose to
just
do
know,
it.
even if you're a racist hearing this, all death is dark. So
What I mean is the last moments must be horrific.
no more,
You're
no
creaking.
more horrific than anyone else's.
I know, but there's something about the choice of being, thousands of feet under the water.
No, it's
and
being a
knowing
billionaire.
It's crushing.
Your soul dies long before. I could have done anything. This is what I chose.
That's hilarious.
That death.
That guy could be fishing in Maui right now. With a nice cold beer, hanging out with his friends, listening to some music.
But he's in the federal pen. Oh,
Right.
I'm not part of this podcast.
He's like carbon fiber starting to crack. God damn.
It's already done at that point.
Yep,
None of
it's
that's
done.
happened.
They knew those people were dead a long time ago, which is interesting because I didn't know how sophisticated the underwater listening devices are. But they have these super sophisticated underwater listening devices everywhere to make sure that Russia's not sneaking up on us. Because Russia will sneak up on a motherfucker. Russia's snuck up on people before.
Sir, none of that is for Russia.
You think it's for aliens?
None of that is for Russia.
You think it's for aliens? That would be the wild shit of all time.
what
Underwater
Dude, Cat
listening
Williams
devices,
is so
believe that
fun.
aliens were under there.
Okay.
Who
Let's see
would
if
not
this is
want to
what
hang
you're
out with
talking
Cat Williams?
Go.
So, which one do we know more about? Do we know more about space or do we know more about the ocean?
We know more about space. Yeah. Quite a bit more.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah. And part of that is because
The ocean's very difficult to penetrate.
at some point, is government.
They're hiding things from us. I would hide things from people. I would definitely make it illegal for you to have a submarine. You can have a yacht. Don't get crazy. You can't go underwater. I gotta know where the fuck you are. If I need to collect taxes,
Well,
if you're floating around, I can pull up.
It was a conspiracy theory at one point that the government got bases inside the mountains.
Right. Well, until they had to expand the boundary behind Area 51 and make Area 51 larger, they never even admitted it existed. It wasn't until the Obama administration that they actually came out and said, Area 51 is a real thing. We need more land. Do you ever see the video of Bob Lazar, the guy who used to work there? Have you ever seen that guy? That's
I was
wild.
following old Bob Lazar.
What do you think about that? Do you think he's telling the truth?
Here's the thing, Joe. Just an opinion, but what I find fascinating is the lack of imagination in any of these stories where imagination could apply. Like
if someone was bullshit, you'd see evidence of it.
Like,
Right? Because that's
Right.
the thing. If people
Right.
bullshit, they kind of bullshit about everything.
right,
Because they
like,
think they're smart enough to trick you. No one's smart enough to come up with one story only their whole life. The whole life, they're straight, down the middle, square, tell the truth all the time. But one time, they decided to have a whopper of a lie and just fabricate this thing and structure it.
no, you're seeing somebody tell you a story that is the only explanation for certain things that are happening.
Yeah. Especially he tells you a story, and then you have independent people who also used to work for the government now becoming whistleblowers and saying there's a crashed retrieval program. Crashed UFO retrieval program.
It goes back to what I'm saying, Joe. This is how you say this without getting canceled. But you do think they're doing something, don't you?
They're doing something. They wouldn't tell us
because
everything
we
they're doing.
we want to believe like
Yeah.
nobody's doing nothing. Like no, we're doing stuff. Like
They're doing something. They're just not telling us.
that's part of it, though, right?
You know what the people involved in the retrieval called the vehicles? They call them donations.
Right. Well, because
that's what they think they are. They think that the limited times these crafts have shown themselves.
You as the driver or the occupant didn't mean for that to be your destination, and you don't take anything. You only give. Therefore, that's why it's known as a donation. Because it's like it's what you would say if one of those meteors that we were talking about, if one just the size of a refrigerator landed in your backyard. Like $1 billion could land in your backyard. Easy peasy.
Or obliterate an entire city and send everybody back to the Stone Age. That's the wildest one.
Right, but it's not that wild if you look at the moon.
Right.
The moon shows you the evidence that that's a thing. Right, like
if we could just look at it, it's just filled with holes.
Right.
Big fucking craters all over that you can see with the naked eye.
Well, I'm saying most of the people that are in America and drive in urban settings know what potholes are. And so, it's the same thing.
Yeah. This is a weird time where people are just starting to pay attention to so many of these subjects. And so many of these things, like, are we alone? Have there been advanced civilizations before? How did we become us?
It's been a conversation at all points in time.
Right. But more people are having it now without fear of being labeled an idiot.
Well, it's because information is now a free commodity, whereas in different points in history, it wasn't like that.
Right. It was protected.
You didn't make enough money to get access to this information. And no matter where you're looking, information is the driving force of almost every war and conflict. It was about the place that you conquered. Not only did you conquer them, but you got a chance to know what they knew. And that you found was more important than anything else. And that's
well, think about the people that lived just before they translated the Bible from Latin. How many people couldn't read it?
Well, that was part of the experience that you were getting from church, was the fact that that it was being read to you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It not what we have currently, where you have the book and they have the book, but this person is literally reciting the word of God to you.
Yeah. And he becomes the holder of all that information, and the only one.
All holders of all information are that.
Yep. It's like a human pattern that people follow, even if they just run an internet company. Even if they run a social media company, they follow that same pattern.
Well, because everything in the universe, everything on this planet, everything that we could look at in the wildlife or in the plant life, or everything is a formula. Everything is that way.
Yeah.
And that's one of the, the science and math go together with the occult and alchemy, and all of these things are based on things like even the Smurfs story, right?
The Smurfs are based on something?
Well, religious people say, oh, you can't watch the Smurfs because it's bad because they have witchcraft and stuff in there. But the whole thing is, it's based on this, the homunculus, the idea that you can create a human life form without a mother or a father. So,
really? That's what the Smurfs are based on?
So
It's
So
just
who-
so
what
abstract.
two
but
Smurfs
it
do you
totally
think
be.
got
I don't know much
together
about Smurf
and
lore.
had Smurfette? She was the only female of the Smurfs. So,
It's a good question.
well, it's not a question in the Smurfs. They tell you. They tell you that Gargamel made Smurfette. But, in somebody's history, I don't want to say what race of people or group of people it is, but in somebody's history, there was this homunculus thing.
Like a
And
genetically engineered human?
life form.
Life
Yeah.
form.
Mhm.
Creature.
Right.
Whoa.
And so, it's spoken of in history very sparingly. But, a lot of things in the world are about perception.
Yeah.
So we don't believe that there's clones. We don't believe that because we don't feel like we have the technology. But the truth is, if you go body part to body part, you'll go, what if I lost 2 legs? Well, we give you 2 legs. Well, what about 2 arms? I can give you 2 arms. Okay, well, what about the heart? Yeah, no problem. What about the, like, we're already,
Yeah. All you'd have to do is make a clone brain dead. Figure out how to engineer a brain dead clone that'll grow organs for you.
Look.
And then they'll make cloning legal. Because then you'll never have to worry. Hey, cat, you need a new heart? Guess what?
this is the same pathway that everybody is on in all of these departments. Like, this is what you like. People spend their life trying to find the cure for a cancer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And working as hard as they can every single day. You know what I mean? Unsuccessfully. Those are the type of people that help make the world go around. Mhm. Yeah, because it's all about information, and we be so close most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how you can see when we've had influence from something else.
Well, I think it's very possible that we have. It's just so frustrating when you want to know. It's one of those things where life would change forever if you had undeniable contact with something. It would just change forever. Your perception of life, you just drive through the In-N-Out drive-through would be different. Everything would be different.
Right, but
Taking a shit would be different. There's aliens out there.
you can say that about smelling salts or mushrooms. You can say that about lots of things.
Yeah, but about that specifically, if we knew that was real, because I think it's probably true, but I still hold open the possibility that it's all bullshit.
Here's the whole thing. No one who has ever seen more space or the universe than you and I has ever seen anything that was bullshit.
What do you mean?
In the universe.
But what I mean is like fake UFO footage. There's a lot of fake footage. I would want to see, if you could see something yourself, and I have good friends that have. I have good friends that have had experiences that they say there is no fucking way that is us, but this was something else.
Right. Just understand that part of the job in any of these circumstances is to kick up kerfuffle. Like,
Right.
that's part of it. Like, if you live in Florida, you see how many times things go off into space, and you know that there's a pattern between that and government airplanes, and like our stories of cooperation have been nothing but cooperative, as they could only be. Like, we don't hold any leverage.
I think some of the shit that we're seeing is our stuff.
Right. I'm saying, but nobody will have a way of, like, as advanced as we are, we still gotta let that balloon fly over, right?
Yeah. What the fuck is that? That's the most obvious shit ever. That's your neighbor peeking over the fence.
No, it is not. It is your neighbor's drone
Yeah, your neighbor's drone.
in your
Over
yard.
your house. Yeah,
Right,
ridiculous.
right. Filled with the pinata of the next COVID.
Right. I mean, what are they doing? Flying
It's
robots.
not like that. It's not like that. In the world of flying things, sometimes things go off course.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
You think that's all it was?
Especially spy stuff.
You think that's all it was? It went off course? That they just magically happened to go near all the military bases?
Don't say magically. Say wind.
The wind got it?
What I'm saying?
Bro, they just flew those things over and they hoped that Biden didn't notice. They said they flew over during Trump's administration too, but they didn't tell him because they didn't want him to shoot him down.
Neither of those stories is true. That information was out there. Right.
Another one, yeah.
This is a hobbyist.
Oh. Well, this doesn't count. This doesn't count. And the way that you know immediately is it says over Utah. Like, that would be where, you know.
That's like White Sands, right? No, that's New Mexico, isn't it? This gotta be military base in Utah, though, right?
Well, I'm saying in the
Yes,
in-
though, there
in
are
the map
military
wise.
base. There's a military base in every state.
Oh, that's what this one is? This is the one from February 2023.
Right.
That's the one they shot down. Look at that. So it's just a balloon with solar power and some kind of camera. How weird.
Not weird. Not weird.
Well, not weird if you just think about human patterns. Gotta see what the enemy's up to. Just fly over, take some pictures. See what the fuck is going on with these people.
I'm saying we can say whatever we want, but we're civilized and maybe they're not civilized. So if you weren't civilized, then maybe part of your job is airborne weaponry.
Yeah.
So you got to test it out. You got to see what it can do. Yeah. And they're going to go off course. Okay.
Well, that's not airborne weaponry, but we have a lot of it.
Information is.
That's true. Information's weaponry.
Information is.
Yeah.
Just knowing what the conversations are over this wide swath of people is worth money. Because at the end of all these information driven society places is analytics, and that's what this is. I said too much.
No, it's all right. We'll be fine. I just wonder where it's all headed, because it seems like we're building towards an event. I think about it all the time. It seems like it's not.
It's time to get a bunker.
It seems like it might be a good time to get a bunker, or at least a supply of water.
Well, here's the thing. If you follow what becomes accessible, that's how you can generally see where things are going, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the true magicalness of Elon Musk, you know? Just take that guy out of the story and just tell that story. And
yeah. Yeah, he's moving us into so many different directions all at the same time. The electric car thing, the internet satellite thing, and now this Neuralink thing. The Neuralink thing is the craziest.
Because all of these things are connected in these higher upper echelon conversations. I'm saying you see the same conversation with Tesla or Da Vinci, or like, information is what is limited, and whole industries can be built upon your ability to know how certain things are going to hit certain people. And this was before we called things promotion and marketing, You know what I mean? That's Hollywood is not really there to entertain you. Like, that's great that happens, but propaganda is something that is important to all civilizations.
Well, propaganda in Hollywood movies is built into the ingredients list. It's like, if you want flour, you need wheat. You're gonna have to get the wheat. And if you want to be able to make movies about certain subjects, you have to be willing to work with some people. That, it'd be nice if you made it so that this is what we're trying to accomplish, and this is showing the negative side of this other society, and this is this is our hero. Because our hero is going to go do America's bidding and go over there, and you're like, okay. And those movies are successful, and so they continue this relationship, and you become a bit of a propaganda arm for the government, and in turn, they don't fuck with you.
Right. But that's what makes information so powerful, is you don't care how people feel about the ritual. It's about just following the ritual work. Yeah. And so you can fool yourself into thinking there isn't one, but the evidence will be clear. So like when I be like, oh, these guys are wearing dresses. Everybody's like, oh, he keeps talking about people wearing dresses. No, it's not like that. Look at it from a different way. Look at it. Show me one person that ever wore a dress in Hollywood unsuccessfully. That's how you understand what a ritual is. So 20 years ago, I knew that transgenders was going to be a thing. It wasn't because I was a prophet. It's just I had gotten so much information that I understood that things are secular. So I understood that the earliest I had seen that word transgender was Baphomet, the transgender. And so I knew that in the ritual of Baphomet, the transgender, to show allegiance to him, you had to kiss his ass ring.
Really?
And it said both of those things. So I knew that both of those things would become popular in the future. And that somehow calling people the goat would be normalized over the sheep being always the most popular reference.
God damn, we got some good weed, Cat. Jeez.
This must be the weed.
I'm trying to figure out how to jump in on that.
Right. Which is my only goal.
Attention, seniors.
So, what'd you do all summer, Danny?
You don't want to hear all the details.
Tell me about stuff.
I always wonder whether or not all the stories in the Bible, it's just where we are experiencing it. Like the mark of the beast thing that we were talking about earlier. If that is not, I think if you have to tell a story for so many years, before anybody ever even figured out how to write it down, and you're telling a story about a civilization that allowed people to put brain implants in them, then all of a sudden the brain implants were hijacked by machines, and people became just meat zombies, controlled by corporations. That would be the mark of the beast. That would be a demonic thing. If a demon tricked human beings into wearing a hat to turn you into a zombie, that demon would be like a famous character in books and folklore. But that demon exists, and it's just technology. It just shows itself through this desire for the newest, latest innovations that are going to constantly fuel it becoming more and more powerful. into one day it tricks you into letting it into its head, like a vampire. Like the vampire stories, you had to let them in, remember? That was the thing. You had to invite them in. If you invited them in, you're fucked. But if you didn't invite them in, for some reason, they weren't allowed to kill you. It's almost like
Here's
this
the thing,
story.
that you have to be able to benefit from the zombie. Like, there's no benefit in that taken out of context. Like, if you're making them zombies so that they can mine for you, then there's a story of that over there. Like that's the whole thing, is when you look at these ancient writings, they're not saying like, yeah, so he was from another world, and we had to bring him our kids, and he would eat them in front of us. Like, they're not telling those stories. They're saying like agriculture and
Knowledge,
literature and
cosmology.
Right.
Explain the origin of life. Yeah.
Like,
show the double helix DNA.
To a fault.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying anything outside of mathematic parameters.
Well, the wildest stuff is when you look at some of those old Sumerian tablets and you see how they have the solar system mapped out. They had the sun in the center, looked just like a sun with little marks around it. It had Venus where it should be, Jupiter where it should be, Uranus where it should be. They were all in the right spots. It's crazy. Like
the Ethiopian tribe had the same.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Crazy.
Like, no,
crazy.
It's not. Yeah, but there is no craziness. Everything lines up. The same grids.
Look at that. That is just nuts, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the conventional explanation for that is, because that Zechariah Sitchin guy who said all this stuff, he was often criticized. That people said that he took things too far, that his analysis went too far, and he just went into speculation. But god damn, a lot of the stuff that he was saying, like, you could see the implication in the actual tablets themselves. They show these gigantic beings with these little tiny people like sitting on their laps, and the people have tails. Have you seen those? It looks like genetic engineering.
Maybe it's a tail, maybe it's piping. What
Jesus, right? Couldn't pipe it.
You understand
Right.
what I'm?
Oh yeah.
What I'm saying is nobody's telling these outlandish.
Right. But they're all kind of all saying the same thing. There's some higher power that comes and gives you structure, tells you what to do and how to live. And every society.
Information. That's what they give.
They give you information. Yeah.
Every story, every civilization, every time.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. And that's what we're all thirsty for.
Right.
You know? And when
we're thirsty to monetize.
That's too. But also humans individually are thirsty for information. We always want information. We want gossip, we want news, we want bullshit, we want science. Especially if you have an appetite for, things that make you think. There's so much information that people are just constantly consuming. This bullshit information like TikTok and nonsense that just passes you by. But there's still...
but none of that stuff is nonsense.
Well, it's not all nonsense. What it is
it's just another offshoot
to get your attention.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is what all of this is about.
Mm-hmm.
From the Roman Colosseums to, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the Roman
King Arthur's court time, like
that's the first viral videos, right? Like that's,
right. Like
they would tell viral stories.
Yeah, this is all about this experience of being a human being in this amount of time.
Yeah,
and interaction between other people who have done this thing you're doing.
Yeah, and in the middle of you doing it, you realize you only have a certain amount of time. And you're like, God damn it, I'm just starting to figure this game out.
Right. So understand I was probably like 5 years old when I had that moment. So I lucked out because it happened to me so early. But it wasn't about the, yeah, I got that part. So I thought at like that age, I was thinking, okay, so I don't know how long I'm gonna live because I'm kind of conflicted about how long people live. 100's a good number, but there's been people at 600. It seems right now, like seems like this, but I'm just gonna space it out 7 years at a time. So every 7 years, that's gonna be a life, so I don't waste anything. So I couldn't wait till I got 7 because that was gonna be the start of my first life.
Why'd you break it into 7s? Just randomly?
I don't know what randomly means.
Can you feel it? The balance of nature has been altered.
It's a seldom seen thing in the universe. Randomly.
So just 7 seemed like a good number? Was it instinctual or was it
to people around the globe?
7. Yeah.
It's great.
It's a lucky number. That's why I asked.
Yeah, well, I'm saying not for no reason. I'm saying if you like math, I'm saying it's a great number. That's how you know that the pyramids are about something because of what they represent mathematically.
Mm-hmm.
That level of mathematical information is another step in civilization.
Yeah, the idea that was just by accident, like when they
trigonometry is not by accident.
Also, that they figured out like there's some measurement. I don't want to bore anybody with the details because I'll butcher it too. But it's the measurements of the height and width and the mass of the pyramid in comparison to the circumference of Earth. It's like they knew so much about like where constellations would be at certain times of the year, like in the summer solstice. It's just wild shit, man. They did that all in stone.
But not that wild though, because we know that if you were traveling, that buoys are out there and they're out there for certain reasons. And we understand satellite position. And no, that makes perfect sense.
Imagine that's what the pyramids were. That was their ultimate buoy. That was home base.
Well, I'm saying it's not different than how we would treat a planet that we had not been to before.
No, not at all. Not different at all.
I mean, we would locate where's the best place to land, where is the most hospitable of this place, and we would put something there.
And let's imagine that we landed somewhere and we found this lush, green, vibrant planet, and we found those hobbit people. And those are the most advanced people. Those Homo floresiensis, is that what it is? Floresiensis. So this creature, this 3-foot tall human, imagine if we found them. I guarantee you someone would want to introduce them to tools, introduce them to having fire, introduce them to figure out language, try to transfer their language to our language, try to teach them our stuff, try to genetically engineer them and turn them into something different. If we have the tools that we have now, like CRISPR, and we found some primitive apes, and there was like a massive population of Australopithecus on a planet, and we said, look, they're on the way. Right. Let's just give them a little boost. Just give them a little boost. Right. And that's what.
But not too much.
Not too much.
And that's what you see with all of the UFO stories is they keep popping up in these times when we as a civilization are getting ready to F it up.
Right.
In real time.
Yeah. That's like my comedy club. That's why I named the rooms. I named the rooms Fat Man and Little Boy.
Oh.
Because the UFO started coming after the big bombs. That's when they really started like ramping up their presence. Like if you look at all the reports, the flying saucer reports, they're all like 1947, 1950, 1952.
If you cross-engineer our shit, it's going to show up on our radar at some point. Like this information is
especially when we're using that information very recklessly. Wild.
Even in the Bible story, the Tower of Right.
Yeah.
This story is that, when everybody speaking the same language, it intensified shit getting done.
Yeah.
And they could do stuff that was hazardous.
I think they're very close to being able to translate language instantaneously in real time. Because they can do it right now with Samsung phones. They have the new Galaxy S24.
Animals are doing it worldwide.
Oh, for sure. They have some sort of a language. They have some sort of a communication. There's something going on with animals that's nonverbal.
And with all of us.
You know Tom Green? You know Tom Green, right?
Yes.
Tom Green was here, and he has a mule. And he said that you have like a connection with that animal where you want to go left, and you start like looking left, and that thing starts going left. He goes, it's really crazy. It's spooky. He goes, you develop it. It takes time. They have to earn your respect. But once you develop this like loving relationship with this animal, you're tuned into it like an avatar creature. Just like when they would lock on to their dragons. He's like, dude, it's like that.
I have that with women and with ducks and geese and Canadian geese and goats. Like I have. No, but understand, again, that's part of some religion's story, is that one of the gifts was the relationship between humans and the animal world. And it's something that all civilizations have been able to use, and it's stayed true,
Yeah. It's amazing the relationship humans have with animals.
Yeah, whether it's a horse. No, there's no especially. Like, all
of them.
We abuse some of them.
Well, just horses don't interact with people the same way a dog does. That's all I'm saying. It's like the interaction you have with dogs is almost like psychic. Like the dogs are like your little friends, They know when you're in a bad mood. They know when you hurt your foot. They're happy to see you every fucking time, bar none.
I have that relationship with everybody. That's all animals and like special needs people. It's the innocence and the purity that you get. It's not always good. But it's so
we can learn from them.
No, we have learned.
Yeah, we should know it. But we're scared. People are scared of other people being shitty. And we put up like shields and, we worry about.
Well, it's been proven historically that,
Yeah, it has.
Cain and Abel is a real story. That, like, you know what I mean? Like, people are so violent these days. And that's true. But people have been violent. Like, there was this point where humankind learned that they could take a life and change things,
Well, especially take a life quickly, with like when they figured out swords and bows and arrows and shit. What do you think the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is about? Because I was just reading that last night. Cleanliness? Yeah. That's what took them out? That like plague?
Okay.
Because
this is 69 times I've gotten canceled in this one conversation.
No, the stories of Sodom and Gomorrah, there's two speculations.
Right.
One of them was that God decided that they weren't hospitable enough. And the other one was God had decided that there was too much sin.
Wait a minute, that's not speculation, that's in the book.
Right.
That first one.
Right, but the respectability part, that they were not hospitable enough.
Yeah, that was a part of it.
That's part of it too. So God just decided that I'm gonna fuck up this whole city.
No.
Right. What's the real story?
Okay, so
turned it into pillars of salt. 2 cities, right? And he said, "Find me 50 good men, and I won't do this." And then I think he said, "Find me 10 good men."
Okay, so this story is generally used to say that God doesn't like homosexuals. This is the story that highlights that.
Okay, so it's not just sin. It's not just so because sodomy is even technically like oral sex.
The meaning of that word comes from
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Right. So
That's why I said it's technically it includes a lot of things people think is deviant sex. Yo, I gotta piss so bad. Can we come back to this? Sodom and Gomorrah. Come back to this.
I would love that.
Okay, let's take a look. Take Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah. So it tells several stories, but there had to be an explanation for what the story said happened to two cities of people, right?
Right. There had to be a reason to tell that story. Most likely.
To tell this story, it requires all of those people to really have been killed in those circumstances. And the historical evidence shows us that something like that happened. Like, those two cities really did exist.
Do we know where Sodom and Gomorrah was?
Are you kidding? I know a guy who will pull that information up so fast.
Really?
Put it on the screen.
Young Jamie? Like, is there speculation as to what?
Here's the point of the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, in case anybody's wondering. That you have to choose to stay alive, even if every other person in the world is awful, damned, or about to die. And you have to choose that because you have to be grateful to your creator that you get to experience things like all of your senses, the human body, the ability to move around, nature, food, sex, obviously, helping others, whatever way that you receive joy. That's the real point of the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Scott Williams, I think, is really stoned.
This is,
He's
just
part of saying random stuff without answering those questions.
Carl's
which
awake
was,
now.
what's the point of the story?
Waker.
Right. As we all would be if we were in charge of our schedules.
Yeah, probably. What do they think that it? Like, is there real speculation as to where it was?
Mm-hmm.
Where do they think it was?
It's not speculation. A lot of these places just changed names. Like, they used to be called this, and then they later were called something else. But
like Iraq used to be Sumer.
Right. Yeah. Like, these are literal places that you can find on the real map. That was a part of that biblical rabbit hole I was telling you about. It's just seeing my only concern is, how do these ancient Islamic, Judea, how do you say that, those three that exist? That all religion is built on: Judeo-Christian, Islamic, that whole belief system of how that operates, right? So you see they have question marks here, right? Only because they know that there were cities there.
So they have records there? Or
like, for example, if everybody in Gaza talks about going there, it exists. If everybody in Hebron has family members that live there, it exists. If everybody, we know that.
So they think that was right near the Dead Sea. Wow.
Well, they didn't think it any differently than they thought Tal al-Hammam, if I'm pronouncing that correct. Like, these were places, like, people throughout history, if you show any body of water, those are always hot spots. water is its own commodity and currency at all points, and that was the Dead Sea. But that's everywhere.
Was the Dead Sea always the Dead Sea? Because, goddamn, there's so much interesting stuff that came from that part of the world. That's what they found the Dead
But
Sea.
a lot of the stuff that was supposed to be unbelievable was all based on something real. Like, right, how long was it the Dead Sea? Long before they knew what high salt content was.
Right.
Or they might have called it salt content sea. But what they were trying to say is stuff's not growing here. Okay? Don't come here as a fishing spot. Right?
But it's a good spot to gather salt, which at that point in time was as valuable as anything on earth. Salt, they'd go to war for salt. Salt allowed people to preserve their food. Salt was insanely valuable.
Understand the whole portions because at the end of the day, for all people, it comes down to quality of life. So the jump that was made between people eating food that you had to kill yourself catching just so that you could put it over something hot so that you could get it where you could eat it, and eating it like you, that experience to seasoning your food and, having order from the best place because they
eating too much spaghetti so you get fat.
Right. That's part of the greatness of human experience and has been that the part of being a king or being a royalty through all civilizations was being able to experience the best culinary things, because if you believe in God, that's one of the attributes that makes you believe in him, because every vegetable, let's say, that you would have, when it gets to the point where it would spoil and it would be useless and you'd have to throw it away, it becomes worth more money.
Because it's compost.
No. So,
what do you mean?
Like if you have potatoes, right? And so you have potatoes, but now you got too many potatoes. You could get vodka from that. And if you have too much rice, you could get sake from that. And if you got too much wheat and barley, you can get. And if you, everything that you could have too much of, we got too many grapes, you can get wine with that. That's why alcohol was called spirits, because it's literally a gift from God. Just something that's just for your milk. Once it's going bad, that's where cheese comes in. Like whatever it is you would be having as a commodity, grapes to raisins, wherever, like, this is why we believe mathematically. Because of the certain things that are just done for the enjoyment of,
So you think there's a reason why all these things exist, why like rotting fruit can become alcohol, alcohol can put you in a different state of mind. All of it is connected together so that you discover it and figure it out.
Unless you can figure out the benefit that a mushroom gets for being hallucinogenic. Or the frog, that's the special ones, what the special benefit did that frog get from that?
Right. Why is a frog making DMT?
Is he living a better life as a frog? Does he live under the effects residually of
constantly carrying around DMT?
The period is fragile. The Great House is fighting control. We must act.
Right. Well, they secrete it when they're scared, right? Isn't that the whole idea? That you take them and you rub them on a windshield?
It's
It dries
weaponized
out.
from the beginning.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
They're scared because they think they're going to die, so their body's producing it.
Well,
Just like ours.
the inventor of perfumes and colognes was whoever saw a skunk in action first, because that's when someone was able to see how powerful smell is, even from a distance, and that the aerosol, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
we've learned so much from that world. That's how we know. Like, we were able to look at animals and insects and understand that we would be able to do the helicopter after we got past Orville and Wilbur in Dayton, Ohio. You know what I mean? Like, we understood because we had seen the hummingbird.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, we had seen how things work.
Have you ever seen those Egyptian gliders? They found these gliders, these wooden things that they carved that look like fucking planes, and they were in some of the tombs that they had found. Thousands of years old. Looks like a fucking airplane. I mean, straight up looks
Da
exactly
Vinci
like an airplane.
is saying that these are things talked about there. Like, even if you're just following Jesus, right? Okay, so you believe that he was perfect and that this was how he grew up and got it. When it comes to him going to get information, he went to this specific place that we're talking about to get information and to get taught. And that's not a hidden fact. Like, it's been that way. So, you can't be reading all of these stories and not see how everything lines up.
It does kind of line up in a strange way. You try to decipher it from all the different cultures. They all have the different versions of it. But at the end of it, there's a lot of similarities if you follow the stories and like what are they saying?
Right.
All of them have some sort of creation.
Well,
isn't that odd though that a creature, if you think of human beings as a creature, that a human being that's never created a being itself has this idea that a magical force that is all-knowing and all-loving created, not they evolved, not they came from this and they learned, they got better, but that they were created. And that seems like a universal story, the created story.
That's only because the duck that's outside of my house right now believes that. So the duck is sitting on 6 eggs on a nest right by the house, right by a 250-pound dog, alibi, and believes that it has life that it's sitting on, and it's going to come from that, and that there's somebody there that looks out for them and make sure they're fed. And in the Bible story, it says the sparrows said, like Jesus said, who feeds the sparrows? Like worldwide, there's how many birds? Like billions and billions and billions of birds. Like, who's feeding them every day? Like, real talk. Right. Yeah, because what you're looking for is you need to find a mistake. That's how we would know maybe there's no creator. But we don't go through our regular life seeing things and thinking nobody created it. Like, that would be as weird as us being in this room going, nobody made those curtains, nobody made these cameras, nobody made, like, what? We never have evidence of that.
What do you think? Why do you think people have a reluctance to take in the idea of a creator? What do you think about it to them? There's some people that fancy themselves as intellectuals and they refuse to take in a concept for which there's no proof. And that's what they'll say. They use this very reductionist view of what God is. And they'll say there's no proof. and that they're staunch atheists, and a lot of them, they even talk like religious people. They almost, their atheism becomes a religion. Instead of being completely open-minded to the possibility, you have zero idea what happens when you die.
A lot of people that are atheists don't like God, and God would have to exist for them to not like. So the whole thing is, if you were to believe in the Big Bang, you would have to believe that had happened several times throughout history. Just because that's what we've seen from everything that's been created.
We don't see one individual unique thing that exists and is responsible for all things, except the Big Bang. That was what Terrence McKenna always said.
There's too much thought that went into certain things, like the fact that you can study all the butterflies and not one of them has a sense of humor. You know what I mean? But me and you do. And like it goes for all humans. If universally, if we see somebody trip and fall, we all laugh no matter what our back.
You're listening to an
It's the Spanish during the War of Reunions. Very much like Laura de Grau.
It is 10:41 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm going to lay down. If you've been watching this, you know I went to bed early last night, 7-something, and then I woke up around midnight. I woke up many times before that as well and resisted the temptation to come running in the living room to see if the live stream had been shut off by the idiots upstairs. Now it's 10:42 a.m. and I am tired, and Unit 207 is excited that I'm going to sleep, at least a woman. Why would she be excited? Is it because she's going to move her threats from Friday of breaking and entering tomorrow to today? Is it because she plans on shutting off this live stream? Is it because she's planning on doing both of those things like the FBI has stated they had been planning? Since August, before they kidnapped my kids? I don't know. But I do know that it would be extremely stupid of her. So, it's 10:43 a.m. PST. I'm putting back on the wonderful Pirate History podcast. Partway through episode 64. If this live stream ends for any reason, you will be charged with obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. You guys already got additional counts and charges of those yesterday.
Farther to the west, these privateers took advantage of that war to...
And I say that because one of the last things I heard that woman say before I said that
You're listening
and
to
started
an
the Pirate
Airwave Media
History podcast was...
You're listening to an...
Are you ready?
You're listening to an Airwave...
Are you ready for what, darling? Are you ready to go to King County Jail?
Rob, farther to the west, these privateers took
Are you ready to
advantage of that
surrender
war to
yourself on
raid,
Tuesday
pillage,
to the
and
Seattle
even
FBI
occupy
field
the Spanish
office?
fortress for a time.
They won't be open on Monday.
Near
It's
the
been
end
all
of that
faded.
campaign in November of 1684,
What is it you're
Shelby
asking
Ramal sent
other
out a
federal
call
felons
to
upstairs
rally
if they're
and
ready for it
assault
now?
the
I'm going to sleep now.
This was to be the beginning of a huge assault during the war.
You need to fall way the fuck back.
However, the war came to an abrupt and unexpected end. The commissions were all revoked, as Michel de Ramal never showed up. The meeting never took place. So he and his fellow captains had to settle down and plan. By the beginning of 1685, though, word was already spreading of the raiding taking place. Peter Harris had already crossed the country again, and Captain Townley was on his way right now. So 2 of the assembled French crews under Groinet and Lescouillet chose to sail for Golden Isle and then traverse the isthmus. They met with the Kuna, as did anyone who passed through Darien, and then they met Captain Townley. Now, he was an Englishman and busy building canoes, but the 2 French captains already had canoes, so they went ahead and headed south. made their way to the Gulf of San Miguel. That's where they saw the burning ship that they rode in to investigate to find Captains Harris, Swan, and Davis. I always wonder, in moments like these, if any of these captains knew each other. Now, the two French captains certainly knew each other, and the English were old comrades by this point, but were the two groups familiar with each other? 20 years earlier, they certainly would have been, back when the Brethren of the Coast were led by men like Henry Morgan and Francois L'Olonnais. They all would have known each other. But now, England and France had only a few years earlier been at war. Their colonies were less than friendly, but what of the pirates? Now, many of them would have fought on opposing sides during the war, but since then, had they met each other? Were any of them friendly, or were some of them antagonistic? Did they hold grudges from the war? Did they have feuds with one another? There is a wealth of drama there, but it's something we'll never know, not conclusively. Were there men who had stolen one another's lovers, or men who had stolen one another's ships? We'll actually run into that shortly. But had these pirates here gotten drunk together before? Had they fought each other in brawls? Was there a tension among them along religious lines or along national lines? Almost certainly there was, but no one thought to write it down, which irks me to no end. The Englishmen who were traveling with the French captains joined up with English crews almost immediately. Most of them went to the Bachelor's Delight, and the Frenchmen who were with the English crews joined up with French captains. Now, most of the French were in canoes, so Captain Davis gave the French one of the merchantmen that he had captured, one of those that carried flour, and he distributed all of the food and water out among them. That ship was enough to carry all of the French pirates, and Captain Roynay took command of the ship. William Dampier writes, quote, Captain Gronet, to retaliate this kindness, offered Captain Davis and Captain Swan, each of them a new commission from the governor of Petit Goave. It has been usual for many years past for the governor of Petit Goave to send blank commissions to sea by many of his captains, with orders to dispose of them to whom they saw convenient. Those of Petit Goave, by this means, making themselves the sanctuary of all people of desperate fortunes, and increasing their own wealth and the strength and reputation of their party. Captain Davis accepted of one, having before only an old commission, which fell to him by the inheritance of the decease of Captain Hook. But Captain Swan refused it, saying he had an order from the Duke of York neither to give offense to the Spaniards nor to receive any affront from them, and that he had been injured by them at Valdivia, where they had killed some of his men and wounded several more. So he thought he had a lawful commission of his own to right himself. I never read any of these French commissions while I was in these seas, nor did I know the import of them. In time of peace, these commissions are given as a warrant to those of each side to protect them from the adverse party. But in effect, the French do not restrain them to Hispaniola, but make them a pretense for a general ravage in any part of America, by land or sea. Captain Swan didn't want to be a privateer. This gave the rest of the crews not exactly legitimacy. They were still pirates. Remember, the English had been barred by an act of Parliament from accepting any foreign commission. But even a flimsy paper shield here is better than no shield. So they had something with which to defend themselves.
Hey there, I'm Dylan Lewis, one of the hosts of Motley Fool Money. Each weekday on Motley Fool Money, we talk through the business news you need to know and the stories moving stocks on Wall Street. On weekends, we dive into the industry shaping tomorrow and host the experts, authors, and executives that understand it. Tune in for insights, a long-term perspective on investing, and of course, stock ideas, plenty of them. Quote a listener, it pays to listen. Check us out and subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts.
Everybody shush! William Shatner has something to say.
Cat and Jethro, box of oddities.
What do you do when the woman you love dies? Well, of course you dig her up and you live with her.
Aww.
The show examines weird things.
There are plenty of old photographs from this time period of children out in the streets playing in and among the dead horse carcasses.
Oh, I miss those days. Things used to be so much simpler.
Cat and Jethro.
Then there's the urine wheel, which sounds like a really bad game show.
They've done weird things. Cat and Jethro, box of oddities. That is really mysterious.
Join Cat and Jethro Gilligan Toth for the strange, the bizarre, the unexpected, as they lift the lid and cautiously peer inside the box of oddities.
The Webby Award-winning Box of Oddities podcast from Airwave Media.
All of the pirates agreed it would be best to work together here in the South Seas, but they were unable to come to a consensus on command. No single captain was given a command of their fleet. They didn't choose an admiral, which usually one would. Now, perhaps if they'd been of a single nation, they would have, but not in this case. Edward Davis had the largest ship and the largest crew. He also had the most guns, so he sort of served as admiral, at least for the English, but the French chose to sail more as allies than part of an armada. Now, their first order of business was to ensure that everybody had food and water and supplies, so they went ashore to collect some, and then they distributed out all of the small arms to make sure that every man on every vessel had at least a musket, some shot, and some powder. Bachelor's Delight kept her big guns, though. The entire fleet headed north to collect Captain Town. Now, they found him in much better shape than the French had been. He'd finished up his canoes, but immediately, upon entering the Gulf of San Miguel, he captured 2 small armed barks. They weren't warships, but they did have big guns. It significantly improved their position to have at least 2 more ships that were armed. What's more, though, Captain Townley had news. When he left the Kuna behind, there were other pirates already crossing the isthmus. A large group of them, in fact. Most of them were English, and they were headed for the Gulf of San Miguel. The pirates decided it would be best to wait for them, and they sent Peter Harris upriver in a small bark to search for these Englishmen and bring them into the fleet. Meanwhile, a few others went rogue. They attacked small villages and a couple of ships. They weren't looking for riches. They would have been happy to find some, but that wasn't the goal. They had plenty of food, but there were several hundred men, and they needed, well, good pots in which to cook all the food. Dampier calls them coppers. They also needed guns, and they found a few of those, but most importantly, Captain Davis asked Dampier to look over those letters. They had time. And it turns out he found something valuable, something extremely worthwhile. There was a letter from the governor of Panama to the viceroy at Lima, informing him that the Windward fleet had arrived at Cartagena. Now, the fleet itself wasn't a concern to the pirates. Cartagena was on the Caribbean, not the Pacific. However, when it arrived at Cartagena, Dampier learned, word was sent to Portobello and then on to Panama. Then Panama sent this letter to the viceroy of Peru. When he received this letter, the viceroy would know it was time to send out the Plata fleet. Dampier writes, quote, "The king's treasure is said to amount commonly to about 24 million pieces of eight, besides abundance of merchants' money." End quote. That treasure was going to be on its way from Lima to Panama. That's the greatest prize that any pirate in the New World could ever hope to capture, and the pirates were going to be right in its path. However, the treasure fleet would be comprised of well-armed Spanish galleons. Those were daunting ships. They would be fully manned and carrying enough guns to sink any ship that the pirates had with ease. However, all of those guns and all of those men and all of that silver filling their holds meant that the Spanish galleons would be, well, they'd be riding low in the water. they'd be moving slowly. The pirate ships, on the other hand, were quick and agile. They could dart in, strike, and escape before the hulking Spanish vessel could get a volley out. There was no hope of taking any of the ships in open battle, but if they could find a straggler and nip at her heels with musket shot and swivel guns, and if they were lucky enough, even a well-timed shot with the heavy guns, then they could weaken that ship. They could pull her away from the fleet. They could board her and sail her away, with enough silver in their possession to set every man among the fleet up for life. The plan reminds me of, well, how a lion might take down prey on the savannah. They look for the slowest and the weakest in the herd. They separate them, they weaken them, they run them down, and then finally they strike. And the pirates actually had a bit of luck here. They had been far too weak to capture even one of those ships with these tactics a few weeks earlier. Had that letter from Panama reached the Viceroy at Lima on time, they would have been hopeless. They wouldn't have had a chance to capture any treasure of worth here. But they did capture those letters. That delayed the departure of the plotted fleet. The Viceroy would not receive another letter for at least a few weeks' time. And then, during those few weeks that they had fought themselves accidentally, more and more men had crossed the isthmus. They were going to join the pirates. Every man in the fleet knew that they now had a chance to go after the plotted fleet. They voted to do so. So the fleet decided to wait. Now, when Captain Townley entered the Pacific, he captured those two barks, and they were carrying wine. So Townley distributed that wine among all of the other crews. He wanted them to drink it up so that he could use the casks to fill with fresh water. What that means is that there were hundreds of pirates lying at anchor, bored, and they had plenty of wine to keep them good and drunk. They spent their days drinking and gambling, and this inevitably led to fighting among the men. Just quarreling, but a fight amongst drunken pirates could see blades drawn and guns fired and men killed. The captains tried to keep this sort of activity under control, but that led to other problems. When bored, drunk pirates aren't allowed to fight, they need some sort of outlet for their frustrations. So they started grumbling against the very men that were trying to keep order. Most notably, this happened on Bachelor's Delight. See, spring was coming on, and with the spring came endless days of torrential rain. It was basically a never-ending downpour, but sometimes it would grow violent and thunderous. So, if you'd like to imagine this next bit, think of it as a dark and stormy night. There were a large number of men on the Bachelor's Delight, perhaps 80 or more, that came from the crews of Captain Groynet and Lescouillet. They'd joined the English willingly, but they weren't loyal to Captain Davis. They were pirates that had their own allegiances, their own priorities, and they even had their own hierarchies. So that group began to plan a vote to oust Captain Davis and install their own captain. However, it became obvious that they wouldn't have the votes needed. So they started planning a mutiny. But into the midst of that growing threat, a diversion appeared. A small bark arrived carrying Englishmen, but it sailed in from a direction they didn't expect. This one came in from the west. Now, they were pirates, they were English freebooters, but apparently no one knew that they were in the region. They'd been part of a small fleet under a man named Captain William Knight, which was roving off the west coast of Mexico. This bark was carrying only about a dozen men, but it had been separated from the fleet of Captain Knight by a storm. In the aftermath of that storm, they went searching for Captain Knight, but actually got intercepted by a Spanish vessel. So they couldn't find the captain and had to flee. They decided the best course of action would be to sail east and then cross the isthmus north through Darien to re-enter the Caribbean. Dampier tells us, quote, "They came into the Bay of Panama intending to go overland back into the North Seas, but that they luckily met with us. For the Isthmus of Darien was now become a common road for privateers to pass between the North and South Seas at their pleasure. This bark of Captain Knight's had in her 40 or 50 jars of brandy, She was now commanded by Mr. Henry Moore, but Captain Swan, intending to promote Captain Harris, caused Mr. Moore to be turned out, alleging that it was very likely these men were run away from their commander. Mr. Moore willingly resigned her and went aboard of Captain Swan and became one of his men. End quote. That gave the men a momentary diversion from their plans to mutiny, but only briefly. Those jars of brandy that the bark brought in only made the men more drunk and more belligerent. It became so tense on board Bachelor's Delight that men began carrying weapons everywhere they went, not just knives for work, but swords and muskets. Now, no one mentioned it, no one talked about it openly, but everybody knew that this could turn into a bad situation at any moment. And the primary complaint here was born out of boredom. The men were growing weary of waiting for the fleet, and they also feared that they might miss it. They thought that the plan might not be the best. They wanted to instead attack Panama itself immediately. Someone should perhaps have listened to them here, but nobody did. Still, that tension grew and boiled and festered. But before it could manifest, yet another group of pirates arrived to join the fleet. This was the group that Peter Harris had gone off to collect in his bark. He brought back with him a small fleet of canoes and periagos. He brought in a force of 250 men that consisted of some of the most well-known and accomplished pirates of the era. William Dampier doesn't even bother to give their names. Now, he will later on, but at this moment when he introduces them, well, he's much more interested in a pages-long description of the trees of the region, which, to be fair, he does introduce the world of Europe to the avocado here. The commander of this fleet, though, well, this story is complex. I'll talk more about them and their journey next time. For now, though, you should know that this group was separated from the command of Lorco de Graaf. When de Graaf was preparing his raid against Campeche and rallied his forces near the Yucatan Peninsula, several pirates chose to leave his command. They decided to sail instead toward the Pacific. They were led by Jean Rose, Mathurin de Martez, and Pierre Le Picard. I say that they are among the most well-known of their era, but much of that probably comes from their earlier exploits and what would come after. On this voyage, William Dampier barely mentions them. They did have a chronicler of their own, however, a man named Raveneau de Lussan. I'm thankful that he joined this expedition because his journal gives us another fantastic primary source from a different perspective. And you can see the difference in their perspective most glaringly in the different names they give to pirates of different nationalities. When the entire force was gathered, when their whole strength was marshaled, William Dampier writes, quote, "Our fleet consisted of 10 sail. First, Captain Davis, 36 guns, 156 men, most English. Captain Swan, 16 guns, 140 men, all English. These were the only ships of force that we had, the rest having none but small arms. Captain Townley had 110 men, all English. Captain Gronet, 308 men, all French. Captain Harris, 100 men, most English. Captain Brandley, 36 men, some English, some French. Davis's tender, 8 men. Swan's tender, 8 men. Townley's bark, 80 men. And a small bark of 30 tons made a fire ship with a canoe's crew in her. We had in all 960 men." End quote. When he says a tender, that's just a small ship's boat. But compare that to the account of Raveneau de Lussan. Quote, "On the 22nd, which was Easter Day, their fleet arrived at the King's Isles where we were. They consisted of 8 sail, which, together with the 2 barks they had sent to wait for our arrival, made up in all 10 vessels, of which take the following account. The first served as admiral, and was a frigate carrying 36 guns, commanded by one Captain David, that's Edward Davis. The next was instead of vice admiral, had 16 guns, and was under the command of one whose name was Captain Sami, that's Charles Swan. The third and fourth were 2 ships commanded by Captain Townsley. The fifth was a ship that could have carried 30 guns, but had none, and was commanded by Captain Groynet. The sixth was a ship commanded by Brady, that's Captain Brantley. Other editions of this journal named him Branders, who arrived with the new privateers. The eighth was a long bark, commanded by a quartermaster, with a detachment of men drawn out of the fleet. End quote. Now, he doesn't make mention of him in that passage, but the two barks that he arrived on were commanded by Captain Harris. It's strange to me that neither man mentions Jean Rose, Desmartez, or Pierre Le Picard. Now, Desmartez wouldn't become widely known until much later, but Jean Rose and Pierre Le Picard were both already infamous pirates. The slight against Jean Rose I can understand from William Dampier's perspective. William Dampier and Edward Davis and the crew that had left Bartholomew Sharp with them had good reason to dislike Jean Rose, and Rose himself had perhaps even better reason to dislike the English. More on that next time. Picard, though, if he was the same Pierre Le Picard that sailed alongside Francois Lobonnet and Roque Basiliano and Henry Morgan, well, he should have been a legend among the Brethren of the Coast. He may not have been the same man, but if he was definitely well known, especially in buccaneer circles. However, here in the Pacific, without their own ships underfoot, well, they weren't captains, so they were incorporated into other crews. Groynet took on most of the Frenchmen, and the rest seemed to have joined up with Peter Harris, who brought them down to this meeting. But I'm still wondering about those relations between pirates. What kind of stories are going untold here? We will learn more about the tensions between the captains that are worth writing about, but well, I wonder what was going on among the regular crewmen, and who actually might have been here that wasn't worth writing about, at least who wasn't worth writing about yet. Was Henry Avery here at this meeting? Maybe. I mean, it's been reported, though disputed by historians, that he served in the Third Anglo-Dutch War, and then as a logwood cutter and captain of a logwood boat there in the Bay of Campeche, and then he turned full-time buccaneer. Now, it's not suggested that he held a captaincy in the Brethren, but nothing really substantive exists on Avery until about 1689. By then, he was a captain of a privateer vessel in the 9 Years' War, and would soon turn pirate. However, he had to have been sailing before then. He very well might have been here at this meeting. Now, Dampier was working on his book in the 1690s, and by that time, Henry Avery was notorious. Dampier probably would have mentioned Avery if he knew that he was there, but how could Dampier be expected to have known every crewman on every vessel? Their fleet held almost 1,000 men now, especially if Avery was no one of note. Dampier would have had no reason to notice some young man swabbing the deck. Now, all of that's pure speculation, of course. There's nothing to suggest he was there, and there may be some information I haven't read that contradicts me here, but Henry Avery's story is so filled with myth and uncertainty. We don't know where he was in those years right before 1689, not definitively. So, who's to say he wasn't here? You could even imagine him being one of those that crossed the isthmus with Captain Townley, one of those who was incorporated into the crew of the Bachelor's Delight. What if he were a ringleader among those pirates? It's not impossible to imagine on one of those dark and stormy nights a young pirate and ambitious man named Henry Avery talking to the mates below decks, trying to convince them to mutiny against Captain Davis, to take the ship for themselves and install him as captain. He did want to be a captain after all, and he would go on to engage in some good old-fashioned mutiny later on in his life. Now, none of that probably happened, but wouldn't that be cool? But it also makes me wonder who else could have been there. Up in the West Indies, Laura de Graaf and Michel de Gramont and all of that lot were busy pirating around, but that's about it. There were a few pirates up in North America, but nothing really substantial going on. There were some pirates off the west coast of Africa, but that hadn't really blown up, and none of them had reached the Indian Ocean yet. Virtually all of the rest of the pirates in the world were here. Certainly not all of them, but definitely most of the pirates from the British Isles, be they English or Welsh or Scottish or Irish, nearly all of them were here in the Pacific. Now, we know the names of the captains that were here, and we'll actually get to introduce a few other pirates that would go on to sail the pirate round and would interact closely with men like Henry Avery, but who else might have been on board one of these vessels? Was Thomas Tew here? Probably not, but maybe. He was, at this point, probably in Rhode Island, but we aren't certain. He could have been here. Was William Kidd here? I mean, why not? He would have been 30 years old when this meeting took place. Now, we know that he relocated from Scotland to New York early on in life, but then history loses track of him until, again, 1689 at the outbreak of the 9 Years' War. But he had to have been sailing before that. Even the most silver-tongued man wouldn't be able to convince a crew full of hardened buccaneers with their bellies full of wine to commit mutiny and to follow him without some sort of experience under his belt. So who's to say that Kidd and Avery and Thomas Tew, who's to say they weren't here? Any number of well-known British pirates could have been here at this meeting. But we can't know any of that to be the case. I'm just letting my imagination wander. This last group of pirates arrived on March 22nd, 1685. Now they all resolved to await the Silver Fleet, and wait they did. For nearly 2 months they cruised around the Bay of Panama, hoping to catch wind of the Spanish fleet. They created a sort of web of the larger ships among them, with the smaller vessels running word between, in case anyone had any word that the Spanish fleet was coming. The English among them captured a small ship out of Panama that had virtually nothing worth on board, but it did bring them news that their king, Charles II, had died. However, that meant very little to a bunch of pirates in the Pacific. Then came the morning of 28 May 1685. It was dark and cloudy, and a heavy rainfall began to pour upon them. But at about 11 a.m., the rain began to lessen and finally clear up. Then the lookout on board Captain Voynet's ship spotted sails on the horizon. But he weighed anchor and set a course for the main, away from the incoming ships. This is what caught the attention of the English among them, who looked around and saw the sails shortly thereafter. Here's the problem. A treasure fleet sailing from Lima in Peru to Panama City would be coming from the southeast, headed northwest. That's how the pirates arrayed themselves. That's where they built their web to catch the fleet. But these ships weren't coming from the southeast. They were coming from the northwest, from Panama. What the pirates didn't know, and what they wouldn't learn until later, is that the treasure fleet managed to slip by them a few weeks earlier. It had already safely deposited its silver in Panama. And then the fleet stocked up on guns and sailors and soldiers. Then the treasure fleet, now carrying arms, sailed out to meet the pirates. They may not have known what happened, but Davis and Dampier and all the rest realized something was wrong. William Dampier writes, quote, Captain Swan and Townley came aboard of Captain Davis to order how to engage the enemy, who we saw came purposely to fight us, they being in all 14 sail beside Periagos, rowing with 12 and 14 oars apiece. 6 sail of them were ships of good force. First, the Admiral, 48 guns, 450 men. The Vice Admiral, 40 guns, 400 men. The Rear Admiral, 36 guns, 360 men. A ship of 24 guns, 300 men. One of 18 guns, 250 men. And one of 8 guns, 200 men. 2 great fire ships, 6 ships with only small arms, having 800 men on board them all. Besides, 200 or 300 men in Periagos. This account of their strength we had afterwards from Captain Knight. End quote. That's a serious fighting force. I mean, you know that joke about the pirate captain that orders his men to bring him his red shirt before battle against overwhelming force? Again and again, he leads them to victory in his red shirt. He does this so his men will never see his blood. Then a royal armada comes into view. The men eagerly await their captain's order to bring him his red shirt, and then he orders, "Bring me my brown pants." Yeah, I imagine that sentiment was felt with the might of the Spanish treasure fleet bearing down. The pirates had intended to use their superior speed and maneuverability to capture a treasure galleon, but instead, they were forced to use it to survive. The armada closed on them about noon, but the pirates had already set sail. They danced away from a confrontation, slipping just out of the Spanish range, but then the pirates attempted to come around the armada for a strike. But their gunboats and periaguas sortied out and fought the pirates off. The galleons then tacked about, and this time the pirates were well within range. They fired off a volley at the pirates and scored more than a few hits, but the pirates were still nimble enough to escape much damage. By this time, daylight was failing, and the pirates pulled back. When dusk began to settle, the Spanish admiral used his ship's lamp to issue commands to the other ships in the fleet. There was a series of commands for the night, lasting for some time. Now, the English knew what several of them meant, but most importantly, they recognized the command to lay anchor. The pirates kept their eyes open throughout the night. Several times they saw that lamp signal additional commands, but it never came any closer to them. And then dawn came. Dampier writes, quote, "This was only a stratagem of theirs, for this light was put out to the second time at one of their bark's topmost head, and then she was sent to the leeward, which deceived us, for we thought still the light was in the admiral's top, and by that means thought ourselves to windward of them. In the morning, contrary to our expectation, we found they were coming upon us with full sail, so we ran for it. And after a running fight all day, and having taken a turn almost round the Bay of Panama, we came to an anchor again, in the very same place from whence we set out in the morning." In case you didn't catch that, what happened here is the admiral, the largest ship in the fleet, gave the commands when the sun was still above the horizon. Then, later into the night, they had a bark give out commands that looked very much the same in the dark of night. They couldn't see what ship it was coming from. But when morning came, they saw the might of the fleet bearing down on them. So they ran. It wasn't a disaster exactly. No ships had been lost, and virtually no one was seriously injured, but it was a blow. The pirates were deeply disappointed. They'd expected to end the day rich men, and now, nothing. Captain Groenet, nearly all the Frenchmen in the fleet, well, they decided to sit the battle out. And frankly, that was probably wise. When an enemy force comes upon you in overwhelming strength from an unexpected direction, it's best to disengage and live to fight on another day. As Dampier says, it's best to run for it. Even had he engaged the Spanish, he didn't have any guns on board. He had men with muskets, but no big guns. His ship would have done very little good in the fight. But the English were angry at the French. Next time, we'll take a look at the reckoning that followed that, and the pirates' next moves. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd also like to thank everyone who has helped support the show. To those of you who have become a patron on Patreon or donated at the website, or who have spread the word about the show, either on social media or real life, I couldn't do this without you. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, I certainly suggest you do so at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, most important, thank you for listening.
listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show is also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore classes. That's Commodores King, Scurvy King, Ape, Zoom, Black King, Matthew, Bull, Vertigon, Conoco, and Day, Ronja, and Bootstrap State. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. I try to think of a suitable mental exercise to really put myself in the mindset of the pirates that sailed during the golden age of piracy, but I invariably come up short. It's because it's because I'm an American, and my mindset is very rooted in the American experience. I could imagine relocating to another country, adopting their customs and language, and really loving the experience, but I would never stop being an American. The pirates, though, lived in a very different world. They were absolutely children of their own nations, but they lived in a region that was, it was a melting pot that didn't yet have an identity of its own. The West Indies, the Caribbean, had so many small colonies of so many different nations, and they all existed so close to one another. In the span of an afternoon, at most a week, they might hear people speak Spanish and English and French and Dutch and Danish and German and Taino dialects and half a dozen different African languages. And then they would hear all of the hybrids that were busy being born out of that mesh of languages. However, most people that were born into that environment were deeply nationalistic. Whatever circumstance fluid them, they were still English or Dutch or French, except for the pirates. See, they were outlaws. They were villains of all nations. No country would give them a home. No country would give them succor. So they were forced outside of their nationalistic views. This probably started in the era of the privateers, the buccaneer era, where we are now. See, they all worked for commissions. Lord Hood de Graaf and Michael Andries, well, they were Dutch, as were hundreds of other privateers, but they accepted French commissions, and they served France loyally. De Graaf actually earned honors and was given a position of power in the French military. He tossed aside his homeland to fight a war against his people. Now, that wasn't true for everyone's experience. The English, most of them, tried to stay loyal to their home, but they were deemed outlaws for continuing in a trade that their home nation had hired them to do. I mean, imagine if you were offered a government commission to relocate and to own your own business. It turned out to be quite a profitable enterprise. And then, after a few months, that government turned around and told you, wait, No, you don't get to own a business. You're going to be flipping burgers for minimum wage. And if you fail to flip burgers, we'll hang you. What would you do in that situation? So, the English and the Dutch national identity, at least for the pirates, it started to wane. They had to seek out other nations in order to live their lives. Whenever they could, they would seek out French commissions. Strangely, though, it was actually the French pirates that kept their national identity strongest during these years. For example, a flotilla of smaller French vessels that was part of a larger fleet sailing under Captains de Graaf and Andriessen. That flotilla made for a Dutch settlement in 1684, hoping to trade. They were rebuffed by the governor there because of their association with the two Dutch pirate captains. Ravenel de Lussan, who was there, wrote after being denied entry into the settlement, quote, "We were punished for the knavery of these Dutchmen practiced towards their own people." End quote. He, in this passage, fails to recognize that the said knavery was accomplished with French commissions by his own commanders sailing from a French colony. That didn't matter to Lussan. They were Dutch. He was French. By his logic, it was a failing of the Dutch, and that Dutch governor should hold himself accountable for the actions of a Dutchman, regardless who signed his commission. Lussan failed to recognize what many of the buccaneers that weren't French were slowly coming to learn. Many French buccaneers failed to learn this, at least for now. Those other buccaneers, the English and the Dutch, they were criminals, not patriots. They were outlaws. They were outcasts. They were men and women without a home, without a country, and without a king. This is episode 65, Naples. That episode with the Dutch governor almost saw the whole party, with Ravenel de Lussan arrested and potentially hanged. It was a major factor in the decision of those French crews under Lord de Graaf to leave his fleet and to set out on their own. Namely, Captains Jean Rose, Pierre Le Picard, and Mathurin de Marquez, along with Ravenel de Lussan, they left the fleet and made for the sea between Portobello and Cartagena. They captured a ship out of Margarita that was carrying mostly corn, and they sailed it for the coast. Now, Lussan makes note of what he calls, quote, a most cruel, barbarous, and savage Indian nation. And then he goes on to say that they eat without distinction whatever they can catch. We return without having the curiosity to make a trial of their teeth. So, yeah, they decided not to stick around long enough to get eaten. Naturally, most of these accounts of savage Indian cannibals are untrue, or at least wildly exaggerated. There were some groups that engaged in ritualistic sacrifice, and they were prone occasionally to eat the hearts of their victims or other symbolic parts of their anatomy. It was in an effort to gain their power. It was all about dominance and strength. It was ritual, though, not, I'm famished, let's go find a nice fat Frenchman. Mostly, though, this voyage after leaving Lord de Graaf was uneventful until their group reached the Golden Isle, where they met a few other French pirates that had been left behind by Captains Francois Goynet and Jean Lescouillet. Those pirates were flying the French flag. They were hoping to flag someone down that would give them a lift home. You see, they decided not to join the other pirates on their way to the Southern Ocean. This appears to have been the moment when they found out about the pirates in the Pacific Ocean. Now, they quite possibly may have heard about Francois Goynet and Jean Lescouillet before this moment, but it's the first time that Ravenel de Lussan mentions it. So they deliberated about what to do, and finally, the three French captains decided to follow their compatriots into the Pacific Ocean. They probably gave their prize vessel over to those maroon pirates to get them home, and they burned the rest of their boats upon reaching the Maine. When they did, the pirates were approached by a delegation of Kuna guides. I'm curious about what languages everyone spoke here. Now, we know that the Kuna spoke their own language, and the English spoke a bit of Kuna, but I doubt that the Kuna spoke French or that the French spoke Kuna, so it's most likely that everyone involved spoke Spanish, which was the lingua franca there on the mainland. The Kuna had instructions for the French pirates about how to behave among them and what to expect going on. There had been moments in the past where some of the more rough-cut pirates had attempted to take liberties in the Kuna settlements or otherwise offended the Kuna somehow, and well, there were times when that nearly saw the entire alliance fall apart. Now, I haven't found any records of the Kuna exacting justice on any pirates, not so far at least, but they did guide the pirates through miles and miles of dangerous terrain with all sorts of potential dangers for an unwary traveler. I imagine that if the Kuna decided among themselves that a pirate needed to die, well, they had ways of making that happen. The pirates, though, were unlikely to ask too many questions when they were all alone, essentially stranded out in the jungle with only their Kuna guides to lead them out. But the Kuna that met the French pirates there on the coast also carried a letter for the pirates from the other French captains that were currently there, Groynet and Gascouillet. The letter was left to let any pirates that followed them know of their intention to enter the Pacific, and it let them know about where they planned to be. So Captain Rose wrote a letter in response, informing Groynet of their presence and their intention to join him. The Kuna runners carried the letter off to the English. This alliance between the Kuna and the Buccaneers was turning out to be quite beneficial. It facilitated trade, which was good for both sides. The pirates were able to trade for food and necessaries, while the Kuna were able to trade for European goods. Mostly they wanted iron tools and weapons. There was actually a brisk trade happening in good steel. It was important for the Kuna to arm themselves in their ongoing war against Spain. But this alliance created a secure path for the Europeans to cross the isthmus without dying or being captured by the Spanish. It really took very little effort on the part of them. They had to provide guides and foodstuffs for the pirates, but the return they got on that investment in time and supplies was phenomenal. They got significant aid in their war against the Spanish, which was their long-term goal here, but they also got access to technologies that they wouldn't otherwise have had access to, which gave them a leg up on many of their rivals in the region, not just the Spanish, but the other tribes around them. That alliance created what Dampier called the common road for privateers. It facilitated this entire gathering of pirates in the Pacific. Now, the original Pacific adventure would never have happened under Sharp and Coxon without the aid of the Kuna, but this was really the only sensible route to the Pacific Ocean. The only other way was by sea, around the Cape of South America, but that was a huge investment in time and supplies, and it was deadly dangerous. This was the only route available to any but the most enterprising pirates. However, that alliance was really between the English buccaneers and the Kuna. Now, the French were perfectly willing to utilize the goodwill of the Kuna, but they didn't hold them in the same high regard that the English did. At least, Ravenel de Lusan did. When he writes about them, it's with a thinly veiled contempt. He writes that they have no religion, no knowledge of God, but he insists that they do hold communion with the devil. He writes of their lack of clothing and their failure to use gold and silver as proper coinage. He treats nearly everything that is a part of their culture as a failing of the Kuna. But we have to remember here that Ravenel de Lusan wasn't a scholar. This was just the journal of a common sailor. It was intended for publication, but it doesn't have the same standard of scientific curiosity that the writing of Dampier or Lionel Waverley. Ravenel de Lusan goes on to talk all about their hardships crossing the mountains, rivers, and swamps and jungles of the isthmus. They lost about 6 men in the crossing, which Lusan ascribes to the lax guidance of the Kuna, but they made it to Santa Maria and the river which led to the Gulf of San Miguel. The pirates began felling trees and constructing canoes, but the Kuna actually gathered food for them. They gathered bananas and fruits and root vegetables mostly. And as always, food seems to be a primary topic of these accounts. And yeah, I get it. Food would have been at the forefront of their minds because they needed it to survive. And in 1685, it would have made for fascinating reading back then. When we get around to interstellar travel, people here on Earth will be fascinated by accounts of what our ambassadors to alien planets had for dinner. There will be alien delicacies that we can only imagine and maybe get a taste of at some point in our lives once interstellar travel becomes commonplace. But here in 2018, I know what a plantain is. I'm not that interested in the taste of monkey flesh. What I want is, I want to hear accounts of the arguments between the crew. I want to hear about the tensions that hung over them. I want the drama that's there. But 17th century authors weren't tremendously concerned with drama. However, if there are any future astronauts listening to this podcast, when you are on your voyage of discovery and exploration, be sure to write down juicy details of the crew. I want to know about everyone who was there. I want to know about who was sleeping with who and who was fighting with who. If you do so, future historians will thank you.
400 years ago, a trio of tiny kingdoms were perched on some damp islands off the coast of Europe. Within 3 short centuries, these islands would become the center of an empire which ruled a quarter of the globe and on which the sun never set. I'm Samuel Hume, a historian of the British Empire, and my podcast, Pax Britannica, follows the people and events that built that empire into a global superpower. Listen to Season 1 and hear about England's first attempts at empire building in Ireland, in North America, and in the Caribbean, the first steps of the East India Company, and the political battles between king and parliament. Listen to Season 2 to hear about the chaotic years of civil war, revolution, and regicide which rocked the 3 kingdoms and the fledgling empire. In Season 3, we see how Lord Protector Oliver Cromwell ruled the powerful Commonwealth and challenged the Dutch and the Spanish for the wealth and power of the Americas and Asia. Learn the history of the British Empire by listening to Pax Britannica everywhere you find your podcasts, or go to pod.link/Pax.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant concepts. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation and the gods, all the way to Cleopatra, and the History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by the trained Egyptologists. We go much deeper into average documentary or magazine article to uncover tales of life, great events, and the amazing art of a writer. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt and experience legendary culture.
When the canoes were finally finished, Captains Rose and Picard and Desmarquez rowed downriver, where they were met by Captain Peter Harris. Now they were able to abandon their canoes almost immediately. Harris had a ship, and they sailed with him to meet all of the other pirate captains gathered in the Pacific. Edward Davis, Charles Swan, there was Roynay Lescouillet, there was Captain Townley, and then there were men like William Dampier, Lionel Waco. Last time, when I mentioned this meeting, I brushed past a complication that arose when this last group of French pilots met up with the English. Now, I questioned what sort of unmentioned prior relationships these pirates of different crews may have had with one another. I pondered about the drama that we might not ever know about, but that was definitely there, lingering below the surface. But there was one undeniably large piece of drama at this meeting. And it wasn't under the surface, it was right out in the open. If you'll remember way back to the end of the first Pacific Adventure in 1681, John Cook, Edward Davis, William Dampier, Lionel Wafer, and a crew of about 50 other pirates broke away from Captain Bartholomew Sharp. They sailed north back to Santa Maria and crossed Bering to come out on the coast of the Caribbean, what they call the North Sea. There, after only a few days, they were met by a fleet of pirate vessels that offered them a ride. That fleet included John Coxon, who was their original commander. It included Jan Willems and George White. But it was mostly made of French crews, and everyone there who had a commission was sailing under a French commission. Most notably, there were two captains, Jean Tristan and Jean Rose. There were several other French captains, but those are the two who are important right now. When they left the coast of Berry, they had a run-in with the Windward fleet, and Captain Tristan got separated from the rest. He got left behind. They held a grudge about that, and he blamed the English for it. After a few months traveling around the Lesser Antilles, when they were finally approaching Saint-Dominique, well, the story differs. There are two versions of it. If you believe William Dampier's version of events, the English captains, Wright and Coxon, left the fleet to return to Jamaica. Then, when there were only a few Englishmen left among them, Cook and Davis and Dampier and bad luck, Captain Tristan arrested them. These were men that he helped rescue, but he put them in chains. Now, Cook and Davis and the other officers were taken to Petit Goave, where they were to be tried for piracy. Dampier and the rest of the regular crew members were marooned on La Vacha, where they could be collected later on by French authorities. Upon reaching Petit Goave, the English were left on board in chains, while Captain Tristan and most of the other Frenchmen went ashore to discuss the situation with the authorities. That night, Cook and Davis led an escape in which they freed themselves and their friends and took the ship of the treacherous, backstabbing French dog. But, if you believe Jean Tristan's version of events, the English were not arrested. They willingly joined his crew. They sailed with him. They served alongside his men. Then, when they arrived at Petit Goave, he went ashore to his home, and the English, who were still on board, staged a mutiny, killed most of the French that were left on board, and stole his ship because they were treacherous, backstabbing English dogs. Now, we may not ever know who was telling the truth, but pirates being pirates, it seems more likely to me that Captain Tristan was telling the truth. At least, I can more easily imagine a tale of mutiny and thieving than a story of arrest and dealing with the authorities with the intent of seeing your compatriots hung. But then again, the French were lawful privateers. They had commissions from the governor with the authority of the king behind them. The English, on the other hand, were just pirates. They were operating outside the laws of their nation, and it might look really bad for a French crew to harbor these criminals. So, maybe Dampier was telling the truth. But whatever the facts actually were, Captain Tristan lost a ship, and he had his men killed. Jean Rose was a friend of his, and here he was, in the Pacific. He had crew members with him on this voyage that had sailed with both he and Captain Tristan back when they rescued Davis and Cook and Dampier. Those men had lost friends when Cook and Davis led their revolt. The Bachelor's Delight, the admiral of this fleet down here in the Pacific, well, it was captained by none other than Edward Davis, and it was carrying William Dampier and 50-odd other English pirates that had betrayed Captain Tristan, at least in their view. It very nearly turns to guns and sabers and blood right there. There were men among those newly arrived French pirates that felt an insult of that magnitude deserved recompense right here, right now. But Captain Davis had a big ship. He had lots of guns, and he had a big crew. A fight right here and right now would certainly turn against the French. What's more, he had given a ship, out of the kindness of his thieving, rotten English heart, to a Frenchman, Captain Gournay. He didn't have to, but he did. Now they were all working together. And in that, there was another very solid argument to be made against killing the Englishmen here and now. Their fleet was waiting on a Spanish treasure galleon out of England. A Spanish treasure fleet, in fact. Now they could take a galleon or two, or maybe more, but but only if they put aside their differences and worked together. So everyone agreed to sail together in an effort to capture that windfall of Spanish silver that was sailing toward them. But then came those weeks of waiting. They had endless hours of sitting around, rain, discomfort. There was tension on board the Bachelor's Delight among the English. There was even talk of mutiny. There was tension aboard the French vessel under Captain Goynet as well, but it wasn't talk of mutiny. It was talk of the English and what had happened 3 years earlier at the Petit Goave. Jean Rose and his men discussed that English betrayal, that betrayal perpetrated by Cook, Davis, and Dampier, and much of the crew of the Bachelor's Delight, and everyone else on board that French vessel. They began to turn minds against the English. The opinion of the pirates on board the Bachelor's Delight began to sour. But then on June 7th, 1685, they encountered the Spanish treasure. Only, as we discussed last time, it was coming from the wrong direction, and it was bearing down hard on the pirates' position. Ravenel de Roussan writes, quote, "On the 7th, at noon, Captain Goynet gave us a signal that he described the Spanish fleet, consisting of 7 sail. He did so by lowering and raising his flag 7 times. We discovered 7 great ships coming toward us, with a bloody flag in the stern and a royal one on the masts. Now it was that the hopes which our crew had were lost, when they understood the fleet was into Panama revived again. The desire they had to enrich themselves at the others' cost decimated them to that degree that most of them threw their hats into the sea." Now Roussan wasn't on board the ship under Gournay. He was on board Peter Harris's ship, but he writes from the point of view of a French pirate in the fleet, and he writes that when the French ship sailed, it sailed away from the Spanish toward the main. Now he explains this as an attempt to stay out of sight. Remember, that ship didn't have any big guns on board. Gournay's plan was to wait until the Bachelor's Delight, who had many big guns, had engaged a galley. Then he would be able to come up behind and board the Spanish vessel without anyone knowing he was there. But then the Spanish pulled their little trick with the landouts, and they convinced the pirates that their flagship and the bulk of their fleet was further away than it actually was. When dawn came, the Spanish were right on top of the pirates, so the English ships had to flee. They were chased all around the bay in a running fight all day. The French, though, they stayed hidden. They, when the Spanish left, sailed away from the battle. They tried their best to avoid notice, and they did so. Now, to me, that seems like a smart move. If you are sailing a merchantman with no big guns, yeah, you don't want to get involved in a sea battle. Now, if Roussan is to be believed, they intended to join the fight, but they decided to stay out of the chase. The English, though, didn't see it that way. They saw that their effort had failed miserably. They had been outwitted and outdone. William Dampier wrote of their failure, quote, "Thus ended this day's work, and with it all that we had been projecting for 5 or 6 months. Instead of making ourselves master of the Spanish fleet and treasure, we were glad to escape them." End quote. That was a bitter failure for the English, who had been working towards this for some time, and many of them blamed the French on board Gournay's ship. For his part, Ravenel de Roussan writes, quote, "If we had met with this fleet, as we were in hope we should before they got an addition of strength in Panama, I do not question but things would have appeared with another favor than now they did, and that we should have possessed ourselves of their ships to bring back through the straits with wealth enough to live at ease." End quote. The French were equally disappointed to miss out on this prize. Now, this treasure fleet wasn't why they had all come to the Pacific in the first place, not expressly at least, but it kind of was. A treasure galleon was the dream. It was the desire of every pirate in the New World. They'd given their best shot to capture one and failed. There was plenty of frustration and anger to go around, and there was plenty of blame. It's suggested by the English, though it's not said outright, that the French decided to stay out of the fight as a sort of revenge for the perceived betrayal of Captain Tristan. It's even inferred that, well, that there may have been a plan that when the battle was done and the English were tired and injured with all of their ships damaged, the French could have just swept in and taken the galleon and all her treasure and left the English with nothing. Now, I don't believe that that was the plan, but who's to say? Now, Dampier didn't come out and say any of that, but there was a lot of suspicion toward the French. There were hard words exchanged, and once again it looked like it might turn to violence. However, Dampier writes, quote, "As for Ronit," that's Rene, he said his men would not suffer him to join us in the fight. We were not satisfied with that excuse, so we cashiered our cowardly companion. Some were for taking from him the ship which we had given him, but at length he was suffered to keep it with his men, and we sent them away to some other place. End quote. Now that's not exactly how Mousson accounts what happened. See, after they failed to take the treasure fleet, left Panama behind them, the pirates sailed on a small village, Pueblo Nuevo. Now, Dampier doesn't even mention attacking this village. It's too small to be of any notice, apparently, but they actually invaded and did a fair amount of damage to the people that lived there. They attacked and took the town with beatings. But the English were still a bit bitter about the whole affair outside of Panama. So, well, they lorded it over the French. There were more English pirates during their raid on Pueblo Nuevo, so the English took any command that the French could have held among themselves away. They demanded that the French take the most dangerous parts of town, and also the least profitable areas. Anywhere that there was a small stronghold, the French were in the front line. Then the English went away and looted and drank and found all manner of comforts and entertainments, all while the French were still busy fighting. But it all came to a head at the church in town. Now, we need to remember that these Frenchmen here were not the Huguenot exiles of the 1650s era Brethren of the Coast. They were loyal French privateers, and thanks to King Louis's decree, they were all Catholic once again. Mousson writes, quote, "The English and we had a difference in the descent we made upon this town, for, they being more numerous than we, would take advantage of us and be masters of the whole. Captain Townsley would have taken Captain Grenet's ship away, which Captain David had given him, but he was forced to give over his pretensions. One of the chief reasons that made us disagree was their impiety against our religion, for they made no scruple when they got into a church to cut down the arms of a crucifix with their sabers, or to shoot them down with their fusils and pistols, bruising and maiming the images of the saints in derision to the adoration we Frenchmen paid unto them. And it was chiefly in these horrid disorders we came to understand that the Spaniards equally hated us all." That was a tipping point for the French. The English could demean them and demand unfair service from them and gnash their teeth and spit out all sorts of insults against the French and their courage and their character, but they could not disrespect their faith. And it's telling here that in this argument, Mousson, well, he believes that the Spanish should hate the English more because they are not Catholic. But he sees that though the French had no love for the Spanish either, he sees that they are hated as much as the English. Their Catholic faith means nothing anymore when they allow themselves to be lumped in with this group of English heretics who are so desecrating the Catholic Church. They fail to defend their own religion when they sail with these men. And you just know that some of the English pirates among them, some of the worst among them, really rubbed it in the faces of the French. Now, the English always enjoyed desecrating a Catholic church when the opportunity came to them, especially a Spanish one, but you know that they defiled and mocked them They allowed it. They laughed and paraded it around the Frenchman. They threw it in their face. So there, at Pueblo Nuevo, the fleet decided to split up. They went separate ways. They did so strictly along national lines. The English all sailed northwest. The French, though, well, they were going to need guns to attempt anything worthwhile. Next time we're going to follow the two groups of pirates on their diverging and intersecting paths there in the Pacific. However, I never came to a conclusion about my question earlier about the mental exercise that would allow me into the headspace of a pirate. To try and grasp their deteriorating sense of national allegiance while still holding firmly to all of the prejudices of their home countries. I tried to think of it in terms of war. Those nations were all constantly at each other's throats, so I thought about, as an American, what wars I could compare that to. I thought about Americans that ran off to join the forces of the Kaiser's German Empire, or the Nazi Germany, or even something like ISIS. But none of that fits to me. Those were enemies of a different nature. Now you can imagine England and France at war. Then you can imagine them becoming allies and fighting together, then once again at war with each other. But I can't imagine those kinds of shifting alliances with the Nazis. Then there's the factor of their communities all being so close to one another, so intermingled. In the West Indies, all of those islands were claimed by one power or another, but they weren't always close to other islands of the same nation. Sometimes an island would be surrounded entirely by foreign powers. Sometimes they would all be enemies. So they had to learn to work with one another to survive, even if they weren't allowed to do so legally, even if they had to do so through means of smuggling and piracy. They began to build a community that existed outside of national allegiance. And then there's the world into which all of this was happening. The 1600s, the late 1600s, were a time of change. The old power structures were beginning to crack. Religion and monarchy were changing. People, especially those who were on the other side of the globe from those power structures, well, they were growing less and less attached to those powers. So when I'm trying to imagine that world and the mindset that the pirates had to have been in, I have trouble doing so in the modern world. But earlier, when I was talking about space travel and the ambassadors that we will be sending to alien worlds, well, that struck me. I think that when we begin to colonize extraterrestrial bodies, we're going to see something similar to what was happening there in the late 1600s in the Caribbean. Now, obviously, space pirates are going to exist, and they're going to be awesome. That goes without saying. But beyond that, when we're colonizing Mars, for example, well, that could go one of two ways. It could be, as many have hypothesized, a peaceful, worldwide effort wherein people from all walks of life and the corners of the globe will come together and work hand in hand to create a bright new future. Or, and this is my own pessimistic view, it could be a mad scramble of nation states to claim whatever they can. Much like the colonization of the New Worlds, the powers of the world, America, England, France, Brazil, India, China, most certainly, will all try to create their own colonies. But then those barriers that will be created on a place like Mars will rub against one another, and there will be problems and fighting. And then, with all that happening, much like it did in those communities in the West Indies, there will be a group of people, probably the most dispossessed among them, that will realize that they are light years away from the centers of power that are causing all these problems that are really impacting their lives in a very real way. And then through, well, probably through illegal means, like space piracy, they'll begin to break those barriers down. Despite the best efforts of those in power, those dispossessed people will actually begin to bring about that bright new future of people working together, hand in hand. Or at least I can hope. Thanks for listening, everyone. I really appreciate it. I'd like to thank especially everyone who has helped support the show, everyone who has signed up to be a patron on Patreon. I couldn't do this without you. And I'm about to begin sending out those models of the Queen Anne's Revenge in a bottle. I hope you're going to like it. I also couldn't do this without everybody who has helped spread the word about this show. I always smile, and it still feels a bit surreal when I see someone mention the Pirate History podcast out in the wild. Thank you to all. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, I certainly suggest you do so over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, you can find more at our website, piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, most important, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pilot or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pilot. Today's show is also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores King, Kim, Scurvy Pete, Pepe, Zoom, Blackpit, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Conoco Ende, Runga, and Bootstrap State. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When you look back on the second Buccaneer incursion into the Pacific, you can see that it was really the death rattle of the buccaneering era of piracy. It's a story of frustration and incompetence and failure. There was a failed attack on Guayaquil, there was a failed attack on Panama, and a failed attempt to capture the treasure fleet. Aside from capturing a few stray merchantmen here and there, the pirates in the Pacific had no real successes. Now, there had been a few smaller prizes taken. Peter Harris the Younger had captured Santa Maria. His crew was well off. They had sacks full of gold dust. Frankly, I'm surprised that they didn't turn around and return home. But they weren't rich men, not yet. They stayed in hope of that one huge windfall of Spanish silver. But it never seemed to materialize. When we look back, that attempt on the treasure fleet outside Panama is usually seen as the last gasp of the buccaneers. The French and Dutch pirates in the West Indies up north, well, they were all settling down. Lorho de Graaf, Mikhail André-Zoon, Jan Willems, they were all buying farms at Cap Francais or leaving the West Indies altogether. The English and French pirates in the Pacific didn't realize that the buccaneer era was coming to a close, not yet at least. They were just living their lives, trying to survive. They were hoping for a prize worth taking home. They didn't know that the sun was setting on the first era of the Golden Age of piracy. Some of the pirates on this voyage would be directly responsible for that shift into the second era of the Golden Age of piracy. They weren't the big names, not that we know of at least, but they were paving the way for the big names to come. For example, there was a pirate on board Bachelor's Delight, a regular crew member named George Rayner. He wasn't anybody of note here in the Pacific, but he would go on to captain a ship and sail alongside Thomas Tew, Henry Avery. It's worth noting that, according to some, these pirates weren't even living in the Golden Age of piracy. That definition, that distinction, is ambiguous. Some historians consider the Age of Sail in its entirety to encompass the Golden Age of piracy, the age of exploration and colonization. And I'm working with that definition in mind. That's why I chose to begin the Pirate History podcast with Sir Francis Drake. He was kind of like, well, you know when you hear about really early computer scientists, Drake was kind of like one of those World War II era scientists with a compound out in the desert. They had whole buildings full of tape that were capable of doing basic math and really little more. The bones were there. They were programming computers, and Francis Drake was stealing Spanish silver in America. But the similarities tend to end there. And the Buccaneers, similarly, were rarely actually pirates. Morgan was a privateer. Most of them were privateers, and all of them got their start on privateering vessels. The real true pirates were few and far between. But here in the Pacific, we see that divide between legitimate privateers and outright pirates in stark contrast. That's why some historians choose to use this moment as the dawn of the Golden Age of piracy. These late Buccaneer-era pirates were actual pirates, not privateers. At least the English here in the Pacific were. And that definition is really helpful when looking at piracy from an Anglo-centric point of view. Many of these pirates would go on to sail in the Red Sea and the coast of Africa. The most famous pirates, those from the Pirate Republic at Nassau, they were, well, most of them weren't even born yet, and if they were toddlers. Benjamin Hornigold, Edward Teach, Charles Vane, Woodes Rogers, well, all of them were 5 years old when these pirates in the Pacific lost their battle outside of Panama. Jack Rackham would have only been about 3, and Mary Read was actually born in 1685, probably while this voyage was underway. Anne Bonny and Stede Bonnet and Edward England and Ed Lowe, well, they hadn't even been born yet. And those are all the major players in the last great drama of the Golden Age of piracy. But their particular brand of free, anarchic, usually British piracy, that brand from which all of the tropes and myths and pop culture images of piracy spring, well, that started here in the Pacific in 1685. This is episode 66, Swan Song. After their raid on Pueblo Nuevo, and actually the town that was attacked was named Remedios, the island was named Pueblo Nuevo. The English and French factions in the Buccaneer fleet in the Pacific were at odds with one another. They decided to split up and go their separate ways. Now, the first order of business for both companies was to construct canoes. They had discovered that taking a treasure ship was out of the question, and that The local governments weren't going to let any shipping of value set sail unless they were part of a convoy full of well-armed warships. Now, Dampier writes disparagingly about Spanish military power. He scoffs at their rusty guns and their rotten ships and their infantile naval strategy, all while getting beaten at Panama and chased around the Pacific and frustrated in every attempt they had to steal any treasure whatsoever. Remember, outside of Peter Harris, the most valuable cargo any of these pirates had stolen thus far was that haul of flour about a year back, which they were still eating, as it turns out. There were the slaves that had been captured outside Guayaquil, but no mention seems to be made of them after the fact. They were probably being sold quietly to small villages and farms along the coast. Locals in the region would have saved a fortune buying them as human contraband, illegally sold slaves, and Dampier would have kept quiet about that. Any unlicensed slave trading he may have been privy to could have seen him thrown in irons. A little bit of piracy could be brushed aside for gentlemen of quality, but slave trading was messing with the British East India Company, and that would not be tolerated. So they needed canoes to row ashore and to take targets on land. Pueblo Nuevo was filled with trees suitable for canoe construction, so the pirates set about doing so. Now they were split up, so they actually did it at different ends of the island. Making a canoe is a relatively simple process. You cut down a tree, you cut it just a bit longer than you actually want the canoe to be, and then you use the excess to make oars. Then you shear one side flat, lie it on that flat side so it will sit steady and shape the hull. Then you flip it over and hollow out the inside. The problem here is that these pirates didn't have any fine woodworking tools on hand. They had some tools. I mean, they needed tools to maintain a ship, but most of the pirates building canoes were reduced to using axes and hatchets to shape and hollow out their canoes. It was a lot easier to make a mistake with those tools. Some of them even made the mistake of using already fallen trees, which is incredibly stupid. They were invariably already rotting. More than a few pirates over the following months were surprised to find their canoes suddenly and unexpectedly sinking because they used a soft, rotting wood. Now, 2 weeks into this canoe building adventure, the French ship under Gournay sailed into view around the island. Things were tense between the English and the French, and more than a few pirates probably armed themselves, but they were still officially friendly. Gournay was leading in another ship, though, an English vessel under Captain William Knight. Now, he was that captain that had arrived before this Pacific incursion really got underway. He'd been raiding the coast of Mexico up to the northwest. You might remember that bark of Captain Knight's men that arrived at Santa Maria. It had the intent of crossing the isthmus, but, well, here we meet their captain. I get the impression that the two factions here, the English and the French, relations were strained, but they remained polite. The French brought Knight in, and it was like, oh, that's very nice of you. Oh, thank you very much. You're very welcome. No, you're too kind, that sort of thing. Captain Knight had been a bit more successful than the rest of the pirates, except for Harris so far. All on his own, he'd taken a number of villages on the coast of Mexico. Small villages, no rich prizes, but he'd made a living. More recently, he'd captured La Serena. That's the place where Peter Harris the Elder had actually died on the first Pacific adventure. He had learned some very important information from the Spanish there at La Serena. Information that Captain Davis and Gournay and all the rest of the pirates needed to know. He'd been searching for the pirates ever since. It turns out that the treasure fleet out of Lima was going to sail around the pirates to reach Panama and intended to arm their best warships and attack the pirates from the west. He had word of a trap that had already been sprung outside Panama. He had learned of it before the battle, but he hadn't been in time to warn the other pirates. They were, at the time, trying to avoid notice. It's possible that the pirates had actually seen the sails of Captain Knight's captured Spanish brig and hidden from it. They thought he was the enemy. The few French pirates on board Captain Knight's ship chose to join up with Gournay, and they returned to the other side of the island. The French company was a pitiful thing. They had the Santa Rosa, the ship that had been gifted to them, that zero-gun merchant. She was captained by Captain Francois Gournay, and carried most of the French crew. That included Ravenel de Lussan, the man who was writing the chronicle of their events, as well as Jean Rose, Pierre Le Picard, and Jean Lescouillet, as well as Mathurin Desmarais. Now, I've actually been mispronouncing his name so far. Usually I've said it something like Desmartes, and I knew that was incorrect, but I couldn't find a reliable source on how to pronounce his name. It ends with an STZ, which confounded me. Thanks to a Reddit user named Murderous Squirrel, I actually found out that that particular naming convention would have died out around 1700, and that Thorin's name would have been pronounced Desmarais. Before the French left, the English told them that they were planning to attack the city of Leon off the coast of Mexico in modern-day Nicaragua. Leon was one of two cities founded by the conquistador Francisco Hernandez de Cordova. The other was Grenada on Lake Nicaragua, which Henry Morgan occupied for several months back in 1666. Now, Leon lays about 20 leagues northwest of Grenada. Its original location was on the shore of Lake Managua, and that was founded back in 1524. However, the nearby volcano, Momotombo, had a series of destructive eruptions in 1610. So the people of Leon moved their city about 6 leagues inland, away from the volcano and the lake. It's a landlocked city. It has no access to the sea. There is a river nearby, but not close enough to storm the walls by canoe. The pirates would have to march into it. In 1685, Nicaragua was still part of the Viceroyalty of Nueva España. Now that Viceroyalty stretched from San Augustine in Florida to California, all down through modern Mexico and Guatemala, El Salvador, Belize, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama, all the way down to Darien, where the swamps and jungles make holding the land too difficult. That's not to mention, Nueva España also had Cuba and Santo Domingo and Puerto Rico and the Bahamas. It's safe to say that in 1685, the Viceroy of Nueva España, Don Tomas Antonio Manuel Lorenzo, was the most powerful man in the Spanish Empire. Now, you might be thinking more about the king. Remember, though, King Charles II of Spain was the child of generations of Habsburg inbreeding, and he was severely mentally and physically disabled. Will Durant described him as, quote, short, lame, epileptic, senile, and completely bald before 35, always on the verge of death, but repeatedly battling Christendom by continuing to live. End quote. His mother, Mariana of Austria, served as regent in his name. Now, she may have very well been the most powerful person in the Spanish Empire, excepting arguably the Pope himself, but New Spain made Don Tomas Antonio, let's say, number 3. So Nicaragua was not yet an independent state, but it was a separate administrative district. It was a colony within the Viceroyalty of Nueva España. Leon was the capital of that administrative district, and it showed. It wasn't one of the richest cities in New Spain. It had nothing on Havana or San Juan, but it was a prosperous capital. It could be compared to, say, Cartagena or Port Royal. Today, the jewel of Leon's architecture is the Lady of Grace Cathedral. Now, construction on that cathedral wouldn't begin until 60 years after these pirates left the Pacific, but one element of that construction was already in place. That region of Nicaragua is volcanic and suffers frequent earthquakes. Thus, when they were building large structures in Leon, the people built cellars underneath their building to help absorb the impact of the tectonic activity, as well as to serve as a sort of bunker should any earthquakes or eruptions occur. Those cellars were well stocked with provisions. Then, as the city grew, industrious architects began to excavate tunnels between some of those cellars. Eventually, when Our Lady of Grace was completed, there was a network of cellars that connected all of Leon's primary religious institutions. That network was while it was considered necessary to defend against English pirates. The bones of that tunnel system, though, were already in place in 1685. For example, one might enter the Church of San Sebastian, the oldest church in Leon, built from adobe instead of stone. From there, you could enter the tunnels and travel to the Church of San Francisco to visit a courtyard surrounded by lemon trees and royal palms around a glorious fountain. From the Church of San Francisco, you might go underground in 1685 to the Church of San Nicolas Tolentino. Now, that's the oldest stone church in Leon. It was commissioned by Philip III of Spain himself. Or you might choose to go to the Colegio de San Roman, a seminary college. Or there was the Chapel of La Assumption, which was also connected to those tunnels. However, that actually didn't have that name in 1685. It was just an episcopal mansion, but it had only been completed 7 years before the pirates arrived. And then there was the newest religious building in Lyon, the Church of Saint Philippe. It was the largest church in the city at the time, if the least extravagant. It encompassed, and still today encompasses, a full city block. It was the house of worship for any people of color in Lyon. Those tunnels that were built under Lyon were built in case of earthquake, but they also were used frequently to defend against any attack that might come. Usually those attacks came from the local Native American population, but they were expanded and reinforced because of the pirate raids that were about to happen. The English pirates under Captain Davis were preparing for the first of those pirate raids. The French, though, had other priorities. They didn't have any big guns, or really much in the way of supplies, so Captain Gournay and most of the French crews decided to sail east to try their luck on the coast of Peru. All the English pirates, at least most of them, had already tried their luck on the coast of Peru and didn't go terribly well. A few French pirates, though, thought it best to join up with the English. William Dampier writes, quote, "The 18th day of July, John Rose, a Frenchman, and 14 more belonging to Captain Gronet, having made a new canoe, came and heard Captain Davis and desired to serve under him, and Captain Davis accepted of them because they had a canoe of their own." End quote. Now that's only 15 pirates. That doesn't signal a major schism among the French, but it does strike me as odd. You might remember Jean Rose had more reason than anyone else to dislike the English, especially Edward Davis and William Dampier and 50 other pirates that had betrayed one of his close friends. Still, he chose to sail with them for their attempt on land. Now that attempt would have to begin at a town called Rialeo, which was the first significant Pacific port north of Panama. It was fed mostly by the traffic in slaves and goods from Panama and Lima that would be carried inland to Leon or Grenada. It also served as a port to export all of the goods from Leon or Grenada. It wasn't a massive port like Cartagena, but it was busy enough. But they didn't have the defenses in place that Cartagena or Maracaibo did, since they had never needed to worry about pirates before, not till now. But the rest of the Frenchmen at Pueblo Nuevo weren't going to. They needed a new plan. It's odd how command is structured in these situations. All of them sailed under Captain Francois Gournay of the Santa Rosa. However, there were still separate crews led by former captains who didn't have a ship at the moment. Gournay had his crew of loyal men, as did Mathurin de Marte. There were men who followed Pierre Le Picard or Jean Lescouillet. Their men served under their particular leader, but on board the Santa Rosa, they all followed the command of Captain Gournay, as far as pirates could be said to follow any captain. Captain Gournay's first move was to send off 120 men in canoes to raid a small cattle plantation. They needed the food, first of all, but more importantly, perhaps, they needed intelligence. They took prisoners at that cattle plantation and interrogated them. What they wanted to know was if the Spanish had any notion of the split between the two factions of buccaneers. Did they know that the French were alone, that the English had left the region and headed off to the northwest? These cattle farmers and slaves had no idea. They had been raided recently, but not by pirates. They'd been raided by the treasure fleet out of Lima, the same fleet that trounced the pirates a few weeks earlier. To the cattle farmers, though, it didn't feel much different than a pirate raid. They still saw hundreds of armed men enter their homes and demand that the farmers pay their taxes. Now, those taxes were usually paid in coin and wine and beef and grain, but if they didn't have enough of those things, those soldiers might take an evening of pleasurable company with their wives and daughters. What difference would it make that these were king's men rather than English pirates? The only real difference is that those Spaniards wouldn't have burned down the church. Now, the pirates also took some cattle here, but they didn't take much else. They didn't have much else to take. However, the people on that cattle ranch did know where the pirates could find decent haul, and considering their recent treatment, they were willing to share the news. Ravenel de Lusan writes, quote, "On the 15th, we went ashore, and though we had no guide, we got by cock-crowing to a very pretty estancia, as they call it. And an estancia is an estate, but would be more accurately translated as a ranch." Lusan goes on, "Where we took 50 prisoners of both sexes. Among these there was a young man and woman of quality who promised we should have a ransom for them, and whom we carried to the island of Iguana." End quote. They raided the estancia of all her valuables and found a considerable amount of wealth. Somehow, the estates of men and women of quality were never taxed at the same rate that the estates of the poor were raided. They made a pretty penny there at the estancia, and then they waited until the 28th when their ransom was duly paid. The young man and woman of quality were probably treated relatively well as far as pirates can be expected to treat people of quality, but I do worry about the fate of the other prisoners, most especially since Lusan makes special note of the women they captured. They may have had a terrible experience, or perhaps not. The pirates were, after all, hoping to receive a ransom. But stories like this, Ravenel de Lusan just blows by the capture, captivity, and eventual release of these prisoners in 2 sentences. But for the people involved with these pirates, those 13 days at the mercy of the French buccaneers must have been a truly terrifying and terrible experience. The world was a different place in 1685, sure. People were more familiar than we are today with the dangers of the world, and there were less safeguards in place. But 15 days in captivity, among the most terrifying men in the world, they had the most terrible sort of brutality constantly hanging over their head. What would that do to someone? Even if they weren't tortured or murdered, wouldn't the fear of that experience change your life forever? But maybe the pirates were consummate gentlemen. It's entirely possible. Remember, these are privateers, after all. Maybe they fed the prisoners well. Maybe they saw to their comforts and perhaps even sat down to hold religious services with them. After all, they were all Europeans here. They were all good Catholics. Maybe these French privateers strove to display that they were not, in fact, the villains they were made out to be. This was, after all, just business. When the ransom was paid, though, the pirates moved on. They released the prisoners and sailed off to meet the other 200 or so pirates back at Pueblo Island. It was actually fewer than Ravenel de Lusan was expecting to see. The French commander, Gournay, had undertaken his big plan while Lusan was away. That big plan was to attack Remedios. Again, the same place that they had just attacked a few weeks prior. Now, that should be easy. The people of Remedios had just been beaten. They would still be weak. I don't know exactly what the pirates hoped to gain from the raid. After all, the town had just been picked clean. Although maybe, and I kind of like this idea, maybe they'd hidden away some treasure on that previous raid. Maybe when the English and the French raided the town together and they were having disagreements with one another, the French, well, they watched the Englishmen ransack and defile Catholic churches there in town. Maybe they hid away some prime plunder that they didn't want to share with those English heathens. It is suggested to me that they split up from the English after the raid and then immediately returned. However, Jean Rose, who left Rouennais and his French compatriots behind, may have had the right idea. He was more experienced than any of the other French pirates, excepting Pierre Picard, but maybe he just had a better understanding of human psychology. Captain Francois Rouennais expected the Spanish inhabitants of Remedio to be weak. Instead, they were vigilant. When they went ashore, Ravenel de Lusan writes, quote, "They got upon a rising ground with their arms and as much ammunition as they could save, and fought stiffly against us under a flag of defiance. The place where we landed was exposed to their fire from the ground where they had posted themselves. The ascent on that side where we stood was very difficult."
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. Next on Nada Yada Island.
I knew I deserved so much more, so I left. I finally switched to Metro and got what I was looking for.
Get one line for only $25 a month with AutoPay. Just bring your phone to Metro and experience all the data you want on the largest 5G network. That's Nada Yada Yada, only at Metro by T-Mobile.
First month is $30. Bring your number and ID. Offer not available if with T-Mobile or with Metro in the past 180 days.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant forces. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation of the gods, all the way to Cleopatra, and everything in between. The History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by trained Egyptologists. We go much deeper than your average documentary or magazine article to uncover tales of life, great endeavors, and the amazing art of mighty people. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt, experience legendary culture.
Last time they had surprised the people of Pueblo Nuevo. They had come upon them and they didn't expect anyone to attack. Now, the people were afraid and were armed, and they defended themselves. The pirates lost about a dozen men in their attempt to take the town. Ultimately, they were rebuffed. There was a far stronger presence not only of people who were expecting an attack, but there were actually Spanish soldiers there to harden their backbone, and they had proper lookouts in the region, waiting for the pirates to return. But if I was right, and it's a big if, but if the pirates did stow away some of the best treasure in Remedio, say a bag full of gold coins or pearls or rubies, that's the kind of stuff they don't have in towns like Remedios, but even if they just had a bag full of silver, well, that might have been a decent haul for the pirates. How would it feel? What kind of frustration and consternation would it cause when you are prepared to go collect your prize and then defeat it and push back from a prize you know is there? They had a bit of a consolation. The pirates captured a bark filled with supplies, mostly food, soap, and brandy, that sort of thing. And then they decided to careen their vessels. When they had a good supply of food and drink, that's a good time to spend a few days on the beach, not risking your life at the point of a Spanish sailor. The bark that they had captured did have a few guns on board, nothing earth-shattering, but big guns. They had powder and ammunition, and that's better than no guns, no powder, and no ammunition. So the pirates collected wood, water, they cleaned their hulls, they repaired some of their sails, and then they decided to find the English and join up with them. Lusan writes, quote, "On the 7th and 20th, the English sent a quartermaster to us to know whether we would join ourselves with them, as they were too weak to go and take the town of Lyon, on which they had formed a design. And here we must acknowledge that extreme misery is so terrible a thing that it is almost impossible, when an opportunity presents itself, that it should be let slip. Notwithstanding all the repugnancy of our reason to the contrary, we had left the English by reason of their impiety which we could not endure. Now, we were ready to comply with the proposals they had made us of rejoining them again. The provision was on their side, and this was a charming bait for people that were ready to perish with hunger. End quote. So the French were ready to overcome their differences with the English. They were hungry, they were poor, they didn't have any good prizes on the horizon. I think that's a good plan. Work together to attain a goal, even if that goal is plunder and burning. Well, a rising tide lifts all boats, am I right? But there's one major glaring problem with the French plan to rejoin the English and take Lyon. That quartermaster that informed the French of their plan to attack the city, that requested the aid of the French, well, he arrived on the 27th of August. Then the French raided a cattle ranch. They sent letters to the governor. They waited for these letters and for ransom to return. Then they spent days careening their ships. It was October by the time they were done, late October, when they finally decided to go join the English. Now, to be fair, their ships were in desperate need of maintenance. They might not have made it to Lyon without good careening. The hulls were leaking. They were covered in barnacles. They had rotten sails and rotten ropes, and the masts were weak. It was a season for storms and tornadoes. They might not have had a choice in it. But still, by October, the English were already come to Lyon and gone. Dan here tells us of their approach to Rialejo, the port that served Lyon. They saw a volcano and knew that they were nearby Rialejo. He writes as they approached, quote, "We had a tornado from the shore with much thunder, lightning, and rain, and such a gust of wind that we were all like to be foundered. In this extremity we put right before the wind, every canoe's crew making what shift they could to avoid the threatening danger. The small canoes, being the most light and buoyant, mounted nimbly over the surges, but the great heavy canoes lay like logs in the sea, ready to be swallowed by every foaming billow. Some of our canoes were half full of water, yet kept 2 men constantly heaving it out. The fierceness of the wind continued about half an hour, and abated by degrees. As the wind died away, so the feeling of the sea grew." That's not an important passage necessarily, but I just love it. The pirates, the English pirates, had tried to row ashore after the storm passed, but they realized that they wouldn't be able to do so before dawn. So they rowed back out into the sea further from the shore to avoid notice. The next day, they elected to wait until evening to make for shore. See, the pirates didn't want to attack Rialejo. It wasn't a rich or prosperous port. It was just a place where people unloaded cargo. They might find some goods to steal there, but it would warn Lyon of their approach if they attacked, and that had to be avoided at all costs. Lyon, on the other hand, was the home of officials and merchants and rich landowners. It had people of quality aplenty to ransom, and a town like that would have gold and pearls and rubies and untold quantities of silver. The pirates wanted to enter the harbor in their canoes under cover of darkness and row up the small river, what Dampier calls a creek, that would lead them to Lyon. As one might expect, that afternoon, at sea, waiting for the sun to sink, they experienced another bout of storm winds and tornadoes, but once again they weathered the storm. As night fell, though, they finally made their way into the harbor of Rialejo. It was quiet and it was still. The only noises were those of the small port. There were ships creaking lightly, there were winds, there were insects ashore. There was a little bit of noise from town, but people of Rialejo bedded down early. There weren't raucous taverns, there would be workmen. The pirates had a pilot named Mr. Gage, who had actually been to Rialejo and Lyon before. Mr. Gage was in the first fleet. He led their little fleet through the harbor and into the creek that led in. The pirates paddled silently as possible. Rialejo was quiet, and no matter how quietly you try to paddle, it will make noise. More than once, the pirates heard footsteps coming near the creek, or voices in the town, and they were forced to stop rowing. There were tense moments, waiting for a Spaniard to cry out. to declaim that there were pirates in the river. They always moved on. The pirates rode beyond Rayon, and when the town was finally sufficiently far behind them, Captain Davis ordered a halt. They needed daylight to be sure of how to get to Lyon. The river branched off, and they would have to wait until the sun rose to know how to get to town. But when dawn did come, what they hadn't realized in the night is that the shore here of the branch had breastworks upon it, large formations to guard the approach to Lyon by the river. As soon as they set out, as soon as they put back in the water, the pirates were spotted. Now, they weren't fired upon. The breastworks didn't have any soldiers at them, but they did have Native American runners, and they set off to give Lyon word of the pirates. This was, well, it wasn't great, but all wasn't lost. Davis ordered the men ashore. They weren't going to take the river any farther. They occupied the breastworks there. It was a good place to guard the canoes and their approach back to the sea. Then he ordered 470 men to march in toward Lyon, while 60 men were set to stay behind and guard the canoes, to guard their escape. They were commanded by Peter Harris the Younger. William Dampier was actually among those 60, so we don't have a first-hand account of the battle, but he did give accounts immediately after the fact, so it's not far removed. The town of Lyon lies on a large savanna. The countryside for miles around is gently rolling plains that are perfect for cattle and in places sugar. The only major landmark, aside from the city, is a nearby volcano, which seems to be a mainstay of this region in Nicaragua, but Lyon is sufficiently far away. Mr. Gage, the pilot on this little venture, called Lyon, quote, the pleasantest place in all America, the paradise of the Indians. So the pirates marched on the city in open daylight. They split into 4 separate columns under 4 commanders, much as Henry Morgan had done when he marched on Panama. The advance force was 80 men strong, what Dampier calls the briskest men, and they were led by Captain Townsley. Behind him, at the head of the army proper, Charles Swan led 100 men in what might be considered the vanguard, what Squimmelin called the forlorn. Then Edward Davis led the main body of the army, 170 men, and then William Knight led the rear guard, 120 men strong. It was, naturally, Captain Townsley who arrived at Lyon first. Now, that was more of a scouting expedition in strength. He wasn't intended to join battle if he could avoid it. He met 70 horsemen on the road. He had 80 men afoot. 70 horsemen was a serious problem, but they turned around. They made for the city. Perhaps the Spanish feared to face a pirate horde on an open field. But Townsley was able to enter Lyon at 3 p.m. He marched through the gates with no resistance, right onto the main thoroughfare of Lyon. The streets there were lined with tall houses, mostly built of stone, and they all had balconies and gardens. They were the houses of the people of quality, of gentlemen and ladies. Several hundred yards up this boulevard, ahead of the pirates, at the end of the road, at the center of town, the pirates could see the cathedral. This was the oldest stone church in town, the Church of San Nicolas Tolentino. It's a beautiful, large structure, strong, well built. And then in the square, just before the church, were 500 Spanish soldiers waiting for the pirates. Now we should, of course, remember that Dampier wasn't there. The man who was writing this account was not at this fight. He got the account from men who were at the fight, who may have had a reason to exaggerate the number of Spanish soldiers and their own prowess in battle, but there would still have been at least a couple of hundred Spanish soldiers waiting in the square. Between Captain Townsley's men and those foot soldiers, the 200 to 500, there was a force that he can quantify, a force of more than 200 Spanish horsemen. That is, if we take a conservative estimate of the foot soldiers, 250 say, and 200 Spanish horsemen, That's 450 versus 70 men under Captain Townsend. But they were on that boulevard, that narrow street. It would be a perfect choke point upon which to fight, especially to fight the cavalry. The horsemen, the Spanish, they charged down the boulevard. The cobblestones rang with the sound of horseshoes and men screaming battle cries in Spanish. Those beautiful stone houses to either side would soon be awash in blood. But not English blood. Townsley ordered a volley. The pirates lined up when they saw the horsemen coming toward them. The front line of pirates would have knelt down with those behind them standing. They fired. Now there is an age-old piece of wisdom surrounding battle. A commander should lead from behind, where he can see the whole of the battle before him. A commander that leads from the front may inspire his men in the charge, but he puts away his general's baton. He gives it up for a sword. That is to say, he gets caught in the thick of fighting. He's unable to command. When those commanders are charging a force of buccaneers down a narrow street and at the head of their forces, well, they will certainly inspire the men. But those English buccaneers were some of the finest marksmen in the world. Their commanders are at the head of a charge. They're all going to die. Imagine that you are on a horse, riding down that narrow lane when a few lines ahead of you, your commander falls from his horse and is trampled by the men behind him. Those men behind him also fall and are trampled in turn. Imagine that you were third in the line. Now you're first in line. Your horse rode over your former commander, and now you are looking at a line of scruffy, filthy, hardened pirates, all aiming muskets at you. Now, if the Spanish force had continued the charge, they would have broken the line of pirates. They could have rode over them and destroyed them. 70 men against 200 horsemen, there's no contest. But human nature doesn't work that way. Once the commanders were dead, the horsemen stopped and evaluated their situation. Then they turned around and ran. But even that must have been a slaughter. Dozens and dozens of horsemen, all on a narrow path, trying to turn around all at once, and then hollering for those behind them to turn around and retreat. It must have taken minutes for the entire column to stop, more minutes for them to turn around, and then a few more for them to get out of the street. All through that, the pirates continued to fire. Whatever horsemen were left alive fled back to the square and beyond. They ordered the foot soldiers forward and then continued to flee. Those foot soldiers did the right thing. They abandoned the square as soon as possible. The city was theirs, in effect. By 4 o'clock, Captain Swan arrived, and by 5 o'clock, Captain Davis. Now, Captain Knight was ordered to keep his men outside the city. He was there in case something went wrong while they were in the city to guard their retreat. But over the next few hours, his entire force of 120 men just sort of sauntered into Lyon, 1 or 2 men at a time, just to see if there was anything of interest in the city. Lyon officially belonged to the pirates. But the Spanish weren't beaten quite yet. The streets of Lyon belonged to the pirates. Indeed, everything above ground belonged to the pirates. But remember those cellars and tunnels that were built under Lyon? They were being used in their full effect at this moment. The runners had given the people of Lyon plenty of time to gather their belongings and retreat underground. The women and children were all safe. The elderly were all safe. And even those soldiers that ran made it to those passages, which would allow them to guard from the pirates should they find the entrance to one of their passages. More to the point, they were hidden away. It seemed as though the town was abandoned. When the pirates least expected, in the early hours of the morning, a small force of Spanish soldiers came out of those tunnels and ambushed a party of pirates. The ambush went well on the part of the Spanish, and it created what seems to me to be one of the greatest tragedies I have yet to read about in the entirety of the pirate mythos up to this point. There was a pirate named Mr. Swan, no relation to Captain Swan, just a regular soldier that marched on the hill. He was a young man. He had served in the English Civil War under Oliver Cromwell. He fought in an Irish uprising and then moved on to fight in Wales, potentially against one of Henry Morgan's relatives. When Oliver Cromwell announced the Western design, that is his plan to attack, capture, and occupy Jamaica, Mr. Swan was one of those that signed up for the voyage. He sailed with that very first English force to arrive at what would become Port Royal. Since the year 1655, he had lived in Jamaica. For that entire time, he had served as a privateer. The details of his life are not known, beyond the fact that he served as a privateer all that time. He was potentially present for, well, everything that the English buccaneers had been up to ever since we introduced Henry Morgan. He may have attacked Santiago de Cuba and Campeche with Christopher Means. He may have sacked Grenada with Henry Morgan in 1666. He may have been not far from here decades earlier. He may have sailed with Edward Morgan or Edward Mansfield. He may have been there at Maracaibo or Puerto Príncipe or Portobello. He was almost certainly present when Henry Morgan attacked Panama in 1671. I mean, everyone was there. This man, Mr. Swan, he was probably at the logwood camps in the 1670s, and then in the Bay of Campeche. It's even probable that he was there on the first Pacific adventure under Coxswain and Sharp. Mr. Swan, though, wasn't a commander. He wasn't anybody of note, anybody of rank. He wasn't important. We don't know if he left any children or grandchildren behind him. He probably never owned a home. He certainly never bought any land. He was a soldier and a privateer, and following that, a pirate. His home was the ocean. He belonged on a ship. William Dampier writes, quote, "His name was Swan. He was a very merry, hearty old man, and always used to declare he would never take quarter. He was a stout old gray-headed man, aged about 84. He would not accept the offer of our men who made him to tarry ashore, but said he would venture as far as the best of them. And when surrounded by the Spaniards, he refused to take quarter, but discharged his gun amongst them, keeping a pistol still charged, so they shot him at a distance." End quote. Mr. Swan's unit was ambushed by the Spanish in the wee hours of the morning. And let's not pretend he was a hero here. The Spanish ambushed them in defense of their home, but Mr. Swan actually kept his Spanish at bay with a single loaded pistol. This gave several other men the chance to escape the ambush. But then, a Spanish musketeer shot him dead. Now, I want to avoid any ham-fisted analogies, to avoid suggestions that Mr. Swan was somehow representative of the age of the Buccaneers. He's not a totem of them. He was just an old sea dog. But I think about the things he must have seen. I mean, everything up until now. Port Royal, Tortuga, the Laguna de Terminos, the Mosquito Coast. Imagine the tales he could tell over a glass of rum. And here, at this battle at Leon, well, it's arguably the last battle of the Buccaneers. Now, I know I've made that claim before, but ignore that. I made that claim about the sack of Campeche by Lord de Graaf on July 6, 1685. This battle at Leon was happening on the 11th of September, 1685. And Mr. Swan, the English buccaneer ever since they were English buccaneers, was killed. And this battle at Leon, where Mr. Swan died, was the last battle of the Buccaneers. Now, it's not the last battle that any Buccaneers, individual Buccaneers, would be involved with, but by that point, those later fights, times had changed. When we look back on it now, we can realize that the era of the Buccaneers was well and done. The ambush in which Mr. Swan was killed was a surprise. I mean, obviously it was a surprise. All ambushes are surprises, but this one came from a direction that it should not have. Those tunnels, well, they worked wonders. The pirates could clear an entire section of town, check every house, take anything of value they happened to find there, they would know that that entire section of town, including the church, was empty. And then, all of a sudden, a squad of troops would appear and set firing upon them. And when the pirates returned and fought them back, we had this advantage. The Spanish did manage to capture one pirate in that ambush that killed Mr. Swan, a man named Mr. Smith. Now, Smith spoke Spanish fluently, and actually, surprisingly enough, he was actually known by the governor's wife there. Smith was questioned thoroughly, and the entire time he lied through his teeth. He bluffed brilliantly. He told the Spanish that there were 1,000 pirates in and around Leon, and an additional 500 pirates back at the boats. They had less than 500 men in the entirety of the Pacific, not including the French. That's over 1,000 more pirates that Mr. Smith convinced the governor existed than were actually there. The governor believed him throughout all this. The pirates under Davis, using this knowledge, attempted to ransom Leon for 300,000 pieces of gold. The governor capitulated to this demand, as Dampier says, day after day. That is to say, every day he agreed to pay the ransom, but the money never arrived. Davis realized that the governor was stalling for time. He was waiting for more troops to arrive. So Captain Davis arranged a prisoner transfer. Mr. Smith would be given back to the pirates, and a gentlewoman of standing that he had would be traded. When the prisoner transfer was complete, Davis ordered the pirates to burn Leon to ground. Now, much of Leon was built from stone. The churches that were there, that were built of stone, are still there. And some of them you can actually see some of the memories of that raid in 1685. Those churches happen to carry memories of many tumultuous times, of revolutions and revolts throughout the centuries. But those tunnels underneath them did their job. They were truly helpful. The women and children escaped, and the burning left everyone unscathed. Everyone was safe underground. In fact, it was the pirates who were in the most danger. Next time, we'll follow the pirates through that danger, out of Nicaragua and into the vast Pacific Ocean. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd also like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. Everyone who has become a patron on Patreon. I couldn't do this without you. As well as everybody who has given us a shout out or suggested the show to their friends or given us a review on iTunes or wherever it is you listen to the show. That's how people learn about the Pirate History Podcast, and I wouldn't be able to continue without you. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, I certainly suggest you do so over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch with us on Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, most important, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show is also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores King, Ken, Scurvy Pete, Pepe, Zoom, Black Pig, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Conover, and Lunga, and Bootstrap State. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Nicaragua has a remarkable history, but it can get lost in the melange of Spanish conquest that defined the New World in the 16th century. The conquest of the Aztec Empire in Mexico and the Inca Empire in South America tend to eclipse the stories that come out of Central America and the struggles that took place there. Nicaragua would be an excellent place to focus on as a microcosm to tell the story of Spanish conquest and the conquistadors. Today's episode is about the 16th century Spanish conquistadors. More and more I want to tell those stories, and I might yet do so, but not today. The reason I bring it up at all is, well, Nicaragua was an exceptionally well-populated colony in the Spanish New World. Nothing on Havana or Lima or Mexico City, or even Panama at her height, but there were a lot of people living in Nicaragua. And to call it a colony isn't really accurate either. It was an administrative district within the Kingdom of Guatemala under the umbrella of Nueva España, which was, of course, part of the Spanish Empire. But it was so well populated because, well, Nicaragua didn't have the mineral wealth of Mexico or Peru. There weren't empires to be built on Native American gold and silver. But it was really nice in Nicaragua. It's been called the land of lakes and volcanoes, but also the land of eternal spring. It's a fertile and lush land. It's beautiful. Even in pre-Columbian times, it was well populated. It was the farthest southern reach of Aztec influence before Columbus arrived, and the settlements there served as centers for trade with those under the Inca umbrella to the south. Nicaragua was among the first parts of the American mainland to be conquered by Spain. Before Cortez conquered Mexico and before Pizarro conquered Peru, a man named Pedro Arias de Avila colonized what would become Panama and Nicaragua. Now, he wasn't the first European commander to visit the isthmus, nor was he the first to found settlements there, but he did found Panama, the city, and his lieutenant founded the Nicaraguan cities, Leon and Grenada. Leon and Grenada served as testing grounds, maybe, or guinea pigs for the Spanish conquest of America. From there, the Spanish were able to fight Native Americans throughout Central and South America, and Leon, Panama, and Grenada served as jumping-off points for the invasions of Mexico and Peru. They were also among the earliest settlements in the New World to dramatically shift racially. The conquistadors that colonized Nicaragua didn't bring wives with them, no women at all, in fact. When the cities were founded, the men that lived there took women from the nearby Norhua villages as their brides. In a generation, the population of Nicaragua had become almost entirely what they call mestizo, that is to say, the children of Native American parents and European parents. There were still Spanish migrants that came to Leon and Grenada, and there were slaves, of course, but the Spanish citizens were almost entirely mestizo. Most of the Norhua population, the local Native American population that hadn't been incorporated into Spanish society, had been either murdered or shipped off to Mexico or Peru to work in silver and gold mines. The only indigenous strongholds left in Nicaragua were those on the Mosquito Coast, the Mosquito people that were at war with Spain and allied with England. Spain took such an interest in Nicaragua because of the two Great Lakes there, as well as the many waterways that dissect the country. They were searching for a waterway, a passage by water to the Pacific Ocean. There wasn't one, not one large enough to be of any consequence, but by that point the people of Leon and Grenada had children and homes, decided to stay there. But we are not here to talk about the history of Nicaragua. Not the volcanoes, nor the lakes, not the Native Americans or the conquistadors, not the noble mestizo people. No, we are here to talk about the pirates that burned the land and turned the spring to the ground. This is episode 67, A Noisome Smell. The pirates, the mostly English pirates under Edward Davis, Charles Swan, Captain Townsley, Jean Rose, and William Knight, left Lyon on the morning of 15 September 1685. Before leaving Lyon, they took several actions. First, they engaged in a prisoner transfer. Second, they agreed to release a gentleman landowner who had agreed to save them 150 head of cattle before they set sail. Third, they sent a letter to the governor at Lyon, informing him of their intent to visit Rialejo to occupy the port until they received a ransom. And then fourth, they set fire to it. Their canoes were in the river, about 20 miles to the southwest of the city. On their march there, the pirates actually met up with Captain Peter Harris and William Dampier and the 58 other pirates that had been left behind to watch those things, to guard their escape. While Captain Davis had occupied Lyon, a company of Spanish soldiers had attacked Captain Harris and his men. They retaken the breastworks at the river and intended to stop the pirates from escaping. See, the Spanish were attempting to lay a trap for the pirates. The governor of Lyon had tried for weeks to keep the pirates there in his city. His people were safe in that tunnel system underground, and armies were marching on the city from every other city, town, and village in the region. They were coming from San Salvador and San Miguel in modern-day El Salvador. But the most pressing force marching on the pirates was that of Grenada. They were already in the region, and they were preparing to fall on the pirates. However, the Spanish force of the breastworks was only 100 men strong. The entire English pirate force was almost 600 men strong. It only took a single volley before the Spanish soldiers ran away. It did take some time for the pirates to actually find their canoes. See, they'd been hidden away. And it took even more time for them to clear the river. The Spanish had blockaded the river. They'd laid thick chains across the river that would prevent even canoes from crossing. They could just pick up the canoes and carry them around, but with how many men and canoes there were, it was faster to cut the chains and keep their boats in the water. Time was pressing down on them. The army out of Grenada had met with that of Lyon, and the combined force was marching to meet the pirates on the savannah outside Lyon. But the pirates didn't want to march out and meet a large Spanish army on an open field. What they wanted was to row down to Rialejo to terrify the occupants into submission and have their run of the town, all of it while holding the town hostage against the Spanish army outside town. And that's what they did. It seems like order really began to break down when they reached Rialejo. There were no locals left in the town, neither Spanish nor mestizo nor African. Everyone was gone. There were few valuables left either. They carried most of them away. But there was, in plenty, food. Dampier describes the town and the multitude of fruits to be found here. The pirates had the opportunity while they were in Realejo to sleep in the fine beds of the locals. They raided their stores of food and drink, and most of them upgraded their wardrobe. There would have been a shocking number of pirates dressed as Spanish merchants in the weeks following Realejo, dressed in fine garb. They drank wine. Not the best wine, but better than the swill they usually had access to. They ate beef and guava and pineapple and pomegranate and the fruit of the prickly pear and bananas. They also had the opportunity to resupply their ships. See, Realejo was an active port. It produced lumber and the tools necessary to maintain a ship, and it also produced tar and hemp. From the hemp they manufactured sails and rope. In fact, their hempen goods were so fine that Realejo supplied Panama with all of her necessary rope and sails, and even much of the clothing. Now the pirates arrived in Realejo on the 17th, and they quickly picked the town clean. There were teams of carpenters among the pirates and deckhands that were working on the ships, but most of the men got a few days off. In groups of 20 or 30, the pirates started exploring the outlying farms. They found a few caches of precious metal, but not many. Mostly they were raiding sugar plantations. Now they didn't have any horses or mules or carts. The locals had all run off with those, so the pirates each laid claim to sacks of sugar, usually one at a time. It wasn't as good as chests of gold and rubies or Aztec jewelry, but a bag of sugar would fetch a decent price, well, anywhere, at any port in the world. Some of the men were also thoughtful enough to steal a few of the more complex and expensive parts in the manufacture of sugar and molasses. They seemed like fantastic prices, but as it turned out, here in the Pacific, they weren't the best. In the West Indies, up in the Caribbean, they could have sold any of these parts of sugar manufacturing to the highest bidder. In Port Royal or Tortuga or virtually anywhere that manufactured sugar, people wanted them. However, the only people around here in this region of the Pacific that really grew sugarcane were currently on the run from these very pirates. Still, the pirates made out all right, but there was a sense of disorder growing among the pirates in Maryland. They didn't have an enemy to fight. They didn't have the regular daily duties of sailing, so they turned to drinking and gambling and fighting. Now, those head of cattle that had been promised by the gentleman in Leon had actually arrived. A team of drivers brought them into town. And that shows to me, I mean, would you send 120 head of cattle to a group of pirates that burned, and murdered, and robbed everything around them that had held you captive? I'm not certain that I would. However, apparently that cattle rancher was a man of his word, and he sent the cattle. There may have been influence from the governor in Leon to send the cattle. Perhaps if they had the meat they intended to have, they would sail on without causing too much trouble. The men who brought the cattle into town also had a message for the pirates. The Spanish called for the pirates to meet them in open battle. It was a call to an honorable fight. It was in the footsteps of more than 2,000 years of Western tradition. It was a tradition of all of the forebears of these English pirates, from the ancient Greeks and the Romans down through all of their pagan and Christian ancestors, the Celts and the Teutons and the ancient Britons and the Anglo-Saxons. This call to arms was a challenge to which any Englishman of noble spirit and honorable heart would never fail to rise. It was the tradition of Alfred the Great and Edward Longshanks, of Richard the Lionheart and William the Conqueror. William Dampier writes of their response to this challenge handed down by the Spanish, quote, "Some of our destructive crew set fire to the houses. I know not by whose order, but we marched away and left them burning. We embarked into our canoes and returned aboard our ships." End quote. Yeah, they weren't going to fight the Spanish. They had holds full of good food with live cattle and strong drink and enough cargo to not exactly make them rich, but it was a payday. The pirates had spent a month on the mainland in Nicaragua. Now, they hadn't become rich men, but they had stolen enough supplies to keep them sailing for several months more, and enough cargo to at least make the voyage worth it. The destruction left in their wake was not as extensive as the destruction left by Henry Morgan in Panama in 1671, but it was by no means small. They had burned the capital of this administrative district in Leon and the port that served all of the city's inland. The damage was not insubstantial. But after they left the mainland, back to their ships, the English pirates had decisions to make. Now, they hadn't left the harbor in Realejo yet, but Realejo was the farthest northern extent of Pacific shipping lanes in the sphere of influence around Panama. The ships that serviced Lima and Guayaquil and Panama never went any further than Realejo. There was a vast expanse of what includes modern-day El Salvador and Guatemala and Mexico that was, well, it wasn't uninhabited, but it didn't have any major ports on the Pacific coast or any shipping off which the pirates could feed. Most pirates, really most sailors, would choose to sail back to the southeast, towards Panama and Darien and Peru. They were better hunting grounds for pirates, and Darien was their way home. If they wanted to return to the Caribbean, the best way to get there was to cross the Isthmus through the lands of the kingdom. Now, Captain Edward Davis of Bachelor's Delight, along with William Knight, Peter Harris, and probably Jean Rose, and then Lionel Wafer, Basil Ringrose, really the majority of the English pirates there in the Pacific chose to do the sensible thing and head for Panama. However, Captain Charles Swan of the Signet was not a sensible English pirate. He was sensible, arguably, and he was English, but he wasn't a pirate. Not really. He had been at Panama under Morgan and served as a privateer for several years, but since then he'd been a legitimate merchant, mostly honest in his dealings. This excursion into the Pacific had seen he and his men forced into doing some things that some of them might rather have avoided. Fighting, robbing, killing, burning, well, that's not what most of them were after. Now, when it became clear that trading was going to be impossible, much of the crew of Signet insisted they engage in a little bit of piracy. But Charles Swan and most of his officers were family men. They did need to earn a living, so they agreed to turn pirate rather than wind up killed or marooned or destitute in the Pacific. But that wouldn't do them much good if they wound up in a Spanish prison cell, or at the bottom of the ocean, or at the end of a rope. Also, remember, Signet didn't belong to Captain Swan. He'd taken out loans and taken money from investors to finance this voyage. It might not have turned out as he had planned, but he still needed to pay those people back and to return the ship to her owners. Swan realized that if he continued on with Captain Davis, there was a very good chance that he and his men might not ever return home to their families.
Upgrade your comfort to Emirates Premium Economy the next time you fly from Seattle. Sink into soft leather seats with raised leg rests and adjustable headrests. Elevate your dinner plans with delicious regional dining, all served with complimentary premium drinks. Enjoy endless entertainment with up to 6,500 channels, including live sports. There's no other premium economy like it. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant cultures. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation and the gods, all the way to the American, then everything between. The History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by trained Egyptologists. We go much deeper than your average documentary or magazine article and uncover tales of life, great endeavors, and the amazing art from right to left. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt and experience legendary culture.
And even if Davis and his group did decide to return to the Caribbean, well, they were likely, at least, to return overland through Darien. That was out of the question for Captain Swan and the Signet. Even if they did go by sea, it would mean if they went southeast with Captain Davis that they would have to round Cape Horn again. And that would put him back in a position of a dangerous bit of sailing, a certainty that he wouldn't be able to trade, and the entire time the winds would not be in his favor. See, Swan still had some of those original goods that he had brought from London in the holds of Sydney, and he had actually taken on a bit of other cargo through less than legal means, but cargo that would fetch a good price if he could find a buyer. So Charles Swan and his Signet elected not to follow Captain Davis and instead to go the opposite direction, northwest, for Mexico. Dampier writes of this, quote, I had till this time been with Captain Davis, but now left him and went aboard of Captain Swan. It was not from any dislike of my old captain, but to get some knowledge of the northern parts of this continent of Mexico, and I knew that Captain Swan determined to coast it as far north as he thought convenient, and then pass over for the East Indies, which was very agreeable by inclination. End quote. Dampier would later say in some of his letters that this inclination was, quote, more to indulge my curiosity than to get wealth, end quote, and he believed, quote, no proposal for seeing any part of the world which I had never seen before could possibly come amiss, end quote. It wasn't a desire for further piracy. It was his drive to see new lands. It was his almost obsessive need to document those lands and the sea and the foods and the peoples of places that were still little known to the English. That was what drove him. It was curiosity. It certainly wasn't a desire to return home. If he had gone with Captain Davis, they were more likely to make it to England faster than he would. But if he wasn't trying to return home, then he wasn't eager to see his wife, Judith. He hadn't seen her in 6 years now. I'm legitimately baffled by this. I wonder if there was a feeling that he'd been gone too long already. He didn't know his wife. They'd only been married shortly before he left England. And there is, of course, the possibility that he wasn't interested in a wife in the first place. But if that's not the case, and many historians discount it, well, he may have been seeking something worthwhile to bring him. He had a bit of treasure in his sea chest, but it was hardly enough gold and silver to set him up for life. It wasn't his fortune. But what he did have were notes. He had illustrations, maps, and charts of lands that England didn't know. With those and with the new maps and new notes that he would make in the East Indies, he would have a treasure that might be worth more than silver and gold. It would certainly make him famous. It might make him rich. And it would make his life meaningful. Captain Townsley chose to accompany Swan and Dampier and the Signet, as did Ambrose Crowley, if you recall him. The two little fleets parted there at Realejo. The larger had 4 ships and the smaller had 2. Bachelor's Delight saluted Swan and Dampier, and Townsley and his fellows with 15-gun salute. Signet returned the gesture with 11 guns. See, they were still friends, they were still countrymen and comrades, but there were no other partners. Dampier and Swan and the Signet decided to stay there at Realejo in port for a few more days. They had a need to gather a few additional supplies. See, the other group would be seeing ports that they could raid, shipping that they could feed off of. But the Signet was not. There was a long stretch before they would reach the settlements again, and even then, there was uncertainty that they would be able to resupply before crossing the Pacific Ocean, the vastness of the Pacific Ocean, to get to the East Indies. They probably could, but just in case, they wanted to gather as much water and as much wood and as much sailcloth and pitch and rope as possible before departing. Let us, for a moment, examine one of the most necessary elements in the operation of a vessel during the age of sail: pitch. Pitch, which is also called tar, is a thick, heavy, viscous liquid, and it's dark, really black, hence the term dark as pitch or pitch black. When a ship was undergoing a careening, the typical procedure was to beach the ship or put her in dry dock, then scrape off any barnacles on the hull. Carpenters would then examine the hull for any damage or rot that might weaken the hull and repair it. They would add or replace timber where needed. When the hull was clean and strong, or when the ship was new built, the crew would set about to coat the entire hull with pitch. This gave ships in the Age of Sail their dark appearance. The pitch or tar was liquid, but it moved very slowly. A decent coat of pitch could last for weeks or even months. It would harden and protect the wood of any sailing vessel. It's not dissimilar to asphalt. They share a lot of properties, and naturally occurring tar even turns into asphalt after a fashion. Much like honey, tar doesn't let in a lot of oxygen or even water. More importantly, though, it's microbicidal, which means bacteria and viruses can penetrate. Now, it was used elsewhere on board a sailing vessel, but it was integral in the maintenance of the ship's hull. Most of the pitch used during the Age of Sail was a byproduct of the production of charcoal. In Northern Europe, they were among the first to perfect its production using pine. The wood was cut into small slices, almost the width of a finger. Then it was placed into a custom-built kiln and packed in tight with moss. The moss would keep any excess oxygen from entering the kiln and keep the wood from catching fire. Then a fire was lit, and that would actually heat the wood until the resin was distilled from the wood. It's called dry distilling. It would come out thick and black, and then it would be collected in a reservoir in the back of the kiln. Now what was left in there was charcoal from the wood, but the pitch, well, it had a variety of uses. There were medical applications for pitch. It was used in roofing and even occasionally as an ingredient in food. Mostly, it was used for vessels. Those Northern Europeans were among the first to mass produce pitch, and they used it on their sailing ships. The Vikings, they used pitch. They kept their longboats safe and clean and fast with it. It was a major factor in their superiority at sea. Now, when the Norse invaded and conquered Britain, they brought pitch with them. It played a not insignificant role in Britain's early sea superiority. Still, Sweden and Finland and Denmark and Norway, well, they produced the best pitch in the world for the entirety of the Middle Ages and up into the Renaissance. Here in 1685, Sweden controlled an empire that had parts of all four countries in it, and they controlled the trade of pitch. That's a bigger deal than it sounds like. In the Age of Sail, sea power was what won and lost wars, what gave you empires and could cripple dynasties. That sea power relied on ships, and ships relied on pitch. However, the Swedish system for dry distilling pine into pitch isn't the only way to get tar. Many other countries have other, usually less efficient means of pitch production, but every decent-sized port city in the world had someone producing tar, usually several someones. That pitch that they were producing in Northern Europe was used primarily to create navies. However, the best pitch, the most economical pitch as well, was that which wasn't produced. It was that pitch that occurred naturally. Natural tar comes in the form of tar pits. These are naturally occurring pools of heavy crude oil that has seeped from its underground reservoir to the surface. They're famous for the dinosaur remains and woolly mammoth skeletons that have been found almost perfectly preserved, trapped in the tar. Now, those tar pits usually pop up in regions with heavy tectonic activity. Earthquakes and the like will often result in petroleum seepage, which creates tar pits. For example, the southwest coast of Nicaragua is an area where two tectonic plates meet. The continental drift there creates friction, and that results in volcanoes and earthquakes and all manner of underground materials bubbling to the surface. Raleigh-O, which was the only port of consequence for leagues around, was well supplied for the maintenance of ships. They had hemp, which they wove into useful materials. They had lumber yards near the mountains. They had large swaths of naturally occurring tar pits. William Dampier writes of Raleigh-O Fort. It is a pretty large town with 3 churches and a hospital that has a fine garden belonging to it. Besides many large fair houses, they all stand at a good distance from one another, with yards about. This is a very sickly place, and I believe has need enough for a hospital, for it is seated so nigh the creeks and swamps that it is never free from a noisome smell. End quote. Those houses were spaced decently far away from one another because, well, if an earthquake hit and the building fell over or caught fire, it would be less likely to affect the other buildings around it if it was surrounded by a river. The geological phenomena that creates petroleum seepage and natural tar pits has all manner of other side effects. Most notably, there is a natural seepage of methane gas to the surface, which results in a noisome smell. And a quick note here, noisome is not a cognate or synonym of noisy. Now, I've usually only heard it in regard to a noisome racket, so I assumed it was, but its root is actually from Middle English, before that French and now Latin. It's actually related to the English word annoying. A noisome smell is an annoying smell. Methane gas is an annoying smell. And that methane gas tends to create swamps. The bog of eternal stench from the movie Labyrinth, that was a noisome methane bog. Bogs of eternal stench are problematic for a lot of reasons. Probably the most noisome element in any swamp would be the mosquitoes. And there were a lot of mosquitoes in that region of Nicaragua. There is a reason that the mosquito coast of Nicaragua is called the Mosquito Coast. The mosquito people are not an indigenous people. The native Nicaraguans that inhabited that particular coastline were already wiped out by the time the mosquito settled there. The mosquito, well, they forged an alliance with the English, with the pirates, and with the British Empire. They were, and still are, a multi-ethnic mix of indigenous peoples of many different backgrounds, many different languages, as well as escaped slaves who set up colonies there. There was the Spanish influence on their people and British pirates. Remember the Providence Company that attempted to settle Old Providence Island, failed, and fled to the Mosquito Coast? Remember the buccaneers that Mings, Bodiford, Mansvelt, and Morgan all sent to Providence to recapture? They all fled to the Mosquito Coast. The word mosquito actually comes from the Latin word for fly, and it comes down to us from the Spanish. The Spanish conquistadors that settled Nicaragua had to put up with those noisome mosquitoes, the flies biting them. Well, they named that multi-ethnic blend of Indians, Africans, and pirates that settled to their north after the insect. Mosquitoes, and the bugs here, well, they're just awful. They bite, they suck your blood. If the bites itch, it's just terrible. I'm not looking forward to them this summer. It was a crude name to give to a group of people that would occasionally come out from the woods, kill a few hundred of your soldiers, and then disappear back into their hideouts on the Mosquito Coast. They were comparing them to an annoying, biting insect. But to them, to the Spanish, mosquitoes were more than just annoying, biting, itchy creatures. There is a very practical reason that in a single generation, the majority of the population of León, Grenada, and Realejo was mestizo. Over the centuries, the indigenous people of Nicaragua developed immunity to the many dangerous diseases that were carried by mosquitoes. The European settlers of the region, the Spanish conquistadors, did not have those immunities. However, their children with who were women often were immune to the diseases carried by the mosquitoes. But the pirates that occupied León and Realejo for about a month, well, they were not. It's unfortunate that William Dampier wasn't a trained physician. He was trained as a ship's doctor. He could mend wounds and make poultices, but he was a naturalist, not a doctor. So he doesn't go into any terrible detail about the disease that struck the crews of Signet and Captain Townley's vessel. However, it was almost certainly yellow fever. Yellow fever, well, in the majority of cases, yellow fever is wrong. There's nausea, vomiting, headache, fatigue, feel pain everywhere. It lasts a few days, and then the recipient is left weak but healthy. Most of the Englishmen in the port of Realejo came down with symptoms, and then recover after those few days. In fact, everyone seemed to recover. That's how yellow fever works. Most cases are genuine recoveries, but about 15% of the cases of yellow fever get much worse. You might want to fast forward a bit here if you faint of heart or have an overactive imagination. When the fever returns, it's because the infection has spread to the intestines and then onto the kidneys. The infected person begins to turn yellow, jaundice from the kidney infection. Then you begin bleeding in the mouth. Oh, and you have the hiccups, by the way, so try not to picture that. There's bleeding from the eyes and bleeding of the intestinal tract. There's blood in your urine, there's blood in your stool, and there's blood and shed intestinal lining in your vomit. You will be vomiting a lot. The Spanish call yellow fever vomito negro, black vomit. The mortality rate of yellow fever with proper treatment is relatively low. The spread of the infection is unlikely with proper treatment. But the pirates didn't have proper treatment. The mortality rate, once the infection spreads, even with today's medicine, is about 50%. And I imagine that it grew higher and higher among the pirates. Years later, William Dampier would bump into some of the men that were on board Bachelor's Delight, some of his old shipmates. They didn't escape the infection either. Davis himself got infected and nearly died just a few days after leaving Rio. Maybe a fifth of the men on board his cruise did die. You see, they had already put out to sea. They were busy sailing. Remember the storms and the tornadoes that hit the pirates before arriving at Realejo? Well, they hit Bachelor's Delight at sea, and about a third of the men were busy vomiting and turning yellow and dying. However, the sickness eventually passed for Bachelor's Delight. Most of the pirates made it out alive, if a bit worse for the way. The same happened for the Signet. Both of the crews picked themselves up, buried their dead, and set sail once again. Signet headed northwest, Bachelor's Delight southeast. But there was another crew of pirates in the Pacific. There were the French. While all of this drama happened, they all at Realejo, from their invasion, occupation, their burning of the Nicaraguan coast, and the sickness had been going on, well, the French had been having their own adventures. We talked about most of those last time. There was an attack on a cattle ranch. There was an attack on the estate of a landed gentleman and a lady. But then they had a few other adventures. There was a crocodile attack. A company of pirates that was on shore was ambushed by a nest of venomous vipers that turned out to be extremely deadly. But they had, at the very least, avoided yellow fever. And then on November 1st, 1685, the Santa Rosa under Francois Gournay, along with Pierre Le Picard, Doran de Marquet, Jean Lescouillet, and Ravenel de Lussan, they arrived just off the coast of Nicaragua, outside Realejo. Now, by November, when the French arrived, the English pirates were all long gone. However, the French were struck by the storms outside Realejo. But once they passed, the French pirates sailed boldly into port and disembarked. There was actually a contingent of privateers that had landed a few miles down the coast that were marching overland to get to Realejo. The French intended to capture the town in a pincer move, but it turned out to be totally unnecessary. The people of Realejo just welcomed the pirates in. They were tired. They were bloody. They had no will to fight. They had nothing left to steal anyway. They were low on food and medicine and supplies. So instead of ransacking the town and burning it, murdering the people, the French just traded with them. They learned about everything that had transpired when the English were there. Lussan writes of their discussions with the locals, and it says of Realejo, quote, "Both its churches and houses, though then half burned, appeared to us to have been beautiful enough." The French saw the devastation wrought by the English buccaneers and what was left in the pirates' wake, the suffering, the toil. One wonders if they had a moment of clarity, seeing what was left behind, not the ruins that they left behind, but what happened when people tried to pick up after visiting the pirates. There was also a growing sentiment among the French on this voyage to the Pacific. At Pueblo Nuevo, they had seen the destruction caused by their English comrades. They had seen churches defiled and destroyed. They saw and lamented the Spanish hatred of the French buccaneers. The Spanish saw them all as one single body of miscreants. The French, though, shared at the least a religious solidarity with the Spanish. Back in Europe, they were enemies, had been for decades, but here in the New World, maybe they actually had more in common with the Spanish than with these English heathens. Still, at the moment, Spain and France were at war, and these were privateers. They had a commission to attack Spanish holdings. It was their job. They had to do so. So the privateers left Realejo and marched on Leon. Outside of Realejo, they found the half-burned breastworks, the place where the pirates disembarked to attack Leon. The French captured a few Spanish lookouts there and questioned them. There were still several thousand troops at Leon, Spanish troops, as it turned out. The local militia, the garrisons from Grenada, San Miguel, San Salvador, they were all there. It was an intimidating force that the French, frankly, didn't really want to face. It was large enough to swallow the privateers without much trouble at all. However, the French learned through this interrogation of the troops that the Spanish already knew that they were there. In Leon, they already had word of them. There were plans being laid to keep the French from escaping. So the French took the captain of these soldiers captive, along with a few other of the officers, and then sent the rest of the soldiers away, back to Leon with a message. The French agreed to return to their ships. They would not attack Leon, and they would not further bother Realejo, but they needed safe passage. If they were given it and allowed to return to their vessels, they would release the captain. After they sent the messengers off, the pirates began marching back towards Realejo. They were intercepted by a force of Spanish horsemen. The French fired from the cavalry, and the horse fell back, but then they surrounded the privateers. They cut off their escape. The French privateers tightened their lines. They kept their guns primed and were prepared to fight off a Spanish charge, but the horsemen stayed put. All throughout that day and into the night, the horsemen didn't move. The French, though, they were awaiting attack at any moment. They didn't sleep. But when the sun rose, there was a movement from the Spanish lines. However, rather than a charge, only a small unit, a few horses, rode forth, and they carried a flag of truce. Mousson writes, quote, "On the 24th came a Spanish officer who brought a letter from the Vicar General of the province, by order of the General of Costa Rica, who sent us a word there was a peace made between the crowns of France and Spain for 20 years, that they were joined together to make war upon the infidels." End quote. Back in Europe, a few weeks earlier, on August 15th, while the English pirates were busy here in Nicaragua, the War of the Reunions between Spain and France officially ended. France and Spain had been at war off and on for almost a century now, but they had signed the Truce of Ratisbon that guaranteed 20 years of peace and actually allied, after a fashion, France and Spain against the infidels. Now, the infidels in question were the Islamic forces of the Ottoman Empire, but there were no Ottomans in the Pacific. To the eyes of the Spanish here in the New World and the French Catholics present here on Spanish soil, the only infidels were two parties of English Protestants, pirates with a particular taste for burning Catholic churches. Next time, we'll follow the French under Gournay and the English under Davis as they maneuver for position, fight for control, and eventually leave the Pacific. It will be the final episode about this second buccaneer incursion into the Pacific. We will eventually return to the story of William Dampier, Charles Swan, and Signet, but not for a while. It's time to move on, to leave the age of the Buccaneers behind and move on to what they call the Red Sea Men, or the Pirates of the Red. First, though, we have some catching up to do. Back in Europe. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd also like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. All of you who have become a patron on Patreon, or anybody who has given us a shout out on Reddit or in real life, or given us a review on iTunes or wherever it is you listen to the show. Without all your help, I couldn't do this. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by a fantastic band. If you haven't checked them out yet, I certainly suggest you do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch with us on Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, most important, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pilot or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pilot. Today's show is also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores King, Kenyon, Scurvy E, Ape, Zoom, Blackpink, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Conifal and Ben, Munga, and Bootstrap State. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When we left off last time, the French privateers in Nicaragua were in a tight spot. They were surrounded by a Spanish captain, starving and desperate. However, the Spanish messenger brought them word that France and Spain were now at peace, almost allies. The Spanish officer's letter was signed and sealed by the Vicargino and seemed to be legitimate. However, the French didn't trust the Spanish. Spain had a reputation, at least among pirates, to be a conniving, double-dealing, backbiting sort. In The Princess Bride, when the dread pirate Roberts, Weston, is hanging off the side of a cliff, climbing his way up, Inigo Montoya, the swordsman, offers to throw him down a rope, but the dread pirate Roberts questions his trustworthiness. He says, "Wouldn't you trust my word as a Spaniard?" And the Dread Pirate Roberts replies, "No good. I know too many Spaniards." It's a strangely prevalent prejudice among the pirates and privateers that operated in New Spain, and it's not without merit. Time and time again, the Spanish would cut a deal with one pirate or another, and then go back on their word. They would turn on that pirate at the last second. However, let's not forget who the Spanish were dealing with. There were occasionally Spanish privateers and even some Spaniards among pirate crews, but there wasn't the same plague of freebooters coming out of Spain that was coming out of England and France and the Netherlands. And the Spanish might make war, and frequently they did, but they rarely gave their sailors license to pillage and burn, torture and murder. It did happen occasionally, but less frequently. How would you deal with a horde of pirates on your shore? Would you do so honestly? Now, the French here in Nicaragua, under Francois Groinet, were aware of the potential treachery of the Spanish and of their own disadvantage in dealing with the Spanish, but they weren't without a few cards of their own. They were surrounded, but they did hold a number of Spanish officers captive. So the French sent a message back to the Spanish commander. If they were at peace, and Groinet was willing to believe that they were, the French would leave Nicaragua in peace. They had done no harm to Realejo, and that's actually true. They had done some significant harm to some of the outlying haciendas and estancias, but Realejo was in the same state in which they found it. So they cut a deal. If they were allowed safe passage back to the ships, they would release their prisoners and sail away from Realejo and Nicaragua forever. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that this was their plan from the very beginning, as soon as they discovered the armies waiting for them in Nicaragua. But the peace back in Europe did give them a better bargaining position. The Spanish agreed to these terms, but they let the French know that they would be followed. It was not an easy peace. There was a tense march back to Realejo and to the ships. However, the French proved true to their word. They took boats back to the ships and then sent their captives ashore. The French pirates Groinet, Jean Lescouillet, Mathurin de Martin, Pierre Le Picard, Ravenel de Lussan, and about 300 other unnamed buccaneers were safe and back on the open ocean. However, they were in the same position that they'd been in before coming to Nicaragua, without sufficient food or money and with 300 or more mouths to feed. Groinet proposed that they go back on their word. He suggested they do, in fact, attack some settlements in Nicaragua. There were farms and ranches, plenty of food just off the shore, and the pirates could just row ashore, take their fill, and leave. Lussan mentions the dozens of tiny harbors along the coast of Nicaragua. There weren't established ports at these harbors, but they were a good place to lay anchor and make landfall, and the French had guides that knew all of it. At the first of these harbors, the Santa Rosa, their ship, made for land. But as they began to approach the coast, a huge bonfire came alight on shore. It was the sort of fire that could be seen for leagues around. It was the sort of fire that would require the work of, at the least, dozens of men. Someone had seen them coming and lit the fire to let the privateers know that the Spanish knew exactly where they were. It served its purpose. The French adjusted their heading and moved on down the coast. At the next harbor mouth, the Santa Rosa made for the coast again, and once again a huge fire erupted. It became clear that these weren't just warnings. They were watchfires, they were signal fires. It let the French privateers know that they were being watched, and it let the ships that were certainly following them know exactly where the buccaneers were. Then the privateers came to the Gulf of Nicoya. This is episode 68. In a word, freebooters. We've seen the Gulf of Nicoya before. It's where Charles Swan and Peter Harris met up prior to joining forces with Edward Davis. It's a large, secluded, relatively secluded, and full of little lagoons and inlets that make it a perfect place to hide from prying Spanish eyes. And even if it weren't, the pirates here were starving. They were getting rations at the best every other day, and even those were small. They had plenty of water, but food was a serious issue. I always wonder why the sailors in situations like this don't just fish for food. I mean, they could at least send out some fishing nets, but they never do. It's probably a simple question that I don't understand. They probably don't know where to fish, where the best fishing grounds are, and it would be unlikely without that knowledge to catch enough fish to feed everyone on board. However, at Nicoya, they were finally able to lay anchor and put ashore. Now, the Spanish were still all around them. They knew the French were here somewhere. But for the moment, the pirates had given their watchers the slip. That's the virtue of this Gulf of Nicoya. The Santa Rosa and her boats had a small island all to themselves. The crew immediately went hunting and fishing off the island, but 100 men went to the mainland to scrounge up something more substantial to eat. They slipped ashore on 5 January 1686. Now there were small patches of woodland all around, large enough to hide the 100 men, but they were a fair distance apart from one another. The pirates sent out scouts out of the woods to look for any sign of Spaniards around and then to lead them to the next thicket. The scout would give a signal and all 100 men would burst from the tree line as silently as possible and run for the next one. They moved like this for 4 days, eating almost nothing, until they came to a small town called Chiquita. This was in modern-day Costa Rica, and Chiquita was small, but I imagine most of you have heard the name before. A few scouts kept a lookout for any troops in the area, but there didn't appear to be any soldiers around. So the privateers, well, are they privateers at this point? Reverend de Luzon begins to question exactly what they were doing here on the Spanish Main. He wasn't arguing against it, especially not at the time. An empty belly solves a lot of arguments, but after the fact. Well, he describes their entrance into Chiquita in colorful language. Quote, "We got to Chiquita about 2 hours before daybreak. We surprised all the inhabitants going about the rounds, and after we had secured our prisoners, we told them that belonged to us, that we were come to spare them the labor. We surprised also their court of guard, and as soon as they saw us amongst them, they flew to their arms to defend themselves. But as it was a little too late, we eased them of that trouble also." End quote. I love Radno de Luzon's choice of words. They came to spare their prisoners the labor. They also relieved the guards of their duties. He seems to have a flair for that dramatic, piratical attitude. You can just see the Spanish guard reaching for his musket when the tip of a cutlass enters the frame, under his chin, backing him away from the weapon. And then, "Oh, you won't be needing that. Why not take a break? We've got it from here." It's the perfect blend of menacing and dashing and just a little bit charming that makes up a pirate with gentlemanly airs. However, it appears that the French here actually did relieve the slaves of their labors. The inhabitants going about their rounds were slaves and field hands. They were men and women working the plantations around Chiquita. Now, it was 2 hours before daybreak. That might seem like an odd time for a plantation to be at work, and if it were sugar or coffee or cotton, yeah, it would be. However, the plantation at Chiquita, as you might imagine, grew bananas. Lots of bananas. The plantation was one of many in Costa Rica that grew fruit. They were owned by private landowners, but all of them had a financial interest in the Spanish trade monopoly. About 200 years after this little pirate raid, the United Fruit Company, a U.S.-based corporation, would virtually take Costa Rica over. In essence, the United Fruit Company owned the land and the government of Costa Rica, hence why this country was given the moniker of a banana republic. The atrocities committed by the United Fruit Company were, well, they were terrible, and they led to a revolt and a rebranding of the company as the Chiquita Banana Company, as well as a restructuring. All that is to say, when the starving French pirates took Chiquita by surprise and opened the warehouse there, they found it filled to the rafters with ripening yellow bananas. They took the town before dawn, rounded up all the people there and set about filling their bellies. They spent the better part of the morning eating as many bananas as possible. The following day, they found another plantation nearby with row upon row of palm trees. They were growing coconuts there, which none of the Frenchmen had ever tasted before. They thought they were going to be large nuts. They looked like nuts after all. But then they found them filled with liquid, and once you got them open, a sweet and savory pulp. It seems that the coconuts were underripe when the pirates were eating them. At least, the French wondered who would eat a fruit so bitter or drink the sharp liquid found within, but as the coconuts ripened, the coconut grew on them. The buccaneers actually went out to harvest coconut and banana. They were inexperienced at doing so. More than a few of them had the opportunity to meet the tarantulas and vipers that lived in the fruit trees, and even a few of them died. But after a few days, they had sacks and crates filled to bursting with not quite ripe fresh fruit. While they held the town, the officers questioned the locals. They learned of a frigate that had just left their shores carrying treasure, reportedly. It sounded too good to be true, the perfect sort of wild goose chase that would tempt the privateers away from town. However, one of the Frenchmen spotted a speck in a window across town. It appeared that they had missed someone while they were rounding up the populace. The commander sent 5 men out to gather him in, and Busan went with him. When those 5 were approaching the house, suddenly 120 men burst out from doorways and windows and the mouths of the alleys. They were surrounded immediately. The 5 pirates put themselves back to back in a circle and fired at the Spanish guards that had ambushed them. Busan says that they resolved never to be taken alive, but to sell their lives as dearly as possible. They had no real means of escape, at least not a quick means of escape. But within minutes, one of their number had already been killed. The pirates found some rubble to act as cover, but even then, it was only a matter of time before they were overcome and left dead. Busan says they fought there for an hour and a half. Another of their number was killed in that time, and a third was hit and bleeding out. He writes, quote, "It was impossible we should hold out against such a shower of bullets as was poured on us from all sides. God was pleased that some of our men came to our relief, being driven thither by the fire ants. For they thought before they heard these cries that we were exercising ourselves and shooting at a mark. This succor coming in so seasonably did infallibly save our lives. The Spaniards left 30 more dead upon the spot, and thus we defended ourselves as desperate men, and to say all in a word, like freebooters." 5 men pinned down for more than an hour by 120 soldiers, with 3 either dead or wounded. They held out until reinforcement came. At the end of the passage, Busan seems to come to a conclusion. They were, in a word, freebooters. He seems to give up the illusion that they're privateers, that they're mercenary soldiers in a time of war, doing the will of the king, and thus the will of Almighty God himself. He realizes that they were starving, desperate men, far from home, fighting for survival and stealing what was needed. They were, in a word, pirates. Now, I don't believe the numbers he gives for even a minute. 120 against 5? I mean, come on. There were 5 French pirates, but I would suspect no more than at the very most 50 Spanish soldiers. But even 50 able musketeers, even if they had inferior weapons, well, it would seem like far more than that when you're as outnumbered as Busan and his friends were. But this was a serious situation. They had killed Spanish guards. They had killed Spanish citizens. It wasn't in a time of war, and it was entirely for the sake of their own benefit. Had they come in, stolen some bananas, not harmed anyone, and left promptly, well, that could be overlooked. That could be passed by. But this crossed the line. They were openly fighting in Spanish. They were pirates now, and they knew it. It looks almost like some of them had a brief crisis of conscience over this, but their instinct for survival took over. The French took the local notables there prisoner and returned to the boats. They found a few Spanish militiamen waiting for them there in ambush, but the pirates fired on them and chased the ambush off. At the boats, a messenger found the pirates to negotiate the release of the prisoners. Musan writes, quote, "After the enemy had retired, they sent us a person to demand their prisoners, whom they said they would recover or perish in the attempt. We told the messenger we were very ready to give them up, if they would come and meet us to take them, but that if they fired a single bullet at us, they should have no quarter, which so humbled their pride that we saw no more of them." End quote. The 100 pirates, well, it's closer to 90 now, they returned to the Santa Rosa, to Gournay and Fair Island. The pirates there had abandoned the Santa Rosa, actually. They beached her. She was their largest vessel and carried most of the men, but she was insufficient for their needs. The sails were rotten, as were many of the ropes. The hull was weak and leaky. They only had a few guns, and on a ship that size, the few guns they had weren't enough to properly defend her. So the pirates started building pirogues. A pirogue is, well, it's basically the French word for a periagua. The term caught on in Louisiana, and it's still used for many of the boats used in the Bayou. They're also found in Haiti and on Madagascar. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. It's a little different, though. A periagua might be made from 2 canoes, but this would be just a single-masted, hollowed-out boat, large enough, though, to mount swivel guns or a blunderbuss on it. They could be rowed in rivers or creeks and carried if need be, but were also acceptable for the open ocean. They also began building a half-galley, just a 2-masted square-rig vessel. It's a small ship, very much like a brigantine, although a little smaller. It won't hold much cargo, but it would carry pirates with muskets and their 4 guns. They were fast and nimble, and this would be as heavily armored as they could make it. It wasn't a powerful warship, but it was their strongest vessel. Unless they could catch that frigate that the people in Chiquita had mentioned. Rene sent Martin and Desmarais out to see if they could find and capture the frigate. They found, well, the wreck of what had once been the frigate. There wasn't much there to salvage, but they did manage to take some lumber and tools and the like to help them building their half-galley. What they did find of importance was a satchel. It was carrying letters. Lusan says that they found a letter detailing the fate of the treasure fleet out of Lima, that same fleet that had bested them in Panama, that one that had been sailing around and taxing the locals ever since. Lusan says, and I want to stress that this is what Lusan says, that the flagship of the fleet was struck by lightning. The entire crew, including the villainous admiral, was burned in a moment. What's miraculous about this bit of information are the reports that there was no thunder heard that night, nor was there a storm. It's just a single thunderbolt from heaven to smite the Spanish. There are the Spanish records to corroborate the claim. The French spent several weeks there in the Gulf of Nicoya building their ships. After 5 days, a courier did come to the agreed-upon location with the ransom for the prisoners, and they were set free. Mostly, the pirates were left there, in peace, until the 27th of January. They had lookouts out in the bay in fast boats, and they came rowing in. They'd seen 7 ships sailing into the bay, along with 12 periaguas and 3 barks. It was that same Peruvian treasure fleet. It was coming to hunt them down and finish them all. Rene ordered the separate crews into their boats and into the middle of a river on their line. If they were found, the Spanish would, well, they would be unable to come in close to the pirates. On the river, only the periaguas and barks could approach them at all, and even then, only a few at a time. From there, the pirates could make a stand. Even if they were overwhelmed, they had the opportunity to make a stand and give the Spanish a bloody nose, the sort of act that wouldn't soon be forgotten. The Spanish fleet did find evidence of the pirate presence on the island. They found the abandoned Santa Rosa. However, they assumed that the Santa Rosa was fortified against an attack, which would make sense to beach your vessel as a sort of fortress from which to fight, but pirates prefer to fight on water, if at all possible. Lucan writes, quote, "On the 28th, our sentinels came and gave us notice that 6 pirogues had plied along the shore, which made us put 150 men to lie in ambush on both sides of the river. But they, suspecting a stratagem, bore directly upon our ship that was run aground, upon which they fired very seriously, though there was none left within but a poor cat. They bravely boarded and burnt her, for the sake of the ironwork that belonged to her, which is a commodity rare and dear in some parts of Peru. The Spanish fleet sailed away and left us at ease to finish our work, upon which we spent the remainder of the month." I love that. None but a poor cat left on board, and the Spanish bravely boarded the ship to face none but the poor cat aboard. It's a subtle but fantastic dig at Spanish bravery, at least in the Aztec song.
Upgrade your comfort to Emirates Premium Economy the next time you fly from Seattle. Sink into soft leather seats with raised leg rests and adjustable headrests. Elevate your dinner plans with delicious regional dining, all served with complimentary premium drinks. Enjoy endless entertainment with up to 6,500 channels, including live sports. There's no other premium economy like it. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
Ranked #1 in innovation 10 consecutive years, Arizona State University isn't just ahead of the curve, it's creating new paths to success. Learn from notable clinical and research faculty online. That's a degree better. Explore programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
I'm troubled because I'm finding more and more to like about Raphael de Lucan, and he was hard to like. He was violent, racist, he was a colonialist, and he had nothing good to say about Africans or Native Americans or the Spanish or the English or really anybody who wasn't French. But the French stood atop the world in 1686, and they were a proud people. And Lucan shows more than a little flair for the clever, witty French literature that was so popular at the time. However, very little of note happened for about the next 2 months. The pirates finished up their boats, put to sea, ate their food, went hungry, went ashore to find more food, mostly failed to find more food, but they scrounged enough to survive. Lucan puts it bravely, but nearly every time they tried to raid a village, they were chased off. They did eventually raid another banana plantation. They then passed articles against violence and drunkenness, and then, on the 21st of March, the French spotted 13 sail approaching. They were smaller vessels, but enough to be of concern. The French fled. They were chased along the coast for 2 days. But the other fleet had the advantage. They had the wind, and they were approaching quickly. So the French vessels decided it was time to turn, make a stand, and prepare to do battle. When the enemy ships got close enough, the largest ship in the fleet hailed the French in English. Weeks ago, far to the northwest, Captain Townsley decided that Charles Swan had signet that his plan to cross the whole of the Pacific Ocean and circumnavigate the globe was insane. He'd returned to the Maine. He'd actually run into Captain Davis at one point, but then he found himself here, in the company of the French pirates. They had taken similar steps to those of the French pirates, when they were smaller in number, it was better to split up into smaller ships, into smaller boats. It would be easier to attack a larger craft from many different angles. They would be at a disadvantage, either the Santa Rosa or Captain Townsley's old ship, but in many small boats, the pirates were accustomed to doing battle in that fashion. Right here, it's vitally important to make note of the quartermaster of Captain Townsley's vessel. See, Townsley's crew was a fraction, and the second most important man, the second most influential man in the crew, the quartermaster, was a man named George Duke. He's been around this entire voyage in the Pacific, at least since Townsley joined, and possibly before. And he was an influential pilot, but he hadn't yet done anything. Well, he hadn't done anything with our chroniclers down the road. Not yet. Roy, well, the French still harbored some bitterness toward the English pirates. There was an age-old rivalry between the two factions of buccaneers, and then most of these men had fought against one another during the Third Anglo-Dutch War. Beyond that, there was the incident outside Tortuga that happened between a French and English captain, but neither of them are here now. But then there were the actions of the English early in this voyage that the French felt treated them unfairly, and then the English burned and defiled the Catholic Church. So the French arrested the English pirates. It's questionable whether they had the authority to arrest the English pirates, but there were more French pirates than English, and they had more guns. So they put the English in custody. Then they boarded the English ships and started carrying off anything about it. A few hours passed, and, well, I'll let Lucan tell it to you. Quote, we, finding ourselves to be the stronger party, called to mind their former imperious dealings with us, and, to show our resentment of it, we made him and his men prisoners. We boarded his vessel immediately, of which, having made ourselves masters, we made a sham of taking away. But our design being only to frighten people, left them for some time under the apprehension of danger they were in. Then we let the captain know we were honest men, and that though we had the upper hand, we would not take the advantage of revenging the injuries they had done us, and that we would put him and his men in possession of what we had taken from them 4 or 5 hours before. It was a ploy. Just a little bit of petty revenge and posture to show who was the stronger party here, and that the French were better than the English. The intent was to show that they were more chivalrous, honest, and true to their word. And it appears to have worked. Helmsley joined up with Roynette. It might not have been the honesty of the French pirates, but merely the promise of taking some prizes of work. Roynette, Picard, Desmarais, Basculier, and Lucan, well, they made up a decent-sized force. They had decent ships. However, Helmsley and George Dew had many more guns with them. If they pooled their resources, they could actually steal something more valuable than bananas for a change. And the French had a plan. They had been too weak to set that plan in motion, but finally they had the opportunity. They were going to attack Grenada. That's the Grenada in Nicaragua, not that far from Leon, from Realejo. It's the same Grenada that Henry Morton occupied back in the 1660s. And it's the same Grenada that they had agreed not to attack due to the peace between their king and the Spanish king. Now they were going to go back on that because while there was peace, they were no longer Pancunians. Now they were pirates. It took a few weeks for them to prepare and reach the coast of Nicaragua. The pirates disembarked, not at Realejo, but down the coast of Mexico. They began a march as quietly as possible. They avoided towns and people as much as possible, and were successful in doing so. That's a smart move. You want to avoid any notice that would give warning to the people of the region. But it did offer one major problem for the pirates. People keep food around and tend not to keep their food out of the jungle. There was plenty and gathering, but several hundred marching pirates tend to scare off game. The pirates went without food for several days on their march inland, until their legs were weak with hunger, and they were uncertain if they would actually be able to make it another full day without food. So Gournay finally allowed a detour to a sugar plantation. It was owned, according to Lucan, by a Knight of St. John. The Knights of St. John were a medieval order of knights formed in the First Crusade. Their full name was the Order of the Knights of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem. The Hospital of St. John was named after John the Baptist, and The knights at his order were, well, they were called the Knights Hospitaliers, and they settled at one point after the Ottomans took Jerusalem over from the island of Malta. They were the Knights of Malta. They were no joke, and they're actually still a sovereign entity that resides in Rome, and many would credit them with the defense of Italy and Rome and the Catholic Church. To a Catholic, even a French Catholic, that would have been a huge deal. And he wasn't actually Spanish, not as I understand it. The sovereign entity, the Knights of St. John, owned islands in the West Indies at one point. They were closely allied with Spain, but not Spanish. And here, these Frenchmen were on the property of such an illustrious man. A man that, on some level, should have been revered by them. Busan writes of him and regrets to tell us that this revered, noble, chivalrous Knight of St. John escaped. He got away because they were still tired, their legs weren't working very well. However, there was plenty of food on his plantation for them to eat, and they did manage to capture a few of his household without question. The news that his household members had, well, it wasn't good. Grenada was prepared for the pirates. They knew the pirates were here and marching for the city. The city had been emptied of all of her wealth. Those riches of perhaps the richest city in the region were put on board ships and carried to an island in Lake Nicaragua. That treasure was behind strong walls and guarded by 2,000 men. And then the people of Grenada, they were long gone as well. They were evacuated, protected, far from the city, and they'd taken the food with them. Then there was a fortress guarding the only approach to the city, manned by hundreds of soldiers with 14 cannon and 6 patereros, which are basically mortars. That's a daunting possibility. Not impossible to overcome, but it wouldn't be easy. The question is, if they didn't have food or people or wealth in the city, why bother attacking? They might ransom it, but the overwhelming military strength would make even doing that difficult. Why not just turn around and return to the city? Therein lies the problem. The prisoner that they were questioning told them one last bit of unfortunate news. Behind him, coming up from the coast, following in the pirates' footsteps, was a force of 2,500 Spanish cavalry. They were there to trap the pirates between their force and the walls of the fort. Now the Spanish were wise to the pirates' game. They didn't intend to let them escape Nicaragua or the Pacific. Busan admits that most would have given up. They would have surrendered, waited to be captured, thrown themselves on the mercy of the court. But the pirates had one other option. If they could take the fort quickly before the horsemen arrived, they could hold it against the Spanish. Not long term, not forever, but long enough to buy themselves the time needed to slip away the lake's shore and steal a bark. They didn't want to try for the treasure on the island fortress, but rather they wanted to take that bark across Lake Nicaragua and then sail it upriver to the pirate haven at Bluefields on the Mosquito Coast. Bluefields was a settlement's too strong a word. It was a hideout known to most of the buccaneers. The first pirate to use it was Abraham Blaufeldt, a Dutch pirate. It was little more than a pirate code, but it was more than a pirate code. There were no taverns or inns, but there were hidden docks, and probably some Mosquito Indians and escaped slaves who would give you aid. Even, perhaps, another pirate group that would help you. That was the goal for these French and English pirates. They wouldn't strike it rich in Grenada, but they would be able to go home. They would be able to escape the hunger and the Spanish noose. The pirates discussed their options, and they resolved to try for the fort, to take the lake, find Bluefields, and freedom. Busan writes, quote, "This information, which doubtless would have terrified any other but freebooters, did not impede our design 1 minute, nor hinder us." About 2 the next afternoon, the pirates arrived at the suburbs of Grenada. They encountered a Spanish patrol and fought an engagement with them but chased the Spanish off. And then they waited among the houses in that suburb for word from a detachment of scouts that they'd sent off. Those scouts returned and told the captains of 3 forts, not just one. It would be impossible to pass any one of the forts by without taking fire from one of them. However, if they focused their attention on just one of the forts, they could avoid fire from the other 2 and follow through with their plan. The whole army, small, the buccaneers marched on one of the forts. When they drew near, they were spotted. They didn't intend to not be spotted. But the Spanish topped the walls opened up a full volley. Muskets, cannon, naval arrows, all fired. The pirates were ready for this. When the first volley was fired, every man among them fell to his belly. This served 2 purposes. First, it confused the hell out of the Spanish. At first, they thought the pirates had been killed in a single volley. Huzzah, we won the day. But second, it let the hail of hot iron that the Spanish fired at them pass harmlessly overhead. The pirates got up, and while the Spanish collected themselves, realized what had happened, and reloaded, the pirates continued their march on the fortress. A second volley was called. Again, the Spanish fired. And again, the pirates fell to the ground. And again, they got up and continued marching. But the Spanish commander caught on. He ordered a third volley, loudly, and the pirates fell to the ground. When the volley had passed, they got up, started marching. But that third volley was a false volley. Without warning and far too soon, the Spanish fired again and caught the pirates off guard. The Spanish scored a hit. The front line of the pirates fell. Dozens of men were left dead or injured. Had he realized the ruse sooner, it might have saved the Spanish in the fort, but it was too late. The pirates were too close now. They rushed the walls of the fort and reached them before another volley could be prepared. Then they started throwing fire pods and granados up at the Spanish defenders until, finally, the Spanish atop the wall fell back. The soldiers fled the fort entirely, and the pirates scaled the walls and took possession of the fort. For the Spanish, it wasn't really a defeat. It was a tactical retreat. The Spanish pulled back to Grenada, which only served to further defend the already well-defended city. The French and English, though, who were now masters of the fort, cheered their victory. They'd won. They'd taken a fortress that had strong walls and plenty of guns they could use to defend her. But it was just a fort. They could defend it, certainly, but why? They would eventually need supplies. So they could trade for food or farm. And then the men climbed the walls. From atop the walls, you could see the city of Grenada, the grandeur. Well, that would have been there had none had fled into Lake Nicaragua. And you could also look down at Lake Nicaragua. There was the island. There was the fortress with the treasure behind its walls. And surrounding that island fortress, guarding the coast and the coast of Lake Nicaragua, were dozens of heavily armed craft, barks, sloops, periodicals, all of them carrying heavy artillery, swivel guns, and men with muskets. It would be impossible to sneak down there and steal the craft. It would be impossible to overwhelm even one of those vessels, and if they did, an armada would fall immediately. There was no way to cross the lake. Without that, there was no way to cross the isthmus, and no way to find Bluefield to the West Indies, except through thousands of Spanish soldiers. Toussaint writes mournfully, quote, "The term of dangers and miseries which our destiny had still in store for us, being not yet come, we could not take the advantage of so favorable an opportunity to get out of those parts of the world, which, though very charming and agreeable to those who are settled there, yet did not appear to be so to a handful of men, as we were, without shipping, the most part of our time without victuals, and wandering amidst a multitude of enemies, against whom we were obliged to be continually upon our guard, and who did all that in them lay to deprive us of subsistence." At the end of the day, every ship on Lake Nicaragua had received word of the pirates. They knew that someone might come down to try and steal one of their ships, but they were vigilant. The army outside the city set up lines and defenses and kept the fort surrounded and watched. After 2 days in the fortress, the pirates made up their mind. They would not surrender. They would not give up. They would not beg for it. The pirates opened the gates and marched forward. 500 men, maybe 500 men, marched out to meet an overwhelming force of Spanish horsemen. Cavalry were probably surprised by this move. They didn't expect to see the pirates march out to their doom. They thought they were going to have to starve to them. But here they were. The cavalry, as the pirates marched toward them, lined up and charged. Then the pirate lines parted. They revealed a surprise. They'd brought down cannons from the fortress walls and rolled them all the way out here, well in range of the Spanish army. The Spanish were kind enough to line up and ride toward them. Musan writes, quote, "Not dreaming that we had brought any of their artillery along with us, we were so terrified when we had fired 2 cannon shot that they left us a free passage, where they saw a great many of their men sprawling upon the ground." The pirates marched through the former Spanish lines. They found one man wounded but not terribly, who they took captive. And that man told the pirates a great tale. There was $1.5 million in assorted silver and gold and jewels in Grenada right now. They had it hidden inside the walls of the town. The soldier would show them where, only they promised not to kill him. Rene didn't believe this man. Musan says, quote, "We had no inclination to go back in search of this money, seeing we found difficulty enough to rid ourselves out of the hands of so considerable a number of enemies as we have already to deal with. To employ Satan, they might have all died without those cannons, but it really just bought them time and little else. The horse wouldn't be surprised again. They knew the pirates had artillery, and they already had ambushes planned, waiting on the road back to the ships. Plus, there were other columns of foot soldiers in the area that were currently marching on the pirates. So the pirates ran. There were a few other fights, but a little more than skirmishes, and the cannon they brought with them helped, but eventually they spiked and abandoned those cannons. The march was grueling, but they made their way to the coast. They fought one last fight at the ships and made it back to sea. Here I find myself at an impasse. How best to continue this story? In the writings of Ravno de Musan, we have at our disposal a fantastic first-hand account of the entirety of this Second Pacific incursion. He records events in wonderful detail and even has that dramatic eye, flourish that almost matches the style of later pirate novelists. However, the contents of this story are uninspiring. These French pirates stayed in the Pacific for months and months more, but most of it never really resulted in anything significant. Endless hunger, repeated failure, constantly in danger of capture or death. That sounds exciting, and some parts of it are, but it also just gets monotonous. I could give an almost daily account of the journey. For example, on April 7, 1686, they went ashore to collect wood and water. They found some. A few pirates hoped to find some prisoners on a local estate, but nobody was home. And it goes on and on like that. It's a story of the pirates slowly starving. Really, the entirety of 1686 from this point on, from April to December, is uneventful. At least to us it is. I'm sure it all mattered a great deal to those who were involved in the story, but there is really little real consequence. I could tell the whole story in great detail. It's an opportunity I'll rarely have again. But I wouldn't have any plan. Nothing really changes for the rest of the voyage, at least until 1687. So next time I'm going to fast forward through the events of 1686 and move into 1687 at the end of this voyage in the Southern Ocean. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. All of you who have become patrons on Patreon, or given us a review on iTunes or wherever it is you listen to the show, or told your friends about us. Without all of you, I couldn't keep doing this, so thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain, a fantastic band of rhythm. If you haven't checked them out yet, I certainly suggest you do so over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, we'll let you check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get to us on Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show is also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Skirk Pete, Kane, Kenway, Hefe, Zoomin, Blackfoot, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Hanukkah Rainbow, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Speed. Hello. Welcome to Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, we followed the French pirates in the Pacific Ocean through early 1686. I told you we were going to speed through the rest of that year and through 1687, and we are. But there are a few major events that took place in the summer of 1686 that are worth noting. On 9 June, nearly half of Captain Francois Gournay's French privateers voted to leave the command of Francois Gournay. They wanted to join up with Captain Howard. The two captains were allies. They had attacked the navy together, but they were now on separate crews. Cowley had the bigger ship, and he had seen more success than Gournay in the last few months. So 150 pirates, including Ravenel de Besson, went over to Cowley. Then the two crews split up. That was what initiated this vote to leave Gournay and join Townley. Gournay stayed in and around the Gulf of Nicoya, now off the coast of Costa Rica, but Captain Townley sailed south and east to the region of Panama. He attacked the city on the 22nd of July. It may have been the most successful raid on this entire Second Pacific adventure. He captured, according to historian David F. Marley, an estimated 1,500,000 pesos in assorted goods and treasure, and then 300 Panamanian prisoners. However, the pirates were ambushed on their way out of Panama, and the Spanish reclaimed most of their money and almost all of the goods. That left the pirates under Townley with only 15,000 pesos and the prisoners. The president of Panama, as you might imagine, was outraged, but he did have a number of pirates held captive that he had captured, and he tried to bait Townley into waiting around for the demanded ransom. Instead, Townley ordered two captives decapitated, and he had their heads sent on to Panama. The president agreed on a truce. The pirates would receive food from Panama every day, cattle, sheep, and flour, in return for the safe treatment of the Spanish prisoners, not as a means of ransom. In the meantime, the Panamanian officials and the pirates could haggle over the proper terms. Townley waited around for a few weeks, but finally he threatened to send 50 heads to Panama. The Spanish gave him an answer. On 22 August, a force of 3 ships and 240 men attacked the pirates. It was unsuccessful. About 65 Spaniards were injured or killed, and all 3 ships were taken by the pirates. When the battle was done and the bodies were counted, Townley looked at his losses, looked at his prisoners, and then sent 20 heads on to Panama. Reverend de Lusan writes, quote, "This measure was in truth a little violent, but it was the only means of bringing the Spanish to reason." But Captain Townley was wounded in the battle outside of Panama. His wounds were infected. The pirates finally did receive 10,000 pieces of it, and the Archbishop of Panama even informed the pirates that they would be considered good Catholics in the eyes of the church, and so they would have the protection of the church. This was a kindness. Any pirates that had been killed would be treated properly. They would be cared for and buried rather than be desecrated. And the church would, according to the Archbishop, argue on behalf of the pirates. But the church didn't command the militia or the navy. They could only protect the pirates so far. And then, on 9 September 1686, Captain Townley died, and he was succeeded in command by Captain George Duke. This is episode 69, These New Terms. There is some confusion in the records. Reverend de Lusan records an Englishman named George Hewitt taking command of Townley's crew. David F. Marley interprets this as a pirate named George Helt taking command. However, this is probably the symptom of 2 pirates being confused with one another. There was a French pirate in the Pacific named Deput, or Hewitt in English, that was sailing with Captain Pierre Picard, and we'll meet him later. But Marley actually contradicts himself here. He says in another passage that George Duke took command after Panama, not Put or Hewitt or Deput. Lusano was unclear in a lot of his passages, and misspelled names, however, developed, often differently in the same paragraph. I suspect that when he was on this voyage, he didn't know how to write. He didn't learn until later, when he was writing about his voyage, and the narrative suffers. I think what happened in this bit of confusion is that George Dew took command of Captain Townley's crew. Eventually he did, we know that. Captain Hout, or Deput, led another force. That force eventually joined with George Dew. But whatever the reality is, this little pirate fleet, now under the command of George Dew, or whoever it actually was, sailed southwest. Eventually, Captain Glennie followed. He left the Gulf of Nicoya and he met up with them on the coast of modern-day Colombia. These 2 groups were allies, and they helped each other out over the following 7 months, but they sailed separately as often as not. The English buccaneers that were also in the Pacific, the other English buccaneers, those under Captain Edward Davis, were also in the region. They were a bit further south than George Dewey or Coronet along the coast of Peru, and these two groups wouldn't meet up until the spring of 1687. From 1683 until 1686, very recently, we had William Dampier writing about the English pirates on board Bachelor's Delight. But Dampier left that crew to sail with Captain Swan to cross the ocean and reach the East Indies. So for some time, we actually lose touch with most of the English pirates. Edward Davis aboard Bachelor's Delight, along with William Knight, Peter Harris, and all of those men, they kind of fade into the background. Now we'll return to William Dampier, but for now we're going to talk about what we can of the English under Davis. We have a bare bones account of what he got up to. After the assault on Leon and Realejo in Nicaragua, the first assault, the assault of Bachelor's Delight, the ship sailed east. However, they were hit by that same yellow fever that struck Dampier and Sydney. So Davis ordered his fleet to turn around and head west. Apparently, they were searching for Sydney. There were doctors on board. He probably wanted help, but his ships, well, they were hit really hard. He never found Sydney. Instead, Bachelor's Delight put ashore on the coast of modern Honduras. The yellow fever tore through his ranks, and maybe as many as a fifth of the pilots on board died. Edward Davis himself came close, but he survived. The English buried their dead, most of them probably at sea. William Davis, Knight, and Peter Harris the Younger sailed back east toward Peru. It's a genuine shame that they no longer had Dampier to write down the exploits of Bachelor's Delight, because things really started to pick up here. The pilots raided a few smaller coastal settlements and actually extracted a ransom from some towns in the region, one as large as 10,000 pieces of eight. Then they made for the Galapagos to Caribbean vessels. There they were engaged by a naval squadron, a Spanish naval squadron, and had a heated battle. But after that battle was over, the English captured a vessel carrying around 25,000 pesos of silver and jewels. Except for Harris at Santa Maria, this was so far the biggest prize any of the pirates had taken in the Pacific. The pirates moved on to Paita in Peru, and there they captured 39 slaves, but they were actually moved to free them instead of to capture them and sell them at a later date. And most of those 39 slaves decided to join with the pirates, at least until they found somewhere far from Spanish slingers. They attempted a raid on La Serena, but they were rebuffed, as tended to happen at La Serena. There were other villages they raided along the way. However, there was little plunder in these besides fish and corn, but fish and corn, well, the pirates didn't mind capturing because they were hungry men. They did hold one commune hostage for an additional 5,000 pieces of it. And then, after a few months of waiting and running, the pirates finally sailed off south to the Juan Fernandez Islands. They knew the Juan Fernandez Islands would be quiet, and they wanted to let the heat die down. But the men and the assembled crews were split on how to move forward. Some of them wanted to continue raiding, but others wanted to return home. Eventually, they chose to split up their plunder. Captain Harris and his crew had their own loot from the attack of Santa Maria more than a year ago now. But all of the rest of the plunder was collected and counted and divided among the men. It came to a modest sum of 1,150 pounds. If we adjust that for inflation in modern US dollars, it comes to about $35,000. Now that's significantly more than any of the Europeans could have hoped for working on a Navy ship, merchantman, and it was certainly more than any of them would have earned living the life of an indentured servant. And it was far better than the $0 that Native Americans and escaped slaves among them would have received if they could find somewhere that they would be allowed to spend it. And the pirates, remember, didn't have rent or bills, or most of them didn't have families to care for. So the money would stretch, but $35,000 isn't a huge sum for 2 years of work. Compared to the unparalleled fortunes they had expected from the treasure fleet, it was tiny. However, for many of the pirates, it was enough. Some of those pirates had lined their pockets with gambling winnings from other men on the cruise. So Captain Knight and his men took their bark, sailed south-southeast, rounded Cape Horn, and eventually returned to the West Indies and a lifetime of unremarkable landing. Before we move on, I would like to talk about the people that were on board Bachelor's Delight here in 1687. There are a few details to give of most of the regular crew members that we haven't already discussed. We know the names of the captains, of course, and a few of the crewmen like Basil Ringrose, but we don't know much about anyone else. I can say that most of the pirates on board were veteran buccaneers by this point. The one-time privateers that had served in the war, well, they were obviously old hands, but even the young men, the raw recruits back in 1684, they had experienced defeat at the hands of the Spanish Armada. They had survived yellow fever. They fought and they killed and they'd seen their friends killed. The Mosquito and the Kuna allies that sailed with these pirates were, well, usually the Native American allies were, well, there was a bit of distance between them and the European pirates. They were guides, they were friends sometimes, but they were separate from the crew. However, here in the Pacific, hundreds of miles from anyone's home, I imagine that a camaraderie that transcended those traditional ethnic and national lines. All that is said of the 39 freed slaves is that Davis intended to take them to Jamaica, where he planned to sell them. The English, by 1686, were buying and selling more human beings than any other nation. In part, it was because Spain had spent so long importing slaves into the New World, their need for active slave markets had diminished. They still had all of the plantations and the mines that used slave labor, but most of those were populated by slaves born in the New World. However, Captain Davis was convinced not to sell those slaves. He chose instead to free them. Who convinced him, we don't know. There were other freedmen among his crew, other people of African descent who probably wouldn't have been too happy with trading in human lives, or it may have been the other Englishmen that talked Davis into taking these slaves on his crew. The English did have an attitude, especially prevalent among pirates, that they were morally better than the Spanish and regard the slaves. You see this a lot among ancient peoples, especially in religious rites. There are always new religious sects of new and progressive rules, relatively speaking, and there are always new rules about how to treat your slaves. Rarely does anyone ever suggest, not only slaves. The person who does, they usually kill them. But the English, being modern Protestants with these progressive rules, thought they treated the slaves better than the Spanish. I doubt that the slaves really thought they did. But those slaves were, well, if they were taken on as crew, the English on the crew may have argued, they could be trusted. They would have to be fed whether they were slaves or crew, and they could be put to work either way. But as crew, they could do the work and eat their food and roam about on deck freely without the need to watch them every second of the day for fear of escape or mutiny. And the work that they would do would be the worst of the work on board. Even if we ignored the prejudice that the English would have felt towards Africans and slaves, which you shouldn't ever do, but even if we did, they would still be the newest recruits on board. Thus, they would get the dirtiest and most unpleasant jobs. However, I imagine that even those dirty and unpleasant jobs would feel like a luxury when compared to the chains and the whips that they had known, especially with the knowledge that freedom, real freedom, might brave its end. There may have been a plan to drop these slaves off at one of the maroon settlements nearby. Lucan wrote when he first entered the Bay of Panama months and months ago, quote, "We arrived at those islands which stand 30 leagues to the east of Panama. We found the largest of them to look more like the continent than an island. so spacious and mountainous it is. The same is inhabited by those whom they call maroons, or fugitives from the Spaniards, upon whom, making their escapes from their masters at Panama and the adjacent places, have made this place of refuge. And it was not unheard of, and becoming more and more a common practice for pirates whenever they captured slaves to frequently put them to work on that voyage, but then drop them off at one of these places of refuge. And we know that the pirates here knew at least a relatively safe place for the slaves, and if they felt that moral superiority to Spain or even to their English comrades of higher standing back in Jamaica, well, they may have wanted to drop them off. They may have made them feel warm and fuzzy inside. And then it might have been the slaves themselves that convinced Captain Davis to free them. They could be more valuable as members of this crew than as human cargo. They knew their way around this region better than any of the English did. They were familiar with the land and the customs of nearby locals, and they could blend in so much better than a bunch of haggard English pirates. And such a thing could be used. And then there were a few women with the pirates. There are not many details, but one of them was an older slave, a freeborn now, apparently born in the Americas, in Spanish America. It's not clear where they picked her up. She may have been with those 1,000 slaves captured outside Guayaquil months earlier, but more likely she ran off with the French after their attempt on Leon, but she could have joined up at any time. She served on board the French vessel as a ship's stock. Moussan doesn't really give her proper credit in that role. He dismisses many of her remedies as superstition, but it sounds a lot better than the typical prescriptions on board a ship at the time. Instead of a dose of brandy and cutting off limbs, or bleeding, or drawing out bad humors, she had herbal remedies for things, and she knew many of the local herbs that would be good for medicinal properties. And she frequently administered citrus and even antibacterial concoctions. However, we don't know her name. Busan doesn't think that those are the stories we would want to hear. But we do need to hear, in his estimation, at length, about just how really crazy good bananas are, and how many of them there are. And yeah, I get it. When you take into account the intended audience for his book in 1687, publishing was weird, and they typically needed a patron, usually a wealthy noble who would add his name to the work. And yeah, banana plantations were just the sort of thing they were interested in. They could prove profitable if taken over from Spain. There was a Native American woman with the English at one point, with Edward Davis on board Bachelor's Delight, but Dampier gives us even less about her than Moussan. We don't know if she was a Mosquito rebel who joined up with John Cook and Edward Davis way back when they were sailing, before they were sailing on the Revenge. She may have been Kuna. She may have joined up with Harris or Townsley while they crossed the Isthmus. Maybe she was after her own share of revenge, or maybe plunder. Maybe she was up in Mexico somewhere. She might have met one of the pirates sailing with William Knight and fallen in love. We don't know who she is or where she came from. We don't even know that she was a cook, per se, just that she cooked a meal for them one time. There is a Spanish woman of particular interest, but we'll tell her story and the stories of a number of other Spanish women next time. For now, the English fleet under Davis sailed north. They attacked Arica in modern-day Chile. Arica is, well, you know how when you go to a particular travel destination, there is always one place that you just have to go and see. It's like an obligation, even when it's filled with tourists and not all that cool, and you've already seen it on countless pictures and postcards. The Liberty Bell, Plymouth Rock, or the Big Ben, or the Eiffel Tower. Well, Arica had attempted to come back for English rovers. We've mentioned it before several times. It's the southernmost port of consequence on the Pacific coast. Everyone that rounded the Cape was almost forced to stop there. If you were English and you weren't opposed to a bit of piracy, you could go there and trade for food and water and wine, or you could get a little bit of plunder. Francis Drake at Puerto Rico, Richard Hawkins at Puerto Rico, Bartholomew Sharp on the first Pacific adventure, he did, and John Eaton only about 18 months earlier. Edward Davis took Eureka in February 1687. There was plunder and pillage and kidnapping and ransom, and in the end they were paid about $10,000 in silver to leave the city in peace. The raids were getting more and more profitable, but remember that 10,000 had to be split up several hundred ways, and it represented several months' work. That was their own payday for some time. It was a prize not to be scoffed at, but it wasn't huge. The pirates were, after Eureka, searching for information that might lead them to a huge prize. They didn't find it, but they did find other information of great interest. And one of the Spanish soldiers they captured, well, they questioned him. He told them of some Spanish plans in the region. The Spanish were marshaling a fleet, and they intended to take that fleet and wipe out the French buccaneers.
Upgrade your comfort to Emirates Premium Economy the next time you fly from Seattle. Sink into soft leather seats with raised leg rests and adjustable headrests. Elevate your dinner plans with delicious regional dining, all served with complimentary premium drinks. Enjoy endless entertainment with up to 6,500 channels, including live sports. There's no other premium economy like it. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
Everybody shush! William Shatner has something to say.
Cat and Jethro, box of oddities.
What do you do when the woman you love dies? Well, of course you dig her up and you live with her.
Aww.
The show is examines weird things.
There are plenty of old photographs from this time period of children out in the streets playing in and among the dead horse carcasses.
Oh, I miss those days. Things used to be so much simpler.
Cat and Jethro.
Then there's the urine wheel, which sounds like a really bad game show.
Weird things. Cat and Jethro, box of oddities. That is really mysterious.
Join Cat and Jethro Gilligan Toth for the strange, the bizarre, the unexpected as they lift the lid and cautiously peer inside the box of oddities.
The Webby Award-winning Box of Oddities podcast from Airwave Media.
I wonder if Edward Davis felt a flash of jealousy. I mean, the English had been raiding and robbing and killing all along the coast of Peru. They'd extorted thousands of dollars in Spanish silver. Why weren't they worth a fleet? But it makes sense after a fashion. The Spanish and the English they were old enemies, ancient enemies, but most recently they had been allies against France. King Louis was tight. His imperial aspirations were causing trouble for everyone that wasn't French. More locally, here in the Pacific, on the coast, the English were pirates. They were a menace, but that's all they were. They were outlaws, not under jurisdiction of any governor or king. Hostis humanus genetis, enemies of the whole human race. Under normal circumstances, that would be a detriment. That would be terrible. That would mean that everybody was hunting. However, the French were not hostis humanus genetis. In the eyes of the Spanish, they weren't pirates. They weren't outlaws. They were privateers. They carried letters of marque bearing the name of the governor and, beyond that, the King of France. The same King of France who had been at war with Spain off and on for 20 years, for longer. That same king had, only a few months back, made peace with them, with Spain's king. King Louis, by allowing these privateers to roam, was going back on his word. He was breaking his vow. He was breaking that truce, and that was spitting in the face of Spain. English corsairs were a problem, had to be dealt with eventually, but for the most part they could be paid off and mostly ignored. These Frenchmen were an affront to Spain itself. an insult to their pride, an insult to their nation and their king. There is also the fact that back in 1686, the Archbishop of Panama did announce his protection over the English buccaneers, that he considered them, despite their religious leanings, to be Catholics in good standing. That was a weird move, but it wasn't an umbrella declaration covering all English buccaneers. It was specifically for the crew of Captain Talbot and then Captain Duke. Perhaps, though, it provided an excuse for the Spanish authorities to overlook the English depredations in the region for now, and then focus on the French. That's what they really wanted to go after. You see, there were other extenuating circumstances. The governor of Costa Rica sent the president of Panama a letter informing him of the French piracies that had taken place in his country, of the French fleet landing and ransacking the home of Knight of St. John, and then occupying a fort for 4 days, threatening Grenada, killing Spaniards. He told the president of Panama that the French had intended to pass through his lands to take Lake Nicaragua across the Isthmus, but that the pirates had been foiled. And then he warns the Panamanian governor that he believes the pirates are going to attack Panama. They must not be allowed to escape. Now, the pirates did attack Panama, but they were rebuffed. But then the Panamanian governor wrote to the governor of Costa Rica a return. I would like to read a bit from that. The letter from the governor of Panama to the governor of Costa Rica reads in part as follows. Sir, this is to give you notice of the advices I have received from Cartagena by the way of Puerto Bello. The King of France, supposing he had received some affront from our nation, sent 8 sail of ill sorts before Calais to demand contribution. And seeing there was so vast an inequality of force upon this occasion, we agreed to give him $500,000 to withdraw his ships and return to their ports. You know that my Lord Bishop forced me to send out 3 ships to fight the pirates, that continuing still before our port, and took all the barks and canoes that were coming in. Our ships surprised them at break of day, which made one of the pirates slip his cable. Through the skill of the commander, I saw the fight from my ramparts, the honor whereof I thought infallibly to have appertained unto us. Having seen them draw near the shore, I sent a chaloupe to bring away the anchor of that vessel that had slipped her cable, in order to fasten her in our port. As soon as I saw them ungrappled, I dispatched away 2 long barks or galleys to go and learn the news, and bring those of the enemy that survived before me, though my orders were, no quarter should be given to any that were found upon deck, to the end that we might rid the world of these enemies of God and his saints, and profane his churches and destroy his servants. These new Turks sent me 20 heads, and I bethought myself that, for the preventing of the slaughter of so many Christians, I ought to send them their men, with 10,000 pieces of it for the ransom of 90 of our people. Thus you see how God is pleased to afflict us on all sides, though us withal for the sake of his suffering for us. There's a lot to unpack in that. First of all, the raid that he's talking about initially, the advices he received from Cartagena by way of Puerto Bello, that raid happened in the North Sea, in the Caribbean Sea. That was a raid that, well, technically it was mostly Dutch pirates attacking the Spanish, Florida de Graaf, Don Williams, and family. But they were doing so with a French commission flying a French flag. That was one of the raids we talked about on this show before. That was an affront to Spain, and Spain needed to respond everywhere to the French king. Then, well, there was a taunt in that matter. The president of Panama tells his counterpart, the governor of Costa Rica, of how they dealt with the pirates and Panama. He says, we were attacked, but we sallied forth and defeated them outside Panama. They did, of course, have to capitulate some money because the pirates were a bunch of villainous savages that cut off heads, but he was sort of daring the governor of Costa Rica to do the same. You know, don't be a chicken, I beat the pirates, why can't you? But remember, these are the French he was talking about, not English, Anglican, Corsarios, Luteranos, or Dutch Calvinists, And they weren't the French Huguenot religious exiles of 20, 30 years ago. They were French Catholics. And due to that, it was the French more than anyone else that ended Spain with their attacks. They were Catholic brothers. They attacked not only Spanish towns and Spanish ships, but Spanish army. For their part, the French saw themselves in a much better light than Spain did. They saw themselves as good Catholics. Ragnode de writes during one of their raids in 1686, though we were forced to chastise the Spaniards, we showed ourselves to be very exact in the preservation of the churches, into which we carried the pictures and images of the saints which we found in particular houses. They might not be exposed to the rage and burning of the English, who were not much pleased with these sorts of precautions, they being men that took more satisfaction and pleasure to see one church burnt than all the houses of America put together. The English did take pleasure in despoiling Spanish Catholic churches. They destroyed images of saints which they thought to be idolatrous. They smashed and burned what they saw as ungodly opulence in the Spanish churches, and yet the governor of Panama called the French buccaneers, the Catholics, enemies of God, and to new Turks. In part, he was lumping all the pirates in together, but it was particularly offensive to have Catholics sailing alongside Protestants and attacking fellow Catholics. Even more so because Louis, the French king, said often and loudly that he considered himself to be God's representative on earth. He stood next to the Pope in his estimation, and he sprang his brand of Catholicism. He sought to supplant Spain as the most Catholic of nations, and the King of Spain as the most Catholic king. So the Spanish built a fleet. They were about to sail for the French corsairs and destroy them, to kill them all. Edward Davis was the only pirate that knew what was coming. There is one final letter which pertains to the Spanish plan to destroy the French fleet. It was sent to the President of Panama and then shared with the Viceroy Navy. And it was really the seed of the whole plan to mount a fleet and destroy the French. It reads, Captain Francois Goinet separated from his men at Rio Negro and gone ashore with 150 men upon the Isles of Nepal. We took 3 of their men, who told us that those of them that were gone up towards Panama had a design to return to the North Sea. Those people, seeing no place whereunto to retire, became as so many enraged dogs. We had no need of that, for wherever these irreligious wretches set their feet on land, they always win the victory. Send us a man who understands the way to sea fighting, for I am of opinion they will never be able to get off from these islands, and so it will be convenient to go into Cape. That was the beginning of the plan. A small colonial minister on that land. He had a few ships, and he believed them enough to take Francois Goinet and kill him. He just wanted a man who knew the way of sea fighting. The President of Panama and the Viceroy of England decided to add to his numbers, to mass a fleet between them, all of their best warships, and then they would fall on Francois Goinet. So Captain Edward Davis sent a ship with 8 men out to meet Captain Goinet to warn them of the impending attack. That English bark found the French on 12 April at Point St. Helena, near the approach to Guayaquil. Goinet had his half down, and his fleet of sloops and barks and pirogues. Captain George Dewey was nearby, reportedly, but he had another hydrant. Moussan describes the area off Point St. Helena and says they found themselves, quote, in a kingdom of large fishes to whom we gave no quarter. There they caught all manner of fish. They ate well, but they were in competition with what Moussan calls sea wolves, sharks maybe, but probably sea lions that chased off the fish and toppled at least one boat. They were lucky to find the fish. The French had been on the brink of starvation since they entered the Pacific, and were still at the brink of starvation in 1687. It had been a year of feast and famine, but mostly famine. They stuck around the Gulf of Nicoya mostly because the nearby orchards and plantations were a good place to go read for food whenever necessary. But now they had moved on. When the English ship found land, the French were ashore. They had roaring fires and were roasting fish. And the 8 Englishmen were on board a recently captured prize, a merchant bark that was carrying wine and corn meal. And everyone, the pirates on both sides, were willing to share. Imagine being really hungry, like haven't eaten for 2 days. You get to sit down to a meal of fresh fish roasted over an open fire. That would be pretty good. But then, imagine a few friends show up. They've brought some drinks, some copper-bottomed pots, a little bit of cornmeal, and a decent supply of oil. That would turn a decent meal, a meal you might eat after fishing while camping, into a good old-fashioned fish fry. There is a good chance as well that one of the pirates had a guitar, maybe a violin. They definitely would have had drums. Wouldn't you like to be sitting right now on a South American beach, eating fresh caught fish, drinking good Spanish wine while singing and playing music under the stars? The pirates certainly. The English did eventually break up the party. They had to share the news of what was coming. The Spanish were gathering a fleet at noon, not that far away, and they were preparing to attack. Rene and Picard and Desmarquet were preparing to attack nearby Guayaquil, but the Spanish might be able to reach them before they did. And then Musan shares the whereabouts of the other English captains, which contradicts some of our other sources. He says that Peter Harris sailed for the East Indies with Captain Swan. He didn't. He does confirm that William Knight had returned to the North Sea and that Captain Davis was nearby, let's say, somewhere. He explains that those on Captain Davis's crew that had earned enough to return home, those men that had made money gambling on board, had returned with Captain Knight to the Caribbean. And then many of the men on board Knight's crew that had gambled away all their winnings, they joined up with Davis. And then Jean Rose was still there as well. In all, the crew of Bachelor's Delight, including Jean Rose, Captain Davis, Peter Harris, they numbered 60 English and 20 French pilots. They were still to the south. They were making their way north from Arica to rendezvous with Francois Gournay, George Dew, Pierre Picard, and Leclerc. But by the 14th of April, everyone except Davis and his group had gathered at Drake's Eye, the Isla de Plata. The 8 Englishmen on board that merchantman that had brought the wine and cornmeal, well, they decided to sail with Gournay and Dew for their ready on Guayaquil. Those pirates unfurled their sails and headed southeast for the Bay of Guayaquil. Now that leads to quite a fight. We're going to talk about that fight next time, but for now, let's stay here on Isla Plata. When Gournay and Musan and George Dew sailed away, Drake's Isle was quiet. There were birds chirping. The tide was coming in and going out. In the night, there were lonely calls of nocturnal creatures. Then, about 2 weeks later, in mid to late April, a squadron of Spanish vessels arrived off their shores. It was a decently impressive force, at least for the city. There was a large Spanish frigate, much like an English man of war. There were 2 or 3 Spanish galleons, well-armed, sturdy warships, but smaller than a frigate, with a few less guns. Then there were sloops of war, a few gunboats, and even a fire ship. They had come to attack and destroy the pirate fleet of Francois Gournay once and for all. Their most recent intel put him here at Isla Plata. They searched for his fleet of periaguas and canoes and his half-galley. They couldn't find him. They sailed all around the island. They searched all of the inlets with their gunboats, but there just weren't any pirates there. The admiral had a decision to make. This fleet was custom built to utterly destroy the French pirate fleet. The only chance he had of doing so was if he knew where they were. His most likely destination was Guayaquil. It was close to Isla Plata. The entire Spanish fleet could sail on Guayaquil, and if the pirates were there, they could destroy them. But if they weren't there, if they had gone anywhere else, they would just be sailing around for days, and this Spanish fleet would lose them. So the admiral decided to hedge his bets. He would split up his armada into smaller squadrons. One would sail north for the Panama region. Another would sail south toward Lima. A third would sail west-northwest for the Galapagos. The admiral would take the fourth squadron and sail east for Port St. Helena and Guayaquil Bay. Each squadron was ordered to gather as many ships as possible to that squad and, if possible, search the region and, if nothing is found, return here to Drake's Island. Toward the end of April 1687, this impressive fleet split up and left Drake's Island. And that was good news for Captain Edward Davis. Bachelor's Delight arrived with all of her satellite ships just a few days later. Now his fleet was more impressive than it had been. He had barks and sloops, all of them well armed, but they were only moderately well manned. He had taken many of these prizes with no trouble, but he didn't have enough men to fully crew them. If Captain Bray were here, they could have put men on board all of the ships. They could have made them full. They could have added the extra guns, and then they would have been a true force to be reckoned with. With all of the pirates on board all of these new vessels, with all of their guns mustered, they could have fought off that Spanish armada. Of course, if Captain Bray had been here to add his guns and man his ships, well, that Spanish fleet would have already killed and all of those pirates who could have crewed Davis's ships. Davis did find evidence of pirates and of Spaniards, but not of a battle. Now, Davis didn't know Burgoyne had gone, not any more than the Spanish admiral. Not for certain, at least. But any pirates that were on Drake's Isle were almost certainly headed for Guayaquil. So, Captain Davis set sail east, but much like the Spanish admiral, he sent off other ships in other directions. The only account we have of the following 2 days comes from Lucy. And he wasn't there. He learned about it after the fact. And remember, he was none too fond of the English, but I think his account works nonetheless. That Spanish squadron, the Admiral's squad, had rounded Port St. Helena. Now there were French lookouts that were left by Burgoyne there in the Bay of Guayaquil, and they immediately sent word on to Burgoyne. Then they engaged the Spanish fleet. They didn't engage them head on, not looking for battle. They were in tiny, swift little vessels, almost open boats. They have to like proper buccaneers. They came with them. They have these smaller Spanish ships in the squadron. They bit hard and then they disengaged in a flank. Those smaller, faster Spanish ships gave chase to the French pirates, and within just a few minutes they were deep into the Bay of Guayaquil. Meanwhile, the admiral, in his frigate, was just sort of left behind. He couldn't follow his gunboats into some of the waters they were going into, and his ship just wasn't fast enough to keep up. That's where Captain Edward Davis found him, at the mouth of the Bay of Guayaquil, all alone. Bachelor's Delight was a better ship than the Spanish frigate. It was in better repair. It had been careened more recently, and it had more guns on board. In a straight-up fight, it should have won. However, Musan records that, quote, the greatest part of his crew were continually drunk, end quote. The Bachelor's Delight was, well, apparently disciplined and waned on board. I think many of the more thoughtful members of the crew probably went with Swan on Signet, and now these were just good old-fashioned pirates, drinking as much as possible. Plus, they had recently taken a vessel full of water. Davis attempted to sail on that Spanish frigate. He wanted to board her, hopefully capture her. That would be quite a prize. The Spanish ship slipped away. Davis ordered Bachelor's Delight to tack about for Lima, but his men were wounded. They did an awful job. In the maneuver, the Spanish were given the opportunity to fire on Davis and Bachelor's Delight, and they scored a hit. It was a glancing blow, but it did some damage. When Bachelor's Delight was finally in position, they attempted to come in close once again, but the frigate avoided her. She tried to run, but Davis kept on the Spanish admiral, and they danced around the bay and occasionally out into the open ocean. This went on for 2 days. Davis would attempt coming close and board the Spanish. The Spanish would get away, fire upon Bachelor's Delight, and the dance would begin all over. Then, on the morning of the third day, Bachelor's Delay lowered her flag. Now the Spanish were growing more and more confident. This 3-day-long battle seems to be going in their favor. So when they saw the pirates lower their flags, some of the men may have been hopeful. Perhaps the English pirates were surrendering. And then the pirates raised a bloody flag, a red flag. Those Englishmen on board Bachelor's Delight had sobered up. They put their tackle and rigging into proper order, and now Davis closed in for the kill. The Spanish frigate saw that bloody flag raised. She saw Bachelor's Delight coming in close, and she ran. The admiral ran so hard and so fast that he actually ran the ship aground. One of the best ships in the Spanish fleet, and now it was useless. It lay damaged on one of the shoals near the shore, and quickly it was beginning to sink. The sailors and soldiers, the Spanish on board, well, they abandoned ship. Now, some of them were in boats, but there weren't enough boats to carry everyone. So most of those Spanish soldiers just jumped overboard and made for shore. Shore was still a fair distance away, though. So Edward Davis sent out boats to pick them up. He probably saved some of their lives. They were captured and under guard and would be ransomed, but they were alive. They might not have been if not for Captain Edward Davis. However, we can't blame the admiral for this debacle. He had his thigh shot off the day before, and he died. And those are the words that Lucan uses. His thigh was shot off. His lieutenant, who took over the captaincy of the ship, ran her aground, and Captain Davis saw him in one of the canoes attempting to escape with his life, but Davis ran him down. The lieutenant said that he was running for Lima to warn the viceroy, which is probably true, but now he was staying put in pirate hands. There were still 3 other squadrons of Spanish Navy out looking for the pirates, but now all of the pirates in the Pacific, all of the English and French pirates, were concentrated in the Bay of Guayaquil, and their admiral, their frigate, their best vessel, was sinking to the bottom of the sea. Next time, we're going to follow the English and the French pirates under Francois Gourmet, Pierre de Picard, Florent Desmarquet, and George Dew to their attack on Guayaquil. We're going to discuss truth and lies, and then, finally, we'll leave the Pacific Ocean for far distant shores. I'd like to thank you all for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. Everyone who has left us a review on iTunes or wherever it is you listen to the show. Everybody who has recommended the show to friends. And everybody who has become a patron on Patreon. Without every last one of you, I couldn't do this. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by Fantastic Band. If you haven't checked them out yet, I certainly suggest you do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're gone over there, why not check out our website at historypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, and Facebook. As always, most important, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pilot or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pilot. Today's show is also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Scurvy Pete, Keen, Kenyon, Hateful, Zoom, Black Kid, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Comical Inmate, Rumgut, and Bootstrap State. And our newest Commodore, Guybrush Threepwood, alias LeChuck. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the coming weeks, we're going to be moving on from what historians have coined the Buccaneer of piracy. In more than a few ways, the stories we're about to tell are some of the first real piracy here on Pirate History Podcast. There have been acts of piracy and even a few real pirates so far, but most of our characters have been privateers and have yet to throw off those shackles of empire and law that later pirates will. The French and English buccaneers in the Pacific that we've been talking about were engaging in piracy, but they still saw themselves as loyal patriots. Those ties to civilization were still there, but enough to start breaking down. One of the side effects of this separation from the civilized world is a distance from accurate history. Privateers might have the benefit of gentlemen on board that would write of their activities, but pirates rarely do. Most of the stories of pirates that have been passed down to us as legitimate history are, at the best, half-made. In part, my goal on this show has been to cut through the myths surrounding piracy. I think it's vital to ground pirates and piracy in the real world in which they live. However, if we look only at the agreed-upon evidence-based facts about pirates, the story grows sterile. It would become a recitation of dates and names, and if I told the story like that, it would take a couple of weeks at best and be unbelievably dry. We can't ignore the myths of piracy, how we see pirates and how people at the time saw them, define the pirates, and even change the behavior of pirates to come. So we need to look at the myths and legends behind piracy. We need to distinguish between fact and speculation. We can't discard the speculation or the fictions. This is a problem we've run into before, and it will only get more and more prominent as time moves on. And it's a problem that we have here at the end of the Second Pacific Adventure. Without William Dampier, the records get a lot more suspect. No de Lusan is an engaging storyteller, but less of a historian, less of a crime. However, he's what we have, so we're going to look at his tale, for good or ill. This is episode 70, Truth and Lies. Last time we rushed through 1686 in the story of the second Buccaneer incursion into the Pacific Ocean. Edward Davis, Francois Gourmet, Jean Rose, George Duke, Pierre Le Picard, and Mathieu Desmarquet waded up and down the coasts of Central and South America. They all wound up at Drake's Isle, at Isla de Plata, but at different times, as did a Spanish fleet that was built to destroy them. When we left off, Gourmet, Picard, Desmarquet, and Duke had left Drake's Isle. 8 of Edward Davis's men accompanied them, but Davis himself was sailing north and Bachelor's Delight to join him. Their target is Guayaquil, and it was a tempting target. It was a port city that served the mines in the Andes and the nearby plantations. Silver, slaves, coffee, and cocoa flowed from her docks, and they made the city rich. Today, Guayaquil is the largest city in Ecuador and one of the largest ports on the Pacific coast of South America, though in 1687 it was still part of the Viceroy of Peru. But in 1687, Guayaquil was not terribly well defended. Lima was the capital and fortified, but Guayaquil had rarely had to fear invasion. No European powers had ever come here with strength, and all that the city ever had to worry about was piracy. Now, there have been several attempts on Guayaquil by pirates, but most of them were unsuccessful. Back in 1681, the first Pacific adventure raided the city. Charles Swan and John Eaton and Edward Davis, well, they tried for it in 1685, just 2 years earlier. But they had been rebuffed. It wasn't a city defended by an armada and shore batteries and an army and countless fortifications like Lima, but it wasn't without defenses. There were ports, there was a militia, and a standing guard. Reverend de Luson calls the city Guayaquil, which may be a more accurate representation of the 17th century of the city. I might switch over to that from time to time because I like the way it sounds. It looks at first glance like quesadilla. But if I read that in a quote from Luson, understand that it's the same city. By 11 April 1687, the pirates were in sight of the coast, the mainland coast of South America. In the distance, on the horizon, they saw what was probably that Spanish fleet that had been sent out to deal with them, so they furled their sails to hide from view. Luckily, fog suddenly arose, which hid both the armada and the pirates from one another, and it allowed the pirates to escape. 4 days later, on the 15th, they were at White Cape at Cabo Blanco. They left some men behind to watch out for Captain Davis. Whenever he arrived in Bachelor's Delight, they would dive into the Guayaquil and the rest of the pirates. Let me describe the Bay of Guayaquil. It's dominated by one large island called Isla del Muerto, Island of the Dead, Dead Man's Island. The Isla de Muerto is not an uncommon trope in pirate lore. In the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, the cursed Aztec gold was kept at Isla de Muerto. In Treasure Island, Captain Flint's map names the location of the treasure as Skeleton Island. Usually, in the movies, the Isle of the Dead looks suspiciously like a skull, and the Curse of the Black Pearl, it can't be found except by those who already know where it is hidden. Well, I know where it is hidden. It's in Ecuador, in the Bay of Guayaquil. The Dead Man's Isle in the Bay of Guayaquil doesn't look like a skull. It looks like a body covered with a shroud. The rolling hills on one end suggest a face, and then moving on to a belly. At the far end, there's a mountain peak that looks very much like a pair of feet. It's, when viewed from the right angle, sort of an optical illusion that you can't unsee. When you get closer to the mainland, there is an archipelago of smaller islands, but still large enough for people to live on. By 1687, those islands were home to local Native American tribes. It would be best when the pirates were nearby those islands to avoid them if at all possible. As you sail north up the bay toward the city itself, there will be a delta, a river that is split into many smaller channels. There's 3 primary channels with countless tributaries and creeks. Now the coast, once you get beyond the delta, is relatively open lowland, but just to the east, the Andes Mountains dominate the skyline. There is a narrow strip of lowland between the coast and the mountains called the neck. Now south of that, the land opens up, and north it opens up as well a bit. But the mountains are always there. They're a constant backdrop to the city of Guayaquil. Now, Guayaquil lies to the north of the net on that river. They call it the Pearl of the Pacific. The pirates disembarked there at Cabo Blanco. They didn't want to take their large ships all the way in. They could have taken them further, but it probably would have elicited notice. So they rowed smaller boats and took single-masted vessels deeper into the bay. They made for a channel between two of the islands in that archipelago, Santa Clara and La Puna. Now those are two of the larger islands. Once they were home to a large shipping where many of Peru's greatest ships were built and housed. Only 30 years earlier, they had been home to perhaps a dozen 5th and 6th grade ships of the line. Now they weren't a patch on their shipyards at Cadiz or even Cartagena, but they would have kept the pirates at bay. They weren't there to defend against invasion, but it was a safe port at which to build ships that could then be transported to the West Indies or even back to Spain if necessary. But by 1687, those shipyards were quiet. They had been abandoned in favor of better shipyards in England. Now, those islands were home to just sleepy fishing villages. They did still have about 40 soldiers garrisoned on La Puna to watch the approach to Guayaquil. But the pirates knew about those guards, and they knew where they slept from prisoners they had captured earlier. When the pirates put those guards to the question, the guards answered freely. They told Guinea everything they knew about Guayaquil, about her defenses and her layout. This gave Guinea everything he needed to prepare an attack against the city, except one thing. Last time we talked about the Spanish fleet that was bearing down Eva de Plata, searching for the pirates. Now, we know, because we talked about it last time, that that fleet will fail to find the pirates and split up in search of them. And we also know that Edward Davis is going to sail along and stumble into a fight that will turn into a protracted drunken sea battle with that Spanish flagship. And we know that he will eventually beach her, capture the crew, and remove that frigate from the equation. However, the pirates here in the Bay of Guayaquil on La Puna didn't know any of that. The threat of the Spanish hung over their heads this entire time. They knew that a fleet might sail around the bend at any minute. If they were caught in the bay, they would be caught out in small open boats, and if they were caught on the march, which was a real possibility, at least in their minds, that the Spanish army might make landfall and squeeze the pirates between that army and the walls of Guayaquil. That threat informed everything that the pirates did, at least at first. It might have motivated them to move as fast as they did. They might have wanted to get behind the walls of the city before that Spanish army arrived. They split up into 4 columns for the march as well as for the attack on the city. Now each of the columns was commanded by one of the most prominent captains in their ranks. Each of the captains and the pirates beneath them had a job to do, according to the plan. And if things went according to that plan, they would take a different part of the city, and each of them move in towards the center of town. In the Buccaneers of America, Alexander Swindon called the vanguard the soldiers at the front of the army the forlorn. But Arnaud de Lussan takes it a step further. He calls it the forlorn hope. I like this a lot. It's much more honest. Medieval armies would shower those in the most dangerous positions, like the vanguard, with promises of glory and honor. At least medieval commanders and medieval writers would. They told the soldiers that they would be remembered in song and were certain to live on eternally in heaven. The pirates had no such notions. To be honest, most regular soldiers probably didn't either. The pirates didn't believe in honor or glory. Many of them didn't believe in heaven. They didn't think any of that was going to be waiting for them. They knew that no one would sing songs of them. Maybe a few drunken pirates would remember them quietly. After all, somebody has to be in the front of the army. And if you are one of those, well, abandon hope. The forlorn hope was led by Captain Picard, 50 pirates strong. Captain Latour de Martelly was the commander of the reserves, which were the most heavily armed pirates in the army. Lussan calls them 80 grenadiers. Now, I'm not the qualified witness, however fascinated I might be by the activities of the living language. However, People that are qualified linguists usually mark the first recorded use of the English word grenade around the time of the Glorious Revolution in England. We'll be talking about that later, but that happens in about 1688. Here, in 1687, a French writer used the word grenadier. Now, the word grenade comes originally from Latin, as so much of the English language does. Medieval Latin speakers called it pomegranate, pomum, or apple, and granado, or seed, pomum granatum, pomegranate. The French derivation of the word was pomme grenade, and later just grenade. Some French soldiers saw similarities between the seeds in a pomegranate and the gunpowder and shrapnel, the explosive devices that they used. They called them colloquially grenades, and those that used them grenadiers. Englishmen, once they came to the New World, were surrounded by native French and Spanish speakers, and they picked up the term and called them grenades. A 17th century grenade was just a small cast iron pot. It was filled with rough gunpowder and capped with a wick. Now, sometimes they would put shrapnel in there as well, but not always. That was necessary. That wick would be lit, and then, either by hand or with a sling, tossed at the people that you wanted to kill, or at least to seriously maim. The 80 grenadiers under Captain Mathurin de Marte would have had grenades. They also would have had muskets, or quite possibly heavier guns like a blunderbuss. Perhaps some of them even carried light artillery. They would serve as heavily armed shock troops in this army. Now their role was as a reserve force. Basically the plan was, wherever the fighting was growing too hot, De Marte would march his 80 men in and light the Spanish up. They would throw grenades and fire pots and shoot volleys of large shot at them. Now Francois Goyennet was an ultimate command of the army. He commanded the main body of the army. But then there was the last force, 50 pirates strong, commanded by, well, whoever it was that took over the captaincy, Captain Townley, whose son calls him George Stewart, but it was probably George Dew. Those 50 were supposed to capture an outlying fort near Guayaquil. From the walls of that fort, they would be able to guard the retreat of the rest of the army, should that become necessary. In that force, under George Dew, any ensign that managed to raise the flag of the pirates atop the fortress, which would signal the march on Guayaquil for the rest of the army, was to be awarded with 1,000 pieces of eight. Now, originally, the plan was for each of the columns of pirates to approach Guayaquil by boat. They would row upriver to reach the city. However, the pirates didn't know the region when they timed their first approach poorly. They were defeated by the current, which pushed them back into the bay. They realized, okay, bad timing, let's go back to the island. But once ashore, the pirates were spotted. They didn't realize they'd been spotted, but a house far up on a hill on the mainland suddenly burst into flame. It was a signal fire to Guayaquil. The pirates threw any caution they had aside. They stormed the beach and charged up the hill. The Spanish soldiers were waiting for them. They fired on the pirates, but they weren't many. Every Spanish soldier that showed his face was shot down. The pirates fought the blaze, and they actually got it out relatively quickly. In total, it had only burned for a few minutes. The French and English once again ran, this time to the nearest tree. They hunkered down in the trees and they stayed silent. They set out watchmen to keep a keen eye on the city. If the people of Guayaquil had spotted the signal, the usual procedure was to light a return fire, a sign that the original signal had been seen. At least that would be the procedure in traditional warfare. Someone would light a fire in request of aid, and whoever saw the fire would light a return fire and then march out to give them aid. That would also let the enemy know that reinforcements were coming. That was a scare tactic of sorts. But there was no one out here that needed aid. Only a burned shack, half a dozen dead Spaniards, and maybe 300 pirates. So the pirates weren't sure whether or not the people of Guayaquil would light a return fire if they had in fact seen the original fire. The pirates waited all day. They didn't see any fires, nor did they see any columns of Spanish soldiers come out to meet them. It appeared they had escaped notice and killed anyone that could give warning of their coming. When nightfall came, the pirates slipped out of the tree line and back to the river. They took their boats upstream toward Guayaquil.
Upgrade your comfort to Emirates Premium Economy the next time you fly from Seattle. Sink into soft leather seats with raised leg rests and adjustable headrests. Elevate your dinner plans with delicious regional dining, all served with complimentary premium drinks. Enjoy endless entertainment with up to 6,500 channels, including live sports. There's no other premium economy like it. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
Napoleon Bonaparte rose from obscurity to become the most powerful and significant figure in modern history. Over 200 years after his death, people are still debating his legacy. He was a man of contradictions, a tyrant and a reformer, a liberator and an oppressor, a revolutionary and a reactionary. His biography reads like a novel, and his influence is almost beyond measure. I'm Everett Rummage, host of the Age of Napoleon podcast, and every month I delve into the turbulent life and times of one of the greatest characters in history, and explore the world that shaped him in all its glory and tragedy. It's a story of great battles and campaigns, political intrigue, and massive social and economic change. But it's also a story about people, populated with remarkable characters. I hope you'll join me as I examine this fascinating era of history. Find The Age of Napoleon wherever you get your podcasts.
When dawn was close, they made landfall and carried their boats in, hid them under cover. Then they made camp and slept throughout the day. As the sun set on the 19th, Gournay ordered 6 men to stay behind to watch the boats. They were given strict orders not to light fires, not to leave cover. There was to be no singing and no talking. Whispering was okay. If you were a man who snored, stay away. There were regular patrols near the river, and they would be on sharp lookout, so the orders were to avoid notice at all costs. The rest of the force set off for Guayaquil. However, one of those 6 men who was left to watch the boats just couldn't abide sitting around all day without having a smoke. He lit a fire. I'm sure it was a small fire. He needed to light his pipe. Now, most of the pirates, the main body of the pirates, didn't know that he had lit the fire. What they did know is that the Spanish strictly forbade any of their soldiers lighting fires at night, except while at camp. That's why Gournay had forbidden the lighting of fires. From the direction of the boats, the pirates, the main body of the pirates, heard the sound of a blunderbuss shot, a loud, cracking boom that hung in the air. Then, in the direction of Guayaquil, a thunderous sound. Every cannon in the city fired at once. That blunderbuss was a signal, and this time the army of Guayaquil had received it. The plan, the big plan they had worked on, now had to be thrown out. There was no need for caution anymore, so the entire force of pirates marched on the city. Now, that's according to Ravno de Busan, and Busan is not to be trusted. There are things we can verify in this story. We do know that on 20 May 1687, the French and English buccaneers attacked Guayaquil. There are Spanish records that corroborate this. It happened. However, those records were written by Spanish officials that weren't there. Busan was there, and his accounts, well, it is the best we have. It's a first-hand account, but it's filled with lies. According to Busan, the pirates, quote, marched out toward the town with our drums beating, colors flying. Upon our approach, found ourselves stopped by 700 men. Now, when they marched on the town with drums beating and colors flying, Guayaquil was still some distance off. This wasn't the garrison of the fort or the town militia. This was an army, I suppose. The 700 Spanish soldiers had the advantage of a trench and a barricade. Behind that, they fired on the pirates, and Busan tells us, quote, they had the boldness to sally out upon us with sword in hand. That is impetuous. I mean, would you do that? Imagine you had a good barricade behind which you can duck down into a trench whenever the pirates start shooting. You have well over twice the number of the pirates. Would you sally forth, or would you hang back, keep your defensive advantage, and kill the pirates to a man? Now those numbers may have given the Spanish a sense of hubris. It would be heroic, wouldn't it? Even noble to sally forth into battle. It becomes less heroic when 260-odd buccaneers chase the Spanish off with the ferocity of their fire. Luzon calls what they gave the Spanish a vigorous deception. Now, Luzon has no compunction with fudging the numbers a bit here and there, especially when it makes Spain look cowardly and France look like conquering heroes. This kind of writing found a warm reception back in France, even up to King Louis's court. That may have something to do with why Ravenel de Luzon could style himself later in life Sieur Ravenel de Luzon. Now, according to his record, the Spanish army fled to the nearest fort, and the pirates chased them thence from fort to fort until only one of the forts remained. This might be true, but it wasn't 700 men that they were chasing from their high walls filled with cannon. According to Luzon, the battle lasted 11 hours, and in the end, the pirates lost only 9 men with 11 wounded. The Spanish, on the other hand, lost hundreds. When all was said and done, after 11 hours of fighting, the forts were captured. And Luzon writes, quote, "We sent out several parties at the same time to pursue those that fled, while the other Roman Catholics went to St. Divina, the great church." End quote. I mean, maybe devout Christians would certainly visit the church after a successful battle. The French were Catholic and the Spanish had Catholic churches. They were different sects of Catholicism, but who's to say that the French wouldn't do that? But I will say that if you were writing a manuscript and you hoped to catch the eye of the Sun King, God's chosen monarch who was notable for his patronage of the arts, including writers, it might do to add a bit of religion to your great defeat against the Spanish. In reality, the battle there at Guayaquil looked more like this. Governor Juan Alvarez de Avila did see that signal fire. He ordered General Fernando Ponce de Leon to rally the men and stand ready. The pirates' plan to lay low for the day was a good one. By the time that they actually moved against the city, the militia in Guayaquil was weary. Many of the guards were lax, some of them napping. This allowed George Dew to sail 2 periagos to the town docks and the warehouse district. His pirates captured the warehouses and occupied them. That was his job. Now Luzon fails to tell us whether or not somebody did raise a flag and get 1,000 pieces of it. Meanwhile, the forlorn and the main army, led by Picard and Gournay, well, they let the current carry them past the town. They were supposed to disembark before the gates and march in, as Luzon says, with colors flying and drums drumming. But they didn't. The current carried them too far. When they were finally able to put their boats on shore, they were forced to wade through a marshland to get to dry land, and then they had to take refuge in an abandoned house while their wits and their powder dried. They waited until morning, and as the sun rose, it began to rain. This gave the general, Ponce de Leon, the chance to advance with 300 soldiers, not 700. And it was a force made up mostly of slaves. All of the commanders were Spanish, but all of the men who had to stand there and die would have been slaves, and those aren't usually men willing to die to defend their master's money. So the pirates charged those 300 men. Several of the pirates jumped over a small rampart between themselves and the Spanish force. They assumed that that was a barricade, but it was difficult to see in the early morning, rain pouring down. It wasn't a barricade, it was a levee, and it led into a canal several feet down and a bit too steep and too wet to climb back up, at least where the fighting was. When they realized their mistake, the rest of the pirates held back and the two forces shot muskets at each other across the canal, but it was really little effective at that. But a small group of pirates did sneak upstream, and they waded across the canal, some of them using wooden planks, and they held their guns above their head to keep them dry. They were able to flank the Spanish force that came in firing from a side street. The general, Ponce de Leon, was wounded, and the Spanish force fell back. See, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for tales of gallant men sallying forth with banners held high to defeat their foe in honorable combat. If I want that, I'd read about the Crusades or something. I want stories of pirates, filthy, low-down pirates. I want them sneaking around and outsmarting the honorable enemy, doing whatever it takes to win. The Spanish force pulled back to the town square, where there were reinforcements waiting. Rene marched the main force of the army toward the square and entered into battle. You know, honorable, stand up and shoot the enemy battle. However, Captain Picard was busy circling around the Spanish. It was the same route as before, only this time with way more pirates. Again, the Spanish forces pulled back. This gave Guayaquil's town square and their main thoroughfare, Los Molacos Street, to the pirates. They pulled back to the last Spanish stronghold near the Dominican monastery in town. The Spanish stronghold was up on a hill. They put their backs against the heights leading up to the Andes Mountains. Now, on that height, they had a rampart and a trench from which there was no way for the pirates to sneak around and surprise them here. But there was also no escape. The Spanish had cannon up there. The pirates would be forced to climb the hill to reach them there. It was almost a good plan. The massed Spanish forces, which were now close to 700 at this point, would fire down musket balls and grape shot and cannonballs down at the pirates trying to ascend. It should have worked. The main problem is that they couldn't get their cannons to point down the hill at the right angle. They just shot harmlessly over the pirates' heads while they climbed. Now the muskets could reach the pirates. The Spanish musketeers popped their head up from behind cover and fired, wave after wave, at the pirates. It kept the pirates at bay, behind their own cover, but without cannon, the Spanish and the pirates, they were at a stalemate. So Rene ordered the reserves forward, commanded by Mathurin de Marte, the 80 Grenadiers. That force split into two columns and marched around the rest of the pirates on either side of the trench. When they were close, they crawled to get close to the trench near either end. Now, the Spanish saw them coming, but there was only so much you could do when men were rowed to the ground. Each of the Grenadiers lit the wick on his grenade, waited for several nerve-wrenching seconds, and then tossed his pomegranate, his cast iron pot filled with gunpowder, into the trench. At almost the same moment, either end of the trench erupted in smoke and fire and screams. The Grenadiers jumped down into the trench and fired their muskets. Some fired the blunderbuss, others a long gun, but they took aim and fired on any Spaniard still standing. Now the trench was fairly long, and it was filled with soldiers. Even with the grenades and that initial musket volley, the center of the trench was still filled with living men. The Grenadiers would have had pistols as well, and sabers. They drew both and rushed toward the center, squeezing the Spanish between their two forces. Now, had that been it, the fight in the trenches, the outcome would have been enough. It would have been a hard fight. Men clashing, steel, fighting with pistols when they had shot, but then it would have turned into an old-fashioned gunfight. There were more Spanish soldiers than pirates, but the Spanish were at a disadvantage. However, the Grenadiers were not in. They were only there to distract the Spanish. Well, you have to kill a bunch of them, but to hold their attention. They were to stay in the trench and fight hard until the rest of the pirates could march up to the edge of the trench to fire a volley down at the Spanish and then rush the survivors with sabers and bayonets. Now, I know that I have said before that this battle or that battle was the last of the Buccaneer era. But don't worry, this is not a starting now kind of situation. Those earlier battles were fought by privateers, buccaneers. This group of men, a year or so earlier, fought one of those battles, and the buccaneers under Lord Autograph up to the north. But this battle was fought by former privateers. They still had letters of marque, but they were in battle. The Spanish were aware of the fact. They knew these men were not legitimate privateers any longer, and they made sure that the French were also aware of that fact back in Nicaragua. These men, somewhere deep in their hearts, might think of themselves as privateers, but they are really just pirates. I'd also like to remind you, before all of the unpleasantness that's become, that these pirates wanted to leave the Pacific. They wanted to return home months back. According to Luzon and the letters of two Spanish governors, they tried to do so, but the Spanish hadn't allowed them to. Now, I get it. If a bunch of fools came into my house and ate all my bananas and rifled through my wallet, I'd want to get back at them. If they tried to leave with what was in my wallet, part of me might want to stop them. But if they had guns, it might just be the smart move to cut my losses and let them go. Allow the cops to find them later. Now that doesn't make what follows the Battle of Guayaquil the fault of the Spanish, especially not the victims here in Guayaquil. They had nothing to do with the actions of other Spanish people up in Nicaragua. It's still on the pirates. They did it. But just a little bit. It's the fault of the fools up in Nicaragua who wouldn't let the pirates leave. So the pirates had possession of Guayaquil. Now, the battle didn't last 11 hours. Perhaps it was 11 hours from the time that they set out to attack the city that morning, but the battle was over by about 11 a.m. There were somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 men defending the city, but that grand march against all 700 soldiers never took place. These were not knights riding into battle with drums drumming and pennants flying. The Spanish did not sally forth to do battle. The Spanish hid in a hole until you threw grenades at them. But that's not what the Sun King wants to do. Possessing a city is not enough to hold a city. There is a population full of people that do not want you there. If you want to hold a city, you have to subdue the population. If you want to ransack a city, your tactics will be different. Next time, we're going to talk about the occupation of Guayaquil, and we're going to follow the pirates from Guayaquil out of the Pacific Ocean and back home. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd also like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, either by becoming a patron on Patreon or by leaving us a review on iTunes, Stitcher, wherever it is using the show. Everyone who has donated to the show through the website, without all of your help, I couldn't do this, so thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by Fantastic Band. If you haven't checked them out yet, I certainly suggest you do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLMIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why don't you check out our website at piratehistorpodcast.com, or you can get in touch with us on Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, the most important, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's. But now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show is also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Scurvy Pete, Kane, Kingwood, Kate Bay, Zoom, Black Kip, Matthew the Navigator, LeChuck, Bull, Vertigon, Conniff Alende, Rumjet, and Goose Transport. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, the pirates under Captains Francois Gourmet, Pierre Le Picard, George Dew, and Latourne Martin attacked the city of Guayaquil, what was then the Viceroyalty of Peru. Edward Davis, captain of the frigate Bachelor's Delight, was rushing out from the south from the city of Paita to aid the other pirates against a Spanish armada. Now, we talked about the discrepancy between Ravenel de Lusan's account of the battle and the reality of the fight. Lusan couched everything in terms of valor and glory, which was far from the truth. Today we'll continue with that comparison, only instead of valor in battle, it will be a look at plunder and the power of French amor. This is episode 71, Dice for Your Life. The first few hours immediately following the conquest of a city are the most important. Even if you lay down perfect plans, see to every small item, cross your T's and dot the I's, triple check every detail, even then there will be mistakes. A city under occupation is tense, but usually quiet. A city that just lost a battle, though, well, if the conquering force has a fearful enough reputation, one might see women freeing themselves and even their children from the walls to avoid their attentions. The pirates weren't as feared as all that, but they were still reviled and despised and seen as a monstrous terror, devils in truth. The pirates, though, acted quickly to subdue any resistance in Guayaquil. Their main goals were to keep the local grandees from escaping and to stop any treasure from falling behind the sofa. These pirates we're talking about, they were most concerned with the treasure, at least at first. Ravenel de Lusan tells us about the treasure that they took immediately after their victory in Guayaquil, and you wouldn't believe the riches they found. He writes, quote, a great many pearls and precious stones, a prodigious quantity of silver plate, and 70,000 pieces of eight at least, though there were 3 millions among them when we came thither. And a vermilion eagle gilt that served for a tabernacle to some church, weighing 68 pounds, as well for 2 rocks of emeralds, where the eyes of it were made. That's a great treasure indeed. 70,000 pieces of 8 pearls and stones, and a 68-pound gold eagle. But wouldn't you know it, quote, the masters of the ports laid hold of that opportunity to make their escape along the river with the greatest part of their most valuable movables. When our canoes were come to anchor under the town, 4 of them went away in pursuit of the sloops that carried the said riches of the town away. But then it was too late. End quote. The pirates grabbed what they could immediately in town. But even more important than the booty was the capturing of prisoners. They had the soldiers all ready, but the populace was still running free. They took anyone of consequence hostage and marched them to a nearby church and locked them inside. This was pretty typical practice for the pirates. They intended to capture the people and hold them for ransom. Finally, though, they made their way to the governor's mansion. Lucan writes, "We found this governor's house so richly furnished and filled with such precious movables that nothing in Europe could be more magnificent." Now that's not true. Versailles existed, but the governor's house still must have been pretty nice. They agreed with the governor on a price for all of the goods they held, for the families in town, for the town itself, for the fort and all of its munitions, for the cannons, and for the ships in the harbor. They agreed on 1,000,000 pieces of 8 in gold and 400 sacks of corn. This left the pirates with a few days of hard work ahead of them. They had to patrol the streets, they had to set guards on the prisoners, and finally, they had to transport all of their goods that they had taken back to the boats and then back to the ships. Now the pirates shared the work out equally among them so that they all had some time in town. They all had to labor, but they all could enjoy the pleasures that Guayaquil had to offer. Rabineau de Lucan tells us that the women of the town were very beautiful. They had been misled by the fathers of the town into believing the pirates were inhuman monsters that would kill them and eat their babies. However, and my voice cannot drip with enough sarcasm to give this next passage its due, the women of Guayaquil, according to Rabineau de Lucan, had, quote, horror and aversion for us, that they could not be dispossessed thereof till they came to know us better. But then I can boldly say they entertained quite different sentiments of our persons, and having given frequent instances of so violent a passion, has proceeded sometimes even to a degree of folly. Once they got to know us, you know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm laying down? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. If you aren't smelling what Lucan was cooking, he breaks it down further for you. Quote, "Some of our men grew very familiar with our women prisoners, who without offering them any violence were not sparing of their patrons. After they came once to know us, they did not retain all the aversion for us that had been inculcated into them when we were strangers." End quote. All of this has the ring of some sleazeball in a bar who failed to seal the deal and bragging later on to his buddies. Yeah, you know how those Spanish girls are, they can't get enough. Lucan tells us of one woman in particular, a beautiful young Spaniard, a gentlewoman, a handmaid to the governess in fact. He was marching her to one of the churches when, quote, "she turned back and with tears in her eyes told me in her own language, 'Señor, por amor de Dios, no me coma.' That is, 'Pray, sir, for the love of God, do not eat me.' Whereupon I asked her who told her that we were wont to eat people. She answered, the fathers, who had also assured them that we had not human shape, that we all resembled monkeys." He infers that this beautiful gentlewoman learned firsthand that he was very much human, and that she showed so violent a passion for him as proceeded even to folly. Then he spins out a great yarn. That young gentlewoman, with tears in her eyes, was the wife of the treasurer of Guayaquil, the same treasurer of Guayaquil that had been killed when the pirates attacked the day before. As you might imagine, once this young widow, who had lost her husband yesterday, found out that Lucan wasn't a cannibalistic devil monkey, she jumped right into his arms. Lucan's charms were so great that, quote, "now that woman appeared so far comforted for her loss that she proposed to hide me and herself on some corner of the island till our people were gone, and that then she would bring me to Guayaquil to marry her, that she would procure me her husband's office and vest me in his estates, which was very good." I try to avoid swearing on this show. I do. Kids might be listening, and even though we talk about beheading from time to time, my language is something that I can control, but sometimes it's so hard. When the right word is there, right in front of you. If this were Sunday school, I might say that Lusan's story is a big old pile of manure. And look, there is the question of publishing. A good French story, one that was going to sell anyway, had to have a little bit of everything. Religion and patriotism, which, if you remember the attack on Guayaquil, his story had in spades. It had to have an anti-Spanish propaganda, which is what this entire story is about. It had to have some good old-fashioned blood and violence, and then just a little bit of sex. Otherwise, it wouldn't be exciting. And in Louis XIV's France, actual concubines were the norm, at least among the classes with enough money to buy books. Everyone had extramarital lovers. If your husband didn't have at least one mistress, most wives would be a little embarrassed. Your husband must not be handsome or charming enough to attract anyone else. Often, wives would ask their friends to introduce their husbands around. And if you were a woman whose only relationship was with her husband, the shame would just be too great to show your face in the salon. This kind of makes sense in a world where marriage was about property rights and alliances. Love was a thing for peasants or for concubines. And most audiences in France would eat that story up. A beautiful young Spanish bride falling for the French conqueror. Of course, those Spanish hussies gave their violent passions so frequently it turned to folly. I mean, French men are just so handsome and virile, they couldn't help it. But let's remember here, Spanish colonial America was not Paris. However nice the governor's house may have been, it wasn't Versailles. And these Spanish women were not Parisian gentry. They were wives, and they were mothers, and they were daughters who had just seen a group of violent Frenchmen kill their husbands and sons and fathers. That treasurer's wife that proposed to Lusan only a few days after her husband was killed, that's not how human beings work. That is not a situation conducive to willing concubinage. I mean, sure, maybe 300 buccaneers defeated the entire 700-strong Spanish army. Maybe they sallied forth with drums drumming and trumpets blaring and chased the Spanish army from fort to fort. The pirates did have a reputation for winning battles, especially on this voyage, so maybe that reputation preceded them. And then maybe they did take the opportunity to pray in a local church. They were legitimately pious Catholics, most of them. They were sinners, obviously, but they observed the forms of Catholicism. And then maybe there was more than 3 million pieces of bait in treasure lying around Guayaquil. It was a rich city. The Spanish did have a history, even, of escaping with most of the city's wealth just in the nick of time. I could suspend my disbelief to that point. Bravery, victory, and riches beyond belief, and in a moment of piety. I could go there, but those exotic Spanish women taking the pirates to bed willingly, even proposing marriage to them, and offering them their husband's former office, perhaps there were women in Guayaquil, most of them slaves or the town's sex workers. Perhaps they were encouraged to entertain pirates. That would have gone far in the interest of preserving the honor of the town's more respectable Spanish ladies. That's no better, but it may explain those violent passions. But let's remember, aside from the violence and the killing of Spanish soldiers, these men weren't Orlando Bloom here. The pirates that came in and sacked Guayaquil had been sleeping rough for years. They never ate properly. They were haggard men. They were almost certainly missing teeth from a lack of citrus, and most of them hadn't had a decent bath in some time. So I find all of this very, very hard to believe. This is a story written to sell books, and it's not a bad story. In many ways, it's a perfect French story. You have to remember that the French at the time, we're going to be talking a lot more about this in the days to come, were at the top of the world. These pirates were pirates and not exactly noblemen, but the French nation was the most rich and the most powerful and the most populous of nations in this decade. Those Parisian women who would have been reading these stories enjoyed reading stories about brave, handsome, dashing, roguish young Frenchmen overcoming the reluctance of the Spanish women. The Frenchmen who would have been reading this story, most of them, their husbands, would have enjoyed those stories even more. They would have been able to visualize themselves, also brave, handsome, and amorous Frenchmen, into the stories of these pirates. It's not unlike Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is handsome, worldly, well-traveled, and always gets the girl. James Bond is another good example of that trope. These pirates, according to Ravno de Lusan, filled that niche in the storytelling world, and these stories sold well. But we have to remember that there is very little, virtually no, historical documentation to back this up. The Spanish don't have records about their women falling into the arms of the French. Even if it did happen, and I don't believe it did, they wouldn't have written that down. So all we have to go on is the word of one man whose interest was more in selling books than historical accuracy. However, the events that follow do have corroborating Spanish sources, so let's move on. After about a week of the pirates in Guayaquil, a fire broke out in the city. Lusan assumed at first that it was reckless pirates that left the fire unattended. But the fire hit the grounds and the storehouses. The pirates fought the blaze and got it under control and finally extinguished it. A lot of goods and food were destroyed. Lusan says a third of the town was burned down, although the Spanish reckon similar less. Here's the problem. The pirates' agreement with the governor stipulated that Guayaquil go unharmed. If it burned, their agreement was nullified. The pirate captains had given strict instructions on the matter not to leave any fires unattended. So, Pierre Le Picard, George Duke, and all of the officers save Francois Gournay went to go visit the governor. Gournay had been wounded in the battle and was resting up with the other wounded men. The governor, when they went to meet him, was imperious. He was furious, and he insisted that his agreement with the pirates was void. But Pierre Le Picard countered. It's funny how the storehouses that burned just happened to be the same storehouses in which all of the goods belonging to the pirates were kept. Their corn, their 400 pounds of corn, which was intended to feed them, all of their spices and dyes and sugar and coffee, all of that which was to be sold, most of that had been destroyed in the fire. The fire that, according to the agreement, released the town from paying any ransom to the pirates at all. What an inconvenient coincidence that turned out to be. The pirates suspected the governor of, quote, a mischievous intention to burn the merchandise and corn that were of so much use to us. So Picard informed the governor that if the ransom were not paid in full with an additional sum to replace the lost food and goods, he would see 50 heads sent on to the governor's mansion. If that failed to encourage complaints, Picard said, he would see that the pirates finished what the pirates assumed the governor's agents had started. They would burn Guayaquil to the ground. The governor insisted that the entire incident must have been some, quote, rascally, spiteful people that had done this, and he would take care to satisfy us. The governor furnished the pirates with a brand new ship and the men that were needed to load up all of the goods and the treasure that the pirates still held. They could take their ease in town. They could enjoy their time in the city, with those violently passionate women. Right about this time, Edward Davis was engaged in a battle with that Spanish frigate up in the bay. Now, this battle was happening way too far away for the pirates in Guayaquil to hear or see anything, so the pirates didn't know what was happening. But those lookouts that were left out in the bay by Francois Gournay did bring word of a Spanish frigate and a small fleet entering. So Picard, who was second in command, sent enough men to crew a bark and to deal with any Spanish presence that might be lurking around in the bay. On the 2nd of May, Francois Gournay finally succumbed to his wounds. He had taken a cutlass to the leg, and that was in the rain and the mud during the attack in Guayaquil. Finally, that determined temper had killed him. and singing them out. But now he was in command of all of the forces in Guayaquil, and he ordered them out of the city. He wanted the pirates to return to their ships anchored off Lacuna Island. Their plan was to wait on the point for the ransom from the governor to be paid, but they did at long last have ships full of cargo and food from the city. Picard was cautious, but a prudent. He wanted to be prepared for whatever might be coming. Their island was safe. They were nearby their ships where they could defend themselves better than they could in Guayaquil. The last orders given to the governor of Guayaquil was for a small unit of Spanish soldiers to carry all of the gold and silver and pearls that were to be paid as ransom to the pirates. But the deadline for that came on. The pirates agreed to allow the town 4 more days to pay the ransom. And 4 days later, that Spanish squadron did arrive. Now they weren't carrying chests of gold to the tune of 1 million pieces of eight. They were carrying an officer and a few soldiers of 1 tiny bureau. These Spanish men informed the pirates that the ransom was coming. They didn't have any reason to worry, but these things take time, so why not just kick back and relax? That ransom will be here soon. If they had, in fact, encouraged some of the local women to entertain the pirates, this may have been the point, to buy them time. However, Picard saw through this. He ordered the Spaniards captured, and then ordered. Now this made us suspect very much that there was some treachery in the case, and that they entertained us with hopes for no other end than to amuse us till such time as the enemy were reinforced, insomuch that we were constrained to use severity towards our prisoners, which we knew would strike a terror into our enemies. We made them dice for their lives, and the lot falling upon the heads of 4, we cut them off presently and sent them to Guayaquil in the same vessel that had brought the said officer unto us. Once again, the governor made an agreement upon receipt of the 4 heads. He agreed to send them 20,000 pieces of eight immediately. The pirates agreed that upon receiving it, they would leave Guayaquil and Guayaquil harbor forever. The following day, while they were waiting for the ransom, one of the barks that they sent out to scout for Spanish Navy ships sailed into view. The pirates on board told Captain Picard that they had indeed seen a frigate, much too big for them to know. That bark ran, but the frigate chased them around the bay and then finally out to sea. Now those pirates gave that frigate the slip and came back to talk to Captain Picard about what had happened. Unfortunately, the captain had actually given it the slip. Only a few hours later, the lookout spotted sails on the horizon coming to Lacuna Island. One of those scouts in the park confirmed that it was the very same frigate that had chased them earlier. Apparently, they had been followed and tracked. Now this put the pirates in a difficult situation. A frigate like that could tear them apart. They were in periagos and barks with only a few heavy guns. Their biggest ships were that half-galley and one of the sloops taking Guayaquil. They could run, they were faster than a frigate, but that monster was blocking their way out of the bay. One way or another, they were going to fall in range of her guns. Now, some of the men argued that the pirates should all return to Guayaquil. At least there would be walls for them to hide behind, but Picard put the nix on that. The governor was stalling. There was clearly an army on the way to Guayaquil. With this frigate here and the potential of more ships to come, they were trapped. Their best option was to fight their way free, to take their plunder and escape the Bay of Guayaquil and the army that was certainly coming to crush them. Then another ship did appear at the mouth of the Bay of Guayaquil. This one a fat merchant trailing the frigate. That merchantman stopped at the larger ship and then set sail toward the pirate vessels at Lacuna. When she got in close, Captain Picard saw that they were in fact Englishmen, not Spanish, and that they were led by none other than Captain Edward Davis. That frigate that had given them all such a scare was Bachelor's Delight. Now, Captain Davis had the entire crew of that dreaded Spanish frigate in captivity below his decks. He told the story about fighting that frigate, running her aground, capturing the prisoners. And Picard realized that Davis had fought and bled to keep the French pirates on land safe, to guard their rear while they attacked the city. So everyone agreed that he and his men all of the pirates on board Bachelor's Delight had earned shares from the raid on Guayaquil. But Captain Davis had one other piece of news. That fat merchantman on which he sailed over to meet the pirates had been sent out of the city of Guayaquil, clandestine, and slipped past the pirates. But Captain Davis had intercepted her before she got away. The captain of that merchantman carried a letter from the governor of Guayaquil, who had just made another deal with the pirates, to the viceroy in Lima. It read, quote, "Sir, I am to inform your excellency that the English and French are still at home. It's several days since the term they have allowed us for the redemption of our prisoners is expired. I have done it on purpose that your excellency might gain time. They have sent me 4 of our people's heads. I will amuse them with some thousands of pieces of 8 from time to time, though they have no reason to be wary, while your excellency may please to come. And though they should yet send me 50 heads more, I shall esteem that loss to be much less prejudicial to us than to offer such evil dispossessed people to live. Now, sir, we have a brave opportunity to get rid of them, provided your excellency lose no time to do it." End quote.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. Next on Nada Yada Island. I knew I deserved so much more, so I left. I finally switched to Metro and got what I was looking for. Get one line for only $25 a month with AutoPay. Just bring your phone to Metro and experience all the data you want on the largest 5G network. That's Nada Yada Yada, only at Metro by T-Mobile.
First month is $30. Bring your number and ID. Offer not available if with T-Mobile or with Metro in the past 180 days.
Moms, tired of overthinking every decision around what's best for your kids? Stop. Get Smarty Pants vitamins and worry about one less thing. Smarty Pants Kids Multi and Omegas support kids' overall health with 16 daily nutrients, including vitamin C for immune support and D3 for bone health. That's 45% more nutrients than the leading kids multi-gummy brand. Seems like a no-brainer, right? Get Smarty Pants on Amazon today.
Now that letter's only source comes to us from Luzon, not the official Spanish record, and I find it suspect. By suspect, I mean it's too proven. The governor comes right out and says he is plotting against the pirates. He's callous and indifferent in how he brushes aside the beheading of his citizens. Now, I wouldn't put that beyond a commander or a governor of any colony to feel that way. But I would put it beyond them to say. And then he goes on and says that the pirates have no reason to be wary. They were sending the pirates food, so that might be all that he was talking about. But then Ravno de Luzon follows this up almost immediately with an account of his days on La Cuna. They have music, Luzon says. They have lutes and guitars and harps, and then they have all of those concubines with which to pass the days. These are the prisoners, some of them, that they have with them, and yet he says that they are more than willing to entertain the pirates. That's what the letter's real author, Luzon, is referencing when he says that the pirates have no need to be wary. He doesn't want us, the reader, to forget how all the women just fell in love with the pirates. He tells us of his days with the treasurer's wife and how, finally, he informs her he cannot stand. In form, at least, it's almost like some chivalric poem, but in substance, it breaks down basically to, "Sorry, babe, I'm a rambling man." That entire letter, I believe, was fabricated by Ravno de Luzon to add a sense of legitimacy to the story that he was telling. Then, a few days later, the very same merchantman that carried Captain Davis returned. This time, though, she carried word of a real Spanish on the deal. Remember 2 episodes ago when that Spanish admiral sent a few of his ships away to search for the pirates elsewhere? Well, none of those vessels had found any pirates, and they all returned to Drake's Isle, as they were instructed to do, only to receive word from a messenger left on the island of a pirate attack on the Guayaquil. The merchantmen brought in word that 2 small fleets of galleons and sloops and barks were closing in on the pirates. Now, Picard hadn't been idle this entire time. The men may have been enjoying wine and women and music on the beach, but Picard had outfitted 2 of the prizes taken in a raid on Guayaquil, a Spanish man of war and a sloop of war. They were respectable enough warships, but not enough to carry all the French pirates, and not enough to take on all of the Spanish galleons. However, they did still have bachelor's delight. So Picard ordered 80 of his best pirates to board her, to fully man the best ship in their fleet. Then he put the rest of his best pirates on board that man of war and that sloop, and then he gave Jean Rose command of the merchant. That fleet, Bachelor's Delight, the Spanish merchantman, the man of war, and the sloop, were all done and fully crewed, but that still only carried a fraction of the pirates there in the Bay of Guayaquil. Most of them were still on board periaguas or canoes. Those pirates took on whatever cargo they could carry, the most valuable cargo among the pirates, several thousands of pieces of eight and gold and silver and the pearls and the rubies. They took all of that and rowed their boats into the shoals and the flats where the Armadillo couldn't follow. The pirates then chose to dump most of their prisoners on shore, and they actually gave them orders to wait on the ransom that was coming and collect it to give to the pirates. Presumably, the pirates also left all of their concubines on shore as well, although at this point Lucan fails to mention them. You see, at this point he's past the kissing parts and now it's on to the fighting parts. Those 4 pirate ships sallied forth to meet the Spanish. In the age of sail, a battle at sea was kind of like a dance, maybe a tango. It's all about the chase, but they could take hours. Most of that time was spent sailing around, vying for position, trying to get into place for a decent shot. The actual shooting could be minimal, sometimes non-existent. Now, not the really big wartime naval engagements between great powers, when armadas of ships of the line clashed in large numbers. There was almost constant firing until one side was too beaten down to continue. But when a few smaller vessels met, it was usually mostly a struggle to get off that one perfect volley. Unfortunately, that means that stories about battles in the age of sail can be dull. They can take more than hours, they could take days. When those 4 pirate vessels sallied forth, the Armadillo was waiting for them at the mouth of the bay. It was there to block off their escape. See, there were more ships and an army coming down to reinforce Guayaquil. All that this Armadillo had to do was keep the pirates here. Whenever those 4 ships would approach, they tried to slip through this Spanish blockade, but those Spanish vessels shifted position and stopped the pirates there. They would have them at a disadvantage. They would have them in range of their guns if the pirates continued on, so the pirates stopped and turned around. Now, there wasn't any shooting on that first day, just attempting to find a way to slip past the Spanish. At least there wasn't any shooting until after dusk, when Bachelor's Delight signaled an end to hostilities for the day by firing off a volley. And everyone, including the Spanish, lay anchor. The next day, everyone got up early to start the fight, but they found themselves becalmed. None of the ships had any wind, so they couldn't move, at least not until late in the afternoon. It was too late to fight by that point, so the pirates made for the coast. The Spanish shifted to make sure they weren't up to anything, but they didn't stop the pirates. They wouldn't be able to get away on land, at least not from that bit of coastline. But all the pirates wanted was to put land at their back, just in case. On the 3rd day of fighting, the 28th of May, the Spanish bore down on the pirate vessels. They got into range and opened fire, fully. The pirates got themselves in position and returned fire. Lucan writes, quote, "We fought till it was dark night. They very much shattered us. It wounded but one man." The following day, the 29th, both sides held back in the morning, at least. That was just good form. After a day of engagement, it was good to give the other side time to get their rigging in order. That would give you time to get your rigging in order. After noon, though, the Spanish came in once again to attack that sloop of war, but one of the other ships in the pirate fleet rushed in to give aid, and this time, all of the vessels got in close. Now the gunners fired the great guns over and over again, but there were men on deck employing their muskets as well, and neither side could get a man at the helm that could stand there for very long without a hail of musket shot coming at him and cutting him down. Now Luzon claims that the pirates lost only one man through hours of concentrated fire. The Spanish must have lost many more. Luzon knows this because of the torrent of blood-red water that flowed through the scupper holes. That is, of course, Luzon claiming once again that the pirates lost only 2 men in 2 days of fighting, but the Spanish had lost hundreds. I wonder what the men who had actually experienced naval combat at this time thought when they heard something like that. When the light finally came, after another afternoon of fighting, the Spanish cried out, "A la mañana la partida." That is to say, good work, sleep well, almost like we kill you in the morning. The following day, both parties attempted to leave the bay. They wanted to pull back, but they both tried to pull back in the same direction. Both parties, both the Spanish and the pirates, prevented the other from doing so. There were a few rogue shots fired here and there, but most of them were warning shots to stay away. But the 31st of May saw another engagement. This time, the Spanish focused on the pirates' rigging. They had very little luck when they had attempted to attack the pirates on board, so if they could disable the vessels, they could, well, perhaps do other damage. They toppled 2 or 3 masts in that engagement. They ripped through sails and crossbeams and spoiled much of the pirates' tackle. So, rather than allow more damage to be done to their ships, Captain Picard made a decision. He ordered all the rest of the prisoners, the few that they had kept, brought up on deck. They were chained before the masts. They were tied up in the rigging, and finally, the ones that were left were lined up along the railing. I mean, that's dirty planning. They would not be able to fire on these Spanish citizens. And these weren't just random Spanish citizens. They were the most valuable prisoners taken in Guayaquil. Bishops, merchants, the general of the forces of Guayaquil were there, blocking the Spanish from firing. So the Spanish backed off. In the night, the pirates set about work transferring the men and the guns from their most damaged vessel, the sloop, to other ships. While they were at work, the Spanish attempted a sneak attack to board the man-of-war. But the pirates weren't sleeping. They were all up and working, so the Spanish were repelled and backed off once again. The following day, the Spanish came back. This was the 7th day of fighting. This had been a full week of engaging one another on the sea. This time, the Spanish intended to board Bachelor's Delight. It was the largest and most dangerous of the pirate ships, and if they could board her and take her, the pirates would be forced to surrender. The pirates were less prepared at this time than they had been the night before, so the Spanish were actually able to get one of their galleons in close to Bachelor's Delight, and were sending out grapnels to grab the pirate ship. But then, that man-of-war under Captain Picard swooped in and opened fire. Now this was a close engagement, and the Spanish almost pulled it off. However, Captain Picard had outfitted another vessel, a longboat, to sneak alongside the Spanish galleon and to attempt the boarding of her own. That longboat did grapple the galleon, and even got a few men to climb aboard and fighting on deck. Now, the Spanish on board their galleon were much stronger than this boarding party, but they had a frigate and a man-of-war to deal with as well. They had their attention split 3 ways. They could have dealt with any one of those threats with no problem, but not all 3 of them at once. So they killed what boarders they could, and then cut loose and ran. The next morning, the 8th morning, the 2nd of June, there was another shooting engagement. The pirates and the Spanish fired at one another for hours, but the pirates were better with small arms than the Spanish were. Whenever they could get in close, they opened up with the muskets. They got so close at one point that the Spanish ships had to close their portholes and their gun batteries to barricade themselves within the ship. It was another long, bloody engagement. I hear Luzon tell it, the pirates lost basically no one, and the Spanish lost basically everybody. But the following morning, the pirates awoke once again, prepared to fight. They found that Spanish Armadillo was nowhere to be seen. Apparently, they had taken enough damage, enough injury, and enough dead, so they quit. Now, Spain might have been able to take this battle the first hour of fighting if they had been willing to do what was needed. They had the ships and the guns and the numbers. But the pirates had Spanish prisoners on board, important Spanish prisoners. They also had thousands of pieces of eight and untold other riches. If the Spanish did sail in force and overwhelm the pirates with all of their big guns, well, those Spanish dignitaries and all of the pieces of eight and all of the gold and all of the pearls and the gems would be sinking to the bottom of the bay. However, if they could keep the pirates from escaping, perhaps they could wear them down and be able to reclaim all of those dignitaries and treasures. And then, on the 31st, they were close to forcing the pirates to surrender. But Picard had that move with the prisoners in his back pocket, using them as human shields to guard their ships. Now, this was against the laws of war and good conduct and human decency, but it worked. So the pirates set sail from the Bay of Guayaquil. They left the bay and found a cove on the mainland in which they could lay anchor and count their plunder. The men who knew numbers and a bit of arithmetic, and were also trustworthy enough, gathered in a room full of treasure to inventory just how much they had taken. The Spanish records show only 50,000 pieces of eight being paid out to the pirates, and that might actually be true. That might be how much the government of Guayaquil paid to the pirates. But that doesn't include the treasure that was taken during those first days of plunder. Luzon tells us that they had somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000 pieces of eight in assorted gold, silver, and gems. The pirates who were doing the counting actually stopped counting far before they had an accurate account. They decided it would be better to organize it by chests and sacks. Eventually, they stopped counting the silver altogether and chose to just distribute 400 pieces of eight to every pirate. Now, at first, when the pirates heard that news, they were upset. 400 pieces of eight wasn't much, and there is a lot more of it, so why aren't we getting it? Some of the men demanded that they go back to Cabo Blanco to see if their ransom had arrived. But Captain Picard cut them short. He said those two armadillos had been sent to pay us with cannonball. Then he gave the pirates the full news. This 400 pieces of eight was, well, it wasn't their share, it was a stipend. There was so much more, too much to count. Not just silver, but several 100,000 in assorted indigo, dyes, all sorts of cargo, not to mention gold and gemstones and pearls. The gold was mostly uncommon. Any gold that was mined in Peru was sent to Lima, where they had a proper mint. That made it hard to weigh the gold for distribution. Similarly, the gemstones were uncut and difficult to give an accurate value to, so instead of handing out shares, they would hand out silver and allow the men an auction. They were allowed to bid on everything. Now, the pistols that they took in Guayaquil, which were apparently very fine pistols, sold at a base price of 15 pieces of eight each. Those sold immediately. But then the men bid on nuggets of gold and gemstones until every pirate in the fleet had what they wanted. Then they started gambling. Each of the pirates was in possession of more money than they had ever seen before. The pirates on board Bachelor's Delight doubled everything that they had earned so far on their voyage. Now, fortunes were being traded on the toss of a dice, and that was fine because they had plenty more. The drunk men were losing farms that they might have bought back in Port Royal or Cap Francais. However, while all of this debauchery was going on deck, the assembled captains talked. Edward Davis was preparing to round South America, to return home to the West Indies, so he bartered out a deal with all of the other captains, with Pierre Picard, Florent de Marte, all of them. He wanted to buy any cargo that the other captains and crews might have There was sugar and indigo and dyes and coffee. He wanted to buy that with silver and gold. See, Bachelor's Delight was the largest ship in the fleet. She had the biggest holds in the fleet, and she would actually be able to carry all of that valuable cargo. And then Captain Davis would be able to sell it when he returned home. And if he was clever, he would be able to earn even more money. So he traded the gold and gems for indigo and coffee. And the other captains were happy to make that trade, not only because they wanted more gold and gems, they knew they might be able to sell it for more back home as well. But none of their ships were capable of making a trip around the Horn or through the Straits of Magellan. All of those pirates on their smaller vessels might have to abandon those ships and carry whatever plunder they had on their back. On 12 June 1687, Edward Davis set sail south. His first stop was to be the Galapagos, and then the Straits of Magellan, and then home. The rest of the pirates, all of them now assembled under Pierre Le Picard, decided instead to sail north. Now, they might have crossed through there. That seemed like the most likely option. But they didn't have any ships waiting for them on the other side of the isthmus. They wanted to know that they had a secure way home. They didn't want to wind up on the coast of the North Sea and be stuck there with sacks full of treasure and nowhere to spend it. So they ventured instead further west and further north until they were well into the waters of New Spain, even deep into the Gulf of California. From there, they would find another group of French privateers that were legitimate privateers carrying letters of marque that were much more in touch with civilization. Those new privateers actually recruited the crews of Captain Picard and all of the rest back into the fold for the next war with Spain, the 9 Years' War. There is a lot more raiding in their future, and we will return to the story of Pierre Le Picard and Revenant de Lucan and Mathurin de Marquet as they struggle to find their way home. Eventually, we will follow them as they return home, only to fight under and alongside Laurent de Gras. And we will follow George Dew as well. George Dew was a longtime friend of these French pirates, but when the war breaks out, he is forced to make a decision, whether or not to stay with his friends or to fight with his country on the other side of that war. We will follow him when he meets his new compatriot, a man named William Kidd. But next time, we will be moving on from the story of the pirates in the Pacific. Actually, we'll be looking back. We're going to leave pirates and piracy behind for a little while. It's time to turn our eyes to Europe. Aside from a few forays here and there, we haven't looked much at Europe since the 30 Years' War. So next time we're going to begin that look with the most powerful, the most famous, and the most influential figure in the world during the entire Golden Age of piracy, the Sun King, Louis XIV of France. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd also like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has become a patron on Patreon or given us a donation through the website, those of you who have spread the word about the show online or in real life, and those of you who have gotten in touch with me to share helpful information on pronunciation or facts I might not have been aware of. I appreciate all of it. And without all of you, I couldn't keep doing it. So thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Thriller. If you haven't yet to check them out, I certainly suggest you do so over at thriller.com.au. That's thriller.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, most important, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show is also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Scurvy Pete, Kane, Kinley, Cape Bale, Zoom, Black Kid, Matthew the Navigator, The Chuck, Bull, Vertidon, Conifal Lindane, Rumgut, and Bootstraps King. Last time I said we would be talking about the Sun King, Louis XIV of France. But it occurred to me that it made more sense to cover some of the other topics I've been waiting to cover before that. The story of Louis XIV is a story of kings and national politics. It's a big story, and it's deeply intertwined with everything that will lead us into the next age of piracy. I know some of you were excited for the story of Louis XIV, and don't worry, it's coming. But before we do that, over the next few weeks, I want to talk about a few of the other ideas, events, and pirates of the Buccaneer Piracy. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. The history of the Jewish people is long and complex. It's among the longest and most complex stories one can try to tell. It's a fascinating story, and a story that people could and frequently have spent lifetimes studying. It's also a story that I am far from qualified to discuss with any real depth, and it's a story that's deeply personal to millions of people the world over. Therefore, it can be a dangerous story to tell. Many aspects of the story are unhappy, and for a person not of Jewish heritage, it can be easy to misstep while telling that story. To anyone for whom this story is deeply personal, any missteps that I might make, be they historical or religious or simply pronunciation mistakes, I'd like to apologize beforehand. That's just my ignorance showing. The story of the Jewish people in regard to pirates and piracy, well, originally that story begins in the 1st century BC in the works of the Romano-Jewish historian Titus Flavius Josephus. Now, you may know of Josephus. He was a scholar and a historian working out of Jerusalem in the 1st century CE. That's a fairly important time and place in world history, and much of what we know of that time and place is thanks to Josephus, and right here is my first very good opportunity in this thing. Josephus, and forgive me if I slip up and call him Josephus, was born Yosef ben Matityahu, and he was, even at this time, a controversial figure. His Roman name, Titus Flavius Josephus, is due to his working at one point of his life with the Roman Empire, and Roman emperors. However, our first mention of Jewish pirates comes in the works of Josephus. He wrote of Jewish and Arabian pirates operating from the eastern Mediterranean. They would have been part of the first great pirate empire, what they call the Cilician pirates. The pirates that captured the young Gaius Julius Caesar may have had among their number many Jews. They were certainly among those pirates that caused so much trouble for the Roman Republic. So much trouble, in fact, that Pompey Magnus, well, he got his name Magnus the Great when dealing with those Cilician pirates. That's a story worth telling one day, but not today. The Jewish pirates that concern us today are the New World Jewish pirates of the 16th and 17th century. However, they also have their roots in the writings of Josephus. He wrote in 75 CE the books of the history of the Jewish war against the Romans. Now that's a chronicle of the First Romano-Jewish War. That's the first major Jewish rebellion against the Roman Empire. Yosef ben Netanyahu was the commander of the forces of Galilee, and he was the first main target of the Roman Emperor, Nero. Nero sent one of his top commanders, Titus Flavius Vespasianus, in command of the 5th and 10th legions to put that rebellion down. Now he had some initial success, but he was soon reinforced by his son Titus. Titus commanded the 15th legion, and he was fresh off the campaign for time, putting down Boudicca's rebellion. And he was well acquainted with this sort of anti-insurgent fighting. Vespasianus, better known as Vespasian today, and his son Titus would both go on to be emperors themselves, but they earned their bones there in Palestine. They had success in Galilee, and Joseph took on a Roman name after Vespasian. He called himself also Titus Flavius. But Vespasian went back to Rome. See, the empire was in turmoil. Emperors were dying left and right. They were being overthrown, assassinated. There was the year of the 4 emperors, and it was time for Vespasian to claim the imperial throne. So he left his son Titus in command there in Palestine. That was when Titus put Jerusalem under siege. The siege was terrible, as many sieges are, and eventually the forces of Titus burned much of the city to the ground, and all of that culminated in the destruction of the Second Temple. This is a seminal moment in the history of the Jewish people. Josephus wrote about this. He saw the destruction of the Second Temple as a symbol, an omen, perhaps, that the era of Judaism was on the wane. The era of the Romans was on the rise. Many of his contemporaries saw this as a betrayal. And Josephus hasn't necessarily lost that image even today. Many people still call him the Benedict Arnold of Judaism. However, if you look at it from a certain point of view, he may have been it might be an unpleasant truth, but the era of Judaism, at the height of Judaism, the Second Temple era, was now over. After the destruction of the Second Temple and the end of the First Romano-Jewish War, the people of Jerusalem were scattered. The people of Judea were scattered. The people of all Israel were scattered. This is the second major Jewish diaspora. It's called the Roman exile. Thousands were killed in the war, and after the war, thousands of others were sold into slavery, and many others fled, some to Egypt, and some fled east into Persia, and some went further into India and China. And then, many of them wound up far to the northeast. Now, there is some controversy as to whether or not this was an official relocation instigated by the emperor, but it probably was, at least at first. Those Jews that were relocated wound up in a land they called Sepharad. Today, in modern Hebrew, they actually still call that nation Sepharad. The Romans, though, called that land by another name, Hispania. That diaspora is the basis for one of the major ethnic distinctions in Judaism. Those Roman exiles eventually became Sephardic Jews. They were the name of the land in which they lived. They were distinct in that they came to Europe in the 1st century CE, as opposed to the Ashkenazi Jews. They came to Europe in later millenniums. Those Sephardi Jews in Roman Hispania are central to today's story. This is episode 72, Jewish Pirates of the West Indies, Part 1. The Sephardi Jews had a number of restrictions placed upon them under Roman rule. Most notably, they were not allowed to own land, so their communities turned to trade to survive. Within a few generations of their relocation, their towns and cities had become hubs of trade in the Roman Empire. They facilitated trade between Africa to the south and Gaul and Britannia to the north. They had been victims and in this society were still second-class citizens, but the Sephardi made themselves indispensable, and they managed to prosper even under strict regulations. This became a trend in later Sephardi communities, and it would turn out to be a helpful one. When the Western Roman Empire declined and Roman legions pulled back from Britannia and Gaul, Hispania was, well, they were kept under Roman rule for a time, but eventually the Roman legions pulled back from there as well. But Hispania had that large and thriving community of Jews that managed to hold things together better than in many other parts of the former empire. Then, Hispania was invaded by the Germans, the Visigoths, the Suebi, the Vandals, the Alans. And under them, things got worse for the Sephardi Jews. Historian Chris Wickham writes in his book, The Inheritance of Rome, quote, "The main lawgivers of the period were fiercely hostile to the main non-Catholic group in Spain, the Jews. They picked up Sisebute's laws and greatly extended them, banning all Jewish religious practices, restricting Jewish civil rights, and, in 694, reducing all Jews to slavery. Visigothic laws have no real equivalent in their violence, and violence of expression, against Jews until the late Middle Ages." End quote. The period of Visigothic rule in former Hispania was terrible for the Sephardi Jews. They were ordered to convert by force if necessary. Any Jews that were caught practicing their religion were exiled or executed. Their children were given to monasteries to be raised by the Catholic Church. However, Chris Wickham does suggest, and he's a professor of medieval history at Oxford, so I'm going to put all of this on him. He tells us that there is some question about how much of that anti-Jewish legislation was what he calls, quote, shadow play. That is to say, a tool of court politics that may not have been in execution as bad as the legislation itself seemed to be. See, the Visigoths were recent converts to Catholicism themselves. They had been Arian Christians just a few years ago. Their anti-Jewish legislation may have been something of a front to placate their Frankish Catholic allies and rivals to the east. Now, let's not minimize the suffering of the Sephardi Jews, and I want to be clear, the author doesn't do that either. Jews were persecuted and executed. That happened to human beings, and it was terrible. But it may have been a sort of particularly gruesome theater perpetrated by that Visigothic ruling class in Toledo for the benefit of Frankish visitors. But however bad life was for the Jews in the Visigothic kingdom, things were about to get a lot better, thanks to the arrival of Muslim conquerors. By all accounts, by Sephardic accounts as well as Visigothic and Moorish, the Iberian Jews, many of them, were more than happy to help the Moors in their fight against the Visigothic Catholics. And I'm not just talking about acting as guides or informants for them. I'm talking about let's rise up, kill every Goth in town, and hand the Moorish forces a victory. Jews flocked in numbers to Moorish banners, and once their combined forces captured the city of Cordoba, the Moors left the defense of the city in the hands of Sephardi Jews, while they went on to conquer elsewhere. The period that followed was usually considered the final victory of the Moorish invaders in 711 CE. The period after that is considered a Jewish golden age. The Jews in Sepharad benefited from Muslim toleration and their Byzantine knowledge that was flowering in the Islamic golden age. And the Moors benefited from the knowledge of a local population that had held Hispania together for 700 years. The Jewish population of Sepharad or Hispania grew. They had been substantial before the arrival of the Muslims, but The continuity of culture between Iberia and the Middle East seems to have facilitated the immigration of thousands of Jewish families. The Sephardi Jews still lived under certain restrictions in Moorish Spain, restrictions that were almost uniform throughout the Muslim world. They couldn't participate in politics, and while they could now own land, it was still limited. They could marry Muslims, but they would have to convert and raise their children under Islam, and they were subject to the new Islamic laws. But by and large, it was better than Visigothic rule. The Sephardi population flourished once again. They learned of Islamic and Byzantine methods of science and medicine and math. It was a cultural melting pot in which toleration benefited all parties involved and became at least one of the most advanced places in Europe. Now, we're brushing by about 1,500 years of history at light speed. Reality is always more complex than a few sentences can even begin to approach, but let me try. Under Roman rule, the Sephardi Jews in Hispania had it okay, but not good. Under Visigothic rule, things got pretty terrible, and under Moorish rule, things got a little better. Now, that period of Moorish rule in Iberia lasted for several hundred years. However, as always happens, things were once again about to change. From the time of the Muslim conquest of Iberia until Ferdinand and Isabella completed the Reconquista in 1492, that's 800 years of history. Islamic Spain expanded and contracted. Catholic northern Spain divided and unified and divided again. All through these centuries of turmoil, the Jewish population of Iberia survived. Often, whenever a new caliphate would take over in the Moorish section of Iberia, or when a new pope would enter office back in Rome, the Iberian Sephardi Jews went through a period of difficulty. Property rights were taken away or limited. Children were kidnapped and indoctrinated in Catholic schools. Men were killed and women, well, what happened to them could be worse. Once in the 13th century, the Pope and the King of Castile announced a crusade, a holy war, against Islamic Iberia. Their intention was to liberate the rest of what the King of Castile considered his land from the Moors. Crusader knights rode from Italy and Germany and France to aid their Catholic brothers to the king's capital in the city of Toledo. Now, that holy war was financed not by the crown and not by the Pope. It was financed by the Jewish population of Toledo. They wanted their king to reclaim all of Castile so that they could reunite with their families and return to their homes. This is one of those situations where the real story is a lot more complex. An extremely simplified version, I think, so let's roll with it. When the Crusaders arrived in Toledo, the rallying point for all of their forces, they were eager to get started. The job that they were eager to get started in was killing infidels. Now, there weren't any Muslims in Toledo, but there were plenty of Jews. Those knights from Italy and France and Germany, all foreign to Castile, set about in the Jewish quarter of town, raping and pillaging and murdering and burning. There was somewhere around 100,000 Jews in Toledo, and they made good sport for these crusaders. See, back in France and Germany and Italy, Jews were fair game, but not in Castile. Not right then, at least. See, the king had enacted, when he gained his crown, the same sort of anti-Jewish legislation that nearly every Iberian ruler, be they Catholic or Moorish, did when they ascended to their throne. However, like nearly every one of those rulers, the king of Castile had quickly come to realize that it was incredibly stupid to isolate and exterminate hundreds of thousands of literate, educated merchants. They were the glue of Iberia. So the Castilian Knights of Toledo, after they saw what was happening in the Jewish quarter, defended the Jewish citizens of their city from those foreign knights. Things got pretty tense. All of these knights were supposed to be on the same side, and that confused the foreigners. I mean, Jews ate babies and worshipped Satan. Everybody knew that. The Toledo Knights had to explain, at sword point actually, that no, Jews don't eat babies and they don't worship Satan. That almost turned into a battle, into an internal war between two armies of crusaders. Now, I'm not here to make any modern political statements, but if you wanted to search for a bit of historical wisdom around the situation in modern day Israel, medieval Iberia might not be the worst place to be. The tensions between the Catholics, Jews, and Moorish Iberians was, well, there are similarities to be found. But it's telling that the Catholic Knights of Castile stood up against other Catholics for their Jewish brothers. See, in Castile at the time, well, when you have an external threat, like the Moorish kingdom to the south, a society tends to band together, and the differences between people tend to disappear. And that had happened in Castile, and that benefited the Sephardi Jews greatly. In his book Jewish Pirates of the Caribbean, Edward Kritzler writes, quote, "In Spain's feudal society, Jews were an educated elite, a merchant class, also respected as physicians and financiers. The 500,000 Jews of Sepharad represented the oldest and largest Jewish community outside of Palestine. Their leaders boasted lineage to King David and considered themselves the aristocracy of Judah. These were halcyon days for a people unwelcome in most of Europe." Now, I'm not sure I agree with all of that. Mr. Kurtzler's definition of halcyon days might differ from mine. They were still second-class citizens. However, it's important to note that in Catholic and Islamic Spain, the Jews were citizens. See, feudal Europe was built around a tiny aristocracy that was allied with the clergy, the first and second estates. They told the vast, unwashed masses, the third estate, that Jesus actually wanted their life to be nasty, brutish, and short. But it was helpful to have a medium-sized, educated elite, middle class. I mean, barons and dukes weren't filthy in their hands with trade. They were busy exploiting the serfs on their massive tracts of land. That left all commerce and most trade in many parts of Europe, but especially in the north of Spain, to the Jews. They proved to be helpful allies. But when the situation called for it, they were also helpful targets. See, those vast numbers of serfs were never particularly happy with their lot. Nasty, brutish, and short lives are not pleasant. But they were fed a decent dose of Jesus and beer and food, and that usually kept them quiet. However, if the beer and food dried up, say their country had a bad winter and the crops weren't all that good, the serfs began agitating. These were always tense moments for the aristocracy. Those unhappy peasants were likely to come knocking onto their doors with torches and pitchforks with murder on their mind. So, the aristocracy and their clerical allies, the first and second estates, divert the blame. It wasn't us, you guys. We're all in this together. We're all good Catholics. It was the Jews. That's the ticket. They, I don't know, made the winter extra cold. See, they're all able to read, and the book learning is evil. That's how they knew how to make the winter so cold. Now, I might be making light of general attitudes here, but what followed these sorts of stories was never fun. See, those arguments, they usually work. In Seville, at the end of the 14th century, a friar named Ferrant Martinez gave an impassioned sermon. The people of Seville were suffering. They had just gone through bouts of black plague. There were reports of cities going entirely mad, of men killing each other, and women, even nuns, stripping nude and fornicating there in the street. Friar Martinez knew just who was to blame for all of this evil. We know that the Black Plague was the fault of fleas and rats and a generally unsanitary way of life. But Seville's Jews generally bathed once in a while, and they had organizations in their community that kept their streets in better order. They kept them clean. So they usually suffered slightly less from the plague. Now, they weren't immune from it, obviously. They got hit by the plague as well, but the general sense of cleanliness helps. Martinez, though, shouted down from his pulpit that the Jewish community fared better because they were in league with Satan. That reported madness, the men killing each other and women fornicating in the streets, Well, that was, we know today, probably the result of ergot poison, what they call St. Anthony's fire. But Friar Martinez just knew that this St. Anthony's fire was actually the result of Seville's Jews killing babies, drinking their blood, and throwing their bodies in the water supply. And he told everyone that would listen, and when people were suffering, we were willing to listen. Contemporary rabbinical texts call what followed Friar Martinez's sermon the pogrom of 5151, according to the Hebrew calendar. Modern-day historians call it the massacre of 1391. I may do a special episode about this event, sure. At the least, I will put up a link on the website to a fantastic secondary source about the massacre of 1391. It sparked off two major exoduses from Iberia, and those will play into our greater story. And as a storytelling device, the massacre of 1391 illustrates just why Spanish Jews may have been so willing to ally with foreign pirates against Spain. But even on this show, on which we regularly talk about the atrocities of the pirates, this was worse. On the very day that Friar Martinez gave his sermon, 4,000 people were killed. Men, women, and children without mercy, without pity. Their homes and their places of worship were destroyed in an afternoon. The massacre swept through the city in the following days, and then out into the countryside, and then all throughout Castile. In the end, every synagogue in the city was destroyed. If it weren't destroyed, it was appropriated by the Catholic Church. All land that had once been owned by Jewish families was appropriated by the church as well. Homes, shops, farms, everything. This was not outside of the norm of Castilian politics. There was a saying in the kingdom at the time that the Iberian Jews were the money box of the kingdom. Any time that crown funds were starting to run a little bit low and the population had been taxed to their limit, the king could kick up some trouble, send out a friar to give a fiery sermon, and then they could appropriate a bunch of Jewish property. However, this massacre of 1391 was different. When it was over, 100,000 Jews had been killed in the massacre. That's roughly a third of the Kingdom of Castile's Jewish population. That's a fifth of all the Jews in Iberia. That's 10% of every Jew in Europe. And they were killed. Another 100,000 had been converted. Some of them legitimately converted, but most of them not really. But when you're faced with torches and pitchforks and the very real threat of death, not just for you, but for your family, well, that's worth a mess. At least for some. The other 300,000 Jews in Iberia went underground. They went into hiding. For a year, mobs ravaged the Catholic kingdoms, and they killed or forcefully converted every Jew they found. When that year was up, things started to quiet down. Jews were once again allowed back out into the open. But they weren't allowed at this point to practice their faith in public, nor were they allowed to own property or participate in politics, really anything. All of the rights that had been granted them as citizens, even second-class citizens, had been disbanded. By 1392, after 800 years, the restrictions of Visigoth Spain had returned.
Upgrade your comfort to Emirates Premium Economy the next time you fly from Seattle. Sink into soft leather seats with raised leg rests and adjustable headrests. Elevate your dinner plans with delicious regional dining, all served with complimentary premium drinks. Enjoy endless entertainment with up to 6,500 channels, including live sports. There's no other premium economy like it. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
Rated R Pizza M. You're listening to an ad for PC Game Pass. Want new games on day one, like Avowed or Football Manager 25? Say nothing if you're getting excited. Thought so. Did I mention legendary franchises like Diablo? And all for one low monthly price? 3 words. We got you. Learn more at xbox.com/PC Game Pass. Some games reference coming soon. Any catalog varies by region and over time. Any questions? I'm just kidding. I can hear you.
Those that converted to Catholicism were called conversos, or new Christians. They were allowed to do all of those things that were prohibited from the Jews. They were allowed to trade and buy property. They were even allowed into government because, well, they were good Catholics by all accounts. So they took roles in government and the military, and even some of them rose into nobility. Now, the Sephardi Jews had always been a part of Iberian culture, at least since the 1st century CE, but now that they were practicing Catholics, they were allowed all of the rights of full citizenship. But no one ever forgot that they were Jewish, or at least descended from Jews. See, Judaism is a religion, and they had left that religion behind. But Judaism is also a cultural identity, a racial identity. Then, after a few more decades of this tense peace between the Catholics and the Jews of Spain, Queen Isabella called an inquisition. It was to be headed by her confessor, Tomás de Torquemada, and thus begun what has since been called the Holy Terror. King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella's armies were wrapping up the Reconquista. They were expelling all of the Moors from Iberia, and Isabella wanted to ensure that the new kingdom would be free from heretics of any kind. Now, she couldn't devote her forces to it, but she could call in the church. So Jews all throughout the combined Spanish kingdom were shaken down. Their property was appropriated once again, and they were sent to live in ghettos. The conversos, those new Christians, protested this, but that only served to turn the eyes of the Inquisition on them. Most of the Jews in Iberia fled. Thousands and thousands fled west to Portugal. There they were able to start new lives. There were many of them to call themselves conversos, but they actually continued to practice their own faith. They had to do so in secret. They did. They spent their lives doing their best to avoid notice. Again, Edward Critson writes, quote, "History would come to call these secret Jews Narans, meaning pigs. Though this term has generally lost its pejorative meaning, I prefer to call them what they call themselves in the safety of their own homes, Jews." End quote. Now today, historians have abandoned the term Narans. Today, this class of Jews, mostly in Portugal, that were hiding in plain sight, are called crypto-Jews. For several years this continued. The Inquisition swept through the kingdoms of Castile, Leon, and Aragon, and did their best to eradicate any Jews they found or force them into conversion. And then on 12 January 1492, 4 people met in a room in Seville. 2 were the king and queen of Aragon and Castile, Ferdinand and Isabella. The 3rd was their treasurer, Louis de Santander, and the 4th was Christopher Columbus. They were discussing Columbus's plans to sail west and find Asia. Now, Ferdinand and Isabella initially turned him down, but that treasurer, the 3rd person in the room, Louis, would intercede on his behalf. He would actually convince the Queen to grant Columbus his voyage. The story, mostly told from Columbus's point of view, was a passionate one. Columbus was riding out of town. He was, by that point, outside of the capital, and he had informed the king and queen and treasurer that he was going to try his luck in France and Britain. But he was caught up on the road by the treasurer, who pleaded with him not to leave. See, here's the thing. That treasurer was a converso. He was a former Jew that now took up Catholicism. He attended Mass, he took the sacrament, and by everyone's accounts, he was a good Catholic. However, 2 of his cousins had recently been burned to death at the hands of the Inquisition. His family was being closely investigated. They were looking into any crypto jewelry that might be taking place. And without the intercession of Isabella, he most likely would have already been burned to death as well. Now, we don't know if this treasurer held to Judaic religious practices in secret. But even if he didn't, members of his family did. And he was now privy to the royal plans that had yet to be announced to expel every Jew from Spain. So Columbus writes a plea with tears in his eyes, not to leave Spain, not to go to France and England. For some reason, this converso needed Columbus to sail from Spain to find new lands across the ocean. And it worked. Columbus stayed. He didn't go to France and England, and eventually, due to the argument of this treasurer, he got his voyage. And then, well, nobody knows exactly what happened next. Columbus argued for a hereditary lordship in any lands that he could find. Initially, the king and queen just dismissed that idea entirely. However, over the next few days, Isabella seems to have changed her mind. Many scholars seem to believe that may have been due to the advice of the treasurer. He said that it was a good idea to give Christopher Columbus hereditary lordship in some of the lands he would find. And then the friends and family of Louis de Santangel agreed to finance the voyage of Columbus. He had the backing of the crown and some financial investment, but mostly the investors were Jews or crypto-Jews or conversos. They were given a stake in the profits of the Columbian voyage, and they were also given the right to claim lands of their own under Columbus's dominion, under his hereditary lordship. Then, those families who financed the voyage chose a few dozen young men, all of them either Jewish or crypto-Jews, and all of them the sons of relatively prominent families in Spain and Portugal, and they demanded that Christopher Columbus take them along. On the very day that Columbus set sail, Ferdinand and Isabella announced that all Jews in their combined kingdom had 4 months in which to leave their homes. They declared the Reconquista was complete, and they vowed to expel all the Jews and all Verano heretics. And here we see what's called Sephardic diaspora, the population of European Jews that dated back to the 1st century CE were expelled from this land. They were thrown into the wind to land wherever they could. And they landed all over the world. Some fled over the border into France, but it wasn't much better in France. A large number of them fled to Germany and the Netherlands, and in the coming decades would actually find some allies in the Lutheran Reformation. And many of them, even potentially most of the Sephardi exiles, settled to the south on the northern coast of Africa. Now, that was really close to Spain, so it was easy to get to, and it was still under Moorish rule, and many of these Sephardi Jews had some connections in the world of the Moors. Now, we'll be talking about those North African Jews quite a bit when we talk about the Barbary Corsairs. Perhaps none of them more than Barbarossa's second-in-command, Siana Reyes or Sinan the Jew. But the Sephardi exiles that concern us today are those that fled into the New World. The very first of those were among the very first Europeans to arrive in the Americas, of course, barring earlier Viking explorers and things like that. But they sailed with Columbus. When he sailed the ocean blue in 1492, he found land and the Spanish Empire was born. Those young Jews whose families were to thank for the whole operation were there. On his 4th voyage, Columbus traveled down to Mosquito Coast. Then he traveled on to Panama and Beirut. And then he sailed north. He was trying to get to Santo Domingo, but he was thrown off course by a storm. He made a quick stop on Cuba, but he landed on the north coast of Jamaica. Now, there was drama with the governor of Santo Domingo, what we call today Hispaniola or Haiti in the Dominican Republic. The governor there, he didn't like Columbus. He, in fact, wanted to see Christopher Columbus killed. However, when Christopher Columbus got word to him that he and his men had been stranded on the north coast of Jamaica, that governor agreed to send out a rescue mission to save Columbus and his men. However, that rescue never arrived. So, most of Columbus's crew, while spending a few days on Jamaica Beach sounds pretty nice, when you're stuck there and out of booze, things can get tense. So they mutinied. They stole canoes from Columbus that had been acquired from the Panamanian natives, and they tried to row over to Santo Domingo. They failed to do so, and this proved to be a singularly brutal event. They had Native Americans with them to row the boats and worked them nearly to death. They whipped them until they were bloody, and when finally they realized that their boats were too heavy, they threw the Native Americans overboard. When those natives clung to the canoes to try to get them not drowned to death, the mutineers chopped their hands off with hatchets. Eventually, realizing they wouldn't be able to make it to Santo Domingo, they returned to Jamaica and set up a camp elsewhere on the beach. Now, Columbus had only himself, his brother Bartolomeo, and his teenage son Fernando, and then that few dozen other Jewish teenagers that were loyal to him. I wonder if they would have stayed loyal to him when they were stranded on a beach half a world away from their home, had the survival of their entire people not been in question. Remember, the financiers of Columbus's voyages had the right to claim land, but only in the lands under Christopher Columbus and his hereditary lordship. Those teenagers, who were led by Columbus's son, all of them teenagers, attacked the mutineers on the beach. Now, these were hardened sailors. They were brutal men. They had just chopped the hands off of human beings trying not to drown to death. The teenagers were boys, and according to Columbus's writings, were, quote, brought up in a softer mode of life. Quote. They were the sons of prosperity, of financiers, merchants, and physicians. These sailors were hard-bitten men, and the mutineers expected easy victory. And they received, well, not that. This brigade of teenagers rushed their camp and cut down any man that raised a sword to them. In minutes, Fernando, Columbus's son, had his sword at the heart of the mutineer captain, and they all surrendered. And that was the beginning of the settlement of Jamaica. Over the next 7 years of Christopher Columbus's life, 2 cities were established on the island. The first was built on the north coast of the island, close to where Columbus had originally landed. The second was built deep in, to the south, away from the main city. It was close to an easily defensible fort. Much later, they would call that town Spanish Town. However, the inhabitants of that little settlement may have had another secret. Maybe something like Nueva Sepala. That town was scouted and established by those teenage boys that had helped secure Christopher Columbus's command. The families of those boys, some of the most prominent Jews in Spain, sailed for Jamaica. They settled at that inland city. They put down roots there. They started having children. Now, there is an easy trap to fall into here. The Sephardi Jews were a persecuted people, and we tend to give them sympathy. They endured terrible things in Europe. They deserved that sympathy. There were pogroms and ethnic cleansing and horror of the Spanish Inquisition. However, we can't ignore the realities of those people that did arrive on Jamaica with the Columbus family. Christopher Columbus may have thanked those teenagers for helping secure his rule. However, everybody else who lived on that island already did. Christopher Columbus was accused of the worst sort of brutality and tyranny, and he was guilty of most of it, at least, according to both his enemies and his allies. Torturing Native Americans, enslaving them, working them near to death, oftentimes to death, and cutting off ears and hands when things didn't go his way. Imagine all the terrors of the Belgian Congo most of that happened on Jamaica under Christopher Columbus. Now, the Jewish community on Jamaica was largely separate from the Colombian community, but their hands are not clean in everything that happened in early Jamaica. They enjoyed the fruits of the Native American slaves as much as anyone on there. They owned slaves, they colonized Indian lands, and they extracted wealth from those lands. Now, that's not outside the norm for Europeans in the New World. Everyone, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the English, the French, the Dutch, anyone who had a colony in the New World did at least similar things. The Jewish minority on Jamaica wasn't different, aside from their religion. Now, those teenage boys that hated Columbus and established their own community, as would really most teenage boys in their situation, had harems of Native American concubines. These were rich young men who found themselves suddenly in a position of power, far away from their families, with hundreds of potential concubines. Every settler on Jamaica, be they Catholic, be they Italian, be they Spanish, or be they Jewish, well, they had at least 200 slaves allotted to them from the local population. And those boys were able to choose the most beautiful in those 200 to serve their needs. Now, those boys weren't the only ones doing it. Every man who had the opportunity did so. Most of the initial settlers of Jamaica didn't bring their families with them, so they did as they pleased. Now, the descendants of those boys and their families that came to Jamaica played a role, as key a role, in the enslavement of the Native American population of Jamaica and later of African slaves as anyone. And if Christopher Columbus was terrible, and he was, we need to realize that the Jewish population of Jamaica were his allies. Now, they were his allies because each relied on one another for mutual survival. Without the support of the Jewish population of Spain, Columbus may have never discovered the New World. And without Christopher Columbus, the Jews of Sepharad may not have had a way across the ocean to escape the persecution that they were living under. So, keeping the hereditary lineage of Columbus in power was essential to the survival of the Jews of Jamaica. See, the Columbus family was separate from the crown of what was becoming Spain. They kept the Spanish Inquisition out of Jamaica, but the Spanish Inquisition was everywhere else in the New World within a generation. Lima had a huge Jewish population. They traded in silver from the Inca mines there, but they had to live with inquisitors. They were forced to live in hiding as conversos. The Jews in Havana and Panama and Cartagena lived similar lives. It was a little bit better than you might have experienced back in Europe, for example. But the Jews on Jamaica, well, they were safe. They could practice openly their religion for the first time in, well, maybe in any of their lives. Those teenagers that lived on Jamaica, there may be things to say about their activities that we would dislike, but we have to remember that this is the first time for any of them that they had not lived under the boot of oppression. Now, there was a sentiment among them and many of their family members that later came to Jamaica that Christopher Columbus was the Moses of the West Indies. He had brought their people out of a terrible fate and led them into a land of prosperity. Now, Columbus himself was aware of those comparisons and even encouraged them, but he died only 7 years after crash landing on Jamaica. But he did have that deal with the crown, so his son took up the post as Admiral of the Indies. Eventually, he was raised to Governor of the Indies and finally Viceroy of the Indies. That's a powerful position, and he used that position to help protect the people who had financed his father's operation. He gave the governorship of Jamaica to the head of the most prominent of the Sephardi families of Jamaica. Now, he governed well. He had protectionist policies, as you might imagine. For example, in 1514, a man named Peter Martyr, who was the royal chronicler of the Indies, visited Jamaica. He noted, quote, "There are 2 settlements, but only one Catholic church." There were other reports, but this one didn't say that there was a community of Jews, but there was a community that was unwilling to have his church, the Catholic Church. Well, that would have concerned King Ferdinand back in Aragon. However, he didn't do anything. See, the Queen of Castile, Queen Isabella, his wife, had died. Now, if blame were to be laid for that most recent pogrom across their joint kingdom, the one begun in 1478, declared officially in 1492, the one that had dispersed Jews all over the world, if blame were to be laid for that, well, it should probably be laid mostly at the feet of Isabella. She was behind much of the policy of the Catholic monarchs, and it shouldn't. Well, actually, let me change my words there. To say she was behind their policy has almost criminal connotations, and much of what she accomplished does deserve those connotations, but far from all of it. She initiated and supported and championed nearly all of Castile and Leon's most sweeping reforms that would give birth to Spain. There were positive changes in church policy. There were sweeping reforms in criminal justice. They were far from what we would call justice today, but they were a step out of the medieval system that had been in place for centuries. And then there were economic reforms that would set up Spain to be the most powerful empire in the world for more than a century. But she was behind the expulsion of all non-Catholics, the seizure of their property, and most of the tortured and executed Jews could, at some level, be laid at her feet. But King Ferdinand, her husband, did not seem to share her zeal for persecution. Perhaps he did share the zeal, but his policies, his actions don't really reflect that. Now, he may have shared all her prejudices, in fact, he probably did, but he didn't see them as a priority. He probably knew on some level that Jamaica housed many, hundreds, even thousands of Iberia's Sephardi Jews who had fled his country. But he knew of communities of Jews in his other possessions as well, but he didn't do anything about any. Now, his empire, his burgeoning empire, was busy digesting the Western Hemisphere. But in Jamaica, even if he had cared to deal with them, he didn't actually have the legal right to do anything about the Jewish settlement. Isabella had granted Christopher Columbus hereditary rights on Jamaica, and those rights lasted through the family of Christopher Columbus almost 100 years. But when his line ended, so did his family's hereditary claim. Christopher Columbus's grandson died without issue. Now, in many noble families, at least in many royal families, they would find somebody, a cousin maybe, who was close enough to take over the title. But that isn't exactly how it works in all nobility. And when the crown wants to do away with your hereditary line and take command over the lands that you control, well, the House of Christopher Columbus was disbanded. Spain finally had the legal justification to take possession of Jamaica, and they did so. Next time, Spain and the Inquisition will come to Jamaica, and the Sephardi Jews there will have to make some hard choices and some new allies. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd also like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. Everyone who has become a patron on Patreon or donated to the show through the website or gotten the word out there to their friends and family. I couldn't do this without all of you, so thank you. And a special shout out this week to one of our contractors, Sam Conagall. I recently received a package in the mail from Sam.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Such a good podcast. A private history podcast. Ooh.
This BBC podcast is supported by ads outside the UK.
I'm Natalia Melvin Petrozella, And from the BBC, this is Extreme, Peak Danger.
The most beautiful mountain in the world.
If you die on the mountain, you stay on the mountain.
This is the story of what happened when 11 climbers died on one of the world's deadliest mountains, K2, and of the risks we'll take to feel truly alive.
If I tell all the details, you won't believe it anymore.
Extreme, Peak Danger. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All aboard Alaska Railroad. Next stop, Denali National Park.
The dining car is open, and our unique route means we'll have amazing views you can only get on the railroad.
Look, Moose. Here you are, folks. Like you know what's in? An Alaska-made cider.
Hey, folks, if you look to the right, you'll see Denali, the tallest mountain in North America.
Now arriving at AlaskaRailroad.com.
She heard like this really loud noise. By the time she goes upstairs, my entire room is engulfed in flames. And so my mother's looking for me through the bedroom. She looks in the crib. She doesn't see me there. And she said, I have to get out of this room because if I spend any more time in here, I'm going to die. But my daughter's not in here. So, where is she?
This is Life's Less Ordinary. I'm Mubin Azar. This is the story of a mysterious fire, a missing baby, and a secret that will rip two families apart. On the night of December 15th, 1997, fire broke out in the home of Luz Cuevas and Pedro Vera, a couple living in Bentonville, North Philadelphia, with their two young sons and their 10-day-old daughter, Delamar. She was asleep upstairs. In the aftermath, the fire was declared the result of faulty wiring. No trace of baby Delamar was ever found. She was presumed dead, completely consumed by the fire, according to the medical examiner's report. Naturally, her parents were devastated, but there would be no closure, because this was just the start of Delamar's story. In circumstances almost too extraordinary to believe, Delamar was alive and ended up being raised only 20 kilometers or so across town. She'd been renamed Alia and lived with Carolyn, a woman she believed was her mother, as well as three older siblings. She told me about the family she thought was her own.
My upbringing was kind of like a normal life. I had my mother, I had my siblings, I went to school. I actually went to a modeling school, which was really cool. So I was around a lot of, cool, talented people. Carolyn took me to commercials and different shows and photo shoots. So she was kind of like a stage mom. I think that she wanted me to be successful so that she would be successful.
You say it with a sense of her being quite pushy, would that be fair?
She was a little pushy, yeah.
At the time, did you enjoy this kind of idea of maybe being a child star, of being taken to auditions, of being told to perform?
I did. I was a very outgoing child. Unfortunately, not so much as an adult. I became a lot more reserved and, anxiety and all the fun things that come with that. But as a kid, I loved being in the spotlight. And every Sunday, we would do a little concert, and I would perform and do a dance. And if nobody would clap, I would get really upset. So it seemed like I really did love the attention.
What were your siblings like? What was the pecking order with your siblings, and what was that relationship like?
I was the annoying little sister for sure. The sibling that I spent the most time with was Angelica. We did everything together. Wherever she went, I had to go too. She loved to dance. We did a lot of Sweet 16 dances together.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Apart from the age difference, did you have any sense of being treated differently compared with your siblings?
Thinking back on it, I remember Angelica getting scolded. I remember one day Carolyn chasing her around the house because she had done something. And they were running around the table, and Angelica's laughing and, taunting her. But when it came with me, I really walked on eggshells. I would never dare laugh in her face and run away from her because I felt like, I'm going to get reprimanded for that.
And aside from the discipline, Were there moments where it was a loving relationship as well, or did you always feel that there was a distance?
I did have love for Carolyn. You know, she was an outgoing, funny, you know, kind of charismatic person, but she worked nights because I remember just not seeing her for the entire day and wondering, where's my mom? And she wasn't around.
That must have been quite tough.
It was. I feel like I was mostly raised by my siblings and then also my aunt and uncle.
So a pretty regular family setup. Or it seemed that way anyway. With the benefit of hindsight, there were some key memories of that time. Feel kind of strange. For example, by the January of 2004, Alia had just turned 6 and was on her way to a birthday party. There was more going on there than just cake and party games.
So we got to the party, hung out downstairs for a little bit. I did see a woman that I was intrigued by. I kind of gravitated towards her and I said, oh my gosh, she's that beautiful lady. And I don't know why I was so intrigued by her. And then eventually I went upstairs to go play with the other kids. And I was walking out of the hallway and this woman came up behind me and she goes, oh, you have a piece of gum in your hair. And I'm like, well, get it out. So she goes and actually pulls and rips a piece of my hair out.
A strand?
I don't,
more than a strand?
It was more than a strand.
Oh, really?
It hurt.
Okay,
Yeah.
painful.
It was definitely more than a strand. Right after that, you know, I said, thank you. She disappeared. And then I went downstairs and instantly Carolyn was like, let's go. We're leaving. And I'm like, why? Like, we haven't been here that long. So she said, no, we got to go. And she says to me, there's this bad lady that wants to take you away from me. You're not going to let her take you away from me. And I said, no. You know, I was a sassy kid. I'm like, she's not going to touch me. I'm not going anywhere.
I mean, the idea of having a conversation and her saying there's a bad woman who's going to take you away from me is scary thoughts.
Very, very scary.
So were you frightened?
But I thought that I would be protected. You know, I didn't think that that was actually going to be a reality. I didn't think it was actually going to happen.
She then remembers being taken to a medical facility by Carolyn with her sister, Angelica.
We end up going to this building and we're in the waiting room and a couple times we kept going into the bathroom and she would tell Angelica, you know, watch the door. And she had this little spray bottle with clear liquid inside of it. And she would spray it in my mouth and say, hey, don't swallow. And I'm like, oh, oops, I swallowed. And then eventually we would go back to the bathroom and she would spray it in my mouth. She did it a couple times.
Did you have any understanding, because you're still a very young child, did you have any understanding of the concept of swabs being taken from your mouth, of being tested, why this was happening?
It felt like I was at an appointment. You know, I felt like I was maybe going to the doctors or something, and that's why they were swabbing my mouth. I didn't know, you know, they're swabbing my mouth to do a DNA test.
The warning of a bad lady who wanted to take her away, an uncomfortable mouth swab, and a DNA test, things that would turn Alia's world upside down. Here's the news at the time, reporting what happened next.
Her mother has discovered her daughter alive and well at a birthday party 6 years after she believed that her child had died in a fire at their home. Police now believe the fire was started deliberately to mask the girl's kidnapping. Stephen Evans has the story.
On December the 15th, 1997, Philadelphia TV reported a routine tragedy. A 10-day-old baby had died in a house fire. Remains were found, they thought, though these turned out to be a heater. All the same, Delamar Vera was presumed dead. 6 years later, her mother was at a children's party when she saw a young girl smile, a smile with the same dimple as her dead baby.
She walked in front of me. She smiled. It made it deadful. I said to myself, she's my daughter.
Suspicious, the real mother went to the girl, pretended there was gum in her hair, and plucked a tuft. DNA tests confirmed it was her daughter.
I'm so happy. I can't wait, to have her hair back.
And so it was revealed that 6-year-old Alia wasn't Alia at all. She was Delamar Vera. To the world, this was a miraculous, headline-grabbing story with a happy ending. To Delamar, she was now being called. It was a really perplexing time.
when everything kind of came to light and I found out that, my mother is my mother, I was wondering, how do they know that I'm your daughter? How do I know that this woman is my mother? And then they explained we did a DNA test and have the same DNA as she does. But at 6 years old, it's still so very confusing.
I want to focus on a particular phrase you used there. You said, I found out that my mother was my mother.
Yeah.
If we think about that moment of being a young child, finding out that a stranger at the time was your mother also meant that Carolyn
was not my mother.
Exactly. So the woman who had raised you, who you've been calling mom, you now found out that she wasn't your mother. How did your infant mind even start to process that?
I didn't. I did not. I think that I really just suppressed it because I still couldn't grasp the understanding of DNA, that we were not related. I didn't know that when they were taking me, it was goodbye. And one thing that Carolyn always did was reassure me that we would see each other again. So when I got taken, I was crying because I didn't understand why. And I'm like, why are you taking me from my mother? But then as time went on and, I'm watching the news and I'm seeing that, she is being portrayed as a criminal, then things really started to settle in for me. And I said, oh, she did a really, really bad thing.
This is the woman who lived a lie for 6 years. Carolyn Correa set the house fire to cover her tracks, kidnapping little Deli McGee. Today the house is repaired and the case is back open. And an excruciating human dilemma. The future of a 6-year-old child brought up so far by her kidnapper, not her mother.
For a 6-year-old, when you're bonding with your parent, thinking that this is your mommy in and day out, to be told that this is not your mommy, yeah, it's pretty tough on a 6-year-old.
Carolyn Correa, the woman Delamar had always called mom, was arrested and later pleaded no contest to kidnapping, receiving a prison sentence between 9 and 30 years. A week after being removed from her home, authorities arranged a one-on-one meeting with Delamar and her mother, Luz. Delamar remembers being in a large room, waiting for her mom to arrive, not fully understanding the significance of what was about to happen.
When my mother and I met for the first time, I hid under the table, and then, I jumped out from under the table, which is a horrible thing to do to a mother who lost her daughter, because she walked in the room and she's like, where is she? And I'm hiding, and she has no idea where I'm at. But we embraced each other, and she was crying, and I'm like, why are you crying? Are you not happy to see me? And she's like, no, these are tears of joy. Really witnessing my mom's emotions made me realize how impactful what she did was. I wasn't really so much paying attention to my own, but just witnessing and observing everything around me.
Did you refer to her as mom straight away?
I did.
She was your mom right then?
She was my mom, yeah. And I think it was because I didn't want to hurt her feelings. So I didn't want to say, loose. And I had no other name to call her. I'm like, okay, you're my new mom. I'm going to call you mom. And then I was introduced to my new name, which was Delamar, and I hated it in the beginning. Sometimes people would call me Delamar, and I would ignore them because I'm like, no, my name is Aaliyah. But I don't remember anybody specifically sitting me down and saying, hey, this is your new life. I was in therapy for a little bit when I was very, very young. Just got back with my mom. And I was still an innocent kid, so I wasn't taking anything really seriously. But they, of course, wanted to talk about my feelings, wanted to talk about how I'm transitioning into my family and acclimating. And I think, I don't know who told me this. I don't know if it was my mother. But apparently in therapy, I had a dollhouse, and I was reenacting my kidnapping. And, saying, oh, the baby got taken, and the mom is crying, and reenacting that with my toys.
This is an entire relationship that you have missed out on. Last time you were really in any kind of meaningful presence with her, you were a baby. How did you start to rebuild that relationship?
Well, affection was something that I didn't receive often, which in the beginning with my mom, I received a lot. I got a lot of attention. I had new siblings that, I was really excited about because they were closer to my age. So everything just felt so much more wholesome and normal. And, this is a normal family. And I just felt so sad for my mom. I'm like, you lost me all this time, you know. And one of the things that I battled with growing up was when I returned to my mother, I'm like, I'm going to be this perfect daughter. I'm going to be the daughter that, you know, you lost, but the daughter that you've always missed, you know. And so later on, there was a lot of disappointment that comes with that. But that's the mindset that I had getting to know my mother. And I really just told myself, like, you know, you've got to be strong.
You want her home? A home she's never lived in, with a family she didn't know she had. What are you going to be doing now?
And maybe it was the performance in me, the child performer in me that was like, okay, we're going to do this. This is going to be the best act of our lives.
I mean, I love the way you say you told us that you've got to be strong, but you're still a child. You're an infant at this point.
I know.
How is an infant strong when there's such confusing messages about a woman you've now left who you believed was your mother, who kidnapped you? You know, she committed a crime, let's be blunt about it.
Yeah.
She stole you. And then a woman who now you find out is your mother, who's hugely affectionate, who is dealing with her own trauma of being told that her daughter is dead, has died in a house fire. How does a child process all of that?
I thought I could have the best of both worlds. You know, I really felt like I have two moms. I'm like, I have my mother, Carolyn, and then I have my mother, Luce. I thought that I could have this amazing life with my mother, and then I thought maybe I could have another life with Carolyn as well, because I had a photo of me and my siblings together, and I would look at that photo and I would think, oh, I'm going to see them again, you know, maybe it's a couple months, maybe it's a couple years, but we'll be reunited at some point. So I always held on to that hope, and as time went by, I was like, oh, maybe it's not going to happen.
What language had you been speaking with Caroline, and in that household, what language did you speak?
I spoke primarily English when I was living with Carolyn. My mother spoke primarily Spanish, but my brother spoke English, so it wasn't that difficult to be able to communicate with my translator brothers.
Okay, so they started acting as your translator.
Yes.
Was there any barrier between you and your mother?
You know, it was awkward. It was uncomfortable, you know, at first. I mean, even with all the affection, even with all the love, I still felt like you're a stranger. I don't really know you yet.
Of course, at this point, there's been a reunion, and the story has all these twists and turns, but it has what many people would perceive as the happy ever after at this point. And so you start to get a lot of press attention. What was that like?
It was exciting. I loved the media attention in the beginning, but then it got tiring having to go into our home through the back door because people are constantly wanting to take pictures and do interviews. So that got frustrating after a little while.
This also got turned into a TV movie that did really well, hugely popular. What was that like, seeing your life play out in front of you on a screen?
You know, when I watched the movie, watching the actress acting as my mother, and when she got emotional, I got emotional. I was like, oh wow, this is what my mother felt. And so it was really raw and real for me. And I remember my mom wanting to hug me, but I was like so awkward. I was like, no, nobody touch me, you know, like and then also like in the back of my mind, I was like, I don't want to give these people the satisfaction of seeing us in this pain, you know? And I think it was because, you know, you feel exploited when there's no help. My mom and I, we didn't have therapy together. So in that moment, I just felt like, you know, they're using us. So I don't want to show my emotions.
You know, there's a big part of this equation that is still a loose end, and that's Carolyn. Because at one point when you were young and perhaps quite starry-eyed, you know, you thought maybe you'll have a relationship with your birth mother, your actual mother, and then maybe you'll have a relationship with the woman that kidnapped you.
Right.
Did you at any point feel any kind of, you know, did that connection stay with her? Or was there an anger, or was it a combination of those things?
Well, I was really longing and searching for acceptance and affection, and so I would think to myself like, I miss them. Maybe I want to talk to them so that I can get that little missing piece that I feel like I have. And then I also had like an identity crisis. Like, who am I, Aaliyah or am I Delamar? So it was a lot of back and forth of I still care about her and I hate her. Yes, it was hot and cold.
I think that's entirely expected and entirely understandable given what you've been through. You went to visit her in prison, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
What was that like?
It was tough, I was angry and I just said, why did you have to kidnap me? You had 3 other children. Why did you do this to me? Because I felt like, you put me in this predicament where I'm so confused and there's so many new changes. So I was very mad at her. She just said to me, she didn't say I'm sorry. She said, we'll see each other again. It's okay. Don't be upset. And that was it. That I feel like was my goodbye.
Tell me about the difficulty of building and rebuilding those relationships with your actual parents. Was that difficult?
Yeah, because, most families, I think that infancy stage and the first couple of years of your life are really full of so much bonding. When a mother holds their child, they look into their eyes. That right there is creating that strong bond and connection. My mother and I did not have that. She missed a lot of important things in my life. She doesn't know what my first words were. She doesn't know when I took my first step. She knew none of that. And could I say, hey, Mom, when did that happen? No, she wouldn't be able to answer that because we were robbed of that. So having that lack of bonding in the beginning of my life definitely created a wall between us being able to really connect. We didn't have the tools or the resources to be able to navigate that, and there's no playbook for what you should do.
Of course there isn't. How did that manifest in your adolescence, for example?
So when I turned about 12 years old, the hormones started kicking in, and I started thinking more, and it just hit me. And I remember reading this article about myself. I would Google sometimes, like, what are people talking about? And there was a psychiatrist or somebody saying, she's so happy as a child. I wouldn't be surprised if one day it just hits her and she has a really difficult time. And that's exactly what happened. So shout out to that doctor. That was exactly.
They had some foresight.
Yeah.
So this is really tricky, and answer this however you want to answer this. When you said that's exactly what happened, what did you go through? What happened?
So when I was 12, my mom and I, we were having some difficulties in our relationship. I had run away with a little friend, and it was only for one night. Her mother found us the next day, and I was grounded for a long time, very long time, in my bedroom. Could not leave, could not watch TV, could not do anything. So I was very obviously angry about that. And then there were a few other really difficult circumstances that were going on in my life. So I just became very, very depressed. And then, having this turmoil with my mother, and then coming to the realization, not even coming to the realization that I was kidnapped. I knew that I was, but it just really settled in for me. And I just woke up one day and I'm like, oh my God, I was kidnapped.
I'm Natalia Melvin Petrozella, and from the BBC, this is Extreme Peak Danger.
The most beautiful mountain in the world.
If you die on the mountain, you stay on the mountain.
This is the story of what happened when 11 climbers died on one of the world's deadliest mountains, K2, and of the risks we'll take to feel truly alive.
If I tell all the details, you won't believe it anymore.
Extreme Peak Danger. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
With the Amex Gold Card, you can run your errands and grab a pick-me-up from Dunkin' on Amex. Earn up to $7 in monthly statement credits when you pay with the Gold Card at Dunkin'. Enrollment required. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/us/explore-gold.
As she grew older, Delamar had questions, ones that kept building up. Why had Carolyn taken her? Who else, if anyone,
new. Delamar had to go back to the start. What actually happened on the night of the fire in December 1997? Back then, baby Delamar lived with her mother, Luz Cuevas, her father, Pedro Vera, and two older brothers.
I was told from my mother that it was like any other normal day. They were just hanging out at the house. I was upstairs and she gets a knock at the door. So she goes, she answers the door, and there's Carolyn standing there.
So how was Caroline related to the family?
So Carolyn's mother was married to my dad's uncle Raymond. So essentially, Carolyn and my father were cousins by marriage. And she says to her, oh, I'm having issues with my car. I could really use some help. Is Pedro here? And my mom said, no, he's not here. Maybe he can come back another time. And she said, oh, well, I have a job for Pedro. I have work for him. So that really made my mom's ears perk because at the time, my dad was kind of in between jobs. So eventually they get in touch with my father. My father and Carolyn leave together and, they're gone for a while. And then Carolyn says to my dad, oh my gosh, I forgot my purse back at your house. So he said, well, just drop me off up the street at my cousin's house and then you can come back and meet me here. So she drives back to my mother's house and she's like, oh my gosh, I forgot my purse here. So my mom's like, okay, get it. And then she says, oh, I need to use the bathroom. So my mom says, yeah, of course, go upstairs, use the bathroom. And then my mom went upstairs to check on me to see how I was doing.
Because you're a baby.
An infant, yeah. So my mom went upstairs to check on me and she noticed that I was moved from the bed to the crib, which the crib was like closer to the window. And my mom asked Carolyn, she goes, why did you move her? And Carolyn said, oh, I didn't want her to fall. I didn't want her to get hurt. So I believe Carolyn went downstairs and then my mom went downstairs and followed afterwards. I don't know if Carolyn left, but my mom says that she heard like this really loud noise. So then she ends up going upstairs. By the time she goes upstairs, my entire room is engulfed in flames. And so my mother's looking for me through the bedroom. She looks in the crib. She doesn't see me there. As she continues to look around the room, there is no sight of me. Now she's having to walk through the fire. She's, burning her forehead. The door handles are hot. She's really struggling. And she said, I have to get out of this room because if I spend any more time in here, I'm going to die. But my daughter's not in here. So, where is she?
You've gone.
Yeah, she did not see me there. She did not see me in the crib. She didn't see me on the bed. She didn't see me anywhere in the bedroom. So then, of course, the fire and police department were called and she's yelling at them, telling, hey, I don't know where my daughter's at. She's not in the crib. Can you help me find her? And then they brought down a piece of the mattress and they wrapped it up and presented it to my mother as my remains. And my mother was like, no, I did not see her in the crib. That's not her remains. And by this time, my father, he came back and he's just like, oh my gosh, where's my baby? Whoever took me out of my crib and took me out of the window was gone with the wind into the night.
Now, I know there's news footage at the time. And in that footage, Pedro, your father, can be seen.
And Carolyn's standing right behind him.
Caroline's
sickening.
Next to him.
Yeah.
Did that raise any eyebrows at the time?
I don't think it raised any eyebrows because she looked like, the cousin who was consoling her cousin and felt so bad for him, And I think, honestly, it was very smart on her end because had she disappeared right in that moment, then there would have been speculation like, did she take the baby? Is she gone with the baby? But since she's there, nobody is going to suspect her.
When there's a house fire and you're a baby, and suddenly your parents are told that the baby has no remains, the baby is gone. And then suddenly Carolyn has a baby.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, did anyone think, how is this happening? But she wasn't even pregnant. How has she now got a baby?
Carolyn faked her pregnancy. So for months, she told people that she was, in fact, pregnant. So when the baby showed up, a couple people doubted it, but to all the people that she told she was pregnant, they believed that, okay, she gave birth. And she told the authorities that she gave birth at home and that a friend assisted her.
Because I think we think that in this day and age, you need the birth certificate, and you need this, and you need this, and you
She
need.
got all of that.
It's just so wild.
She got all of that. I had a birth certificate. I had a social security card. Yeah.
Lose your birth mother, your mother. Did she believe you were dead?
I don't think my mom ever believed that I was dead. I think that she went back and forth in her mind, like, am I delusional? Am I crazy? But deep down inside, she never accepted and she never believed that I was dead.
Has she told you about having those conversations with people and saying, I think
Yeah.
Delamar's still alive? What has she told you?
I mean, she gets so angry when she talks about it because she fought and fought and fought and has had to repeat herself so many times. And, when you're telling the truth and people are calling you delusional and saying that it's impossible, she burned, she's dead, and what you saw. It's just so frustrating.
Despite not being believed, Luz was sure that Delamar was still alive. That's why she was so convinced she'd found her daughter when she saw 6-year-old Alia at that birthday party in 2004.
So the birthday party was at my dad's sister's house, Evelyn's house. And, my mom and my dad were not together at this point. So my mom was really just like, a friend of the family. So my mom was like, I don't think I'm going to go to the party. And my aunt, Tita, was like, let's just go. Let's go to the party. And Mom was like, yeah. But eventually she's like, okay, fine. Like, we'll stop over for a couple minutes and then I'm going to head out. And then as soon as she got there and she saw me and she saw my dimples, she was like, Tita, that's my daughter. That's my daughter. And so Tita is looking at my mom and she's like, Luz, don't do anything crazy. You're going to get us in trouble. I go upstairs. She sees that my mom follows behind me. And then, she takes the hair. So when she comes back down, Tita and her are talking. Eventually they leave. And my mom's like, look what I got her hair. And then my aunt is looking at her like, you psychopath. You just ripped the hair out of a child's head, what are you doing?
But she knew she wanted that DNA test.
She knew that she wanted it. And my mom, watched a lot of, Special Victims Unit. And, she was her own detective.
How does a woman go to the police and say, I think my child is still alive and I think I have a piece of her hair and I want you to do a DNA test? Surely there was a lot of people giving her pushback.
Oh, she got so much pushback. It was another battle. So she had to knock on a lot of doors to be able to find somebody that would help her.
Before she was arrested, Carolyn and little Delamar were told to take DNA tests. If you remember back to Delamar's description of that time, she recalls Carolyn spraying a liquid into her mouth.
Come to find out that she was spraying her saliva into my mouth to mess with the DNA test so that it would ultimately come out as her DNA and not my DNA.
And it's so hugely manipulative. Today, when you talk about it, does it make you angry?
Yeah, in a way, because just with the planning and how she went about everything, it's obvious that she knew very well what she was doing.
Have you any idea, because I know you've had no contact with her for a very long time, have you any idea if she's ever shown any remorse? If she, ever said anything even to a third party?
I don't think that Carolyn has shown any remorse. I mean, shortly after, she did an interview and she said that my father gave me to her right in front of my mother, and my mother was standing at the door. So she would tell these tales and these terrible lies. So that to me does not show remorse. You are, saying that my mother and my father knew about this.
Despite the claim, Delamar's parents have always denied having any involvement in kidnapping. Speculation, though, has had an impact on Delamar's relationships and her ability to trust. She found adapting to her new life a real struggle at times, and at one point, she was taken into the care system.
The next couple of years, it was really, really, really hard. Due to the struggles and the relationship with my mom and I just remember one day I didn't want to go back home. So I walked all the way to my dad's house. It's a couple miles away. And I said, hey, I'm going to stay with you for now on. And he's like, what? Are you crazy? And my dad was like a big kid. He was more like a sibling than like a father figure. So, we kind of butted heads a little bit. And we got into one altercation and he said, that's why your mother doesn't even want you. And I just lost it. And that was a couple months into me living with him. And I was already truant from school. So then eventually the state got involved and they're like, yeah, she needs to come with us.
And then you ended up in the care system. How old were you at that point?
I think I was about like 14 years old.
I really appreciate how open you are about this, because I think in terms of a story and a reunion, a lot of the press just appreciates a kind of very happy ending with a bow on top, and it's very clean and simple.
Right.
But of course, life doesn't work in that way, and you were dealing with, understandably, a huge amount of trauma. How did you move forward with the relationship with your mother?
So it wasn't until I was maybe 18 or 19 years old that I kind of came back into the picture. And I had visited my mom with an ex-boyfriend of mine. She told me I don't like him. And I was like, okay. But I liked him. And then I came to realize I don't like him either. So then we ended the relationship. And then, I was saving up money. I got my own place. And then a couple months in, I said, what's out there? So I went on Tinder and I swiped on my husband. It was love at first swipe.
Oh, really? Okay, you knew straight away. Wow.
Yeah, so I swiped on him. We ended up meeting. Of course, we started our relationship. And then I brought him around, and my mom was like, oh, I like him. And then, so I started to visit more frequently. And as I started to visit, we kind of started to rebuild our relationship.
And then you decided, people process things in different ways. Then you decided that you were going to take control of this narrative. You were going to make a documentary.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. That's quite a daunting process, isn't it? Documenting your own life.
Oh, it was so weird. It was very awkward for me. But I think the motivation for the documentary, people had so many questions. And I can't answer everybody's questions. So I thought, this is going to give people answers. They're going to be able to watch it, and it's going to settle everybody's curiosity. And I knew that I was in the headspace to be able to get through this. Had it been me at 18 or 19 years old, or even my early 20s, mentally, I would not have been able to get through this. But I finally felt at this point in my life, I had that stability. So, yeah, I decided I'm going to do it.
There's a particular moment that really jumped out to me, which is when you go to meet your father.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a conversation with him because Carolyn has alleged that he was complicit. And you have this quite confrontational conversation with him.
Yeah.
Tell me about having that conversation and having it on camera.
I felt a little guilty because I'm like, man, I'm really, really putting him on the spot, but I really need these answers because growing up, I was constantly thinking about it. I'm like, did he have something to do with my kidnapping? Did he betray me and my mother in this horrible way? So I never had the opportunity to confront him. And then, yeah, with this opportunity, I did. But I did feel guilty. I felt like, oh, I probably shouldn't be asking you this, but I needed to know.
You needed to know. Has it allayed the doubts that you might have had? Do you feel today that you know what happened and who was to blame?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think that my dad had anything to do with it. And especially like reading that article about what Carolyn was saying about my mother standing at the door and my father, putting me in the car and giving me away to her, and just how her story changed so much. I'm like, there's just no way that he had anything to do with it. And I know that she needed to take somebody down with her. And I think that that's the reason why she implicated my dad in this. But we know she did have an accomplice, and I think that it's somebody that she would protect with her life.
Has that person ever been implicated?
No, unfortunately, we do not know who that person is. That's a big mystery.
Still to this day?
Yeah.
That must be quite frustrating, difficult.
It's a little frustrating, yeah, because Carolyn was brought to justice and she had consequences to pay, but this other person should pay for the consequences as well. They committed a crime.
For Delamar, there may always be a question mark around the events that led to her disappearance as a baby. The only person who likely knows the full truth is Carolyn. Have you any interest whatsoever in ever having a conversation with her and asking her why?
I battle with that back and forth. Part of me would love to, but then the realistic and logical side of me just says no, because if if I sit down and I have a conversation with her, how do I know that what she's telling me is not lies?
This whole process, and I'm talking about the process of making the documentary, today we have met because of the circumstances of what happened to you. So the idea of you sharing your story with the world and documenting it, is that in itself therapeutic?
Oh, it is. I definitely feel like I do have closure, and I think that, we don't go through these things for no reason. There's always a purpose for that. I may not have the closure of understanding or knowing why she did what she did, but I have the closure of putting that behind me and just saying, I'm not going to be a victim anymore. I'm going to be a survivor. And I think for me, that is enough closure in itself.
What is your relationship like today with your mother?
So my mom right now, we are as close as can be. She's honestly my best friend. And, we're one of those people that when we're on the phone, how you go on the phone with somebody for presents, not even just to talk, you're just, I'm doing dishes. And I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm just doing this. So we're just, chatting with each other. And then sometimes we'll have deep conversations for 3 hours and, we'll hang out together. And then, when I was growing up, I'm like, we're not that alike. I'm so different. And as an adult, I'm like, wow, we really have a lot of the same mannerisms. And we even have the same laugh. We're a lot more alike than I would have ever thought.
That was Delamar Vera sharing the intimate details of her astounding life. The documentary is called Back from the Dead, You Kidnapped Me. That's all from Lives Less Ordinary today. If you're still hungry for more content, remember we do drop a new episode each week. If you haven't already, please do subscribe. You can rate and review each episode. Please do spread the word as well. And do get in touch with us. The email address is liveslessordinary@bbc.co.uk. You can send a WhatsApp as well. The number is +44 330 678 2784. Our team read all your messages. We always want to hear from you, and we're eager to hear your story suggestions as well. From me, Rubina Azar, today's producer, Thomas Harding Asinder, and our editor, Rebecca Vincent. Thanks for listening. Until next time, take care.
I'm Natalia Melvin Petrozella, and from the BBC, this is Extreme, Peak Danger, the most beautiful mountain in the world.
If you die on the mountain, you stay on the mountain.
This is the story of what happened when 11 climbers died on one of the world's deadliest mountains, K2, and of the risks we'll take to feel truly alive.
If I tell all the details, you won't believe it anymore.
Extreme, Peak Danger. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
With the Amex Gold Card, you can run your errands and grab a pick-me-up from Dunkin' on Amex. Earn up to $7 in monthly statement credits when you pay with the Gold Card at Dunkin'. Enrollment required. Terms apply. Learn more at AmericanExpress.com. Get charged up for the all-electric Acura ZDX, featuring your choice of complimentary charging packages, an impressive range, and a Bang & Olufsen premium sound system. With a 3-month trial subscription of SiriusXM, transform your ride into the most extensive and personalized audio experience on the road. Visit your local Acura dealer for electrifying offers on a 2024 Acura ZDX. Acura. Precision crafted performance.
Ranked #1 in innovation 10 consecutive years, Arizona State University isn't just ahead of the curve. It's creating new paths to success. Learn from notable clinical and research faculty. Online, that's a degree better. Explore programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
Did you know that parents rank financial literacy as the #1 most difficult life skill to teach? Meet Greenlight, the debit card and money app for families. With Greenlight, you can set up chores, automate allowance, and
Welcome, friend. Come in. You've chosen a fine day to wander into my little shop of forgotten treasures. The air is just crisp enough to make you appreciate the warmth of the mystery. Don't you think? Ah, ha, ha. Well, what's this? Your attention lingers on a shelf not often noticed. Yes, an unassuming relic of a time not so distant, yet far removed from us in spirit. An old VHS tape. This one is stamped with fading letters that appear to read, "The Timberbrook Hiking Trail Guide." Harmless enough at first glance, wouldn't you say? Here's where it gets peculiar. This tape has a story of its own to tell. So I must ask, did you by chance ever watch the Timberbrook hiking trailer video as a kid? Before we begin, I want to point out some of the customers whose names have been etched in brass on this beautiful plaque I had made above the front desk. These are some of the members of the inner circle of the antiquarium. We go by the Obsidian Covenant. Recent initiates include Jonathan Lundy, Tim Tweed, Ivy Jones, Ron Robinson, Tosh Rulez, Portable, Tara Hines, Yolanda Peoples, and Stephanie Williams. We are ever appreciative of your devotion to the Order. Go to theobsidiancovenant.com to receive the sacrament. Now, where were we? Oh yes. Welcome to the Antiquarium of Sinister Happenings and Odd Goings On.
Did anyone else watch the Timberbrook hiking trail video as a kid? Hey, I'm writing this from a locked room upstairs at my husband's cabin. It was supposed to be our 2-year anniversary, but now I'm not sure what the fuck it is. For clarity, I just had a core memory unlock itself in unbelievably vivid fashion and needed to write down the details in case they might ring a bell for someone else. The details surrounding the watching, kind of fuzzy, but I'll do my best. The details around the tape itself, oddly clear, despite all the time that's elapsed. It was 3rd grade. A field trip to a nature trail. The 30-minute bus ride, a remnant of a now bygone time, was boring. The wheels on the bus take you somewhere you'd rather not be. We arrived at the lodge-like area near the entrance to the trail. Entering, I recall seeing stations with water and coffee and donuts, presumably just for the grown-ups, and a sign-up sheet resting on a kind of tall table that all of us had to fill in with name, date, time. It felt like the kind of place where a Smokey the Bear knockoff would give a talk about how fires are bad because trees are flammable, you morons. A local visitor center vibe, like there is plenty to do here, but nothing really meant for someone my age. Sign-ups completed for our class of 30, tall humans around us tiny ones. And I hear the tour guide beside our teacher speak up.
Attention, everybody? Okay, all right, so who's excited to go on this trail? Huh?
Muted response from the kids.
Okay, lively bunch. Yeah, fair enough. Off we go.
We were shuffled like penguins to a space with rows of carefully arranged seats. A TV perched on a cart, just like the good old days. VHS player tucked into the shelf below. I was queen of back of the line, watching classmates in front grapple with the existential crisis that is making sure all your friends sit next to you so you know they actually like you. That's when I heard a second tour guide, following closely behind, speak.
Woof, looks like there might not be enough seats. Why don't we take some of you to another room for the video?
His bouncer-like cutoff applied to the 4 of us at the end. As he redirected us to the hallway, I distinctly remember noticing that there were more than enough seats for everyone, with the kids in the room meticulously choosing their spots.
This is how we do it when it's Sunday night and the Jew is right again. The fans are real quiet upstairs. Why are they so quiet? I don't know. But I haven't even heard the jibber jabber yipper yapper of 10 consecutive days. Squawking at others how they need to break and enter in the last hour, so that's cool.
Our gang of leftovers was brought to a much smaller room. It looked like an extra big closet. 4 chairs already set up inside. I crossed the threshold first and settled into one of them. The others followed. A tour guide turned on the TV.
And I'm
Press
also just
play on
going
the
to
beast
say
outside.
you can include smartass in the list of acceptable pronouns and fine with that as well.
But I wasn't sure. Our dark little nook had 2 faint sources of light. The brightness of the hallway barely squeezing through a small window, and the blue glare of TV as the presentation commenced. A disarming, cozy, ambient tune laced with simple synth pads and light flutes met my ears. The title screen appeared.
The woman that's going to prison for like 80 plus years, I just imagine she's like the Wicked Witch of the West. Not from the remake that everybody's been talking about for like 20 years, but from the original Wizard of Oz. She's just like, ha, I'll get you, my pretty. Psychotic. And you, all of you who haven't blown the whistle, you are her flying monkeys. Well, someone upstairs didn't like that. They fucked up my podcast.
The following tagline appeared. For a great hiking experience. And then a transition to a new title screen.
Supplies.
These words rested on a light green background with a picture of a cartoon backpack beside them. The music changed. A transitory bell chime, followed by a breezier and more upbeat arrangement. It dawned on me at the time of watching, 21 years ago today, that the video seemed dated. Like, really, really dated. On screen, make sure your backpack has, and then video footage of different items with corresponding captions.
Water. Snack. A compass. Shoes to wear.
And
I glanced
I
over.
didn't just use that analogy to point it out, but also to add that the ending will be much the same. Remember what happens to the Wicked Witch of the West? I melted.
The other kids.
She doesn't
They
even
were
know the
trying.
FBI hasn't turned the heat on her yet. Oh boy.
Their best to pay attention, albeit with drowsiness marking their illuminated faces. A new title card on the CRT in front of us.
The hike.
Words displayed on the screen with a light blue backdrop this time. This was followed by a scene of arms blinking with text at the bottom of the screen.
Pick your buddy.
A camera panning over a very clearly defined footpath in the woods.
When walking with your buddy, follow the trail ahead of you. Make sure you're in line with the group. Don't stray off course.
Unless the group is going to
What followed
walk
this
off of
title
a cliff,
card was
you know?
a series of cartoon diagrams
Then do
taken
not follow
straight
the
out
group.
of an elementary school textbook with a tacky, dated screen transition
that disclaimer should
between
go
each
right on the
image
top
and
of
tip.
Tip number 1. If you feel like you're lost, stop where you are and listen to the sounds around you. You might hear the road or people talking nearby.
This lengthy bit of text splayed across the screen beneath a drawing of a boy, standing in the woods with a hand to his ear, listening with a smile.
Hunter, this is my cute little house otter. This is my cute little house otter. You were hiding in the
Tip
heated
number 2.
room.
If you
I
come
was
across a
too.
log, step
it's so
on the
fucking
log,
cold out here.
then off the log.
Pretty boy.
Not step over
Yeah.
one leg at a time.
My kitty.
This tip paired with a progression of images showing a kid, as one would indeed imagine approaching a log, stepping on and then off of it.
Tip number 3. If you hurt your or have a wound,
Words accompanied by the image of a kid holding out their bleeding arm.
air it out.
Then, a strange transition to clips of a real-life bleeding arm now, held out in the forest air.